Chapter 26:11. Yang Kai beamed with joy and said, "Tsk, this proposal is tempting, but this young master's grudge with the Netherworld sect is not small, especially with your sect master's legacy disciple, In Lixing." Wu Yuanjing said, "This king said that as long as you are willing to join this sect, all past grievances will be forgotten. As for martial nephew In, this king will persuade him. I believe he is not a person who can't see the big picture." "Are you really going to write it off?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "This king has already said it, how could I lie to you? Even if In Lixing and Hua Feichen have been killed by me." Wu Yuanjing narrowed his eyes and the smile on his face disappeared in an instant as he shouted, "What did you say?" Yang Kai said lightly, "In Lixing and Hua Feichen have been killed by me." Wu Yuanjing shouted, "That's impossible." The reason why he appeared here was because he heard that In Lixing and Hua Feichen had brought a group of Netherworld sect disciples to the ancient lands to find trouble with an enemy. In Lixing was the legacy disciple of the Netherworld sect's sect master and had broken through from the lower star boundary. His aptitude was extremely good and his future was bright. He was of great value to the Netherworld sect and the sect master valued him very much. Hua Feichen was an elder of the Netherworld sect and held a high position in the sect. Wu Yuanjing and the Netherworld sect's sect master did not know that the two of them had brought many disciples into the ancient lands. Later, the Netherworld sect's sect master inadvertently heard about this matter and became angry and worried. After all, the ancient lands were extremely dangerous. He was afraid that something would happen to his legacy disciple, so he asked Wu Yuanjing to come and look for him personally. After Wu Yuanjing arrived here, he immediately went to Heavenchi Castle. From Heavenchi Castle, he heard about the grudge between In Lixing and Yang Kai and also learned that Yang Kai possessed the Phoenix Fire. Wu Yuanjing was overjoyed and realized that this trip might be an opportunity for him. If he could obtain the Phoenix True Fire and refine it, then he might become another martial flame great emperors in the future. At that time, the Netherworld sect would have to listen to his orders. He secretly made up his mind. Not only did he have to find In Lixing, he also had to snatch Yang Kai's Phoenix True Fire. Therefore, he was generous enough to bestow the position of elder to Yang Kai. How could a trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master possess a divine artifact like the Phoenix True Fire? Only a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master like him was qualified to subdue this divine fire and use it for himself. Who knew that Yang Kai would suddenly throw out such a heavy bomb? In Lixing had broken through to the First-Order Emperor Realm after returning from the Shattered Star Sea, while Hua Feichen was a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master. Now, Yang Kai was saying that he had killed both of them. Wu Yuanjing's first thought was disbelief, not to mention that In Lixing still had the Emperor Authority Bead given to him by the Netherworld Sect Master. That Emperor Authority Bead could seal the full power of a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. "Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue?" The Netherworld Sect Elder who attacked Yang Kai earlier sneered. Obviously, he didn't believe what Yang Kai said. With Yang Kai's strength, how could he have killed Hua Feichen, a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master? But as soon as his voice fell, his eyes suddenly widened as he looked forward in shock. He saw a pitch-black object appear in Yang Kai's hand. It was dark and gloomy. With a shake of the wind, the sound of ghosts wailing and wolves howling could be heard. "The Netherworld Purgatory Banner!" the elder exclaimed. Wu Yuanjing couldn't help but twitch as he stared at the Netherworld Purgatory Banner. It really is the Netherworld Purgatory Banner, and the aura from this banner is rich. It doesn't seem to be a Dao Source Grade 1, but an Emperor Grade 1. In the sect, only the elders, sect master, and vice sect master possess an Emperor-grade Netherworld Purgatory Banner. Did he really kill Elder Hua? Shocked, the group of Netherworld sect's disciples began to discuss among themselves. The Netherworld Purgatory Banner was an artifact that every Netherworld sect disciple could refine, but the power of the artifact varied according to each person's cultivation. The one in Yang Kai's hand was the Emperor artifact left behind by Hua Feichen after his death. Some disciples couldn't distinguish the aura from the banner. However, Wu Yuanjing and the other elder immediately realized that this banner belonged to Hua Feichen. For a moment, Wu Yuanjing's face turned ashen. If Hua Feichen died, then Yin Lixing, who was with him, wouldn't have a good end. The sect master regarded Yin Lixing as the future successor of the Netherworld sect and spent a lot of effort on him. If he died, who could calm the sect master's anger? You really killed Elder Hua. The Netherworld sect elder flew into a rage and roared, "Little brat, hand over your life." Enraged, he flew out without hesitation. Black chi surged out from his body, giving off a frightening aura. It was as if he wanted to kill Kai Yang to avenge Hua Feiqin. It was unknown what kind of relationship he had with Hua Feiqin. Wu Yuanzheng was shocked and quickly shouted, "Elder Zhong, come back." Although Yang Kai was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, since he could kill Hua Feiqin, then Elder Zhong was definitely not his opponent. Elder Zhong was so angry that he lost his mind, but Yang Kai saw through him. But his shout was undoubtedly a little too late. Looking at Elder Zhong who was flying towards him, Yang Kai's face didn't show any surprise. He just chuckled and said, "Elder Zhong, don't be anxious. This young master will send you to accompany Hua Feiqin." He slowly raised his hand and was about to attack when a beautiful figure suddenly flashed behind him. Ji Yao, exuding an extremely cold aura, stood in front of him and clenched her jade hand slightly, summoning a long sword. An astonishing aura suddenly spread out, and Ji Yao seemed to have transformed into an iceberg that would not melt for 10,000 years. Anyone who dared to approach her would be frozen. Second Order Emperor Realm Master. Elder Zhong turned pale with fright and was horrified. Although he had seen Ji Yao before, because she had been standing behind Yang Kai, he thought that this woman was Yang Kai's attendant or maidservant. How strong could Yang Kai's attendant or maidservant be if she was just a First-Order Emperor Realm Master? Not to mention him, even Wu Yuanjing did not look at Ji Yao from beginning to end. It was not until Ji Yao attacked that they realized how wrong they were. This woman, who was quietly standing behind Yang Kai, was actually a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master, much stronger than Yang Kai. Ji Yao unsheathed her sword, and a sword light flashed and a sword hum rang out. An ice domain suddenly spread out and enveloped Elder Zhong. In mid-air, Elder Zhong felt his body stiffen as he was enveloped by the ice principles. His Emperor Qi was unable to circulate properly, and his hair and beard were instantly frozen. "I'm not her opponent." Elder Zhong's eyes widened as he shouted with all his might, "Vice Sect Master, save me!" But how could Wu Yuanjing save him? This Elder Zhong had attacked without warning, and his speed was so fast that he was not far away from Yang Kai. Even if Wu Yuanjing wanted to save him, it would be too late. Under everyone's gaze, the sword light in Ji Yao's hand flashed briefly before she returned to her original motionless posture, as if she had never moved. However, an ice flower strangely appeared on Elder Zhong's chest. The ice flower had 6 petals. It was crystal clear and beautiful, but this extreme beauty was accompanied by a shocking murderous intent. With a light cracking sound, the ice flower suddenly spread out and covered Elder Zhong's body, completely wrapping him in it. Through the crystal clear ice wall, hundreds of pairs of eyes could still see Elder Zhong's frozen expression of horror. Elder Zhong, who had been frozen into a block of ice, fell from the sky and shattered the moment he hit the ground. Even Elder Zhong, who had been sealed in ice, was torn apart without a trace of blood. Instant kill. A First-Order Emperor Realm Elder of the Netherworld sect had been killed in a single strike by this otherworldly woman. The strong visual impact shocked everyone's soul, and they were unable to recover for a long time. Those who dare to shout in front of honored master will die. Ji Yao said coolly as her beautiful eyes swept across the crowd. Anyone who met her gaze could not help but shudder. Only Wu Yuanjing's anger erupted like a volcano, almost setting him on fire. His robes fluttered without wind, and his hair danced wildly as he said in a cold voice, "Good, good, good. It seems that this sect has been silent for so long that any random cat or dog dares to kill an elder of this sect." While speaking, he glared at Yang Kai and shouted, "Yang Kai, even if you hand over the Phoenix True Fire today, you will die for sure." An elder-level master had died in front of him. If he did not kill the culprit, he would not be able to give the sect an explanation. Yang Kai sneered, "You want to kill this young master? Let's see if you have the ability." Then this king will open your eyes today. Wu Yuanjing grinned and said coldly, "Don't worry, this king won't kill you quickly. I will make you bleed every drop of blood in your body. As for the two women beside you, they will know what it means to live a life worse than death." Vice Sect Master, Master, kill them and avenge Elder Zhong. Kill them. Those two women are quite beautiful, we can enjoy them before we kill them. Vice Sect Master, Master, is in for a treat. That's right, that's right. Heh, those two women are blind. Of all the people they could follow, they actually chose to follow this little brat. Now they're out of luck. After the group of Netherworld sect disciples recovered from the shock of seeing Elder Zhong killed, they were suddenly filled with confidence because they had Wu Yuanjing. Wu Yuanjing was the Vice Sect Master of Netherworld Sect, a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master, second only to the Sect Master in terms of strength. With the Vice Sect Master taking action, this man and two women would definitely not be able to escape. Senior Yang, how about leaving this person to this mistress? Luan Feng heard the profanities of the group of Netherworld sect disciples and a cold light flashed across her beautiful eyes as she spoke in a low voice. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, "I was just about to borrow Madame Feng's strength." A Third-Order Emperor Realm Master was much stronger than him. Even if he used all his means, he would have to pay a heavy price to kill this person. The reason why Yang Kai was so fearless was because he had Luan Feng by his side. Otherwise, he would have fled with Jiao long ago. But now, Wu Yuanjing was probably out of luck. He shamelessly wanted Luan Feng to know what it meant to live a life worse than death. Even the heavens would not be able to save him. Chapter 26:12. While Yang Kai was secretly communicating with the Luan Feng, Wu Yuanjing had already leaped into the air and swooped down like a hunting eagle. His momentum was ferocious as he shouted, "Kneel for me." Hua Feichen was dead, Yin Lixing was dead, and even Elder Zhong was dead. The Netherworld sect had suffered heavy losses this time. Wu Yuanjing wanted to use Yang Kai and the others to show the world what kind of tragic fate awaited those who killed the Netherworld sect. As he swung his palm down, the pressure of a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master surged out and solidified the surrounding space. It was as if a mountain was falling from the sky instead of a person. Many Netherworld sect disciples watched in excitement, looking forward to the scene of Yang Kai and the others kneeling and begging for mercy. The dozens of Heaven Qi Castle disciples also watched with complicated expressions, especially Qi Hai, who couldn't help but sigh secretly. He knew that Yang Kai was doomed this time. Now that Yang Kai was dead, whether he still had the Phoenix True Fire or not, Qi Hai had no hope of borrowing it. His wife's Heavenly Frost Earth Rain poison was probably incurable. For a moment, he felt bitter in his heart and hated himself for being too weak and useless. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wu Yuan sneered, while Kai Yang and the other two seemed to have been scared silly. They all stood in place, not daring to move an inch. Seeing that the palm was about to land, the Luan Feng suddenly raised her hand and pointed upwards. Her movement was extremely casual, as if she was pointing at an incoming fly. But the power of this finger made Wu Yuanjing's face change drastically. His tyrannical Third-Order Emperor Realm aura was directly broken by this finger. His ferocious aura was like a deflated balloon. All of a sudden, it was exhausted. Not only that, but there was also a terrifying finger force in front of him. Like an indestructible sword, it tore through the principal strength and protective Emperor Qi around his body and stabbed into his palm. This is impossible. Wu Yuanjing's heart shook violently. He could not hide the shock in his eyes as he desperately poured his cultivation into his palm. He wanted to resist the finger force that was invading his body. However, his Third-Order Emperor Realm cultivation, which he had always been proud of, was like a joke in front of this inexplicable finger force. It was completely useless. A soft sound rang out as blood splattered everywhere. Wu Yuanjing, who had pounced down ferociously, looked as if he had been struck by lightning. A bloody hole the size of a chopstick appeared in the center of his palm. His entire body flipped a few times in the air and staggered to the ground. His eyes trembled as he looked at the Luan Feng. The Netherworld sect's disciples were stunned. Many disciples of the Heaven Qi Castle were dumbfounded. What did they see? Wu Yuanzheng, a third-order emperor realm master, had his palm pierced by a woman's finger, and he didn't even have the strength to fight back? Everyone was frightened. The entire place was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Only the sound of heartbeats could be heard. In this world, who could injure a third-order emperor realm master to such an extent? For you, Wu Yuan's face turned pale. It wasn't because of how serious his injuries were. Although the power of that finger had pierced his palm, it was only a minor injury. He should be able to recover after taking some pills and recuperating for a few days. Compared to his injuries, he was more shocked. He was shocked by the identity of this woman in front of him. To be able to injure him to such an extent, this woman's identity couldn't be too bad. Suddenly, a sensational thought popped up in the depths of his heart. His forehead dripping with cold sweat, Wu Yuanzheng asked bitterly, "Are you Master Huaing?" As soon as these words came out, the crowd went into an uproar. Huaing. It was a person's name and also a title. One of the 10 great emperors, the Huaing great emperors. She was also the only female great empress among the 10 great emperors. Although she was a woman, her strength wasn't any weaker than the other great emperors. She supported the entire Star Boundaries female cultivator and was the object of reverence for all female cultivators. Unlike the great emperors such as the Serene Soul and the Bright Moon great emperors who founded their own sects, the Huaing great emperors seemed to live in a place called 10,000 Flower Valley. However, no one knew where this 10,000 Flower Valley was located in the Star Boundary. The 10 great emperors all had different temperaments. Some founded their own sects and spread their branches and leaves, some traveled the world alone and lived freely, and some lived in seclusion in the mountains and rivers, unknown to the world. It was just that each of their names had spread throughout the entire astral boundary. The reason why Wu Yuanjing guessed that Luan Feng was the Huaing great emperors wasn't without reason. The main reason was that this woman's strength was far beyond his. He was already a third-order emperor realm master, so those who surpassed him were undoubtedly great emperors. And Luan Feng was a woman, so it was easy for people to associate her with the Huaing. The Huaing great emperors. A burst of exclamations rang out. The dozen or so Netherworld sect disciples all turned pale and their legs trembled. They looked as if their parents had died. It's over. The vice sect master could have provoked anyone, but she actually provoked a great empress. And she even shamelessly asked her to kneel down. Our actions are even more exaggerated. We even used dirty words to insult this master. How can we live now? The people of Heaven Chi Castle also had dignified expressions. Although they had been silent, they were still mixed up with the people of Netherworld sect. Who knew if the Huaing master would settle accounts with them? On the other side, Wu Yuanzheng was sweating profusely and his face was full of fear. He trembled and said, "Master, this one had eyes but failed to see. I did not know that the master had personally come. I hope the master can forgive this one." After provoking the great emperors, Wu Yuanzheng's heart was also dead, but he couldn't figure out why Yang Kai, a trivial first-order emperor realm master, had a second-order emperor realm woman by his side, but why was even a master on the level of great emperors following behind him? What is this guy's background? What was even more hateful was that he had been so arrogant just now, but he didn't point it out. It was obvious that he was waiting to watch a good show. This queen is not the Huaing. You've got the wrong person. The Luan Feng said lightly. Not the Huaing master. Wu Yuanzheng was stunned and looked at the Luan Feng in a daze. He suddenly thought of something and said, "Then you are. The Luan Feng didn't want to talk to him and pointed at Wu Yuanzheng again. But this time, it was different from before. Just now, it was just pure finger force. But now, under this finger, a pitch-black flame suddenly floated out. World-extinguishing black flames, you really are. Wu Yuanjing's face changed wildly. He had obviously realized the true identity of the Luan Feng. It wasn't surprising that he could guess this. After all, this was the periphery of the ancient lands. And there was a female divine spirit in the ancient lands. At this moment, seeing the signature world-extinguishing black flames, how could he not know the true identity of the other party? Divine Spirit Luan Feng. Wu Yuanjing was horrified. If he had provoked the Hua Ying great emperors, then he might have had a chance of survival because rumor had it that as the only female great emperors, the Hua Ying had a very good temper. As long as one didn't do anything too heartless, she wouldn't make things difficult for others. However, provoking the Holy Spirit Luan Feng was a different story. Although the Luan Feng was not a person who would willfully slaughter the innocent, it was a different story. Although the Hua Ying Luan Feng wasn't a kind person, she wasn't a kind person either. "Master, please spare me," Wu Yuanjing shouted with all his strength while urging his Emperor Qi to resist the world-extinguishing black flames. The Luan Feng remained indifferent. Walla. The moment the world-extinguishing black flames touched Wu Yuanjing, his Emperor Qi ignited, turning him into a burning black fireball in an instant. An extremely shrill scream rang out, causing everyone who heard it to feel their hearts skip a beat. "Master, please spare me, Master, please spare me," Wu Yuanjing desperately urged his Emperor Qi. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not extinguish the world-extinguishing black flames. On the contrary, the more he urged his Emperor Qi, the fiercer the world-extinguishing black flames burned, as if his Emperor Qi had become fuel. Wu Yuanjing's screams and pleas for mercy soon disappeared because under the world-extinguishing black flames, Wu Yuanjing was burned to ashes in less than 3 breaths, and even the space ring on his hand was completely melted. Dead silence reigned. Earlier, Elder Zhong had attacked Yang Kai but was instantly killed by a woman with an icy temperament. Now, Wu Yuanjing had attacked Yang Kai but was instantly killed by another woman. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed such a thing could happen in this world. "Madame Feng, your flames are too powerful," Yang Kai watched as the space ring on Wu Yuanjing's hand melted. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling distressed. Wu Yuanjing was the vice sect master of the Netherworld sect, so there must be a lot of good things in his space ring, but now it was burned to ashes by the Luan Feng. How could he not feel distressed? The Luan Feng smiled and said, "This mistress was negligent, but I ask Sir Yang to forgive this mistress this time for the sake of the many good things I obtained last time." Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Since the Luan Feng had already said so much, what else could he say? "Master, please spare us, Master." The dozen or so Netherworld sect disciples in front of them suddenly knelt down and begged for mercy. Now that Elder Zhong and Wu Yuanjing were both dead, they had no one to rely on. If they wanted to live, they could only abandon their self-esteem and shame. For a time, the dozen or so people knelt down and kowtowed, begging for mercy one after another. "Shut up, if you make any more noise, I'll kill you." Ji Yao's expression became cold as she shouted. She was getting a headache from all the noise. The dozen or so people didn't dare to speak again, but all of them stared nervously at the Luan Feng, fearing that she would kill them in a fit of anger, following in the footsteps of the vice sect master. Another person knelt down. Yang Kai glanced over and found that this person was actually Qi Hai. Qi Hai's face was ashen as he said miserably, "Brother Yang, this Qi was wrong this time. I hope that after you kill me, you can calm your anger and let go of my Heaven Qi Castle's disciples." Young Fort Master. The group of Heaven Qi Castle's disciples were shocked. Yang Kai glanced at him but didn't pay him any attention. He just looked in a direction and said coldly, "Netherworld sect, it seems that it's necessary to make a trip there." The Luan Feng frowned and said, "Does Sir Yang want to go to the Netherworld sect to settle accounts with them?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Whether I want to settle accounts or not, it depends on their attitude. However, I have another matter to ask for their help." After saying that, he turned to look at the Luan Feng and said, "Madame Feng, I'll have to trouble you to come with me." Chapter 26:13. Luan Feng smiled wryly. She knew that Yang Kai wanted her to be his bodyguard, but she couldn't refuse. She nodded and said, "Mr. Yang is too polite. Since the master asked us to take care of you, this mistress will naturally do her best. However, there is one thing Mr. Yang needs to know. This mistress' identity is special. It's not convenient for me to be too presumptuous in a human sect. Otherwise, I will be hunted down by the great emperors." Although she was a holy spirit, she was still in awe of the 10 great emperors. If she was at her peak, she might be able to compete with the 10 great emperors, but she had just given birth to a daughter a few years ago, and her strength had yet to recover. If she really ran amok in a human sect, she would definitely be hunted down by the great emperors. At that time, there would never be a day of peace. Yang Kai smiled and said, Mistress Feng is mistaken. I'm not going to the Netherworld sect to kill people. Hee hee. Wan Feng smiled. She didn't know whether she should believe him or not. Let's go. Yang Kai called out and flew out with Ji Yao. Wan Feng didn't move. She turned her head and glanced at the dozen or so Netherworld sect disciples kneeling on the ground. Her beautiful eyes turned cold and she waved her hand. Asterisk bang bang bang. Asterisk with a muffled sound, the dozen or so Netherworld sect disciples burst into a cloud of blood and disappeared from the world. It wasn't that Wan Feng wanted to bully the weak. It was just that these guys didn't watch their mouths and it was really annoying. After dealing with the remnants of the Netherworld sect, Wan Feng turned around and chased after Yang Kai. The dozens of Heaven Chi Castle disciples stood in place, sweating profusely. It was a long time before they gradually came back to their senses and realized that they were lucky this time. They were lucky to have saved their lives. Young Lord, are all gone. An old man came to Chi Hai and whispered. Chi Hai knelt on the ground powerlessly. His eyes were blank and his face was full of bitterness. Wan Feng seemed to be very familiar with the Eastern Territory. According to her, she had transformed into her human form many times and walked around the star boundary. Due to his experience in traveling, he was extremely familiar with the geography of the various parts of the astral boundary. Under her lead, Yang Kai's group of 3 arrived at a city called Konghai City in less than a day. After entering the city, the 3 of them went straight to the Castellan Manor. Konghai City's city lord was only a first-order emperor realm master. When he heard that someone had trespassed on his city lord's mansion, he flew into a rage and hurriedly rushed over from his retreat. Before he could ask anything, Ji Yao, who had received Yang Kai's orders, released a little of her spiritual pressure. Immediately, the city master was shaken to the spot, not daring to act rashly. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yang Kai's group of 3 left through the Castellan Mansion's space array. After the 3 left, the city master could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. His back was already drenched in sweat. Repeating the same process, he teleported several times. The 3 of them finally arrived at Purgatory City. Mr. Yang. Purgatory City is the closest city to the Netherworld sect. It is also one of the foundations of the Netherworld sect. From here, it will take less than 2 hours to reach the Netherworld sect. After walking out of the space array, Wan Feng explained to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and said, I will have to trouble Madame Feng to lead the way. Wan Feng smiled and said, Please follow me. After getting along with each other for a few days, Wan Feng found that Yang Kai's temper was quite gentle and he was polite to her. He was completely different from his unruly behavior in the ancient lands that day. This made Wan Feng feel a lot more relieved, knowing that Yang Kai was not the kind of person who would run amok. After leaving the city lord's mansion, the 3 of them went straight to the Netherworld sect. 2 hours later, a spirit mountain appeared in front of them. In the continuous mountain range, there were many pavilions and pavilions. Many cultivators shuttled back and forth. This place was also full of world energy, obviously having an extraordinary earth vein. However, the feeling this place gave Yang Kai was not the same as the other spirit mountains and rivers, because there was always a kind of yin qi here. It probably had something to do with the Netherworld sect's cultivation. The Netherworld sect's disciples all cultivated some kind of yin secret art, and the artifacts they refined were all yin attribute artifacts. The sect also had a strange existence called the Netherworld Pond. Over the years, this spirit river treasure land had become filled with ghost qi. The disciples guarding the gate were only in the Dao source realm, so when Yang Kai's group flew past, they did not even notice. They probably did not expect that there would be someone in this world who dared to trespass into the Netherworld sect without notifying them. After entering the Netherworld sect, the group swaggered and flew slowly, as if there was no one around. Yang Kai looked left and right, constantly looking at the surrounding scenery. Wan Feng said, Mr. Yang, Are you looking for the Netherworld Sex Sect Master, Fubo? Yang Kai said, Yes, Madame Feng, do you know where he is? Luan Feng shook her head and said, This mistress does not know, I have never been to the Netherworld Sect before. Then we'll have to find someone to ask. While the two of them were talking, they suddenly heard a shout from not far away. Those people over there, stop right there. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a stream of light flying over. When it got close, the stream of light dispersed, revealing the figures of a man and a woman. The man was about 30 years old, but his face was slightly sallow, his aura was weak, and his forehead was dark. His cultivation was only in the First Order Dao Source realm, and his brocade robe showed that his status was not low. As for the woman, her eyes were full of lust, her cheeks were red, and her hair was slightly messy. Her eyes were watery and seductive. Her beauty was not bad, especially her figure, which was extremely enchanting. Her cultivation was 2 minor realms higher than the man, in the Third Order Dao Source realm. When the man and woman approached, a lewd smell drifted over with the wind. Yang Kai was very experienced, and when he smelled this smell and looked at the woman's seductive eyes, how could he not know what the man and woman were doing just now? He secretly laughed in his heart. It was daytime, and they were in the mood to do this. He did not know which mountain they were at just now. Luan Feng frowned and said, What is this smell? Although she had a daughter, she was not the kind of girl that Yang Kai had imagined to have sex with a monster king. Instead, she gave birth to a child by using her own blood essence and yuan qi to condense a spirit egg in her body. When it came to the matters between men and women, Luan Feng was still a blank piece of paper, so how could she understand the essence contained in this smell? However, this smell made her instinctively feel that she did not like it. Hey, what an ice mountain beauty! As soon as the young man arrived in front of Yang Kai and the others, he suddenly stared straight at Ji Yao, who had an indifferent expression on her face. Because they cultivated an ice attribute secret art, many of the disciples of Ice Heart Valley had cold looks on their faces, as if they were trying to keep strangers at a distance of 1,000 kilometers. After washing up and dressing up, Ji Yao no longer looked as dirty as before. Her beauty was outstanding, her figure was graceful, and coupled with her cold aura, it was easy to arouse the desire of men to conquer her. The young man in front of her was undoubtedly the kind of person who liked women, otherwise, he would not have pulled his female companion into such a shameful act in broad daylight. Scram! Ji Yao felt very uncomfortable being stared at by this young man and immediately shouted coldly. Huh? Your little temper is quite irritable, I like it. The young man's face was extremely thick. Ji Yao clearly did not care about what he said, but he had a look of pleasure on his face, his eyes flashing as if his appetite was aroused. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pulled Ji Yao behind him as he looked at the young man with a smile. The young man's face became cold as he snorted, Who are you? You aren't a disciple of my Netherworld sect, are you? Why have I never seen you before? Yang Kai said lightly, You don't need to worry about that, we came to Netherworld sect to collect some debts. Tell me, your sect master? Before Yang Kai could finish speaking, the young man suddenly seemed to have found a treasure and his eyes bulged as he stared straight at the Luan Feng standing to the side, licking his lips as he said, What a beautiful woman, this young master's luck is not shallow today. I've decided, you will serve me in bed tonight. Compared to Ji Yao, that ice-cold beauty, this young man seemed to prefer a mature and charming woman. Previously, his eyes had been attracted by Ji Yao, but now that he suddenly discovered the Luan Feng, he became excited and his breathing became slightly rapid as a wicked light flashed across his eyes. Saying so, he stretched out his hand to grab the Luan Feng. Looking at his posture, it seemed he wanted to forcefully capture the Luan Feng. Are young people nowadays so arrogant? Yang Kai was startled and quickly stepped aside. Courting death. The Luan Feng was furious. What kind of status did she have? Even if Netherworld Sect Master Fu Bo personally came here, he would still have to treat her with respect, but this so-called First Order Dao Source Realm youth actually dared to reach out his hand to her. Not only that, he even dared to speak obscenities and ask her to serve him in bed tonight. Even a clay figurine had a temper, let alone a divine spirit Luan Feng. While the young man reached out to grab the Luan Feng, he glanced at Yang Kai with both contempt and admiration in his eyes, as if he was saying that Yang Kai was very sensible. Just now, when Kai Yang had stepped aside, he had naturally seen it. He had thought that Kai Yang was afraid of him. This caused the young man's vanity to explode, and he said, "Little girl, you'd better not resist. This young master's grandfather is the great elder. If you obey this young master, you will enjoy endless benefits in the future." The Luan Feng snorted and struck out with her palm. Before the young man could react to what had happened, he was struck by the palm and exploded into a mist of blood, not even leaving behind a corpse. Ah! The woman who came with the young man instantly paled and covered her red lips with her hand, her beautiful eyes trembling violently. She couldn't believe her eyes as she stared at the pieces of flesh and blood that were falling from the sky. The grandson of the great elder, who had sworn an oath of eternal love with her at the foot of the mountain and promised her countless benefits, had died just like that? She hadn't even fulfilled those benefits yet, so how could he die like this? Even if he died, he should have given her the benefits first, otherwise, she would have suffered a great loss this time and been played for nothing. When she thought about how this pool of minced meat and blood was still wriggling and running amok on her body, the woman's face suddenly turned pale. She turned sideways and vomited. She vomited until the sky darkened and the earth darkened. Her eyes became dizzy. Chapter 26:14. Madame Feng, didn't you say you couldn't be too presumptuous in a human sect? Now you've killed the grandson of a great elder, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Yang Kai glanced at the cold Luan Feng. Luan Feng gritted her teeth. He's already bullying this queen, should I just let him touch me? After a pause, she angrily said, "Mr. Yang is also not a good person." "What are you saying?" Yang Kai was speechless. "What does this have to do with me? It's others who want to molest you, not me." Luan Feng glared at him. "Why did you move aside?" Kai Yang was fully capable of stopping what had just happened, but instead, he stepped aside, causing Luan Feng to become even angrier. If Yang Kai hadn't moved aside, she wouldn't have killed him in anger. "Ha!" Yang Kai dryly laughed. "It was just an instinctive reaction. He's just a piece of trash, so it's fine to kill him, Madame Feng doesn't need to care." Luan Feng's face was cold, but she still seemed to care. She suspected that Yang Kai had done this deliberately to drag her into the water. But now, she had killed the grandson of a great elder in a fit of anger, forming a grudge with the Netherworld sect. Do you know who he is?" On the other side, the woman who was used to vomiting finally recovered and accepted the fact that the grandson of a great elder had died tragically in front of her, but she still couldn't help but look at Yang Kai and the others in shock. These guys were too bold. They had killed the grandson of a great elder and acted as if nothing had happened. Not only did they not run away, but they even stood here and chatted. "I heard him when he introduced himself, so he's the grandson of a great elder." Yang Kai looked at the woman with a smile. The woman was completely stunned. Her peach blossom eyes, which were originally overflowing with spring, were now filled with shock. She didn't know what to say. But she knew one thing, the great elder wouldn't let them go. The great elder's bloodline was thin, and in the third generation, only this grandson was left. Unfortunately, this guy was ignorant and incompetent, and his aptitude wasn't very good. All he thought about was playing with women. Many senior sister and junior sisters in the sect had fallen into his evil hands. Some of them had taken the initiative to throw themselves into his arms, while others had been forced to be humiliated. Because he was the grandson of the great elder, he had abundant cultivation resources in his hands. Thus, there were many senior and junior sisters who had designs on him. They took the initiative to undress themselves in order to obtain some useful cultivation resources. She was one of them. As for those who were forced to be humiliated, they had no way to take revenge because that fellow had the protection of the great elder. However, this fellow was quite smart. The senior sister and junior sister who had been forced to humiliate her didn't have any status in the sect, so they had no one to complain to when they were wronged. As for those with status, he never used force. He always used benefits to entice them. Just like that, he had boarded the pirate ship. Who would have thought that after sacrificing her body, Not only would she not obtain any benefits at all, she even witnessed his death with her own eyes. Of course, this man and two women didn't have a good ending. He was afraid that he would be implicated as well. Thinking of the scene of the first elder's rage, the woman couldn't help but shudder, her face turning even paler. "Don't be afraid," Yang Kai said in a gentle voice. "We won't do anything to you." "What do you want?" the woman asked in a sobbing voice. "Where's your sect master Fu Bo now?" Yang Kai asked with a smile, but in the woman's eyes, that harmless smile was even more terrifying than a demon. She subconsciously pointed in a direction and said, "That mountain peak is where the sect master cultivates." "Oh." Yang Kai looked in the direction of her finger and nodded slightly. "Thank you." Saying so, he flew towards the mountain peak with Ji Yao and Luan Feng. The woman from the Netherworld sect stood there in a daze. After a long while, she suddenly shuddered and hurriedly flew towards another mountain peak. She had to quickly report what had just happened to the Great Elder. Otherwise, once the Great Elder investigated, she would undoubtedly die. At the summit of the mountain peak, the Yin Qi was dense. There seemed to be a huge array protecting this place, preventing the dense Yin Qi from leaking out. Inside this dense Yin Qi, one could faintly hear ghostly cries and howls, causing one's hair to stand on end. Just as Yang Kai's group of three arrived, an angry roar suddenly came from inside. "Who goes there?" "Fu Bo?" Yang Kai raised his brow and asked. "Junior, how dare you call this king by his name? Do you want to die?" The voice sounded again. "It looks like you are Fu Bo." Yang Kai grinned and stepped forward, directly blending into the Yin Qi and disappearing. Ji Yao and Luan Feng hurriedly followed. The Yin Qi that shrouded the mountain peak seemed to be used only for cultivation and had no defensive or hallucinatory properties. Yang Kai led Ji Yao and Luan Feng all the way in and suddenly opened up. A palace appeared before them. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai immediately felt a powerful aura inside the palace. As he walked in, he saw a tall and sturdy man standing there. His eyes were glaring at him with a gloomy expression. In any case, his Netherworld sect was one of the top forces in the eastern region. Even if it was compared to the entire star boundary, it would still be considered extraordinary. But now, someone had actually barged into his cultivation grounds. Naturally, Fu Bo was furious. Sweeping with his divine sense, he found that Yang Kai was just a first-order Emperor Realm Master and became even angrier. However, he was still the sect master of a sect, so his knowledge and experience were extraordinary. Seeing Yang Kai walk in calmly without the slightest hint of nervousness, Fu Bo subconsciously felt that this person's background was not small. Otherwise, how could he dare to call him by his name and break into this place? Why have you broken into my Netherworld sect?" Fu Bo asked with a cold snort. Yang Kai glanced around and smiled slightly. "This young master is Yang Kai. I wonder if sect master Fu has heard of me?" "Yang Kai?" Fu Bo frowned. "It sounds familiar." After thinking about it carefully, his expression changed and he shouted, "Are you Lu Xing's enemy?" Yin Luxing was his legacy disciple and Fu Bo had high hopes for him. Yin Luxing did not hide what happened in the Shattered Star Sea from him after he returned. He even mentioned the name Yang Kai. However, Fu Bo was too lazy to pay attention to the grievances of the younger generation and just told Yin Luxing to cultivate more so that he could personally take revenge in the future. But Yin Luxing was in a hurry and after staying in the Netherworld sect for a few days, he urged Hua Feichen to go with him to the ancient wildlands to find Yang Kai. After the news leaked, Fu Bo immediately asked Vice Sect Master Wu Yuan to lead a group of people to provide support, lest his disciple meet with an accident in the ancient wildlands. But what he did not expect was that before his disciple and Vice Sect Master returned, this boy named Yang Kai actually came. It seems that Sect Master Fu knows this young master. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and nodded. "Then this matter will be easy to handle." Fu Bo turned a deaf ear to this and his expression became gloomy as he slowly said, "As far as this king knows, Lu Xing went to find you. Did you see this king's good-for-nothing disciple along the way?" "I saw him." Yang Kai smiled. "There was a guy named Hua Feichen with him, who seems to be an elder of your noble sect." Fu Bo's heart instantly sank when he heard this, and he shouted in a low voice, "Where are they?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "Sect Master Fu seems to be a sensible person. They went to find this young master, but now this young master is here, unharmed. What do you think will happen to them? Sect Master Fu also said that your disciple was a good-for-nothing, so this young master decided to be merciful and help you clean up your sect. No need to be polite." Fu Bo's blood boiled as he shouted angrily, "That's impossible." Yang Kai said coldly, "Wu Yuanzheng said the same thing before he died." What? Fu Bo was really shocked this time. Even Vice Sect Master Wu died? After a while, Fu Bo suddenly calmed down and snorted lightly, "Ignorant brat, this king was almost fooled by you. With your weak cultivation, even Elder Hua could easily deal with you, so how could you kill Vice Sect Master Wu? What a joke." Yang Kai said lightly, "This young master's strength is indeed not as good as Wu Yuanzheng's, but I didn't say that I killed him. The one who killed him was someone else." Fu Bo frowned, feeling that Yang Kai was not lying. His heart skipped a beat and he quickly released his divine sense again to investigate the two women beside Yang Kai. The woman with the frigid aura had a good cultivation, actually a second-order Emperor Realm Master, which surprised Fu Bo. When he wanted to use his divine sense to investigate the Luan Feng again, he suddenly felt an extremely fierce divine sense approaching him, causing his face to pale in fright, and he couldn't help retreating a few steps in horror. "Who are you, honored guest?" It was only at this moment that he realized how unfathomable this beautiful woman was. Standing there, this woman gave him the feeling that he was facing great emperors. As the sect master of Netherworld sect, Fu Bo had met great emperors before. He had met the great emperors of Serene Soul more than once in the Eastern Territory. Every time he went to the Serene Soul Palace to meet the great emperors, Fu Bo's mood was exactly the same as it was now, extremely uneasy, as if this woman could take his life with a wave of her hand. This young man is actually accompanied by one of the great emperors? What is his background? Compared to this, Fu Bo was more interested in figuring out the identity of this beautiful woman. The Luan Feng snorted lightly and had no intention of introducing herself. After all, as a divine spirit, she shouldn't have come to a human sect, so if it wasn't necessary, she didn't want to expose her identity. "Sect Master Fu, do you believe me now?" Yang Kai looked at Fu Bo calmly. Fu Bo gulped and glanced at the Luan Feng with a look of dread, then glanced at Yang Kai, realizing that Yang Kai was the one in charge here, so he nodded and said, "With this master taking action, I'm afraid Wu Yuanzheng has no chance of surviving." With Wu Yuanzheng dead, Yin Lisheng and Hua Feichen naturally didn't have a chance to survive. What he didn't know was that Yin Lisheng and Hua Feichen were both killed by Yang Kai and had nothing to do with the Luan Feng. Sighing, Fu Bo said dejectedly, "Since my worthless disciple had eyes but failed to see and provoked your excellency, he deserved to die. Just, your excellency and my disciple had a personal grudge after all. Since he has already been executed, why did your excellency come to my Netherworld sect?" Chapter 26:15. Yin Lisheng provoked such a strong enemy and died. Although it was heart-wrenching, who told him not to open his eyes and take a closer look? He even implicated the Netherworld sect, causing them to lose 2 of the Emperor Realm's elders and a vice sect master. This time, the Netherworld sect's loss was huge. Fu Bo firmly believed that it was Luan Feng who killed those people, so he didn't dare to have any thoughts of revenge and his attitude softened. What he was most worried about now was whether the other party would give up. If they were unwilling to turn a big problem into a small one, then it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the Netherworld sect. The arrival of the great emperors was no joke. If they were not careful, the Netherworld sect might be removed from the star boundary. Yang Kai snorted and said, "Yin Lisheng provoked me time and time again. This young master is kind and merciful, so I let him go in the Shattered Star Sea, but I didn't expect that he would still try to find trouble with this young master, causing this young master a lot of trouble. You killed them all, so what trouble do you have? The one who is really troubled is this king, bastard." Fu Bo was furious in his heart, but he didn't dare to refute. As the saying goes, it is the father's fault if the child is not taught well. A teacher for a day is a father for life. Although Yin Lusheng is dead, your responsibility as his master is not small. If you had taught him well, he would not have been so stubborn and narrow-minded. It's coming, this matter really implicates the Netherworld sect and me. Although he had expected this, after hearing Yang Kai's words, Fu Bo still felt deep resentment, wishing he had never accepted Yin Lusheng as his disciple, but now that things had come to this, it was impossible for him to escape. What does your excellency want? Fu Bo sighed. Luan Feng stood behind Yang Kai, glaring at him, making his hair stand on end. He was afraid that if he said something wrong, it would make the other party unhappy. Take this opportunity to make things difficult. Yang Kai snorted and said, the mental trauma and physical and mental torture your disciple brought to this young master cannot be erased. Even now, when this young master thinks about it, his heart palpitates and he can't eat or sleep in peace. That memory is like a ghost haunting me, impossible to drive away. Fu Bo raised his hand to interrupt him and said dejectedly, Sir, please state your price. He could tell that Yang Kai didn't really come here to do anything to the Netherworld sect and him, the sect master. Instead, it seemed like they were here to blackmail him. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. If he could pay a price to make the other party give up, he could accept it. However, this price would not be small. Yang Kai squinted his eyes and said angrily, Sovereign Fu, aren't you looking down on us too much? Do you think this young master can be bribed so easily? Fu Bo was startled. Could he have misunderstood? He couldn't help but panic. He had no idea what Yang Kai wanted to do by coming to the Netherworld sect. On the other side, Yang Kai suddenly changed the subject, stroking his chin and saying, But, if Sect Master Fu is really sincere, then this young master may be willing to settle this matter peacefully. When Fu Bo heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing Yang Kai speak so righteously just now, she thought that he was a man of principles. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, this fox's tail would be exposed? In the end, he was here to blackmail him. Fu Bo's expression turned ugly as he asked, I wonder, how sincere is your excellency's request? Yang Kai said lightly, if I can get a few tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of source crystals, this young master might forget about those people from your noble sect and be able to sleep peacefully in the future. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions. Fu Bo was shocked, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he asked, mid-rank source crystals? What a joke! Yang Kai's expression became angry. Glaring at Fu Bo, he said, It seems that Sect Master Fu's sincerity is not enough to extinguish this young master's anger. Madame Feng. He shouted angrily. Luan Feng immediately stepped forward and said, What is Senior Yang's order? Wait. When Fu Bo saw the Luan Feng step forward, he was startled and hurriedly raised his hand to stop her. Cold sweat poured down his back like a waterfall as he asked weakly, Your Excellency, are you referring to high-rank source crystals? Yang Kai sneered, Why does Sect Master Fu have to pretend to be confused? Fu Bo couldn't help gulping, only now understanding how big Yang Kai's appetite was. Tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of high-rank source crystals, it wasn't that the Netherworld sect couldn't afford it, but it would definitely hurt them. Although the Netherworld sect was one of the top sects in the Eastern Territory. They also controlled a lot of source crystal loads and produced a lot of source crystals every year, but with so many disciples and so many assets, their consumption was also high. If they really met Yang Kai's needs, the cultivation resources of the disciples would be greatly reduced in the next few years. Fu Bo was furious. His sect's vice-sect master, 2 great elders, and even a legacy disciple had been killed, yet his enemy had come to blackmail him and demanded an exorbitant price. Anyone in his position would feel uncomfortable, but his fists were not as big as his enemies. Just as Fu Bo was hesitating, a voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Sect Master, Zhou Yong requests an audience. Great Elder. Fu Bo frowned, not knowing why his great elder had come here at this time. At this moment, he was like a dragon swimming in shallow water, so naturally he didn't want others to see his embarrassment. However, after thinking about it for a moment, it was better to have more people present. With Great Elder here, Perhaps he could recover some of his losses. After all, Great Elder was not an outsider. Thinking so, Fu Bo opened his mouth and said, "Come in." To the side, Yang Kai glanced at Luan Feng with a smile on his face. Luan Feng's expression was cold as she snorted lightly. When she had just entered the Netherworld sect, Luan Feng had killed a man who was obsessed with women and wanted to kidnap her. That man had also introduced himself, saying that he was the grandson of the Great Elder. Now that the Great Elder of the Netherworld sect had suddenly come in person, how could she not know what he was here for? He was clearly here for revenge. In fact, this was indeed the case. After the charming woman who had followed the man who had been killed gave Yang Kai and the others directions, she immediately went to see the Great Elder and reported everything that had happened. The Great Elder was furious. After learning that Yang Kai and the others had come to find Fu Bo, he naturally hurried here. His grandson had been killed in the sect. How could he accept this? Not to mention that it was his only grandson. The hatred of his grandson was absolutely irreconcilable. Just the other party's arrogant behavior was tantamount to slapping his old face. Outside the hall, Zhou Yong walked in with a cold expression, the murderous intent in his eyes almost tangible. After greeting Fu Bo, he immediately looked at the two women standing behind Yang Kai. He had heard from the disciple of the Third Order Dao Source Realm that the one who had killed his grandson was a dignified and graceful woman. Luan Feng and Ji Yao's temperaments were very different, so Zhou Yong quickly determined who the murderer was. At this moment, Fu Bo frowned, thinking about how to explain the situation to the Great Elder so that he could come up with an idea, so he did not notice Zhou Yong's anger and murderous intent. Without waiting for him to come back to his senses, Zhou Yong suddenly roared out, "Lowly slave, was it you who killed this king's grandson?" "Hm?" Fu Bo was startled and looked up at Zhou Yong, asking in horror, "Great Elder, what are you saying? Did he hear wrong? The Great Elder actually called her a cheap slave?" Zhou Yong stretched out his hand and pointed at Luan Feng standing behind Yang Kai, angrily shouting, "Sect Master, it was this cheap woman who killed Zhou Ji in the sect. That was this elder's only grandson." "Zhou Ji?" Fu Bo frowned, that ignorant and incompetent guy. He obviously knew who Zhou Ji was. After all, he was the Great Elder's grandson. If it had been an ordinary disciple, he would not have remembered him. After all, with his status, how could he care about a small First-Order Dao Source realm? But Zhou Ji was different. He was the Great Elder's grandson. Fu Bo had long heard of this person and knew that this guy was ignorant and incompetent. Relying on the Great Elder's support, he often ran amok. However, this boy had never damaged the foundation of the sect, nor had he harmed any of the female disciples with outstanding aptitude, so out of respect for the Great Elder, Fu Bo did not bother to interfere. Who would have thought that the debauchee would actually be killed by someone, and even killed in his own sect? The person who killed him was the expert that even he was afraid of. Zhou Yong said with a pained expression, although Zhou was ignorant and incompetent, he was still young. With this old master's personal guidance, he could have become a great talent in the future. But today he died. Killed by this cheap woman, my Zhou family has no more descendants. Fu Bo's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, quietly observing Luan Feng's reaction as he shouted, "Great Elder, shut up." She was in existence on the level of a heavenly emperor. How could Zhou Yong be so blind as to insult her time and time again? How could he possibly have a good ending if he had angered her so much? For a moment, Fu Bo's intestines turned green with regret. If he had known this would happen, how could he have let Zhou Yong in? Not only did he fail to help, he even added to the chaos. Zhou Yong angrily shouted, "Sect Master, even if they are your guests, this old master must avenge my grandson." He thought that Yang Kai and the others could stand here because of Fu Bo's guests. But even if they were Fu Bo's guests, he was not afraid. As a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master and the Netherworld sect's Great Elder, Zhou Yong believed that the Sect Master would stand on his side. But the situation was completely different from what he expected. Fu Bo's face was gloomy as he shouted angrily, "Great Elder, please consider the overall situation." "Overall situation?" Zhou Yong sneered. "This old master has no more descendants. What overall situation is there?" Today, sect master, please grant this old master's wish, but if you don't, this old master will leave the Netherworld sect to kill these people. Fu Bo trembled as he realized that he was in trouble, his face turning ugly as he said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" The vice sect master was already dead, and so were the two elders. If the great elder left the sect as well, the strength of the Netherworld sect would definitely plummet. At that time, even with a third-order Emperor Realm sect master like him, he would not be able to save the sect. I hope sect master will grant my request. Zhou Yong cupped his fists and shouted with a firm attitude. What he said just now was just a retreat in order to advance. He did not really want to leave the Netherworld sect. After all, he had devoted his entire life to the Netherworld sect. How could it be so easy for him to leave? Chapter 26:16. Zhou Yong believed that as long as he showed the slightest bit of determination, the sect master would definitely grant him his wish. After all, he had worked hard for the sect for so many years. Great Elder Zhou, is it? At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly chuckled and looked at him with a playful expression. Why don't you tell sect master Fu why your grandson died? Fu Bo was startled. That's right. As soon as Zhou Yong came in, he accused the great emperors of killing his grandson. But why would the great emperors attack a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator for no reason? Normally, they wouldn't even look at him, let alone make a move. Zhou Yong snorted. No matter what Ji did wrong, you can't kill him. Yang Kai was startled and was speechless. After a long time, he gave a thumbs up and praised, Great Elder is indeed domineering. Zhou Yong said angrily, is this king's grandson? It's pardonable for him to make some small mistakes, but you all killed him. Today, this old man has come here to take your lives and avenge my small mistakes. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Fu Bo and said, Sect Master Fu, that Zhou Ji was lustful and wanted to kidnap this Lady Feng beside this young master to serve him. Sect Master Fu, what do you think? Serve him? Fu Bo was shocked. His forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and his eyes were spinning. He felt that there was no more light in this world. In front of this Lady Feng, even he had to be obedient and not dare to act rashly. That Zhou Ji actually dared to kidnap her? And wanted her to serve him? This was courting death. Only now did he finally understand why the great emperors would attack a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. And with his understanding of Zhou Ji, that hedonistic son of a rich family could really do such a thing. Yang Kai looked at Zhou Yong with a smile. He said, Today this young master has finally witnessed Great Elder's might. As expected of someone from a large sect, the way you speak is completely different. It's really an eye-opener. As you said, if that grandson of yours is still alive and you personally teach him, he will be able to do so. In the future, he would definitely become a great man. After all, like grandfather, like grandson. It's useless to talk about this now. Zhou Yong coldly stared at Yang Kai, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Only death can quell the anger in this old man's heart. Turning around, he looked at Fu Bo and said in a low voice, Please grant my wish, sect master. Fu Bo's expression sank as he silently cursed the great elder for being so blind today. Just as he was about to send him a secret sound transmission to explain the Luanfeng's strength, a voice suddenly rang out. Yang Kai suddenly spoke up, Sect Master Fu, since this great elder is willing to leave your sect in order to kill me, why don't you fulfill his wish? If you continue to obstruct us like this, I'm afraid no one will be happy. When Fu Bo heard this, how could he not understand what Yang Kai meant? He sighed heavily. He sighed heavily and closed his eyes. It was as if he had nothing to do with this matter. Many thanks, Sect Master. Zhou Yong was overjoyed. Turning around, the Emperor Qi in his body fiercely surged as he viciously slapped towards the place where Yang Kai and the others were standing. From the looks of it, it was as if he wanted to kill Kai Yang and the others with a single slap. How dare a speck of light compete for glory? The Luanfeng coldly snorted. She didn't seem to move, but her body suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai and she raised her hand, sending a jet black flame towards Zhou Yong. As soon as the jet black flame appeared, It gave off an aura that seemed capable of incinerating all things. The power of Zhou Yong's palm collapsed. Suddenly, it collapsed. His entire body shook violently, and his body was full of flaws. What? Zhou Yong's face changed drastically as his eyes filled with horror. The aura of death rushed towards him as he cried out in alarm, "Sect Master, save me!" He finally realized that he had kicked an iron plate. The strength of this dignified and beautiful woman far exceeded his own. She was not someone he could contend against at all. Fu Bo's closed eyes suddenly opened, but before he could say anything, Yang Kai said coldly, "Sect Master Fu, it's best if you don't draw fire to yourself." Fu Bo's heart jumped and he swallowed the words he was about to say. Ah! A scream rang out as the wisp of world-extinguishing black flame turned into a ball of fire that wrapped around Zhou Yong and burned him. Just like before Wu Yuanjing's death, the more desperately Zhou Yong urged his Emperor Qi, the fiercer the flames on his body burned, as if his Emperor Qi had become fuel. "Sect Master?" Zhou Yong was still screaming miserably and desperately, still trying to call for help. Although Fu Bo couldn't bear it in his heart, he didn't dare to intervene and could only watch with a gloomy expression. After a full 10 breaths of time, Zhou Yong turned into a pile of ash and the wisp of world-extinguishing black flame was summoned back by the Luan Feng. The current great elder of the Netherworld sect had died. After venting her anger, the Luan Feng still seemed to be angry and glared at Yang Kai. "Mr. Yang, this mistress has forgotten his space ring again." How was this forgetting? This was clearly intentional because she knew that even if she killed Zhou Yong, the space ring would never fall into her hands. In the end, it would only benefit Yang Kai, so she simply melted it down. Yang Kai was largely responsible for today's events. The Luan Feng was obviously still angry about Yang Kai stepping aside and forcing her to kill that playboy disciple. If it weren't for Yang Kai stepping aside, there wouldn't have been so much trouble today. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said embarrassedly, "It's fine, it's fine." Seeing Yang Kai like this, the Luan Feng's angry mood calmed down significantly. Speaking of which, this man had the protection of that Heaven Punisher descendant, so she really shouldn't have shown him any disrespect. But now that Yang Kai wasn't angry at all, Luan Feng felt that he was a good person. Turning his head, Yang Kai looked at Fu Bo and asked, "Sect Master Fu, Lady Feng killed your noble sect's great elder. Do you have any objections?" Not only did he not have any objections, he had a huge objection. The sect's 3 great emperors were third-order elders, and now he was the only one left. How could he not have any objections? But so what if he had objections? Fu Bo saw the Luan Feng attack with his own eyes and recognized the origin of that black flame. When he heard Yang Kai call her Lady Feng, he faintly guessed the Luan Feng's identity. Divine Spirit Luan Feng. She was one of the 4 holy masters of the ancient wildlands and had 8 monster king subordinates. The left and right divine envoys were no weaker than him. Although they weren't great emperors, they were comparable to great emperors and were existences he couldn't afford to provoke. If he angered her, she could just casually send a few monster kings over and easily destroy the Netherworld sect. Feeling bitter in his heart, Fu Bo forced a smile and said, "Zhou Yong has already left this sect and is no longer a member. Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with this sect." His heart was also full of doubts. How could the dignified divine spirit Luan Feng be willing to follow behind a human cultivator and be ordered around at will? What kind of hidden background did this Yang Kai have? Yang Kai looked at Fu Bo meaningfully and smiled. "Sect Master Fu is really a wise man. Since that's the case, let's continue to talk about compensation." "No need," Fu Bo smiled bitterly. "This Fu will definitely satisfy your excellency." Previously, when he heard Yang Kai demand an exorbitant price, he wanted to bargain, but now he just wanted to send these demons away as soon as possible. His own sect's disciple had taken a fancy to the Luan Feng's beauty and wanted to kidnap her. It was already fortunate that the other party didn't get angry and destroy his entire sect, so how could he dare to be long-winded? While speaking, Fu Bo took out a communication artifact from his space ring and poured his divine sense into it, obviously communicating with someone. After putting away the communication artifact, Fu Bo forced a smile and said, Please wait a moment. Yang Kai nodded and suddenly said with a serious expression, Sect Master Fu, this young master actually came to the Netherworld sect for two matters. The first matter has already been completed, but the second matter needs to be discussed with Sect Master Fu. Fu Bo's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know what other tricks Yang Kai had up his sleeves, so he asked nervously, What other instructions does your excellency have? Yang Kai smiled and said, Sect Master Fu, don't be so nervous. To Sect Master Fu, this second matter was as easy as lifting a finger. In fact, I want to borrow your noble sect's space array. Borrow the space array? Fu Bo's mood relaxed, feeling as if he had suddenly ascended from hell to heaven, and he said with relief, No problem, no problem. He had been wondering what the other party's second matter was, but it turned out that it was just borrowing the space array. Where does your excellency want to go? Fu Bo asked tentatively. Yang Kai said, The Northern Territory. The Northern Territory is so far. Fu Bo frowned and said, Although my sect's space array can be considered a large-scale array, it can't teleport directly to the Northern Territory. If you want to go directly to the Northern Territory, you must use a territory crossing space array. As far as this Fu knows, in the entire Eastern Territory, only the Serene Soul Palace has a territory crossing space array, and it is something that has been passed down since ancient times. The Serene Soul Palace has a territory crossing space array? Yang Kai raised his brow, seeming a little surprised. This Fu has only heard of it and has never seen it with his own eyes. Yang Kai nodded. Not to mention that Fu Bo had only heard about it, even if Serene Soul Palace really had a cross-domain space array, Yang Kai wouldn't use it. The Serene Soul Palace was guarded by the Serene Soul Great Emperors, so it wasn't a place that just anyone could go and cause trouble. Moreover, Yang Kai had a conflict with the Serene Soul Great Emperor's daughter, Yao Lin. Last time, the Serene Soul Great Emperors didn't make things difficult for him, so if he really sent himself to their doorstep, who knew what the consequences would be? Since we can't cross territory, then help me teleport to the closest place to the Eastern Territory, Yang Kai said. No problem, this Fu will personally arrange it for your excellency later, Fu Bo promised. Mr. Yang wants to go to the Eastern Territory? Luan Feng listened for a while before asking. Yang Kai nodded and glanced at Ji Yao. Ji Yao's current state was unstable. Although she had always mistaken him for Senior Bing Yun and was always obedient around him, who knew when her mind would become chaotic again? Yang Kai wanted to go to the Northern Territory to send Ji Yao back to Ice Heart Valley. With Bing Yun personally taking care of her, perhaps Ji Yao would be able to recover. This kind of thing couldn't be delayed, so Yang Kai could only deal with it first. Chapter 26:17. Turning his head, Yang Kai smiled and said, Madam Feng, do you want to come with us? The Northern Territory's scenery is beautiful, and there are many outstanding people here. It would be nice to go and take a look. In your dreams? Luan Feng rolled her eyes at him. This guy wants to use me as a free bodyguard? How hateful. Originally, she could have just sent him out of the ancient lands, but she had no choice but to accompany him to the Netherworld sect. Now, who would want to go to the Northern Territory with him? If you don't want to go, then don't go. What are you getting angry for? Yang Kai rubbed his nose. Fu Bo watched from the side with trepidation. He really couldn't understand Yang Kai's origins and why he had such a close relationship with the divine spirit Luan Feng. However, he knew one thing, and that was that this young man must not be provoked. After waiting for less than half an hour, a woman's voice came from outside the hall. Sect Master, subordinate requests an audience. Come in. Fu Bo hurriedly said. After staying here with Yang Kai and Luan Feng for half an hour, Fu Bo felt like there was a thorn in his back, but at this moment, it was as if he had seen his savior, his face filled with joy. Following the sound of footsteps, a woman in palace attire walked in from outside. This woman was extremely beautiful, dressed in a dignified and calm manner, and her cultivation was at the second-order emperor realm. It seemed that her status in the Netherworld sect was not low. After entering the hall, the woman glanced curiously at Yang Kai and the others, wondering who this man and two women were and why they were staying in the sect master's retreat. As far as she knew, This place was not a place that just anyone could enter. Even elders like them were not usually summoned and had no chance to set foot here. Where are the things? Fu Bo looked at the beautiful woman and asked. The beautiful woman quickly replied, "They are ready." While speaking, she handed a space ring to Fu Bo. Fu Bo took it. Sweeping it with his divine sense, a faint pained look appeared on his face, but he quickly restrained himself and waved to the beautiful woman, "You may leave." Sect Master. The beautiful woman, however, did not leave immediately. Instead, she looked at Fu Bo curiously and asked, "Why are you suddenly in such a hurry to get 100 million high-rank source crystals?" As the manager of the entire Netherworld sect, the beautiful woman was in charge of the sect's storehouse and all the cultivation materials. Although she had taken out the 100 million high-rank source crystals from the storehouse, it was still not enough. However, he had no choice but to ask about its purpose. After all, the quantity was simply too large. Without 100 million high-rank source crystals, all the disciples' cultivation resources would be greatly reduced in the next few years. When the time came, the disciples would complain, and the one who would be criticized would be her, the chief steward. Cultivate. Fu Bo replied indifferently without even raising his eyelids. The beautiful woman stared blankly for a moment before exclaiming in joy, "Sect Master, could it be that you?" Fu Bo waved his hand. "Don't ask so many questions." The beautiful woman hurriedly cupped her fists and said, "Yes." However, there was a trace of unconcealable joy between her brows. She thought that the sect master had taken so many source crystals because he sensed the hope of a breakthrough. Fu Bo was already a third-order Emperor Realm Master. If he broke through, he would be at the level of the great emperors. If Fu Bo really became one of the great emperors, then the Netherworld sect would definitely rise in status. Compared to the sect master's cultivation, what was a mere 100 million high-rank source crystals? The beautiful woman immediately felt relieved. "Then, this subordinate will take her leave." The beautiful woman bowed respectfully and was about to leave. "And prepare the space array on the way. This king will send these guests away in a moment," Fu Bo instructed. The beautiful woman obeyed. He left joyfully. After the beautiful woman left, Fu Bo showed a trace of embarrassment and threw the space ring in his hand to Yang Kai. As the current sect master of the Netherworld sect, he couldn't lie in front of Yang Kai and the others no matter how thick his face was. However, what else could he do? Tell his subordinates that he had been blackmailed? He really didn't have the face to say that. Yang Kai took the space ring and swept it with his divine sense, but he didn't count it carefully and just put it away. He believed that Fu Bo wouldn't play any tricks. If he said 100 million high-rank source crystals, then it was 100 million high-rank source crystals. Having suddenly obtained a windfall, Yang Kai was in a good mood. Counting the income he obtained in the ancient wildlands last time, he had more than 700 million high-rank source crystals in his hands. This number was simply too terrifying. Sect Master Fu is really sincere. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Since Sect Master Fu is so sincere, then this young master's grievances with the Netherworld sect will be written off. From now on, the well water will not interfere with the river water. What does Sect Master Fu think?" "Very good, very good. How could Fu Bo dare to say no?" Yang Kai said. "Then, the second matter will require the help of your noble sect. Please follow me." Fu Bo didn't hesitate and hurriedly led the way. Outside the palace, the group of four immediately flew off in a certain direction. When they arrived at a mountain peak, Fu Bo led Yang Kai and the others down to the flat ground where a palace stood. Before entering, Yang Kai felt a clear fluctuation of space force. This was the fluctuation of a space array being activated. It seemed that the beautiful woman who had left before had made preparations. After entering the palace, the Netherworld sect disciples guarding the space array immediately saluted respectfully. The beautiful woman who had delivered the space ring also hurried over and cupped her fists. "Sect Master, everything has been prepared. We don't know where the target is." "Mysterious Armor City," Fu Bo said lightly. The beautiful woman nodded and turned around to signal the several disciples standing next to the space array, who immediately set about adjusting it. After a short while, the space array was fully adjusted. Fu Bo smiled and stretched out his hand. "This way, please." Yang Kai led Ji Yao forward and stood in the center of the space array before turning to Luan Feng with a smile and asking, "Madam Feng, are you sure you don't want to come with me?" Luan Feng replied expressionlessly, "Have a safe trip, Senior Yang." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Then I must thank Madam Feng for escorting me. If there is time in the future, this young master will visit again to express his gratitude." The corners of Luan Feng's mouth twitched as she squeezed out a forced smile, but she didn't say anything. At this moment, the more one spoke, the more mistakes one would make. Silence was king. Yang Kai turned his head and said to the Netherworld sect disciples, "Begin." The several disciples glanced at Fu Bo, and after Fu Bo nodded, they fully activated the space array. A strong light flashed and the high-rank source crystal placed on the space array was instantly drained of its energy and turned into a pile of dust. After the light disappeared, the figures of Yang Kai and Ji Yao also disappeared. "Phew." Luan Feng exhaled softly, thinking that she had finally sent this little ancestor away. For a moment, she was in a good mood and a smile blossomed on her face. Turning around, he didn't even have the intention to say goodbye to Fu Bo. He directly left the palace and flew away. Fu Bo led a group of Netherworld sect disciples to the entrance of the palace and cupped his fists to see her off. "Sect master?" The beautiful woman wore a blank expression at this moment because she found that her sect master was extremely respectful and fearful of that woman. Others didn't even pay attention to him, yet he ran out to see her off. "That woman just now, who was she?" The beautiful woman couldn't help asking the question in her heart. Before Fu Bo had time to answer, a loud cry suddenly came from the distant sky, melodious and clear, resounding through the sky. Vaguely, there was a huge object flying in the clouds, and it quickly disappeared. Sure enough, Fu Bo's eyes couldn't help narrowing as a sense of lingering fear appeared in his heart. Although he had some guesses about Luan Feng's identity before, he hadn't confirmed them. Now that he heard the cry and saw the behemoth in the clouds with his own eyes, how could he not know that his guess was correct? That woman really was a saint venerable of the ancient land. Ordinary martial artists didn't know much about the situation within these ancient lands, but once one's cultivation reached Fu Bo's level, they would be able to learn some secrets through various channels, including the division of forces within the savage, desolate ancient land. If it weren't for the 4 Saint Venerables and the 32 Monster King, the ancient land would have been divided up by the great forces of the star boundary. "Don't ask too much, just do your own thing," Fu Bo replied indifferently. The beautiful woman respectfully replied before suddenly asking, "By the way, sect master, I heard from this disciple that Great Elder went to your place. Why didn't I see him?" The corner of Fu Bo's mouth twitched as he sighed heavily. "Zhou Yong is dead." "What?" The beautiful woman turned pale with fright as she asked in horror, "Great Elder is dead? Who killed him?" "He provoked someone he shouldn't have." Fu Bo explained briefly before looking at the beautiful woman and saying, "Elder Zhua, your curiosity is too strong." After saying that, his figure flashed and turned into a stream of light as he flew back to his place of seclusion. The beautiful woman surnamed Zhua still stood there in a daze, as if she hadn't digested the news of Great Elder's death, her face filled with shock. If she knew that even the vice sect master was dead, how would she feel? Black Armor City, located at the border of the Eastern Territory, was only 50,000 kilometers away from the Northern Territory. Above the city's space array, the figures of Yang Kai and Ji Yao appeared. Before the two of them could stabilize themselves, a swift and fierce palm strike came over, accompanied by a loud laugh. "This person is mine." "HM?" Yang Kai was stunned and turned his head to see a burly man with a full beard flying towards his chest. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of enmity this man had with him. However, Yang Kai was sure that he had never seen this burly man before. "Sha Yong, the man is yours, the woman is mine." "Hiss, this woman is so beautiful we're in for a treat." Another man's voice sounded, followed by another figure rushing towards Ji Yao, his face full of lust, as if he couldn't wait to capture Ji Yao and have a good time with her. The burly man named Sha Yong didn't seem to care much about Ji Yao before, But now hearing this, he quickly sized her up and found that she was really beautiful, especially that cold temperament that kept people thousands of miles away, making it easy for people to have thoughts of conquering her. Sha Yong turned around and rushed towards Ji Yao, shouting, "Change one, change one. Gu Peng, you stole a woman last time, this time it's Uncle Sha's turn." Chapter 26:18. While speaking, Sha Yong and Gu Peng had already arrived in front of Ji Yao, each of them reaching out to grab her. Ji Yao's expression suddenly turned cold, and with a clanging sound, her sword flashed and blood splashed out. Accompanied by two miserable cries, the two who had flown over were sent flying backwards like arrows, their faces extremely pale. Asterisk pa pa. Asterisk two severed arms fell to the ground. My arm. Sha Yong looked at the severed arms on the ground and seemed to have only just realized that one of his arms had been cut off and cried out in panic. Gu Peng's expression was not much better. What the hell? You dare to jump out and court death with this little bit of cultivation? Yang Kai looked at the two with a strange expression, completely puzzled. Previously, when these two people had rushed over in such a threatening manner, one wanting a man and one wanting a woman, Yang Kai had thought that they were very strong, but after sweeping them with his divine sense, he discovered that these two were only from the third-order Dao source realm. Gu Peng looked at Yang Kai and Ji Yao in horror. How did you recover so quickly? Yang Kai frowned, not understanding what he meant, but after thinking about it he suddenly understood and said with a smile, "Did you think that there would be some side effects from being teleported here? No matter how far the teleportation distance was, it would more or less cause the cultivator to feel a little dizzy. This was the side effect of teleportation. In this state, the cultivator's reaction and perception would become extremely sluggish, making it the easiest time for someone to launch a sneak attack. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the space arrays of major cities were guarded by the city lord's mansion's cultivator. Firstly, they were responsible for protecting the space array from being destroyed. Secondly, they were responsible for protecting the cultivator who was teleported here from being ambushed. However, the space array of this profound first city was not like this. It was located in the center of the city and there were no guards nearby. However, there were a few people who wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune and run amok here. The people called Sha Yong and Gu Peng wanted to take advantage of Yang Kai and Ji Yao's slow reaction to launch a sneak attack. Who would have thought that they would end up kicking an iron plate? Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space. He had already used the Tao of space to protect himself and Ji Yao when they were teleported to the Netherworld sect. How could a mere teleportation affect him? Why is this happening? Sha Yong was also puzzled. His expression was extremely ugly. Because this young master is powerful. Yang Kai grinned, but that smile made Sha Yong and Gu Peng tremble with fear. Master, please spare my life. Master, please spare my life. Sha Yong immediately begged for mercy. However, Gu Peng's expression flickered as he turned around to escape. Pumph! Ji Yao coldly snorted, the long sword in her hand turned, and with a throw, it transformed into a sword light that pierced towards Gu Peng, catching up to him in an instant. His heart was pierced through, and he fell to the ground, dead. As a second-order Emperor Realm Master, Ji Yao didn't need to use her true strength to deal with a cultivator from the third-order Dao Source realm. Seeing this, Sha Yong's face turned even paler, his legs trembling as he cried, "I beg the two master. Please spare my dog life." Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. He said coldly, "You seem to have done a lot of sneak attacks and robberies." No, this is my first time, really my first time." Sha Yong raised his head and said pitifully. Yang Kai said, "If you often walk by the river, how can your shoes not get wet? Since you have entered this line of work, you should have the corresponding awareness. You are too young, don't do this kind of thing in your next life." Next life? Sha Yong was stunned, his eyes filled with horror, but before he could react, Ji Yao had already struck out with her palm and turned him into a meat paste. The surrounding cultivators all kept quiet out of fear as they stared at the beautiful yet cold woman who killed people like scything flax. They were all terrified, afraid that her murderous intent would rise and she would turn this place upside down. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took the 2 space rings, but he didn't look at what was inside. These were the space rings of a cultivator from the 3rd order Dao Source realm, so he really didn't care about them. No matter what, he was now a rich man, so he turned his head and said to Ji Yao indifferently, "Let's go." Ji Yao nodded and flew out with him. After leaving Profound Armor City, Yang Kai pointed in a direction and said, "Yao, that should be the way to the Northern Territory. Do you know the way back to Ice Heart Valley?" Ji Yao nodded, "I do." "Then lead the way, Master needs to cultivate for a while," Yang Kai ordered. At the same time, he threw out his small wooden boat, landed on it, and called out to Ji Yao. Unexpectedly, Ji Yao glanced at the small wooden boat and said embarrassedly, "Master, it's better to use Yao's flight-type artifact. Yours doesn't seem to be very good." Yang Kai was embarrassed. This small wooden boat was given to him by Jiao Feng in the past. It was Dao Source grade high rank. Yang Kai used to think that it was quite good, but now that he had broken through to the Emperor realm, this small wooden boat didn't match his status. Ji Yao obviously saw the quality of this small wooden boat, which was why she said so. Since she had a good one, Yang Kai didn't refuse. He nodded and put away his small wooden boat, so as not to embarrass himself. Ji Yao pursed her lips and smiled, as if she had sensed Yang Kai's thoughts. She waved her hand and a small, exquisite boat appeared in front of Yang Kai. This boat wasn't big, only about 10 meters long, but it was exquisitely built. At a glance, it was obvious that it was made by a great master. Rich world energy fluctuations fluctuated on the boat. It was undoubtedly an extraordinary emperor artifact. Yang Kai didn't expect that Ji Yao, who had been crazy all these years, would have such a treasure in her hands. "Master, please." Ji Yao gestured with her hand. Yang Kai pretended to be dignified and nodded before flying onto the boat. "Master, find a room to rest. Leave the rest of the journey to Yao." Ji Yao volunteered. "Okay." Yang Kai nodded and walked into the cabin with his hands behind his back. He found a room and entered it. Before he could sit down cross-legged, he felt the boat shake slightly and immediately flew up like a bolt of lightning. Its speed was much faster than his small wooden boat. Not only was it fast, but the crux of the matter was that it was comfortable to stay in this ship. It was unlike his small wooden boat. If he didn't activate the wooden boat's protective shield, his face would be blown out of shape by the wind. It looks like I need to find a better flight-type artifact. Otherwise, I won't even have a means of transportation in the future. In fact, he still had a Sea King shuttle in his hand. Its grade wasn't low and it was brought out of the solitary void-sealed world. However, that thing was good for sailing in the deep sea, but it was much worse for traveling. In terms of speed, it might not even be as fast as his small wooden boat. After sorting out his thoughts, Yang Kai entered the sealed world bead again to check. Ever since Ruoshi forced the stone fire essence into his embodiment, it had been in a deep sleep, sitting cross-legged without moving. Yang Kai didn't know when it would truly be able to fully integrate with the stone fire essence. Yang Kai then went to the medicine garden to take a look and found that the spirit grasses and medicines in the medicine garden were also thriving. The medicinal efficacies of the more than 100,000 emperor-grade spirit medicines he obtained from the ancient wildlands were no longer deteriorating. The entire small sealed world was quiet, making Yang Kai feel a little lost. Every time he came here before, there was Ruoshi, Lu Yen, Sister Hua. Now, only the embodiment was left, and it was still in a deep sleep. There wasn't even anyone to welcome him. Shaking his head and sighing for a while, Yang Kai left the small sealed world. Sitting in the side room, Yang Kai took out a large number of high-rank source crystals and some of the emperor-grade spirit pills he refined last time. Only then did he silently circulate his secret art and enter retreat to cultivate. Everything he encountered in the ancient wildlands, especially the feeling of powerlessness in the face of the divine spirit Stonefire, made Yang Kai feel an urgent thirst for power. Now that he had some free time, he naturally couldn't wait to enter a state of cultivation. For a time, the extremely rich world energy almost materialized, filling the entire side room and being absorbed into Yang Kai's body at a rate visible to the naked eye. The energy contained in high-rank source crystals was extremely huge, But even so, Yang Kai's consumption was extremely terrifying. Piles of source crystals turned into dust, and Emperor-grade spirit pills were consumed one after another, increasing Yang Kai's strength constantly. After an unknown amount of time had passed, the ship suddenly shook and came to a stop. Yang Kai was disturbed and woke up from his cultivation. He couldn't help but frown, not knowing what happened. Before he could release his divine sense to investigate, Jiyao's voice came from outside, extremely cold, "Get out of my way." As soon as her voice fell, an old voice immediately followed, "Young lady, please make things convenient. Young lady Shueman seems to like your ship very much. Could you please part with it? Of course, the price will definitely not disappoint you. Get out of my way." Jiyao ignored him and just coldly said 2 words. The old voice seemed to be a little angry as it said, "Young lady, why must you keep people at arm's length? Young lady Shueman wants your ship for your own good. In recent years, the Northern Territory has not been peaceful, so if you drive such a beautiful ship through the city, I'm afraid it will easily attract the attention of others. If you attract some bad guys, I'm afraid your fate will be bleak." That's right, young lady, making things convenient for others is also making things convenient for yourself. The price will definitely not disappoint you, another younger voice sounded. What's the situation? Yang Kai asked as he walked out of the ship and stood beside Ji Yao on the deck. Looking up, Yang Kai saw a group of 3 people blocking the way ahead. A man, a woman, and an old man. The man and woman seemed to be a couple, looking very intimate. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful, making them a golden couple, but the look in their eyes ruined the impression they gave off. The man looked at Ji Yao with a look of amazement on his face. As he spoke, his eyes stared straight at Ji Yao, obviously moved by Ji Yao's beauty. As for the woman, there was a trace of jealousy in her eyes. Her big eyes constantly roamed over Ji Yao's body, but she found that no matter how she compared herself to Ji Yao, her mood was not good. Noticing the bewitching expression of her male companion beside her, the woman pinched him in jealousy, causing him to cry out in pain. Chapter 26:19. What's the matter? Yang Kai turned to look at Ji Yao and asked. Reporting to Honored Master, these 3 people are inexplicably blocking our way, Ji Yao replied. Honored Master? The 3 people in front all showed a look of astonishment when they heard this. After all, judging from their appearances, Yang Kai and Ji Yao seemed to be about the same age, but they did not expect this man to be this ice-cold woman's honored master. The ship was protected by a protective spirit array, so even if the old man wanted to check the cultivation of Yang Kai and Ji Yao, he was powerless. However, since he could become someone else's honored master, his cultivation should not be too bad. The old man estimated that Yang Kai was at least the Emperor realm. After all, this exquisite ship was an Emperor artifact, and it was impossible for an ordinary Dao Source realm cultivator to obtain it. Thinking so, the old man smiled slightly and said to Yang Kai, "Little brother, don't be nervous, we have no malicious intentions." Am I nervous? Yang Kai grinned, thinking that this old man really had a good sense of himself. He had even ventured into the ancient wildlands, stirred up a storm in front of the 4 Saint Masters, the 32 Monster King, and the 8 Saint Envoys. He had even met more than 1 great emperors, so there was probably no one in this world who could make him nervous. The old man turned a deaf ear to this and continued, "It's just that young lady Shueman has taken a fancy to this ship, so this old man wants to discuss with little brother if he can part with this ship and this old man will buy it." After a pause, the old man said, "I forgot to introduce myself. This old man is Yen Qing from Black Thunder Pavilion. This is my young pavilion master Bai Lu, and this is the daughter of Peaceful Peace City's city lord, young lady Yen Shueman." After the introductions, no matter which old man it was, there was also the young man and the young woman. They all showed an extremely proud look, as if the Black Thunder Pavilion and the Peaceful City were some great forces. The young pavilion master of Black Thunder Pavilion, Bai Lu, smiled gently and cupped his fists. "May I ask for young lady's name?" He directly inquired about Ji Yao's name and did not take Yang Kai seriously. It was obvious that he was moved by Ji Yao's beauty. Although Yen Shueman, the city lord's daughter, was also not bad, compared to Ji Yaoi, she was still a lot worse. As soon as he said this, Yen Xuan, who was standing to the side, kicked him fiercely. She glared at him and shouted, "Why are you asking this? Do you like her? You lecherous bastard, isn't it enough that you have me? You're actually thinking about other people. I'll beat you to death." As she spoke, she began to punch and kick Bai Lu. It was only a round of punches and kicks, but it didn't hurt him at all. She seemed to be acting coquettishly, causing Bai Lu to laugh loudly. He stretched out his hand and pulled Yen Xueman into his embrace, looking like a winner in life. Yen Qing looked straight ahead and said, "Young master and Miss Xueman are used to fooling around. Please don't take it to heart." Ji Yao said coldly, "Your matters have nothing to do with us. Master and I still have to hurry on our way. Please step aside." Yen Qing said, "Mississippi, my young master just wants to buy this ship." "I said I'm not selling." Ji Yao's face turned even colder. Bai Lu smiled gently and said, "Don't be so cold, Mississippi. As the saying goes, the more friends you have, the more options you have. It's just a ship. Just name a price. This young master won't bargain." But Yang Kai stepped forward and looked at Bai Lu with a smile. "I like friends like young master Bai who have strength and wealth. Elegant and classy. Since young master Bai is so straightforward, we'll sell this ship. What do you think, Yao?" Ji Yao frowned. However, she still nodded and said, "If master says we'll sell, then we'll sell." Bai Lu cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Mississippi." From beginning to end, he only talked to Ji Yao, as if he didn't see Yang Kai at all. However, at this moment, he turned to Yang Kai and said, "How much does your excellency want to offer?" 100 million, Yang Kai said lightly. "If young master Bai can give 100 million, then this ship is yours." Bai Lu's expression remained unchanged as he nodded lightly. 100 million, a flight-type Emperor artifact isn't too expensive. Not only was it not expensive, it was simply too cheap. He thought that Yang Kai was deliberately showing goodwill and wanted to befriend him. After all, as the young pavilion master of Black Thunder Pavilion, not just anyone could make friends with him. Black Thunder Pavilion was also a great force in the Northern Territory, so Bai Lu just smiled lightly and said, "Old Yen, pay up." Yen Qing nodded, fiddled around for a moment, then threw a space ring to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it, scanned it with his divine sense, smiled slightly, put away the space ring and said, "Young Master Bai, this amount of source crystals seems to be a bit off. What's wrong?" Bai Lu frowned and turned to Yen Qing. "Old Yen, have you checked carefully?" Yen Qing said, 100 million source crystals, this old master can't be wrong. 100 million source crystals is correct. Yang Kai nodded, then changed the topic, "But those are only low-rank source crystals." Yen Qing heard this and his expression changed. "You don't want low-rank source crystals? Could it be mid-rank?" What? Bai Lu was also taken aback. 100 million mid-rank source crystals, that was 10 billion low-rank source crystals. This young man really had the nerve to ask for such a sum. No. Yang Kai raised a finger and shook it. "Not 100 million mid-rank source crystals. This young master wants 100 million high-rank source crystals." You're crazy." Bai Lu trembled. 100 million high-rank source crystals. This was a number Bai Lu didn't even dare to think about, and he didn't know how this young man in front of him dared to ask for such a sum. Although Black Thunder Pavilion's forces were extraordinary, even if they emptied their pockets, they couldn't gather so many high-rank source crystals. Even if an Emperor-grade ship was extraordinary, it couldn't be worth so much. Old Yan's eyes flashed fiercely for a moment. Yang Kai smiled. "Young Master Bai just said that he wouldn't bargain, and now you want to go back on your word? A real man's words are like nails. It seems that young Master Bai's reputation isn't very good." Ji Yao pursed her lips and smiled. Previously, when Yang Kai said he would sell the ship, although she was a little reluctant, she couldn't disobey her honored master's words. Only now did she realize that Yang Kai had no intention of selling her the ship at all and was just teasing her. When did honored master have such leisure and elegance? In her memory, her master had always had a cold appearance. Only when she was facing her disciples would the coldness on her face melt. However, she had never looked like she did today. Thinking about it, Ji Yao suddenly felt that something was not quite right. and her brow furrowed as she looked at Yang Kai in confusion. That stalwart figure seemed to be different from the one in her memory. "Boy, you're toying with me." Bai Lu flew into a rage. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Where did young Master Bai get these words from? The three of you blocked my master and disciple's path for no reason and insisted on buying a ship artifact. This young master was only trying to help young Master Bai out of goodwill. If young Master Bai didn't want to thank this young master, why did he have to make such slanderous accusations? Could it be that young Master Bai really thinks this young master is easy to bully?" When Bai Lu heard this, he was immediately enraged and his whole body began to burn like a volcano. It was obvious that the other party was toying with him, but in Yen Zhaoge's mouth, it was the other party who was in the right. This made Yen Zhaoge very angry and he shouted, "Elder Yen, kill this bastard." Yen Qing was already filled with murderous intent, so when he heard Bai Lu's order, he didn't hesitate and immediately rushed forward. Bai Lu hurriedly said, "Don't hurt that young lady." Even at this time, he was still concerned about Ji Yao's beauty, so it was obvious that women had their unique advantages at certain times. Old Yen flew across the sky, his Emperor Qi rolling as he pushed his First Order Emperor realm cultivation to the limit and slammed his palm down on the ship. The ship's defense shattered under the power of this palm, unable to defend itself at all. Yang Kai was taken aback and secretly felt that something was wrong, because this ship was an Emperor artifact, so its defensive capabilities shouldn't be so weak. Turning his head to look at Ji Yao, he saw that she was looking at him blankly at this moment, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Not good. Yang Kai was shocked. He didn't know what went wrong for Ji Yao to have a relapse. During this time, Ji Yao had been staying by his side peacefully, so he didn't expect that something would go wrong at this critical juncture. The reason why the ship's defense was so weak was obviously because the ship's owner's state of mind had fluctuated. "Little brat, how dare you play with my young pavilion master? Today you will die." Old Yan's confidence was greatly boosted after breaking the ship's defense, and he aggressively slammed his palm down on Yang Kai, his palm pulsing with Emperor Qi and principles as if he wanted to smash him into a pulp. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pulled the dazed Ji Yao into his arms, enveloping her with his Emperor Qi as he met the attack with his palm and shouted, "Scram!" He was very worried about Ji Yao's sudden problem and wasn't in the mood to mess around with these people anymore. Yen Qing couldn't resist this attack in anger. Although he and Yang Kai were both First Order Emperor realm masters, Yang Kai had always been able to kill enemies above his realm. Not to mention Yen Qing was just a First Order Emperor realm master. Even if he was a Third Order Emperor, Yang Kai wouldn't be afraid. Kong. There was a loud bang and a gust of wind. Under the collision of Emperor Qi, Yen Qing let out a muffled groan, as if he had been struck by lightning. He felt his Emperor Qi and principles burst like a bubble, suddenly bursting by a tremendous force. The huge force spread up his arm and smashed it into pieces, filling the air with blood and flesh. With a cry, Yen Qing coughed up blood and was sent flying. Yang Kai stood in place, protecting Ji Yao, motionless, like a god who had descended to the mortal world. Bai Lu was stunned as he watched old Yen fly out, blood spraying from his body mid-air, his body suddenly trembling violently. Yen Shun, who had been in his arms all this time, also turned pale and her teeth chattered. How could the two of them not know that they had provoked a strong enemy? They thought that with old Yen, the Emperor realm, protecting them, it would be easy to take down this young man, but the result was the opposite of what they had expected. It was unacceptable. Chapter 2620. Yang Kai's cold gaze fell on the two of them. Bai Lu broke out in cold sweat and said in a trembling voice, "What do you want to do? I am the young master of Black Thunder Pavilion. If something happens to me, you will be finished." Knowing that he was no match for him, he could only use his background to make Yang Kai hesitate. "Get lost." Yang Kai spat out a word. Bai Lu shivered as if he had been granted amnesty. He turned around and fled. Before he left, he even forgot about Yen Shuemon. In the end, it was Yen Shuemon who chased after him. Not far away, Yen Qing climbed up from the ground with a pale face. He glanced in the direction of Yang Kai with great fear, and then hurriedly chased after Bai Lu. Although one of his arms was crippled, he still had the foundation of the Emperor realm, so his life was not in danger. However, he was afraid that he would be disabled for the rest of his life. Yang Kai turned around and called softly. These two simple words were like a sharp sword that pierced Ji Yao's eyes, pushing away the light that was blocking her eyes. Ji Yao's delicate body shook as she suddenly woke up. Master? Yang Kai couldn't help but exhale and asked tentatively, Just now, what happened to you? Ji Yao frowned and said, Just now? Just now? She seemed to have no recollection of what had just happened. She turned around and asked in surprise, Hey, where are those three annoying people? Yang Kai smiled and said, They were chased away by me. No need to look for them. Ji Yao glanced at the blood on the ground and knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth, so she said, Those guys should have been killed. Yao already said that she wouldn't sell the ship. But they insisted on pestering endlessly. I don't know how many times they forced people to buy and sell. Yes, they should have been killed. Yang Kai didn't dare to say anything more and could only follow her wishes. He asked somewhat nervously, Yao, how do you feel now? Ji Yao looked at him curiously and said, Yao, is very good. Master, you should go in and rest first. In a few days, we will be able to return to the valley. Yang Kai said, Put the ship away. Let's find a place to rest first. Ji Yao suddenly had a problem again. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because she had been using her power all this time, but he didn't dare to let her control the ship anymore. If she became delirious again, things would be troublesome. Letting her rest might be good for her. Since Yang Kai had spoken, Ji Yao naturally obeyed and put away the ship. Together with Yang Kai, they flew forward. Half a day later, a city appeared before them. The two landed in front of the city gate, paid some source crystals, and successfully entered the city. This city seemed to be extremely prosperous. The city was bustling with activity, and the streets were extremely wide. Shops lined both sides of the road. The goods sold were even more dazzling, making one dizzy just by looking at them. After finding an inn, the two of them walked in. The innkeeper stood behind the counter, glanced at Yang Kai and Ji Yao, and asked with a smile, Where are you two staying? What are you doing here? Yang Kai snorted. The innkeeper laughed dryly, Do you want one room or two? Yang Kai frowned, glanced at Ji Yao, and said, 1 room. He really didn't dare to let Ji Yao out of his sight. Living together would allow him to observe her more, so he didn't have any other thoughts. Ji Yao naturally didn't have any objections either. In her opinion, living in the same room as her honored master was a matter of course. However, the innkeeper glanced at Yang Kai meaningfully, showed a knowing smile, took out a room card, and respectfully handed it over. 5th floor, room A3. Honored guest, please rest assured that this humble innkeeper has arranged spirit arrays in every room, so privacy is absolutely protected. No matter what happens inside, no one outside will hear. Speaking of which, the innkeeper beamed with joy, a lewd look on his face. Yang Kai took the room card with a fake smile and asked, The price? 10,000 low-rank source crystals. The innkeeper replied with a smile. Yang Kai waved his hand and took out 10,000 low-rank source crystals and threw them on the counter before leading Ji Yao upstairs. On the 5th floor, Yang Kai found room A3, opened the room's barrier with the room card, and walked in. Looking around, Yang Kai found that although the room was not very spacious, it was fully furnished, with a red carpet on the floor and a golden silk bedding on the bed, giving off a luxurious feeling. 10,000 low-rank source crystals was well worth the money. After looking around for a while, Yang Kai sat down and Ji Yao skillfully took out a tea set from her space ring and began to boil tea. After a while, the room was filled with a mellow tea fragrance. After turning off the fire and pouring tea, Ji Yao respectfully handed the teacup to Yang Kai and said, Honored master, please enjoy. Yang Kai took the cup and slowly tasted it. After a long time, he suddenly came to his senses and said, You sit down too. Disciple will be fine standing. Ji Yao stared at Yang Kai without blinking. For her, it seemed that being able to watch her honored master drink the tea she brewed was the happiest thing in the world, and her face was filled with a sweet smile. If I tell you to sit, then sit, Yang Kai said with a firm attitude. Yes. Ji Yao could not dissuade him and could only sit down as she was told. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai suddenly said, Yao? Disciple is here, Ji Yao responded quickly. Yang Kai clenched his fist and coughed dryly before saying with an embarrassed expression, if one day you discover that Master has concealed or deceived you about something, I hope you can understand Master's painstaking efforts. Concealed or deceived? Ji Yao frowned and asked curiously, is there something honored Master wants to conceal or deceive Yao? Yang Kai smiled awkwardly and said, it was just a casual remark, but if there really is such a time, don't blame me. However, you can rest assured that Master will not do anything wrong to you, nor will he hurt you. They were only a few days away from Ice Heart Valley. Once they returned to Ice Heart Valley and saw Bing Yun, Yang Kai did not know how Ji Yao would react. The best-case scenario would be for her to suddenly wake up and realize that he was just an imposter. At that time, Ji Yao would definitely recall how he had taken advantage of her during this period of time. That would not be a big deal as Yang Kai was also trying to stabilize her, so he believed she would understand. The key point was that he had seen her entire body in Luan Feng Palace. Although it was just a glance, it was still related to Ji Yao's reputation. Yang Kai was not sure if she would fight with him or not, but he decided to say it here first. When the time came, even if Ji Yao fully recovered, she would definitely forgive him. Yao believes in honored master, Ji Yao said with a solemn expression. Ji Yao said with a solemn expression, Yao and the other senior sisters are all orphans. It was honored master who taught us and raised us. Yao's achievements today are all thanks to honored master. Even if honored master wants Yao's life, it doesn't matter. Yang Kai sweated profusely as he thought to himself, I'll thank the heavens if you don't try to kill me in the future. However, her words made Yang Kai realize the supreme position Bing Yun held in the hearts of these disciples. Honored master? Ji Yao called out softly, Honored master, is there something you need? Do you need Yao to help you? No, don't think too much. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Ji Yao got up and walked towards him, wrapped in a fragrant wind, and said, Yao is useless, so honored master, please let Yao massage your shoulders. HM? Yang Kai was stunned, but before he could react, Ji Yao had already stood behind him and gently rubbed his shoulders. Yang Kai's whole body stiffened as he could not bear it. Ever since he came to the Star Territory, he had always been pure and focused on becoming stronger. However, he was also a man and had his own desires. Last time, he had accidentally seen Ji Yao's body and almost had a nosebleed. Now that they were alone in the same room, Ji Yao actually took the initiative to massage his shoulders. Not only that warm body was pressed against his back, and smelling that wisp of fragrance at the tip of his nose, made Yang Kai feel restless and his throat dry up. Ji Yao laughed softly behind him, Honored master, your shoulders are so hard. Have you been too tired recently? Yang Kai thought to himself, how can a man's body be compared to Bing Yun's soft and fragrant body? Of course the feeling is different. He wanted to refuse this kind of thing, but he was afraid that Ji Yao would think too much and affect her current state, so he could only brace himself and say, a little. Ji Yao smiled and said, Honored master, just relax. Yao hasn't served honored master for many years. I don't know if my skills have fallen behind. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai realized that Ji Yao must have often massaged Bing Yun like this when they were in Ice Heart Valley. That was why she was so familiar with it. Since he could not stop or refuse, Yang Kai could only enjoy it. Gradually his body and mind relaxed. As Ji Yao's jade hands pressed down with varying degrees of strength, Yang Kai felt so comfortable that he felt as if he was floating in the clouds. Ji Yao blushed when she heard this, wondering why her honored master was making such strange sounds, but she was too embarrassed to ask. After massaging his shoulders, she massaged his arms, his head, and even his thighs were not spared. After serving her for a while, Yang Kai felt comfortable and praised Ji Yao's skills. Ji Yao smiled like a flower, unable to contain her joy. However, the scene of Ji Yao kneeling in front of him and massaging his thighs really made Yang Kai feel excited and amorous. After enjoying it, Yang Kai's face turned bitter. He felt that when Ji Yao completely woke up in the future, he would have one more crime to commit. For a moment he felt sad and regretful. After a peaceful night, Yang Kai and Ji Yao sat on the bed and on the floor to rest. Ji Yao also did not show any bad symptoms, which made Yang Kai feel relieved. At noon the next day, the two walked out of the room and went to the counter on the first floor to check out. When the shopkeeper saw Yang Kai's appearance, he was naturally envious. He smiled meaningfully and said, "Did honored guest have a good rest last night?" "Very good." Yang Kai nodded. How could he not know what this guy was thinking? He was too lazy to say anything more to him. Since honored guest has found it good, the next time you come to Peaceful City, please be sure to patronize this humble store. The shopkeeper nodded and bowed, sending Yang Kai and Ji Yao out. Chapter 26-21. Peaceful City. Yang Kai walked out of the inn and thought about it carefully. He suddenly said, "Isn't this the city where the woman named Yen Xuemon is?" When the three people stopped the way and wanted to buy Ji Yao's ship, the old man introduced the man and the woman. He said that the man was the young master of the Black Thunder Pavilion, and the woman was the daughter of the city lord of Peaceful City. When Yang Kai entered the city yesterday, he was worried about Ji Yao's condition and did not care about the name of the city. Only now did he know that it was Peaceful City. This was a bit of a coincidence. However, Yang Kai wasn't afraid. A trivial city didn't have the qualifications to make him feel fear. He led Ji Yao all the way out of the city and came to the city gate in a short time. Many people were waiting in line at the gate to go out of the city, and there were many cultivators at the gate. Everyone who went out of the city had to be checked by those cultivators. Yang Kai saw this scene and could not help but frown. He did not know if this was the inherent rule of Peaceful City or something had happened. "Master, is it because of the three people yesterday?" Ji Yao suddenly asked in a low voice, "Are they looking for us? How can there be such a coincidence?" Yang Kai chuckled, "We did not disturb anyone when we entered the city yesterday. Maybe something else happened in the city." Ji Yao nodded gently. The two did not rely on their high cultivation to force their way into the city gate. Since they were in other people's territory, it was not a problem to follow their rules. At the moment, the two lined up behind the crowd and waited to go out of the city. The cultivator at the city gate checked very carefully. There were even divine senses secretly checking those who were preparing to go out of the city. One by one, the cultivator was checked and allowed to go. The line gradually moved forward. "Master Dong." Suddenly, a person's voice came from a house next to the city gate. "Haven't you found her yet?" Another person asked. It seemed to be the Master Dong. "Not yet." The person who spoke first replied, "But Master Dong, please rest assured that the other 3 city gates have been closed urgently. If your wife wants to go out of the city, she will definitely go through this city gate. As long as she appears, we will definitely be able to find her." "Thank you for your trouble, Commander Yu. Sigh, this is really a misfortune for our clan." The Dong clan master sighed deeply. Commander Yu suddenly chuckled and said, "Master Dong, as far as I know, you and your wife have always been in love with each other. You often go in and out of Peaceful City as a couple. Everyone is envious of you. How did you get into such a mess overnight? Why did your wife run away from home?" The Dong family's patriarch didn't hesitate to borrow the power of our city lord's mansion to find her. When Commander Yu asked this question, he was stunned. The room immediately fell silent, as if it was difficult to speak. Commander Yu continued, "Dong family head, if it's not convenient for you to say, then just pretend I didn't ask." Sighed. Dong family's patriarch sighed heavily and said, "As the saying goes, don't wash your dirty linen in public. This Dong wanted to keep the peace and not make a big deal out of it. But that stupid woman just had to force me. Actually, there was nothing inconvenient to say. That foolish woman was greedy and stole our Dong family's most precious treasure." Still, Commander Yu was shocked. This shouldn't be, right? Your wife is second only to one person in the Dong family. And this you also heard that your wife seems to come from a big sect. What could the Dong family have that she could steal without asking? This Dong family doesn't know if she ate too much lard and lost her mind. How could she do such a disgraceful thing? Dong family's patriarch said bitterly. Then, he said solemnly, Commander Yu, I hope that the Dong family has treated you well in the past. After you find that foolish woman, take her down quietly. Don't alarm others. Especially, don't alarm City Lord Yen. Commander Yu replied, I understand. Don't worry, Patriarch Dong. These two people were talking in a low voice in the room. Although their voices were low, Yang Kai heard them clearly. He didn't mean to eavesdrop. He just heard them by accident. However, after doing this, he finally understood why this peaceful city was under martial law. It turned out that a mistress of a family stole a family's most precious treasure, which provoked the patriarch of the family to come and hunt her down. He borrowed the power of the city lord mansion. This was a full family scandal. Yang Kai was amused by the helplessness and grief in Patriarch Dong's words. He estimated that Patriarch Dong was in a terrible fix at this moment. On the one hand, he wanted to recover the stolen treasure. On the other hand, he wanted to cover up this scandal. He didn't know what the stolen treasure was. It aroused the greed of a mistress of a family. The team continued to move forward. In a short while, Yang Kai and Ji Yao were about to reach the city gate. At this moment, a streamer suddenly flew in from outside the city and shot straight to the city gate. Who are you? Don't be presumptuous in front of the city gate of Peaceful City. A cultivator guarding the city gate shouted. At the same time, he flew up to greet the streamer. The streamer paused, revealing the figures of a man and a woman. Are you blind? Don't you see who I am? How dare you shout? The man snorted coldly. The cultivator guarding the city gate took a look and immediately trembled. He hurriedly said, It turns out to be young Master Bai and young Miss Yen. This man and woman were Bai Lu and Yen Xun, who had met with Yang Kai yesterday. He didn't know where they had come from, but old Yen, who was with them yesterday, was nowhere to be seen. Get out of my way. Bai Lu's mood seemed to be very bad, and as he spoke, he sent a palm strike towards the cultivator blocking his way, sending the cultivator flying back, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair, looking extremely miserable. Under the attentive gazes of numerous pairs of eyes, Bai Lu and Yen Xuemon directly charged into the city and descended to the ground. Their gazes moved about as if they were superior to the heavens. But soon, Bai Lu's eyes trembled and his body trembled. He looked in a certain direction in horror. In that direction, Yang Kai was looking at him indifferently. Yesterday, he had lost face in front of Yang Kai and almost lost his life. How could Bai Lu forget Yang Kai's appearance? It had only been a day, but he didn't expect to meet him again in front of the city gate of Peaceful City. The scene of old Yen, who was as strong as the Emperor realm, being crushed by him was still vivid in his mind. Bai Lu was really afraid of Yang Kai from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't help but lower his body by half, and his momentum was gone. What's wrong? Yen Xuemon, who was beside him, noticed his abnormality and couldn't help but ask softly. As she asked, she followed his gaze. In the next moment, her pretty face turned pale and she avoided his gaze. She had undoubtedly also seen Yang Kai. Let's go! Bai Lu shouted in a low voice. He withdrew his gaze and pulled Yen Xuemon away from this place. In the blink of an eye, they rushed into the city. The group of City Lord's mansion cultivator was very surprised. They looked at each other and didn't know what had happened to young Master Bai and Miss Yen today. At the corner of a street, Bai Lu and Yen Xuemon poked their heads out and quietly looked in the direction of the city gate. Yen Xuemon said in a trembling voice, Those two? Why are they here? Bai Lu said with an ashen face, You ask me? Who should I ask? The big loss they had suffered yesterday had really frightened them. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai was like a mouse seeing a cat. They couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. Suddenly, Yen Xuemon seemed to have thought of something. She frowned and said, That's not right. This is Peaceful City. Why should I be afraid of them? This won't do. I have to tell father and let him teach them a lesson. As she spoke, she was about to go to the city lord's mansion to find her father. Bai Lu pulled her and said with a sullen face, Why are you so big-breasted and brainless? Who's big-breasted and brainless? Yen Xuemon said angrily. Bai Lu said, Old Man Yen and your father's cultivation are on par. Even Old Man Yen couldn't withstand a single blow from that man. Even if your father comes, what do you think he can do to that man? When your father dies, don't cry in front of this young master. When Yen Shuiman heard this, her pretty face immediately turned pale. She thought to herself, that's right. Even Elder Yan's arm was knocked off by that person in one move. How could her father be a match for him? If she really called her father over, the unlucky one would be her father. Then what should we do? Yen Shuiman was anxious. Why don't you call Uncle Bai over? Uncle Bai is a second-order Emperor Realm Master. It shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with that man. Bai Lu shook his head and said, I don't know how to tell father about Old Man Yen. There aren't many Black Thunder Pavilion in the Emperor Realm. If father knows that Old Man Yen was seriously injured, he'll definitely skin me alive. Speaking of which, this is all your fault. Why did you have to buy someone else's ship? You even caused Old Man Yen to lose an arm. Being blamed by him, Yen Shuiman's eyes immediately turned red and she said in a trembling voice, Surnamed Bai, why didn't you say this when you were with this young lady? Now you're blaming me? Do you have any conscience? When she cried, Bai Lu only felt annoyed, but he had to comfort her. Okay, don't cry. Yesterday's matter was my fault, okay? It's not your fault. You're bad. Yen Shuiman shouted and threw another round of punches. Don't make trouble. Bai Lu was not in the mood to mess around with her. He quickly grabbed her hand and said, It's more important to send these two demons away first. It looks like they're going to leave the city, hiss. While speaking, Bai Lu pulled Yen Shuiman and quickly hid back. Because he saw Kai Yang actually turn his head and look in their direction with a smile on his face. That one look almost scared him out of his wits. At the city gate, Yang Kai, who was waiting in line to leave the city, turned his head and sneered. He didn't expect that young Master Bai and Yen Shuiman would have such a reaction when they met him today, but this saved him a lot of trouble. If they really didn't know what was good for them and wanted to call a master for revenge, Yang Kai didn't mind making a scene here. Cough. A series of violent coughs could be heard. The old woman at the front of the line was on the verge of collapse. She suddenly leaned back and almost fell to the ground. Ji Yao's eyes were sharp and her hands were quick. She held on to her grandmother and asked with concern, Mother-in-law, are you all right? Chapter 26-22. The old woman coughed violently a few more times, coughing so violently that it seemed she was about to cough out her heart and lungs. After a long time, she finally managed to catch her breath and turned her head weakly. I'm fine, I'm just a little old. Thank you, little girl. Ji Yao shook her head, but before she could let go, the old woman's legs went soft again. Ji Yao hurriedly pulled her back and said with a frown, Grandma, let me help you. The old woman said, Thank you. Little girl is kind and will be rewarded in the future. Cough. Ji Yao smiled slightly and said, Honored master often teaches us disciples to respect the old and love the young when we go out. It's just a small matter. Old O chuckled and said, Little girl, you're not bad. Your honored master has taught you well. May I ask which sect little girl comes from? Ji Yao shook her head and smiled without answering. Kai Yang's eyes flashed as he smiled and said, Respecting the old and loving the young is a virtue, but when you go out, you must also carefully wipe your eyes. Don't be easily deceived by others. You must know that in this world, there are many people who deceive each other and scheme against each other. Who knows, when you do a good deed, you will be used by others. That would be helping the evildoer. Grandma, don't you agree? The old woman's body trembled involuntarily and she forced a smile. This little brother is right. Ji Yao nodded seriously and said, Disciple will remember. Disciple? The old woman was shocked when she heard this and vaguely realized that the honored master Ji Yao mentioned before was the man standing behind her, which made her feel a little incredulous. Grandma, your earrings are very exquisite, Yang Kai suddenly said without rhyme or reason. The old woman was startled and subconsciously touched her earlobe. But there was nothing there. Turning her head, she forced a smile and said, Little brother is so young, how could you be mistaken? This old woman is already so old, how could I have the nerve to wear earrings? Yang Kai said, "You didn't wear them today, but I'm afraid you wore them yesterday. Your ears are very clear. It doesn't look like you haven't worn any accessories all year round." His words were laced with sarcasm, so even if Ji Yao was a fool, she could sense that something was wrong. With a thought, she quietly poured her emperor qi into the old woman's body. In the next moment, Ji Yao's expression suddenly became cold and she grabbed the old woman's arm and asked coldly, "Who are you, and why did you lie to me?" She hadn't noticed this before, but now that she had discovered this old woman, this seemingly terminally ill old granny was actually brimming with vitality. Her aged appearance was clearly not her true appearance. Everything was a disguise she had put on. This infuriated Ji Yao. Just now, she had helped the old woman up with good intentions. Who would have thought that this old woman actually had ulterior motives? She was truly infuriated. The old woman's cultivation base was not high. She was only a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, so after being grabbed by Ji Yao, she couldn't move at all. Her source qi was suppressed in her body and she couldn't circulate it. This time, she really panicked and looked at Ji Yao pleadingly, whispering, "Senior, I don't have any malicious intentions, I just had no choice but to do this. I hope Senior can be magnanimous and not expose me." Ji Yao's expression changed. Glancing at the cultivator guarding the city gate, she asked, "They came for you?" The old woman nodded silently. "Why did you think of using me?" Ji Yao asked coldly. The old woman said, "When young Master Bai and young Lady Yen entered the city, they seemed to be very afraid of you, so..." Yang Kai raised his brow and said, "Madam Dong, you really have good eyesight. You noticed such a small thing." When the old woman heard this, her body trembled and she looked at Yang Kai in horror. "Do you know me, Madam Dong?" Ji Yao also frowned, wondering why her honored master had seen through this old woman's identity. As far as she knew, this was the first time she and her honored master had come to Peaceful City, so they didn't know anyone here. Yang Kai said, "I don't know you, but I heard some people talk about you." "What did they say about me?" the old woman asked in a trembling voice as if she wanted to know. Yang Kai said indifferently, "The madam of the Dong family's patriarch stole the family treasure." The patriarch was furious and asked the city lord's mansion's powerhouses to guard this place and search for Madame Dong's whereabouts. If they find her, they will arrest her secretly. Stealing the family's heirloom. The old woman smiled bitterly. "This crime, I don't dare to bear it." Ji Yao frowned and said, "Is my honored master wrong?" Madame Dong shook her head and said, "What family treasure? I have never seen it, and the Dong family doesn't have such a thing. I have been married to the Dong family for so many years, and I am the madam of the patriarch. If there is any family treasure, how can I not know?" "Then why did they slander you?" Ji Yao was curious. Madame Dong said, "Because they want to catch me." Ji Yao seemed to want to ask more, but Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Madame Dong, we are not interested in your business. You want to use us to get out of the city, but I won't argue with you. You are on your own now." "Master?" Madame Dong looked at Yang Kai pleadingly and said, "I was wrong before. I only ask Master to take me out of Peaceful City. I will repay your kindness in the future." Yang Kai sneered and said, "What can you repay me? I don't want to get involved in other people's business. Master, if you say one more word, I will catch you and throw you out now." Yang Kai looked at her coldly. Madame Dong suddenly shivered. She didn't doubt that Yang Kai had this ability. Ji Yao, as a disciple, could subdue her in an instant, so how could Yang Kai, as an honored master, be weak? She hoped that she could persuade Yang Kai to help, but it was just wishful thinking. She turned around in a daze and stood in the middle of the team. Sure enough, Madame Dong didn't dare to say anything. "Honored master, this person's disguise technique is so brilliant." Ji Yao secretly transmitted a message to Yang Kai. If Yang Kai hadn't noticed it, she wouldn't have thought that such an old woman was actually a disguise. This was not a secret technique, but a pure disguise technique, which was not something that anyone could master. Yang Kai nodded slightly and said, "It is indeed brilliant. If I didn't have a preconceived idea, I'm afraid it would be difficult to notice her." It was because he heard some of the conversation between Commander Yu and Master Dong, and the fresh ear holes on the old woman's ears that Yang Kai became suspicious of her. "Honored master, are we really going to stand by and do nothing? She seems to have something she can't say." Ji Yao saw the old woman's distracted look and couldn't help feeling a little sympathetic. Yang Kai said lightly, "The world is full of tricks. We don't know who is right and who is wrong in this matter. If we intervene rashly, we may be helping the villain do evil." Ji Yao nodded. While the two of them were talking, the line had reached the old woman. A cultivator guarding the city gate beckoned to the old woman, and she walked over shakily. The cultivator opened a cloth bag in his hand and placed it in front of the old woman for her to take a look. With just a glance, the old woman's face suddenly changed and a squeaking sound came from the cloth bag, as if a monster beast was crying out. The old woman's figure flickered and she no longer looked like she could be blown away by the wind. Instead, she rushed out of the city gate. "Catch her!" the cultivator shouted. "Since you've come out, stay here." Another person's voice was heard. Immediately after, a flash of a blade broke through the air and slashed at the old woman's path. The old woman's face changed again. She knew that if she forced her way forward, she would definitely be injured, so she had no choice but to take a few steps back. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk suddenly, one figure after another rushed out from the surroundings and shot towards the old woman. After being delayed for a moment, when the old woman came back to her senses, she was already surrounded by those people. Ji Yao couldn't help but sigh when she saw this scene. She knew that the old woman had no hope of escaping. The old woman only had a cultivation base in the Third Order Dao Source realm, but there were 5 or 6 people from the Third Order Dao Source realm surrounding her. None of them were weaker than the old woman and they had the advantage in numbers. It would be a real joke if the old woman was allowed to escape. "It's the Dong family's elders." "Yes, it really is the Dong family's elders." "Strange, why are they here? Who is that old woman? How did she provoke the Dong family?" Sounds of discussion came from the nearby cultivator. They were all curious about the scene in front of them. However, although these Dong family's elders had surrounded the old woman, they weren't in a hurry to make a move. Obviously, they all knew the old woman's true identity. For a moment, they looked at the old woman with complicated expressions. After all, this was the family head's wife. In terms of status, she wasn't inferior to them. Another 2 people walked out from the side and came to the city gate. The cultivator guarding the city gate cupped their fists and bowed when they saw the 2 people. "Greetings, Commander." "Greetings, family head Dong." Yang Kai glanced at the 2 people and saw that one of them was wearing a black armor and looked majestic, while the other was wearing a green robe and had a dignified expression. Both of them were from the Third Order Dao Source realm. The one in the black armor should be Commander Yu, and the other was naturally the family head Dong. The old woman turned around and fixed her gaze on the family head Dong. She gritted her teeth and said, "Let me go." The family head Dong shook his head slowly and said, "You know that's impossible. I beg you, let me go. If I don't leave today, I will leave tomorrow. You can't stop me. How are you going to leave if I break your legs and cripple your cultivation?" The family head Dong said coldly. The old woman trembled and said in disbelief, "You and I have been husband and wife for 100 years. Are you really going to be so heartless?" Husband and wife? When the old woman said that, the surrounding cultivator was shocked. They thought, isn't the family head Dong's wife as beautiful as a flower? When did she become an old woman? For a moment, the crowd whispered, and the family head Dong's expression was extremely ugly. The old woman in the air wiped her face and removed her disguise, revealing a beautiful face. "Hiss, it's really Mrs. Dong. How could this be?" "Hee, what is the Dong family doing? This is going to be a good show. The family head's wife wants to escape from the Dong family, and the Dong family is here to stop her. I don't know what's going on." Chapter 26-23. Maybe Madame Dong has found a new lover, so she wants to leave Master Dong. But Master Dong won't agree, so he took her back. "Brother, you're right." For a moment, everyone looked at Master Dong sympathetically, as if he had been cheated on. Master Dong's face became gloomier and he shouted, "Stupid woman, look at what you've done." Madame Dong stood in the air, looking at Master Dong with a sad expression, and said sadly, "Dong Hai, don't you care about your relationship with your wife at all?" Dong Hai's face twitched slightly, and there was a hint of struggle in his eyes. He sighed and said, "Tianhe, if you still care about your relationship with your wife, come back to the Dong family with me obediently. From now on, don't leave Ataraxia City, and we will spend the rest of our lives together." Madame Dong burst into tears and shook her head. "Dong Hai, you know why I want to leave, and you know what I'm going to do. Don't make it difficult for me." Dong Hai said sternly, "You're forcing the Dong family into a dead end." I'm sorry. Mrs. Dong's tears fell down her cheeks in big drops, and her face was full of self-reproach and guilt, as if she had really done something that angered both men and gods. It made the onlookers confused, and they had no idea what was going on. "Come back with me, and I won't pursue what happened today, and neither will the Dong family. You're still the madam of the Dong family." Dong Hai stretched out his hand to the sky, indicating to Madame Dong. Madame Dong's tears fell like rain, and she just kept shaking her head. The gentleness on Dong Hai's face gradually disappeared, and it was slowly replaced by coldness. Finally, he put down the hand that was stretched out. He said calmly, "Stupid woman, Tianhe, since marrying into the Dong family, she hasn't had a child for 100 years. Her sin is to not have a descendant. She is vain, and it's her nature to compare with others. She has ruined the Dong family's reputation. She has no sense of shame, and she stole the Dong family's most precious treasure. Today I, Dong Hai, as the master of the Dong family, hereby announce that Tianhe is expelled from the Dong family. From now on, the relationship between husband and wife is severed, and we have no relationship with each other." Everyone was in an uproar, especially the local cultivator in Ataraxia City. All of them widened their eyes in disbelief. Although they had never seen this Madame Dong, there were many rumors in the marketplace that this Madame Dong was a kind and compassionate person who helped the poor in the city. Unexpectedly, the head of the Dong family had mentioned it. She had actually become a shameless and vain person. However, rumors were rumors after all. Since her husband had said so, how could it be false? Moreover, she had stolen the Dong family's ultimate treasure. This could no longer be described as a bad character, it was simply a moral corruption. All of a sudden, everyone sighed. They didn't know why the Dong family's master's wife would do such a thing. It was no wonder that she had provoked the Dong family's elders. If it was any other man, he probably wouldn't be able to accept such a woman as his wife, right? Puff! With a soft sound, Tianhe, who was standing in midair, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was flushed red, and the blood soaked the front of her clothes. It was dazzling. She staggered slightly, clutching her chest, as if she was enduring the pain of thousands of ants gnawing at her heart. Looking down at Dong Hai, her face was filled with despair. She had never thought that Dong Hai would be so heartless. After all, she and Dong Hai had been husband and wife for over 100 years. Back then, she did not hesitate to offend her own master and was expelled from the sect. She swore to be with Dong Hai even if she had to die. In the end, she got what she wanted, but she had not returned to the sect for 100 years. She had never seen the many senior and junior sisters who she missed dearly in her heart. She had been staying in the Dong family with Dong Hai. She had thought that she had found her Mr. Right in this life, but she had never thought that he would stab her in the heart. The man she regarded as heaven, earth, and the only man in her life, had stabbed her in the heart. "Master, this matter doesn't seem to be so simple." Jiao watched for a while before suddenly whispering to Yang Kai. Yang Kai curled his lips. "This is other people's business, why do you care so much?" Although he said so, he was sighing in his heart. Tianhe's desperate eyes seemed to be covered by a thick layer of dark clouds, without the slightest trace of light. Obviously, she was heartbroken to the extreme. After a pause, Yang Kai asked, "Yao, do you want to help her?" Jiao replied, "Yes, master." Yang Kai couldn't help sighing. Although he was not very willing to intervene in today's matter, these people from the Dong family had obviously crossed the line, especially Dong Hai. The two of them had lived together for 100 years. Who didn't understand each other? Even if there was some friction between them, they could have just sat down and talked it out. Was there a need to expel her from the Dong family in public and divorce her? How was she supposed to face others in the future? This man had no sense of responsibility. Shi Tianhe must have been blind to follow such a man. Haha. In the sky, Shi Tianhe suddenly laughed like a madman, blood still flowing from the corners of her mouth, shocking everyone who saw it. Her laughter was full of bitterness, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Dong Hai! Shi Tianhe suddenly shouted, for the Dong family, you are willing to go to this extent. As the patriarch, you are really competent. It's useless to say more. Dong Hai didn't want to continue being entangled. With so many onlookers watching, if this continued, the Dong family and his face would be lost. Waving his hand gently, he said, Elders, let's do it. Hearing this, the elders' expressions sank as they said, Please excuse us. As soon as the words fell, they urged their source chi to rush towards Shi Tianhe. Clang! A sword cry rang out as an ice-cold long sword suddenly appeared in Shi Tianhe's hand. As soon as the long sword appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and an icy cold aura suddenly spread out. As the sword light flashed, a large number of snowflakes suddenly fell from the sky, enveloping the Dong family elders. The snowflakes were like sharp weapons, causing the Dong family elders' expressions to change drastically. They didn't dare to meet them head-on. It's snowing? No, this is her secret technique. It's an ice attribute secret technique. Is this Lady Dong's strength really so great? A group of people cried out in surprise. On the other side, Dong Hai's face sank when he saw Shi Tianhe make a move. He shouted in a panic, Stupid woman, are you still going to resist? Commander Yu, however, frowned and said, Patriarch Dong, your wife? And why does this woman's move feel a bit like Ice Heart Valley's secret technique? Dong Hai forced a smile and said, Commander, you must be joking. This stupid woman has cultivated an ice attribute secret art since she was a child and has mastered some powerful secret techniques. She has nothing to do with Ice Heart Valley. Listening to his words, it seemed that once the Dong family got involved with Ice Heart Valley, a great disaster would befall them. Commander, you didn't doubt him and nodded lightly. That would be for the best. You also know the current situation of Ice Heart Valley. If this woman is really an Ice Heart Valley disciple, your Dong family will be finished. Dong Hai's forehead suddenly oozed cold sweat as he laughed dryly. She is her. She has nothing to do with my Dong family. Clear sky snowfall. Ji Yao suddenly shouted, her brow furrowed as she stared at Shi Tianhe, who was struggling to make a move in the sky. As Bing Yun's third disciple, Ji Yao was extremely familiar with Ice Heart Valley's various secret techniques. As soon as Shi Tianhe made her move, she recognized that it was Ice Heart Valley's clear sky snowfall. Only Ice Heart Valley's disciples could cultivate this secret technique, and only core disciples could do so. In the sky, Shi Tianhe had pushed back those elders of the Dong family with one move. Just as she was about to flee, those elders stuck to her like plasters. Shi Tianhe had no choice but to turn her long sword around and thrust it out one sword flower after another. These sword flowers were like pear blossoms, blooming in midair. They were beautiful but contained an indescribable murderous intent. Shi Tianhe's body shuttled back and forth between these pear blossoms, her figure flickering as she waited for an opportunity to escape. Ice Snow Pear Blossom Sword. Ji Yao let out another shout. If she wasn't sure that Shi Tianhe was an Ice Heart Valley disciple when she recognized her clear sky snowfall secret technique, she was now completely certain. If she wasn't an Ice Heart Valley disciple, how could she have mastered these two secret techniques? Ji Yao was greatly surprised. She hadn't expected to meet an Ice Heart Valley disciple in peaceful Peace City right after she returned to the Northern Territory. At this moment, a Dong family elder struggled to break through Shi Tianhe's sword attack and attracted her attention. Another elder flashed behind Shi Tianhe and struck her back with his palm. Although Shi Tianhe's strength was not bad, after all, it was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. Within 2 or 3 moves, she was beaten to a corner. Although she felt the strength coming from behind, she was already powerless. For a moment, she was burning with anxiety. Right at this moment, a tender shout suddenly rang out. Everyone only saw a blur in front of their eyes as a beautiful woman with an ice-cold expression suddenly appeared behind Shi Tianhe. That woman seemed to have casually sent out a palm strike, yet it was enough to turn a third-order Dao Source Realm Dong family elder into a cloud of blood mist. She was Bing Yun's third disciple, and her seniority in the sect was extremely high. Now that someone was bullying an Ice Heart Valley disciple in front of her, how could Jiao show mercy? She killed the Dong family elder with a single palm. She then stretched out her hand and pulled Shi Tianhe over, protecting her behind her as she continued to strike forward with her jade white palms. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a series of explosions rang out as several bloody mists exploded in the sky. Without exception, the Dong family elders who were besieging Shi Tianhe all exploded into bloody mists. Not even their bones remained, and they had no power to fight back. The Emperor Realm! A cry of alarm rang out, and the crowd went into an uproar. It turned out that Shi Tianhe was in a perilous situation. The onlookers thought that she was doomed this time, but they didn't expect that a beautiful woman with an ice-cold temperament from the Emperor Realm would suddenly jump out and kill a group of Dong family elders with one palm strike, turning the situation around abruptly. Chapter 26-24. Dong Hai's face turned pale and he almost collapsed to the ground. This time, in order to arrest Shi Tianhe, the Dong family's third-order Dao Source Realm elders were all mobilized. After all, this was a matter of great importance and they couldn't afford to make any mistakes. He thought that this was a safe arrangement, but he didn't expect that they would be wiped out. The Dong family suddenly lost so many high-end combatants, and the family's power was bound to plummet. At that time, it was not impossible for the other families in the city to annex them. Dong Hai could hardly accept this reality and his mind went blank. Who is it? Commander Yu was also shocked. As the guard commander of Peaceful City, how could he not know when an Emperor Realm Master had appeared in the city? This dereliction of duty was a serious crime. Moreover, the pressure Jiao gave him was even greater than the City Lord's masters. In other words, this ice-cold woman was more powerful than the City Lord. A master above the second-order Emperor Realm? Commander Yu was also dripping with cold sweat. At the corner, when Bai Lu and Yan Xueman saw what had happened, they were filled with lingering fear. They thought that between Yang Kai and Jiao, only their honored master, Yang Kai, was from the Emperor Realm. Now, they knew that Jiao was also from the Emperor Realm. Yesterday, Yan Xueman wanted to buy her ship. Now that they thought about it, the other party was merciful yesterday. Otherwise, how could they still be alive? Peaceful City's Commander Yu Zhen greets the master. May I know the name of this master? Commander Yu ran out and cupped his fists to Jiao while wiping the cold sweat off his forehead. His face was full of respect. In front of a suspected second-order Emperor Realm Master. He didn't dare to be presumptuous. After all, the City Lord's master was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. If this expert was really angered and started a massacre, then this peaceful city would be finished. Jiao didn't seem to hear Yu Zhen's words. She just turned her head and looked at Shi Tianhe with a frown. Shi Tianhe was also stunned. She held her sword in her hand. He turned his head and looked around, only to find that all the elders of the Dong family who had made things difficult for him were dead. Senior. Shi Tianhe was moved. She looked at Jiao and said gratefully, "Thank you for saving me, Senior." Previously, she also thought that she was going to die for sure. Who knew that at this critical moment, she would receive help from a benefactor and turn misfortune into fortune. Shi Tianhe's heart was filled with gratitude. "Are you a disciple of Ice Heart Valley?" Jiao frowned and asked. As soon as these words were spoken, it was as if a huge rock had been smashed into the calm surface of a lake, causing a huge uproar. What? The Dong family's matriarch was a disciple of Ice Heart Valley? Are you serious? It can't be? If that was the case, wouldn't the Dong clan be finished then? No wonder Patriarch Dong didn't hesitate to expel his wife from the Dong family and sever all ties with her. It turns out she is a disciple of Ice Heart Valley. The Dong family head is so courageous. If it were a normal person, he would not be willing to drive such a beautiful lady out of the family. Everyone's discussion spread out, making Ji Yao and Yang Kai frown unceasingly. He didn't know what was going on. Hearing Ji Yao's question, Shi Tianhe smiled bitterly. I don't dare claim to be a disciple of Ice Heart Valley. Tianhe was expelled by honored master 100 years ago. Expelled from the sect? What crime did you commit? Ji Yao asked after a moment of surprise. Ice Heart Valley's disciples could not be expelled unless they had committed some serious crime. Shi Tianhe's face was bitter as she glanced at Dong Hai, who was standing below. Ji Yao understood and coldly snorted, so it was because of a man. You must have been blind to follow him even at the cost of being expelled from the sect, but now what? He expelled you from the Dong family again. As soon as these words came out, Shi Tianhe's eyes became red again. Undoubtedly, she had been stabbed in the heart and was speechless for a while. It's over, it's over. Dong Hai heard the conversation between Ji Yao and Shi Tianhe, and his face seemed to have aged a lot, his body on the verge of collapse. He knew that the Dong family was really finished this time. Not to mention the heavy losses of the elders and the fall of the Dong family's influence, the relationship between Shi Tianhe and Ice Heart Valley was enough to doom the Dong family. After today, the Dong family would no longer have a place in peaceful Peace City. Even if the great families in the city did not deal with the Dong family, the city lord would not tolerate the Dong family. Even if Shi Tianhe had been expelled from Ice Heart Valley 100 years ago, she was still a disciple of Ice Heart Valley. Now, in the entire Northern Territory, anyone who had the slightest relationship with Ice Heart Valley had never had a good ending. She's actually from Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai also showed a look of surprise. Previously, he had eavesdropped on the conversation between Commander Yu and Dong Hai. Commander Yu had said that Lady Dong came from a great sect, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Only now did he know that this great sect was actually Ice Heart Valley. In the Northern Territory, Ice Heart Valley was indeed a first-class force. One of its disciples married into the small Dong family in peaceful Peace City. This was a great honor for the Dong family. Whose sect are you a disciple of? Ji Yao asked again. Shi Tianhe said softly, replying to Senior, Junior's honored master's surname isn't, and her name is Ruo Yun. You are a disciple of eldest senior sister? Ji Yao trembled. And Ruo Yun, a second-order Emperor Realm Master, was the most senior among Bing Yun's disciples. She was the eldest senior sister of many senior sisters. During the years when Bing Yun was missing, it was Ruo Yun who took charge of Ice Heart Valley and supported it. It could be said that the name Ruo Yun was known to almost every cultivator in the Northern Territory. So, when they heard Shi Tianhe say that her honored master was Ruo Yun, there was an uproar. No one expected that the former matriarch of the Dong family would have such a great background. When they looked at Dong Hai again, their gazes became much more complicated. Dong Hai was Ruo Yun's disciple, and he was marrying her as his wife. Unfortunately, this glory of the past had now become a fatal blow to the Dong family. Eldest senior sister? Shi Tianhe was also stunned. She looked at Ji Yao blankly and asked, Senior is? This person called her honored master eldest senior sister, so she was obviously also a member of Ice Heart Valley. Shi Tianhe thought of the faces of her martial uncles in Ice Heart Valley, but she couldn't match any of them with this person in front of her, so she couldn't help but feel suspicious. I am your third martial aunt. Ji Yao said lightly. Shi Tianhe's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she cried out involuntarily, You are Martial Aunt Ji Yao. When she was in Ice Heart Valley, Ji Yao had already disappeared, so it was normal for her not to have seen Ji Yao. However, when she was in Ice Heart Valley, she had heard her honored master mention this long-lost martial aunt. Those martial uncles who were still in Ice Heart Valley were worried about her safety, but unfortunately, no one knew where she was. Ice Heart Valley had sent people out many times to look for her, but there was no news. Shi Tianhe had never thought that she would meet her in peaceful Peace City today. For a moment, Shi Tianhe was overjoyed, and the sadness in her heart was diluted a lot when she saw Ji Yao. She quickly knelt in front of Ji Yao and said, Abandoned disciple of Ice Heart Valley, Shi Tianhe, greets third martial aunt. Get up. Ji Yao stretched out her hand and lifted Shi Tianhe up, coldly snorting. As the disciple of eldest senior sister, you actually disobeyed her for a man. If I were her, I would have killed you directly. How could I have allowed you to live until today? Shi Tianhe smiled bitterly and didn't say a word. Ji Yao continued, however, senior sister spared your life, so it's not convenient for me to overstep my authority. Today, you have been expelled from the Dong family, so you are no longer a member of the Dong family. Come back to Ice Heart Valley with me and ask for forgiveness from eldest senior sister. Whether you live or die, it's all up to senior sister. Shi Tianhe wept and said, Thank you, third martial aunt. Ji Yao turned her head and looked coldly at the dazed Dong Hai below. Although Tianhe is an abandoned disciple of my Ice Heart Valley, she is not someone you can bully. She abandoned her sect to follow you. It's fine if you treated her well, but now, you have abandoned her. You deserve to die. As she spoke, she gently slapped her palm down. Shi Tianhe was shocked and stood in front of Ji Yao in a flash. She knelt on the ground and begged, Third martial aunt, don't kill him. Please, don't kill him. Emperor Qi surged in Ji Yao's palm, but she didn't release it. She glared at Shi Tianhe and said angrily, You still want to protect him at this time? Shi Tianhe shook her head and cried, He saved my life back then. Now, I ask third martial aunt to spare his life. Just treat it as this disciple paying him back with her life. From now on, our grievances are settled and there will be no more contact between us. Ji Yao was furious. She wanted to slap this blind martial niece in front of her to death. Emperor Qi surged in her palm several times, but in the end she couldn't bear to do it. After all, Shi Tianhe's fate was already bumpy enough. Helplessly, Ji Yao could only turn her head and look at Yang Kai. Honored master, what do you think? Yang Kai said indifferently, You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. As he spoke, he had already arrived in front of Dong Hai and slapped his chest. Dong Hai was sent flying before he could react. He crashed into a building not far away and fainted. Since Yang Kai had already made a move, Ji Yao naturally had no objections. She immediately dispersed her Emperor Qi. Let's go. Yang Kai waved his hand and took the lead to fly into the air. Ji Yao hurriedly followed. Shi Tianhe looked back at Dong Hai, who was unconscious on the ground, and finally turned her head and disappeared from everyone's sight. It was only at this moment that the many cultivator at the city gates secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With the Emperor realm here, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly for fear that their image would offend that master. She's actually from Ice Heart Valley. At the corner, Bai Lu seemed to have discovered a shocking secret. He looked extremely excited. After thinking for a while, he suddenly said, Shui Man, quickly go and tell your father that the Emperor realm from Ice Heart Valley has come to Peaceful Peace City and has just left. Tell him to quickly count the people and chase after them. Remember, don't alert them, just follow them. What about you? Yan Shuemon looked at him and asked. I'm going back to Black Thunder Pavilion and tell my father what happened here. I believe that my father will be very interested in that woman. Saying so, he had already rushed to the location of the space array in Peaceful Peace City. Through the space array, he could directly return to Black Thunder Pavilion, so it wouldn't take long for him to tell his father the news here. People from Ice Heart Valley dare to come out and cause trouble? Now there's hope for revenge. Bai Lu sneered in his heart. Thinking of the scene where his father took action and captured the man and woman, he was secretly delighted. Chapter 26-25. In the sky, a group of 3 flew forward. Perhaps it was because Ji Yao hated Shi Tianhe for not becoming steel, but from time to time, she would glare at Shi Tianhe with extreme annoyance. As for Shi Tianhe, she had just experienced a great change. Although she managed to keep her life, she was also depressed. If not for the fact that she still had one last wish, she would have lost her will to live. Honored master, you should have killed that man before. Why did you leave him alive? After flying for half a day, Ji Yao finally couldn't help but speak. As soon as she spoke, her voice was filled with murderous intent. Obviously, she was still worried about Dong Hai's injuries. Yang Kai shook his head and didn't say anything. Honored master? Shi Tianhe was shocked when she heard this. She looked at Yang Kai in amazement before cupping her fists and saying, Tianhe greets senior. How should I address Senior? She had been absent-minded all this time, and only now did she suddenly remember to ask about Yang Kai's identity. Moreover, when she heard her third martial aunt call him that, Shi Tianhe also felt strange. Her third martial aunt was a disciple of Ice Heart Valley, so shouldn't her honored master be Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder? Why would she call a man honored master? What Senior? This is ancestral founder. You are really blind, Ji Yao gritted her teeth. Her heart was filled with hatred. Back then, she was expelled from the sect by her senior sister because of a man. Now that her ancestral founder was in front of her, she couldn't recognize her. If she wasn't blind, then what was? How could her senior sister accept such a disciple? Ancestral founder. Shi Tianhe was shocked. She stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes, not knowing what kind of ancestral founder he was. Yang Kai quietly sent her a message. Tianhe, your third martial aunt has been outside all these years. She seems to have been provoked by something. There is something wrong with her head. She mistook me for Senior Bing Yun. I don't want to point it out. I'm afraid she will go crazy again. This time, I will send her back to Ice Heart Valley. When she sees Senior Bing Yun, she will understand. You should pretend now, don't reveal any flaws. Shi Tianhe was shocked. She never thought that her third martial aunt, who looked extremely normal, would have a problem with her head. Mistaking a man for the founder, this was not a small problem. She was smart and quick-witted, so she quickly sorted out her emotions and bowed respectfully. Disciples' eyes are blind. Patriarch, please don't blame me. Humph. Ji Yao snorted coldly, looking like she did not want to see her. Shi Tianhe smiled bitterly. However, her expression quickly changed as she asked, Ancestor, have you and third martial uncle just returned to the Northern Territory? Yang Kai asked curiously, How did you know? Shi Tianhe said, Then you don't know about the sect? Ji Yao frowned and asked, What happened to the sect? Shi Tianhe's face was pale as she said, The sect has been surrounded. In the Northern Territory, many of the senior sisters who had married out had been murdered, and the foundation of the sect outside had been completely destroyed. Now, Ice Heart Valley is besieged and in imminent danger. What? When Yang Kai and Ji Yao heard this, their faces changed greatly. Ji Yao said angrily, Who did this? Seeking Passion Sect. Shi Tianhe's eyes flashed with hatred. Seeking Passion Sect? Ji Yao's pretty face sank. She shouted angrily, How dare they? Why did they do this to my Ice Heart Valley? Yang Kai frowned. He suddenly realized that this matter might have something to do with him. Thinking of this, he said, Tianhe, tell me the whole story in detail. We really didn't know that such a thing had happened to the sect. Shi Tianhe immediately gave a brief account of what had happened in the Northern Territory in the past few years. A few years ago, when the Shattered Star Sea opened in the Star Boundary, Seeking Passion Sect's sect master Feng Xian suddenly brought people to Ice Heart Valley. On that day, Seeking Passion Sect's masters gathered and pressured Ice Heart Valley. No one knew what kind of conflict had occurred. The masters of the two sides fought outside Ice Heart Valley and both sides suffered heavy losses. Since then, Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion Sect were like fire and water. As time passed, the grievances between the two sects grew deeper and deeper. Many of Ice Heart Valley's disciples who had been married off were found by Seeking Passion Sect and cruelly murdered. Some of Ice Heart Valley's foundations were also destroyed, and the forces that were related to Ice Heart Valley were also suppressed and persecuted. Half a year ago, countless masters of Seeking Passion Sect, under the leadership of Sect Master Feng Xian, seized Ice Moon City and sealed off Ice Heart Valley's surroundings. It seemed that they wanted to destroy Ice Heart Valley in one fell swoop. Ice Moon City was the closest city to Ice Heart Valley, and it was also the foundation of Ice Heart Valley since its inception. It was an important hub that connected Ice Heart Valley with the outside world. Now that even Ice Moon City had been occupied, it was obvious that Ice Heart Valley was in a difficult situation. Half a year had passed since then. Fortunately, Ice Heart Valley had the sect defending array, so it had been able to hold on until today. Both Seeking Passion Sect and Ice Heart Valley are first-class sects in the Northern Territory, and their strength is almost the same. If there is no unresolvable grievance between the two sides, it is impossible for them to go to war. Tianhe, do you know the reason? Yang Kai asked with a sullen face. Shi Tianhe replied, at first, no one knew, but later, a rumor gradually spread. The reason why Seeking Passion sect was so decisive was that Feng Xian's son, Feng Shi, was killed in the Shattered Star Sea. Ji Yao sneered. His skills were inferior, so he was killed. Could it be that the one who killed Feng Shi was a disciple of my Ice Heart Valley? Shi Tianhe shook her head and said, no, it was said that it was a man named Yang Kai. Yang Kai has a close relationship with the ancestral founder. If Feng Xian wanted to find Yang Kai's traces and origins, he could only work on the ancestral founder. Unfortunately, the ancestral founder didn't say anything, so Feng Xian flew into a rage out of humiliation. He didn't hesitate to start a war between the two sects to avenge his son. Yang Kai. Ji Yao frowned. She vaguely felt that this name was familiar. Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong with her expression, so he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and quickly changed the topic. Although Seeking Passion sect is good, that Feng Xian is only a third-order Emperor Realm Master. How could he force Ice Heart Valley into such a state? Shi Tianhe shook her head and said, I don't know the specific situation. Disciple only knows that the sect is now in danger. Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he suddenly asked, you want to leave the Dong family and peaceful Peace City because you want to return to the sect and do your part? Shi Tianhe replied bitterly, yes. Although Disciple was expelled from the sect by Honored Master, she is still a disciple of Ice Heart Valley. Now that the sect is in trouble, how can Disciple stand by and do nothing? It's just that the Dong family doesn't want to let me leave because once I expose my identity as a disciple of Ice Heart Valley, it will inevitably implicate the Dong family. Now, in the entire Northern Territory, no one dares to have anything to do with Ice Heart Valley. Ji Yao looked at her in a daze and nodded. It's hard for you to have this kind of heart. Previously, she had expected better from Shi Tianhe and felt that her martial niece was hopeless. She was expelled from the sect for a man, and 100 years later, she was expelled from her family by that man. But now, it seemed that her martial niece still had some redeeming qualities. At the very least, when the sect was in trouble, she remembered to go back and do her part. Even though she knew that the sect was in a precarious situation and that the slightest mistake would cause her to turn to ashes, she still went back without hesitation. This was not something that anyone could do. Shi Tianhe shook her head and said, the sect raised me and taught me. Tianhe is a disciple of Ice Heart Valley and will die as a ghost of Ice Heart Valley. Ji Yao nodded and said, good, with your determination, senior sister will definitely accept you as a disciple again. Really? Shi Tianhe looked at Ji Yao in surprise. Ji Yao showed a rare smile. Don't worry, if she doesn't accept you, I won't recognize her as senior sister. Shi Tianhe was startled and hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare, third martial aunt, please don't joke with me. Honored Master, now that the sect is in trouble, we have to go back quickly. Senior sister can't do this alone. Ji Yao turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and said, but we have to deal with the tale behind us first. It seems that someone is watching us. HM? Ji Yao heard this and immediately turned her head to look behind her, only to see a small black dot on the horizon rushing towards them. Obviously, it was coming for them. Shi Tianhe's face changed and she said, this is bad, we must have exposed our identities in Peaceful City and attracted the attention of some people. Tianhe, do you know who is coming? Yang Kai turned around and asked lightly. Shi Tianhe frowned and said, if Disciple is not wrong, they should be people from Black Thunder Pavilion. Black Thunder Pavilion? Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a playful smile. Shi Tianhe said, Peaceful City and Black Thunder Pavilion have a close relationship. They are connected by a space array, so it is convenient to come and go. Black Thunder Pavilion is now attached to Seeking Passion sect. Now that we have exposed our identities, Black Thunder Pavilion will definitely not sit idly by. They must want to capture us and bring us to Seeking Passion sect to claim credit. That depends on whether they have the ability or not. Yang Kai sneered. What is the cultivation of Black Thunder Pavilion's Pavilion Master? Black Thunder Pavilion's Pavilion Master, by you, is a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Sure, Tianhe's pretty face was solemn. They also have 4 first-order Emperor Realm Elders, including Peaceful City's City Lord, Yen Dong, that makes 5 first-order Emperor Realm Masters. Martial Ant, let's go first. Why go? It's rare for you to come to our door. Ji Yao glared at her. Shi Tianhe was stunned, not knowing where her third martial ant's confidence came from. Remembering that her third martial ant had some problems with her head, she quickly turned to Yang Kai to ask for his opinion. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Don't worry. They are just a few clowns." Clowns? Shi Tianhe was speechless. A second-order Emperor Realm Master and 5 first-order Emperor Realm Masters. How did they become clowns? Is this man's brain damaged like her third martial ant's? She was restless as she let her imagination run wild, but when she saw that both Yang Kai and Ji Yao's faces were calm, her heart gradually calmed down. From the moment she decided to leave the Dong family and return to the sect to do her best, she never thought that she would be able to survive. Perhaps she would be killed before she could return to the sect. After all, Ice Heart Valley was completely surrounded. As long as she showed herself, she would definitely be attacked. Since she no longer cared about life and death, what in this world could scare her? Her only wish was to be able to return to her master's side before she died and obtain her master's forgiveness and forgiveness. Chapter 26-26. Tianhe, stand behind your ancestral founder, Ji Yao said lightly. Yes. Shi Tianhe didn't say much and quickly hid behind Yang Kai, the fake ancestral founder. At this moment, the group of people chasing them could be clearly identified, and the fluctuations of Emperor Qi could be clearly felt. It was a little different from what Shi Tianhe had guessed. The leader was indeed a second-order Emperor Realm Master and should be the Pavilion Master of Black Thunder Pavilion, Bai Yu. However, he wasn't followed by 5 first-order Emperor Realm Masters, but only 4, 1 less in number. Yang Kai thought about it again. Yesterday, there was a guy named Yen Qing who was with Black Thunder Pavilion's young Pavilion Master Bai Lu and had one of his arms crippled. Yen Qing should be an elder of Black Thunder Pavilion and was probably recuperating at the moment, so he couldn't come. Even so, Black Thunder Pavilion had sent out all its forces to the Emperor Realm, which showed how much importance they attached to Yang Kai and Ji Yao. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk accompanied by the sound of the wind, 5 figures stopped a few dozen meters away from Yang Kai and Ji Yao. The leader had a white face and no beard. His appearance was somewhat similar to Bai Lu, so he should be the Pavilion Master of Black Thunder Pavilion, Bai Yu. The 4 people behind him were 2 middle-aged men and 2 elderly men. All of them had indifferent expressions and looked dignified, their eyes glaring at Yang Kai and Ji Yao. Shi Tianhe sent a message to Yang Kai. The one standing on the far left is Peaceful Peace City's City Lord Yen Dong. The other 3 are elders of Black Thunder Pavilion. Senior and third martial ant should be careful. Yang Kai nodded lightly. You are Bing Yun's third disciple, Ji Yao? Not far away, the leader, Bai Yu, suddenly shouted. He could recognize Ji Yao not because he knew her. It was just that previously at the gate of Peaceful Peace City, Shi Tianhe had once called Ji Yao martial ant, so it was naturally heard by others. Impudent! How dare you call honored master by his name? Ji Yao's beautiful eyes flashed with anger as she gritted her teeth and shouted. Haha! Bai Yu laughed and ridiculed. Bing Yun is hiding in Ice Heart Valley and doesn't dare to come out, but your disciple has quite the temper. I don't know where you got the guts to run amok in the Northern Territory. The 4 people behind him were also smiling playfully, as if they were certain that Yang Kai and Ji Yao would be defeated. They couldn't be blamed for being so confident. After all, Bai Yu was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. In Ice Heart Valley, eldest disciple and Ruo Yun and second disciple Sun Yun Xiu were both second-order Emperor Realm Masters. As the third disciple, Ji Yao's cultivation was at most the same level as Bai Yu's. If they really fought, Bai Yu wasn't afraid of her, not to mention that he had 4 first-order Emperor Realm Masters to help him. At that time, as long as they dealt with Yang Kai first, the rest of them would besiege Ji Yao together, and she wouldn't be able to do anything. Master, I'm going to tear his mouth off and dismember his body into 10,000 pieces. Ji Yao's chest heaved up and down in anger. Just go ahead. Leave the rest to me, Yang Kai nodded. Ji Yao obeyed. With a flicker of her tender body, she leapt directly above Bai Yu's head and waved her snow-white sword, sending sword flowers towards Bai Yu. How dare you, cheap slave! Bai Yu shouted as he stretched out his hand and grasped the air, summoning a long spear in his hand. Pushing his Emperor Qi, he thrust the spear forward, shattering the sword flowers as it swept towards Ji Yao. Ji Yao's expression didn't change. With a sweep of her sword, a sword wave slashed towards Bai Yu. The two instantly engaged in a fierce battle, Emperor Qi surging, principles colliding, and Emperor Qi colliding. While fighting with Ji Yao, Bai Yu said, "Go and kill those two, then come back and help me." Serene Peace City's City Lord Yen Dong and the other 3 Black Thunder Pavilion elders obeyed and immediately took action. With a tap of their feet, the 4 of them spread out and surrounded Yang Kai and Shi Tianhe. "Madam Dong." Yen Dong looked at Shi Tianhe coldly and said, "This city lord really didn't expect you to be a disciple of Ice Heart Valley. You really hid it from this city lord." Shi Tianhe gritted her teeth and said, "I was expelled from Ice Heart Valley 100 years ago, so I'm not considered a disciple of Ice Heart Valley anymore." Yen Dong chuckled and said, "No matter what, you were once a disciple of Ice Heart Valley. I heard that you were Ruo Yun's disciple? So what?" Yen Dong sighed and said, "Back then, when this city lord was traveling outside, he got to know a disciple of Ice Heart Valley. That person was pure, beautiful, and intelligent, just like Madam Dong. This city lord was very fond of her, but unfortunately, falling flowers were unrequited. That woman looked down on this city lord, which made this city lord feel regretful. Even now, I still sigh when I think about it." City Lord Yen had such a romantic past? A Black Thunder Pavilion elder next to him couldn't help but laugh. "I've never heard of this before." Yes, if that woman had accepted City Lord Yen back then, I'm afraid she would have been implicated today. Fortunately, City Lord Yen is blessed by the heavens. Another Black Thunder Pavilion elder also laughed. Yen Dong waved his hand and said, "It's all in the past, so don't laugh at this Yen. However, although it has been many years, this city lord still remembers that woman's name is Yudan. I wonder if Madam Dong knows her?" "Senior Sister Yudan?" Shi Tianhe was surprised and said, "You actually know Senior Sister Yudan?" Looking at her expression, it was obvious that she knew Yudan. Yen Dong chuckled and said, "You are all disciples of Ruo Yun, so you really do know each other. Good, very good." As he spoke, he kept nodding, and the light in his eyes gradually became dangerous. The Black Thunder Pavilion elder who had been silent all this time looked at him thoughtfully and said, "City Lord Yen, you can't be thinking of making up for the regret of the past today, right?" Yen Dong smiled and said, "Why not?" Everyone was stunned when they heard this. That Black Thunder Pavilion elder said, "City Lord Yen is indeed elegant. This Madam Dong has been married for many years. This Yen is very fond of this charming and beautiful woman. Moreover, she is Yudan's senior sister. Since this Yen is unable to obtain a senior sister, it wouldn't be a bad idea to get a junior sister to play with. Elders, when you attack later, please be a little more tender towards the fairer sex. Do not hurt her." The Black Thunder Pavilion elders didn't know what to say, but they all knew that the matter of the past had become a knot in Yen Dong's heart. If they could capture Shi Tianhe today, it would be enough. They all nodded and said, "Since City Lord Yen has said so, we will naturally give you face." Yen Dong chuckled and said, "Then I will thank you in advance." Shi Tianhe blushed and said angrily, "Yen Dong, I didn't expect you to be so despicable and shameless. Dong Hai has been following your lead all these years and listened to your orders." "Hai?" Yen Dong coldly snorted, "Why did that dead man mention him? Don't worry, he doesn't care about you. This city lord will take good care of you in the future." Shi Tianhe's pretty face turned pale and she asked in shock, "What did you do to him?" Yen Dong sneered and said, "As the patriarch of the Dong family, what do you think will happen to him after marrying an Ice Heart Valley disciple? Now, he has been torn to pieces by this city lord, and the Dong family no longer exists." Shi Tianhe's tender body trembled, and she was completely stunned. Although she knew that the Dong family wouldn't have a good end after her identity was exposed, she still couldn't accept this news. That was the man she had been married to for 100 years, the man she had followed without hesitation and left her sect. But now, he was dead. "I'll kill you, you bastard." Tianhe's eyes turned red as she drew her long sword and burst out with all her strength, wanting to kill Yendong. But before she could move, she felt someone pat her shoulder and froze her in place. If it weren't for Yang Kai's Emperor Qi, she would have fallen to the ground. Yendong looked at Yang Kai coldly and snorted, "Little brat, you're about to die and you still have time to care about other people's business." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Are you so confident that you can kill me?" Saying so, he pulled Tianhe behind him. His fearless expression made Yendong and the rest frown. They didn't know where his confidence came from. They knew Ji Yao's identity, but they didn't know who this man was or what kind of strength he had, so they couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. "Who is your excellency?" In the Northern Territory, Ice Heart Valley is being targeted by everyone and will soon be destroyed. If your excellency is smart, you shouldn't meddle in this muddy water. Yendong looked at Yang Kai coldly and said, "That's right, if your excellency can mend his ways, we can be friends." A Black Thunder Pavilion elder also nodded and said, "Friends like you? This young master can't afford to be friends with you." Yang Kai grinned, "It's better for everyone to fight it out." "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and deal with that person." At this moment, Bai Yu's angry voice suddenly rang out. Everyone hurriedly turned their heads to look, and their faces couldn't help but change. That was because they discovered that Bai Yu, who was also a second-order Emperor Realm Master, was actually at a disadvantage in this battle. A frigid aura filled the air, and Bai Yu struggled to resist Ji Yao's attacks, her face turning slightly pale. From the looks of it, he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. The few people were startled and realized that they had underestimated Ji Yao's strength. Even though she was also a second-order Emperor Realm Master, she was much stronger than Bai Yu. "If you don't help, your Pavilion Master will be finished." Yang Kai looked at them with a smile. At the same time, he released his Emperor Qi and deliberately revealed his cultivation. "Don't worry, this young master isn't strong, just a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Don't be afraid, let's attack together." First-order Emperor Realm Master. He really is a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Damn, a trivial first-order Emperor dares to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger and scare this king. Yendong and the 3 Black Thunder Pavilion elders shouted. Previously, they were afraid that Yang Kai's cultivation was higher than theirs, so they didn't dare to act rashly. They wanted to probe his strength first, but they didn't expect him to expose himself. What was so scary about a First-Order Emperor Realm Master? All 4 of them were First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. Even if one of them wasn't his opponent, how could the 4 of them not be a match? One of the Black Thunder Pavilion elders shouted. In the next moment, the 4 of them pounced on Yang Kai from all directions, their Emperor Qi surging as they used their secret techniques to attack. Chapter 26-27. The scene of 4 people from the Emperor realm rushing over at the same time was truly frightening. Tianhe was pinned to the ground by Yang Kai. She felt her body suddenly sink, as if a mountain was pressing down on her chest, making it difficult for her to breathe. While she was still in shock, the 4 people's attacks arrived. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk after a loud bang, Tianhe's heart almost jumped out of her chest. She thought she was dead for sure. But when she looked again, she strangely found that she had appeared in a different place without anyone noticing. The 4 people's attacks did not hurt her at all. Yang Kai stood in front of her, clapping his hands together and pulling. A huge pitch-black moon blade took shape. The pitch-black moon blade fluctuated with terrifying energy fluctuations, like the scythe of the death god, waiting for an opportunity to reap the lives of all living beings. With a swoosh, the moon blade flew out and slashed towards the 4 people from the Emperor realm. Not good. Yendong's face changed as he shouted. After missing his first attack, he realized that he had underestimated Yang Kai's strength. Although this young man was indeed a first-order Emperor Realm Master, his speed was very strange. With this kind of speed, he was almost invincible in a fight. When he turned around, he saw the huge moon blade whistling towards him. Yen Dong was so scared that he hurriedly retreated and shouted, "Elders, dodge!" He reacted quickly and dodged quickly, but the 3 Black Thunder Pavilion elders were not as smart. The 3 of them were still wondering what was going on. They did not see Yang Kai move at all, so why did he suddenly disappear? By the time they heard Yen Dong's warning, the moon blade was already in front of them. The 3 Black Thunder Pavilion elders shouted in unison. They pushed their Emperor Qi. They mobilized their principal strength to resist. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk, a scene that shocked them to their very core appeared. Wherever the moon blade passed, it tore apart their Emperor Qi and principles like a hot knife through butter. Asterisk poo. Asterisk, with a soft sound, the pitch-black moon blade cut through the body of the Black Thunder Pavilion elder in front of it and slashed towards the second elder without slowing down. The second elder was not spared either. He had also been slashed by the moon blade. When it came to the third middle-aged elder, he finally had the opportunity to lean his body slightly, allowing the crescent blade to slice through his arm. Yen Dong's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the 2 Black Thunder Pavilion elders whose bodies had been sliced by the moon blade. He didn't even dare to blink. With a crash, the 2 elders suddenly split into 2 halves, blood and internal organs raining down from the sky. At the same time, a miserable cry rang out. Yen Dong was so shocked that he quickly turned his head to look. The third middle-aged elder from the Black Thunder Pavilion had one of his arms cut off. Blood gushed out from the wound like a fountain. From the wound, one could faintly see the beating heart in his chest. The injury was not light. SSS. Yen Dong sucked in a breath of cold air, his clothes drenched in sweat as he turned his head in shock. He looked at Yang Kai in horror and said, "You? Who are you?" One move. With just a single move, he had killed 2 First-Order Emperor Realm Elders of Profound Thunder Pavilion and severely injured the other. Was this something a First-Order Emperor Realm Master could do? Was he even human? Yen Dong was truly frightened. If Yang Kai hadn't taken the initiative to use his strength just now and revealed his First-Order Emperor Realm cultivation, he would have thought that Yang Kai was just a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Shi Tianhe, who was standing behind Yang Kai, was also shocked and couldn't help but gulp. At this moment, she suddenly realized that the power that was binding her had disappeared and she had regained her freedom. Yang Kai grinned. He said, "You don't even know who I am, yet you came looking for trouble. It seems that City Lord Yen has never died before." Die. Yen Dong's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the 2 dead Black Thunder Pavilion elders. He then glanced at Bai Yu, who looked like she wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Gritting his teeth, he turned around and transformed into a beam of light as he quickly fled. He didn't dare to stay any longer. If the other party could kill 2 people from the Emperor Realm who were as strong as him in an instant, it would be easy for the other party to take his life. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that his life would end here. But in front of the other party's unpredictable speed, Yen Dong didn't have the confidence to escape. So, as he ran, he looked back anxiously, only to see that Yang Kai was still standing in the same place and didn't seem to have any intention of chasing him. The speed of the Emperor Realm was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Yen Dong had disappeared without a trace. Only then did Yen Dong gasp for breath. There was a look of fear on his face, as well as a sense of relief that he had just survived a calamity. He didn't know why the other party didn't chase after him, but since he was allowed to run, he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. After flying for a few dozen breaths, Yen Dong regained a little sense of security. No matter how fast the young man was, since there was no sign of him chasing after him, it meant that he was safe. Before he could finish his thought, Yen Dong suddenly stopped in his tracks, his expression solemn as he looked towards the front not too far away. In the void in front of him, it was like a calm lake that had a stone thrown into it. Ripples appeared, and from the center of the ripples, there was a strange energy fluctuation. His vision blurred, and a figure that almost scared him out of his wits appeared like a ghost. Dang 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 dang, Yen Dong retreated in shock, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He stared at Yang Kai and said, "How could you?" Speaking up to this point, he suddenly thought of something and shouted, "The Space Divine Technique." He had heard that a cultivator who had mastered the space divine technique would be able to achieve the miraculous ability of teleportation through space. But that was just hearsay. The space divine technique wasn't something that could be mastered so easily. The power of space was extremely rare, and even if one had no affinity with it, they wouldn't be able to master it even if they spent their entire life trying. In the entire star realm, there was one person who had extremely high attainments in the power of space. He was known as the #1 person under the great emperors. That person was the famous Wuxia of the Spirit Beast Island in the Eastern Territory. Yen Dong never expected that he would actually encounter an enemy who was proficient in the power of space, and from the looks of it, this person's methods weren't much worse than Li Wuyi's. It turned out that this person wasn't letting him escape, but had the confidence to stop him. With a miraculous ability to teleport through space, no matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't be able to escape. City Lord Yan's eyesight is not bad. Yang Kai laughed dryly. Yen Dong's expression changed again, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, "This city lord will fight it out with you." He knew that he couldn't escape, and from the way the other party had killed the Black Thunder Pavilion elder, even if he begged for mercy, the other party might not let him go. If he wanted to live, he could only fight with his life on the line. Yen Dong was also a decisive person. As soon as he finished speaking, he released all of his strength and a long saber appeared in his hand. His body moved along with the saber, and a saber light soared into the sky as he slashed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai coldly snorted, raised his hand, and slapped out with his palm. Under the surge of his Emperor Qi, the glaring blade light was instantly extinguished, and his palm landed on Yen Dong's chest. *Poo. Yen Dong spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered backwards, falling to the ground and creating a deep crater. Struggling to climb out of the hole, Yen Dong's eyes trembled as he stared at Yang Kai, who was slowly descending from the sky, and shouted, "You're not a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Who are you?" How could a First-Order Emperor Realm Master injure him so easily with a single palm strike? How could a First-Order Emperor Realm Master kill 2 of the 3 Black Thunder Pavilion elders and injure one in an instant? Yen Dong was almost certain that Yang Kai was definitely hiding his cultivation and deliberately playing with them. It was laughable that they all thought that Jiao was the strongest, but in the end, they met a tough opponent. Guess. Yang Kai winked at him, and in the blink of an eye, another pitch-black moon blade appeared in his hand. However, this moon blade was not as big as the previous one. Even so, Yen Dong's face turned ashen when he sensed the energy fluctuations contained in it. This was a technique condensed from space principles, and under the support of space principles, he could not resist at all. "Wait!" Yen Dong hurriedly shouted. Since he could not win, he could only beg for mercy. Yang Kai did not intend to give him a chance to speak, and with a flick of his finger, the moon blade flew towards Yen Dong. With a soft sound, the moon blade cut through Yen Dong's body, and the city lord of Peaceful City fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. After falling to the ground, his body was immediately split in half. Yang Kai reached out and took the space ring from Yen Dong's hand, and with a flicker, he disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he had already returned to Shi Tianhe's side. With the sound of fighting, Yang Kai glanced over and found that Ji Yao and Bai Yu were fighting to the death. However, Bai Yu was in a sorry state at the moment, his hair disheveled, and there were many wounds on his body. Unfortunately, under the influence of Ji Yao's ice concept, the blood was frozen as soon as it flowed out. As for Bai Yu, his hair was covered in frost, and his movements were clumsy. It was obvious that the principles and concepts he comprehended could not be compared to Ji Yao's, and it was only a matter of time before he was defeated and died. "Senior, these are the space rings of those 3 people." Seeing Yang Kai return, Shi Tianhe respectfully handed over the 3 space rings. The seriously injured Black Thunder Pavilion elder from before was also dead. Yang Kai had taken his life before chasing after Yen Dong. At this moment, the smell of blood was pungent, and the ground was covered in colorful intestines and dark red blood. It was like hell on earth. Yang Kai nodded, took the 3 space rings, and put them together with the space ring he had obtained from Yen Dong. After a little investigation, he found that these people were quite rich, especially Yendong's space ring, which contained a lot of source crystals and many precious treasures. Senior, Shi Tianhe called out in a low voice. Since Yang Kai showed his terrifying strength, the way she looked at Yang Kai now was a little strange, no longer as casual as before. Instead, she looked at him with awe. You? Who are you? My name is Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned at her. Chapter 26-28. Yang Kai. Shi Tianhe froze for a moment before exclaiming in shock. Senior, you're that? Yang Kai smiled and said, Yes, I'm the one seeking passion sect has been looking for. Hearing Yang Kai admit it himself, Shi Tianhe smiled bitterly. When she heard those rumors before, she had cursed Yang Kai for being unkind. After all, the root cause of Ice Heart Valley's calamity was Yang Kai. Because he killed Feng Shi in the Shattered Star Sea, Feng Xian was enraged, which led to a series of subsequent conflicts that led to the current chaotic situation in the Northern Territory. Shi Tianhe never thought that one day, the culprit behind the chaos in the Northern Territory would appear in front of her. Thinking about it, Shi Tianhe was shocked again. Because she suddenly remembered that Feng Shi was killed in the Shattered Star Sea a few years ago. In other words, Yang Kai was also in the Shattered Star Sea a few years ago, and only a cultivator below the Emperor realm could enter the Shattered Star Sea. Didn't that mean that Yang Kai was only a Dao Source realm a few years ago? Now, he was at most a First Order Emperor realm master. But even though they were all First Order Emperor realm masters, the elders of Black Thunder Pavilion and the City Lord of Peaceful Peace City were not his opponents at all. The cultivation Yang Kai showed before was his true cultivation, and he didn't hide it at all. If it hadn't happened in front of her, Shi Tianhe wouldn't have believed it. When did a First Order Emperor Realm Master become so easy to kill? Previously, she had fantasized that if she could find that guy named Yang Kai one day, she would capture him and hand him over to Seeking Passion Sect. She would then resolve the crisis of her sect. But now, she didn't dare to have such thoughts. It's over for Baiyu. At this moment, Kai Yang suddenly spoke up. Shi Tianhe quickly looked up and saw a dazzling light blooming over there. A chilling chill swept through the world, accompanied by a flash of sword light. The battle finally came to an end. The light dissipated. Ji Yao didn't move. She lightly swung the long sword in her hand. Her face was as calm as the wind. Instead, a lump of ice had unknowingly appeared before her. Within that lump of ice was a person, the pavilion master of the Black Thunder Pavilion, Baiyu. After being sealed in the ice, Baiyu's face was filled with fear and shock. She couldn't believe that she had lost so thoroughly. He was completely powerless to fight back. Whoosh! The block of ice fell to the ground. When it hit the ground, it shattered with a loud bang. As for the white jade that was sealed within, it also began to crack apart, leaving not a single piece intact. Just as Ji Yao had said earlier, she had indeed torn the other party's corpse into pieces. With a swoosh, Ji Yao appeared beside Yang Kai. He looked left and right. He didn't ask where the other four enemies went. The blood and minced meat on the ground were the best proof. He nodded to Yang Kai and said, Shizun, let's hurry back to the valley. Previously, she didn't know the situation of Ice Heart Valley, but now that she heard the news from Shi Tianhe that Ice Heart Valley was besieged, Ji Yao was anxious to return. She couldn't wait to return to the valley and share the joys and sorrows of her sisters. Yang Kai nodded. While speaking, he winked at Shi Tianhe. Shi Tianhe was a smart person. She quickly turned around and flew out. She retrieved Baiyu's dead space ring. At this time, Ji Yao also threw out her small ship. The three of them landed on the deck one by one. Ji Yao formed a seal with her hands and the ship instantly shot forward. Senior Yang, this is for you. Shi Tianhe handed over a space ring that was frozen in ice and still worn on a severed finger. Yang Kai took it and used his Emperor Qi to melt the ice. He threw away the severed finger and threw the ring back to Shi Tianhe. Senior Yang, this is? Shi Tianhe looked at Yang Kai blankly. This is your third martial uncle's trophy. Since your third martial uncle doesn't like it, you can take it. When you return to Ice Heart Valley in the future, cultivate well and don't disappoint your master again. Yang Kai smiled. Shi Tianhe said gratefully, Thank you, Senior Yang. Thank you, third martial uncle. What's Senior Yang? Ji Yao glared at her. I already told you, this is your ancestral founder. Yes, thank you, ancestral founder. Shi Tianhe's face changed and she quickly corrected herself. She didn't know how to explain it to Ji Yao. Quietly glancing at Yang Kai, she found that Yang Kai also had a helpless look on his face. 2 days later, 3,000 kilometers away from Ice Heart Valley, atop a snowy mountain. Snow continued to fall and the ground was freezing cold. Kai Yang and the others stood at the top of the mountain, gazing into the distance. Ji Yao couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Looking at the familiar scenery and smelling the familiar air, she felt as if she had been reborn. She couldn't suppress the joy in her heart. Perhaps it was because she was close to home, but there was still a faint trace of fear and worry in Ji Yao's eyes. There are so many people. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief as white steam filled the air in front of him. Standing here, one could clearly see that there were cultivators patrolling back and forth outside Ice Heart Valley. These cultivators were obviously not Ice Heart Valley's disciples. There were even groups of 3 to 5 people guarding Ice Heart Valley's main entrances and exits. The entire Ice Heart Valley seemed to be surrounded by an iron bucket. Where did Seeking Passion sect get so many people? Yang Kai frowned slightly. From the information he obtained from Shi Tianhe, Yang Kai learned that not only was Ice Heart Valley besieged, but the nearby Ice Moon City had also been seized. Ice Moon City was an important hub for Ice Heart Valley to communicate with the outside world. After it was seized, it was equivalent to cutting off their connection with the outside world. Seeking Passion sect had to besiege Ice Heart Valley and occupy Ice Moon City, so how could they have so many people? Shi Tianhe said, there are many sects and families in the Northern Territory that rely on Seeking Passion sect. This time, Seeking Passion sect has caused such a big commotion, so those subordinate forces must have come to help. Even so, there shouldn't be so many people. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and suddenly said, Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect are both great forces. Seeking Passion sect has its own sects and families, so does Ice Heart Valley. As far as I know, many of Ice Heart Valley's female disciples have been married off, right? With this kind of relationship. Now Ice Heart Valley is in danger. Won't those forces come to help? Shi Tianhe smiled bitterly when she heard this, not knowing how to answer. On the other hand, Ji Yao spoke up, Honored Master, didn't you set a rule when you established Ice Heart Valley? Marriage is prohibited in Ice Heart Valley, but the disciples who marry off will no longer have any connection with Ice Heart Valley. You were concerned at that time because you didn't want the world to misunderstand that Ice Heart Valley used marriage as an excuse to expand its influence. Yang Kai was stunned. Is there such a rule? Ji Yao said angrily, You set the rule yourself. Yang Kai laughed dryly. Master was confused. Who is sneaking around here? Just as the 3 of them were looking around, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Immediately after, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out, and in an instant, a group of 5 figures appeared in front of Yang Kai and the others. This group of 5 was led by an elderly man, while the other 4 looked to be under 40 years old. There were no women, only men. With a sweep of his divine sense, Yang Kai could tell that these 5 people were only in the Tao Source realm. The old man in the lead was only in the second-order Tao Source realm, while the other 4 were in the first-order Tao Source realm. "Or you?" Yang Kai squinted and asked. As he spoke, he unleashed a bit of his oppressive might to envelop the 5 people. The faces of the 5 people changed drastically, and the elderly man in the lead was even more terrified. He cupped his fists and said, Fang Ming Hui greets Master. We have offended you a little. Please forgive us, Master. Realizing that Yang Kai was in the Emperor realm, how could Fang Ming Hui dare to act presumptuously? He quickly lowered his posture, lest he upset Yang Kai. What are you doing here? Yang Kai asked with a cold face. Fang Ming Hui quickly said, We were ordered to patrol. Saying so, he showed a flattering smile to Yang Kai. Patrol? Are you disciples of the Seeking Passion sect? Yang Kai frowned. Fang Ming Hui shook his head and said, No, we are from Twin Jade City's Fang family. The people behind me are all disciples of the Fang family. Twin Jade City's Fang family. Yang Kai suddenly understood A subsidiary force. Master must be joking, Fang Minghui laughed. My Fang family is just a small family. How can we climb up a big tree like the Seeking Passion sect? I'm afraid the Seeking Passion sect won't even put the entire Twin Jade City in their eyes. Yang Kai asked curiously, since you are not a subsidiary force of the Seeking Passion sect, why are you here? Then what are you doing here? Who ordered you to patrol here? This place was very close to Ice Heart Valley. Now that the Seeking Passion sect and Ice Heart Valley were like fire and water, a war could break out at any time. Unrelated people wouldn't stay here, right? Fang Minghui was stunned and said, naturally, we were ordered by the Seeking Passion sect. Yang Kai snorted and said, you speak nonsense, this king is confused. If you don't explain clearly, this king will immediately pull out your tongue. Fang Minghui was shocked and hurriedly said, Senior, please don't be angry. This one is really here on the orders of the Seeking Passion sect. My Fang family has nothing to do with the Seeking Passion sect. This one isn't lying. The four people behind him also turned pale, thinking that the people from the Emperor realm were really not to be trifled with. Just because he was in a bad mood, he wanted to pull out someone's tongue. This was simply too violent. When they could break through to the Emperor realm, they would be able to pull out someone's tongue and play with it. Since you have nothing to do with the sect, why would you listen to orders? Do you think this king is easy to fool? Yang Kai looked at Fang Minghui indifferently. Fang Minghui wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, what are you saying, sir? There are many like my Fang family in the vicinity of Ice Heart Valley. As he spoke, he suddenly seemed to understand something and looked at Yang Kai timidly. Master, have you never heard of the Seeking Passion sect's recruitment notice? What recruitment notice? Yang Kai asked with a frown. Fang Minghui sighed and said, Master, you really haven't heard of it. Tell me in detail. If you do, I won't pull out your tongue. Yes, yes, yes. Fang Minghui nodded repeatedly and immediately explained, a few years ago, the Seeking Passion sect and Ice Heart Valley fought. Both sects were top sects in the Northern Territory and had similar strength, so both sides suffered losses. Later, in order to avoid losses, the Seeking Passion sect issued a recruitment notice, informing all cultivator in the Northern Territory that as long as they were willing to temporarily join the Seeking Passion sect, obey their orders, and help them deal with Ice Heart Valley, not only would they be rewarded with source crystals, artifacts, and secret arts, they could even become a subsidiary force of the Seeking Passion sect in the future. What's more, after destroying Ice Heart Valley, they could divide the female disciples of Ice Heart Valley among themselves. Chapter 26-29. Divide up Ice Heart Valley's disciples? Yang Kai's eyes widened in shock. Fang Minghui grinned wickedly and said, the women of Ice Heart Valley are all as pure as ice and as pure as jade, cold as ice, and all of them have extraordinary talent. If anyone can obtain one or two of them in this life, they will have no regrets. In the Northern Territory, Ice Heart Valley had a great reputation, and the female disciples of Ice Heart Valley were like goddesses in the eyes of the smaller forces. They could only be admired from afar and not profaned. Since ancient times, countless men in the Northern Territory had taken pride in marrying an Ice Heart Valley disciple. However, very few could actually do it. Now that Seeking Passion sect's recruitment notice had been issued, countless men in the Northern Territory went crazy. The rewards weren't a big deal, but if they made some kind of contribution after Ice Heart Valley was destroyed, they would be able to divide one or two of the Ice Heart Valley's female disciples among themselves. Even if they were officially married, it would not be shameful and would only make others envious. Are you also here for Ice Heart Valley's disciples? Yang Kai looked at Fang Minghui curiously. This guy was already so old, but he still had such thoughts. Fang Minghui smiled bitterly. I don't dare to ask for too much. I just hope to get some rewards from Seeking Passion sect, which will be enough for my Fang family to enjoy for many years. If I can join Seeking Passion sect, that would be the best. Yang Kai chuckled and asked, how many people has Seeking Passion sect recruited now? 100,000. Most of them are family forces like my Fang family, but there are also some second or third class sects that have come to serve. Aren't you afraid that Ice Heart Valley will come to settle accounts with you in the future? Fang Minghui shook his head. Ice Heart Valley has no chance. What do you mean? Yang Kai raised his brow. Fang Minghui said, this junior does not know the details. I only know that Seeking Passion sect now has 2 third-order Emperor Realm Masters. Although Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder Bing Yun also has this cultivation, she is only one person. How can she fight against Seeking Passion sect? In the years of fighting, Ice Heart Valley has suffered heavy casualties. If not for this, they would not have retreated to Ice Heart Valley and relied on the sect defending array to survive. Furthermore, and what? Yang Kai asked. Fang Minghui smiled lightly. Ice Heart Valley won't be able to hold on much longer. At the very least, Ice Heart Valley will be defeated in half a month, at most a month. Yang Kai snorted, you're just a trivial second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, where does your confidence come from? Fang Minghui looked around cautiously before whispering. Sect Master Feng Xian has invited Grandmaster Nan Men over to study how to break the spirit array. I'm afraid it won't be long before Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array is broken. With our full strength, how could Ice Heart Valley be able to resist? Standing behind Yang Kai, Ji Yao and Shi Tianhe's expressions changed again and again. At this moment, their beautiful faces had turned pale. Fang Minghui rambled on for a while before saying, this master, do you want to join in as well? Currently, the Seeking Passion sect was recruiting talents with the strength of the master. I'm sure the Seeking Passion sect will welcome you. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, even I can? Fang Minghui nodded and said, naturally. As long as you go to Ice Moon City to register and explain your origins, you will be able to contribute to the Seeking Passion sect. When the time comes, you will naturally receive many benefits. By the way, I haven't asked where Master is from. If you are related to Ice Heart Valley, the Seeking Passion sect will not accept you. This time, before Yang Kai could speak, Ji Yao took a step forward and said coldly, this queen is Ji Yao from Ice Heart Valley. As soon as she said this, the expressions of Fang Minghui and the others changed drastically. They all retreated. The Fang family cultivators never expected that the other party they had been talking to for so long was actually someone from Ice Heart Valley. Didn't they say that the people of Ice Heart Valley were hiding in the sect and didn't dare to come out? Even the sect defending array had been activated, so how did these people come out? Fang Minghui was a decisive person. He knew that his words just now must have made the other party unhappy, so he roared and tried to escape. The 4 Fang family cultivators behind him also reacted quickly, urging their source chi one after another. But before they could leave, a chilling aura suddenly spread out. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk with a soft sound, the ground turned into frozen earth, and even the surrounding space seemed to be frozen. The 5 people froze in place, unable to move. Spare his life. Yang Kai hurriedly shouted. Ji Yao frowned but still held back a little, only freezing the other 4 Fang family cultivators into ice sculptures, leaving Fang Minghui standing there stiffly. His lips were blue from the cold, and his teeth were chattering. With a long face, he said, Master, please spare my life. Since my Fang family joined the Seeking Passion sect, we have never done anything wrong to Ice Heart Valley. We have only patrolled the periphery and have never hurt a single Ice Heart Valley disciple. Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder and knocked him out. He then reached out and picked him up. With a wave of his sleeve, he shattered the remaining 4 frozen Fang family disciples into powder. Honored Master, why did you spare his life? Ji Yao looked at the unconscious Fang Minghui with cold eyes, somewhat puzzled. What he just told us needs to be told to someone else. Perhaps we can get some other information from him, Yang Kai explained lightly before calling out, return to Ice Heart Valley. Yes. Ji Yao and Shi Tianhe nodded. Under the surge of space principles, Yang Kai wrapped the 2 women up before his figure flickered and disappeared. When they reappeared, the 3 of them were already outside Ice Heart Valley's sect defending Grand Array. This sect defending Grand Array was extremely sturdy and huge, forming a translucent light barrier that enveloped the entire Ice Heart Valley. From a distance, it looked like a big bowl had been placed on the ground. Everything inside the light screen was hazy and blurry, and he couldn't see clearly. Such a sect defending Grand Array was definitely not easy to break. Although Seeking Passion sect was strong, they could not break through it by force, so they could only invite an array master to break it. However, the source crystals consumed to support such a grand array must be an astronomical figure. Under normal circumstances, this sect defending Grand Array would only be fully activated when the sect was in danger of being exterminated. Having observed the Snow Mountain range for a long time, Yang Kai had a good idea of the patrolling patterns in the vicinity. At this moment, he brought Ji Yao and Shi Tianhe over without alarming anyone. Yao, open the array. Yang Kai swept out his divine sense and ordered Ji Yao while remaining vigilant. Yes. Ji Yao nodded and quickly took out a token from her space ring, poured her Emperor Qi into it, and waved it gently at the light barrier in front of her. A ray of light shot out and immediately tore open a hole in the light barrier. Before the hole could close, Yang Kai and the others had already entered. This sect defending Grand Array could not be opened by others, but as Bing Yun's third disciple, Ji Yao naturally had a way to open it. Who is it? Before the three of them could even stabilize themselves, a delicate shout was heard. Immediately after, a sword light suddenly appeared, and a delicate body was wrapped in the sword light. It was like a meteor falling from the ninth heaven, dazzling like a rainbow. Emperor Qi instantly filled the air and an icy aura descended, causing Shi Tianhe to shiver involuntarily. Seventh junior sister? Is that seventh junior sister? Ji Yao shouted in a trembling voice as she stared at the figure wrapped in the sword light. She did not even have the intention to resist. A cry of surprise came from the sword light, followed by the light barrier dissipating, revealing a petite figure. After landing on the ground, the figure held a long sword and stared forward. Seventh junior sister. Ji Yao's delicate body trembled as she shouted. Third senior sister. On the other side, the petite figure was also excited, almost unable to believe her eyes. After shouting, she rubbed her eyes vigorously and found that the person standing in front of her was really her third senior sister, Ji Yao, who had been missing for many years without any news. Looking at each other, the senior sister and junior sister were extremely excited. Their figures flickered as they rushed towards each other and soon hugged each other. Third senior sister, you're finally back. Where have you been all these years? The petite figure threw herself into Ji Yao's arms and asked in a choked voice. Ji Yao's eyes were also red, but she still suppressed her emotions. Gently stroking the petite figure's hair, she said softly, I'm sorry I made you worry. At that moment, some of the female disciples of Ice Heart Valley who had heard the commotion also ran over. Soon, there were over 100 people surrounding them, all of them holding sharp swords and radiating murderous intent. They all thought it was an enemy invasion, but when they saw their seventh martial uncle hugging a woman intimately, all of them were dumbfounded. After hearing the conversation between the two, the group of Ice Heart Valley's female disciples suddenly understood. That's third martial aunt. What? She's martial aunt Ji Yao who has been missing for many years? Yes, it's her. I saw her portrait in the restricted area. There's no way I'm mistaken. Martial Aunt Ji Yao actually came back. The sect is in danger, so Martial Aunt's return is a blessing for the sect. Ancestral Founder will definitely be very happy. There's finally a happy occasion for Ice Heart Valley. The group of women chattered like a flock of skylarks, all of them exuding an aura of joy. Junior sister? Another tender voice called out. Among the crowd, a tall woman with delicate features stared at Shi Tianhe, who was standing behind Yang Kai, and called out in surprise, Junior sister Tianhe? Shi Tianhe heard this and looked over, her tender body trembling slightly as she suppressed the excitement in her heart and called out in a trembling voice, Senior sister Yu. Her expression was a little restrained and timid, as if she didn't dare to face Senior sister Yu, like a child who had done something wrong. Yang Kai turned his head and looked over, remembering what Yen Dong had said before, and immediately understood that this tall woman was the Yu Dan he had mentioned. Yu Dan stepped forward, came in front of Shi Tianhe, looked her up and down, and said with a smile, It's been many years since we last met, junior sister has become thinner. Have you suffered grievances during these years outside? Shi Tianhe's eyes reddened as she pursed her lips and shook her head, tears flowing down her cheeks. All right, don't cry, honored master has been thinking about you all these years. It's good that you're back, Yudan said as she gently wiped away Shirtianhe's tears. However, her tears were like broken pearls, unable to be wiped away no matter how hard she tried. Chapter 2630. The scene of two different senior sisters reuniting after such a long time was truly touching. Most of the female disciples of Ice Heart Valley were sentimental people, so as they looked around, their eyes soon became moist, as if they had been infected by this scene. Putting away the swords in their hands, they stood there quietly. Ahem! Yang Kai put his fist to his mouth and coughed lightly, attracting everyone's attention in an instant. By the way, 7th junior sister, I came back with honored master. Jiao was alarmed and told the petite figure with a happy face. Honored master? The petite figure looked confused and asked suspiciously, Isn't honored master, Sister Zhang's, we meet again. Yang Kai smiled and interrupted her. This petite woman was Bing Yun's 7th disciple, Zhang Suning, whom Yang Kai had met a few years ago. Zhang Suning turned her head to look at Yang Kai and said in surprise, Brother Yang, why are you here? She was indeed very surprised. When she reunited with Ji Yao after such a long time, she was immersed in the joyous atmosphere and didn't pay much attention. Only now did she realize that her third senior sister had actually come with Yang Kai. She called Yang Kai brother, not because Yang Kai's cultivation was higher than hers. She was a first-order Emperor Realm Master, and when she met Yang Kai a few years ago, Yang Kai was only in the third-order Dao Source Realm. She called him that out of respect. After all, Yang Kai played a huge role in Bing Yun's ability to escape the solitary void-sealed world and return to Ice Heart Valley. When Bing Yun's disciples learned of this matter, they were very grateful to Yang Kai and called him brother out of courtesy. Sister Zhangsun, do you not welcome me? Yang Kai smiled slightly. Zhang Sun Ying's face turned red. She said, What are you saying? Brother Yang has done a great favor for my Ice Heart Valley, so how could we not welcome you? Honored Master has already instructed Brother Yang to treat Ice Heart Valley as his own family. Senior Bing Yun is considerate. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Ji Yao frowned and looked at Yang Kai with a puzzled expression. Her beautiful eyes were gradually filled with confusion. In her mind, Yang Kai was her master. Even Bing Yun was confused by Yang Kai's words. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't understand what was going on. Yang Kai noticed her abnormality and said solemnly, Is Senior Bing Yun free now? I need to see her. Zhang Suning hurriedly said, Master hasn't been in seclusion recently. If she knows that you are coming, she will definitely be very happy. Third senior sister is also back. Come with me. As he spoke, he took Ji Yao's hand and led the way. Yang Kai carried Fang Minghui with one hand. After taking a few steps, he turned back and said, Tianhe, come over and meet your honored master. Tianhe's tender body trembled, and her face was full of uneasiness. Junior sister, don't be afraid, I will go with you. Yu Dan patted the back of Tianhe's hand and said softly. Tianhe's mood calmed down a little. She and Yu Dan kept up with Yang Kai's pace. Halfway down the road, Tianhe asked uneasily, Senior sister, is honored master still angry with me all these years? Yu Dan nodded seriously, naturally. Tianhe's face immediately turned a little pale. Her legs felt like they were filled with lead, and she couldn't take a step forward. Yu Dan smiled mysteriously and said, Back then, you didn't hesitate to disobey honored master to be with that man surnamed Dong. Of course honored master was angry. After all, you were taught by her. How can she not be angry when you are so disobedient? Tianhe said bitterly, Junior sister has disappointed honored master. Yu Dan said, But don't worry, honored master is angry. She has been thinking about you all these years. Really? Tianhe asked with joy. Yu Dan whispered, For the past 100 years, every 2 years, I have been ordered to go to Peaceful Peace City to inquire about your situation and see if you have suffered any grievances. Tianhe trembled and said excitedly, Honored master asked you to go? Yu Dan smiled and said, If honored master didn't ask, how could I have the courage to go? Honored master said that if you were to suffer any grievances in the Dong family, she would go and destroy them. Don't think that honored master has not cared about you for the past 100 years. In fact, she still cares about you in her heart. Hearing this, Shi Tianhe's eyes turned red again, and she almost cried again. Yu Dan comforted her for a while before she calmed down. In the main hall of Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai sat upright with Ji Yao and Shi Tianhe standing behind him. As for Fang Minghui, he was still unconscious and was thrown by Yang Kai at his feet. Yu Dan accompanied Shi Tianhe and quietly communicated with her. After Zhang Sun Ying served tea, she said, "Brother Yang, please wait for a moment. Honored Master has received the news and will be here soon." "She's already here." Yang Kai's expression changed and he looked outside the hall. There was a flash of light outside the hall and Bing Yun's figure appeared. Behind her was a group of masters from the Emperor Realm from Ice Heart Valley. There were not many of them, less than 10. Eldest disciple and Ruo Yun, second disciple's son Yun Xiu, and the others were all present. Yang Kai quickly got up and greeted her, cupping his fists and bowing. Yang Kai greets Senior Bing Yun. Bing Yun smiled and said, "You're here?" Although the two hadn't known each other for a long time, because they both came from Hung Luo Star Field, they felt closer than others. Bing Yun was very happy to see Yang Kai at this critical moment. "Greetings, Brother Yang." Behind Bing Yun, a group of disciples also hurriedly bowed. Yang Kai nodded and swept his gaze across the crowd. He saw Lu Xian Yun, Fan Xian, and Ziyu. Ziyu was now in the Emperor Realm. Like Yang Kai, she had entered the Shattered Star Sea and obtained an opportunity there to break through to the Emperor Realm. As they looked at each other, Ziyu nodded slightly to Yang Kai, her eyes full of gratitude. Back then, in the Shattered Star Sea, she was about to break through but attracted the attention of her enemies. Several Ice Heart Valley disciples couldn't protect her at all. Later, when she broke through to the Emperor Realm, she learned from the Ice Heart Valley disciples that it was Yang Kai who lured away the strong enemies, allowing her to break through safely. This favor alone was enough to make Ziyu shed tears of gratitude, not to mention that Yang Kai was inextricably linked to Ice Heart Valley. He had a close relationship with ancestral founder Bing Yun. Lu Xian Yun was also very excited. She hadn't seen Yang Kai for a few years. Now that she saw him again, she naturally had a lot to say, but now wasn't the time. "I heard that Ji Yao is back?" Bing Yun asked as she swept her gaze behind her and saw Ji Yao standing there in a daze. "Third junior sister. Third senior sister." And Ruo Yun and the others also shouted excitedly. But Ji Yao stood there in a daze, her pair of beautiful eyes filled with a vacant look. She stared at Bing Yun, the confusion in her eyes becoming clearer and clearer, like a dark cloud blocking her vision. "Third junior sister, why are you in a daze? Quickly come and greet honored master." And Ruo Yun didn't understand and thought that Ji Yao was too emotional, so she hurriedly reminded her. Bing Yun, on the other hand, saw something wrong and turned to Yang Kai, asking, "What's wrong with Yao?" Yang Kai hurriedly sent a message and briefly explained Ji Yao's current situation. He didn't even hide the fact that he was impersonating Ji Yao. After Bing Yun heard this, she felt very distressed. Ji Yao had suffered so much in the ancient wildland for so many years that even her mind had become unclear. If she hadn't met Yang Kai by chance, she would probably still be muddle-headed in the ancient wildland. She sighed softly with a kind expression on her face. She called out, "Yao, our master is here. Why aren't you coming over?" "Honored master." When Ji Yao heard this, her delicate body trembled and her beautiful eyes suddenly trembled violently. Her confused expression collapsed in a very short time and turned into clarity. "Piv." Ji Yao opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Her aura suddenly weakened a lot, but her eyes became extremely bright. And Ruo Yun and the others were shocked when they saw this. They didn't know what was wrong with Ji Yao. "Honored master." Ji Yao's figure flickered and she suddenly arrived in front of Bing Yun. She knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "This unworthy disciple has made honored master worry." Bing Yun stretched out her hand and gently patted her head, saying, "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Get up." Ji Yao shook her head and cried bitterly. She hugged Bing Yun's thigh tightly, as if she was unwilling to let go. and Ruo Yun and the others also quietly wiped the corners of their eyes. Bing Yun said helplessly, "You and I are master and disciple. It's a happy occasion to reunite after a long separation. Don't cry. Get up and talk." She stretched out her hand and pulled Ji Yao up. She personally wiped away her tears and handed her to Ruo Yun to take care of. Then she turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "I've made a fool of myself in front of you. Yao has been stubborn since she was young." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Yao she cough. Junior sister Ji Yao is a sentimental person." He had become accustomed to calling her Yao during this period of time and almost called her wrongly again. Ji Yao heard this and looked up at Yang Kai. Her gaze couldn't help but be a little complicated. After seeing the real Bing Yun, she was undoubtedly completely sober. Although she didn't know if she would be muddle-headed again in the future, at least she was safe and sound for now. It was because she was sober that she realized how bad her previous state was. She mistook a man for her honored master. If this kind of thing didn't happen to her, Ji Yao probably wouldn't have believed it. Yang Kai was a little guilty and didn't dare to look at her directly. His gaze was erratic. "Sit down and talk. Don't just stand there." Bing Yun was in a good mood. Her long-lost third disciple had returned to the sect and Yang Kai had also come. It could be said to be a joyous occasion. A rare smile appeared on her face. When the disciples saw this, they were also secretly happy. During this period of time, Bing Yun hadn't shown much of a smile. Today, the dark clouds had finally parted and the bright moon could be seen. This made the group of disciples feel a lot more relaxed. Since Bing Yun had spoken, everyone naturally didn't dare to disobey. They immediately sat down according to their status. And Ruo Yun received Bing Yun's instructions and didn't dare to let Ji Yao sit too far away from her. Naturally, she had her sit with her and take good care of her. "Brother Yang, did you hear about the situation of our Ice Heart Valley and specially came here?" After sitting down, Sun Yunxiu looked at Yang Kai curiously and asked. If it wasn't on purpose, the timing was too coincidental. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "It wasn't on purpose. I just happened to run into junior sister Ji Yao in the ancient wild world and wanted to send her back first. When we passed by Peace City, something happened and we learned about Ice Heart Valley's recent situation." Chapter 2631. Peaceful Peace City? And Ruo Yun's expression changed. What happened? The three words Peaceful Peace City might be unfamiliar to others, but to Ruo Yun, it was like a thorn in her heart. Back then, Shi Tianhe did not hesitate to disobey her and wanted to marry a man from Peaceful Peace City. Hearing her question, Shi Tianhe's tender body trembled. She timidly raised her head to look at Ruo Yun, but when she saw that Ruo Yun did not even look at her, her heart was filled with bitterness. She knew that her honored master had never forgiven her. Otherwise, since her honored master had already seen her, why didn't she summon her for questioning? Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Speaking of which, this matter has something to do with junior sister," and hearing this, Ruo Yun thoughtfully looked at the pale-faced Shi Tianhe. Her expression was indifferent, and no one could tell what she was thinking. "How does the matter in Peaceful Peace City have anything to do with senior sister?" "Brother Yang, tell me in detail," Zhang Sun Ying asked curiously. Yang Kai said, "A few days ago, junior sister Ji Yao and I rested in Peaceful Peace City for a night. The next day, when we were about to leave the city, we met a person in disguise who wanted to leave Peaceful Peace City, but he was seen through and stopped." He narrated what happened at the gate of Peaceful Peace City in detail. While speaking, he kept staring at Ruo Yun, as if he was telling it to her alone. When Ruo Yun heard that Dong Hai had disregarded their century-old relationship and not only slandered Shi Tianhe for stealing the Dong family's clan treasure, but he had even chased her out of the Dong family in front of everyone, Ruo Yun's armrest was crushed. Although Shi Tianhe was her abandoned disciple, she was still the one who raised her. Since when did the Dong family have the right to bully her? She knew Shi Tianhe's temperament the best. How could she do such a thing as stealing? Later, junior sister Ji Yao and I learned that the theft of Ice Heart Valley's hallowed artifact was nothing more than a pretext. The root of the matter was that He had heard that her sect was in trouble and wanted to return to Ice Heart Valley to help. However, the current situation in the Northern Territory is turbulent, And anyone who has anything to do with Ice Heart Valley will not have a good end. The Dong family didn't dare to let Tian-He expose her identity, so they simply charged her with a crime and expelled her from the Dong family. They wanted to sever her relationship with the Dong family so that she wouldn't be implicated. Yang Kai continued, Junior sister Ji Yao and I met Tian-He and learned about Ice Heart Valley's situation, so we rushed here without stopping. After he finished speaking, he picked up the tea beside him and gently sipped it. You've gone too far. And Ruo Yun couldn't bear it any longer. He smashed the other armrest with his palm. Inside the hall, many of the Ice Heart Valley women listened angrily. In the past, all the men in the Northern Territory took pride in being able to marry an Ice Heart Valley disciple, but now, a dragon in shallow water, a tiger in flat land, a trivial peaceful city's Dong family. They actually dared to bully them. A disciple who had been married into the Dong family for 100 years. She was the matriarch of the Dong family, but in the end, she was expelled from the family in public and even given a bad reputation for stealing. This made the group of women explode with anger. Tian-He, come here. And Ruo Yun raised her eyes and looked at Shi Tian-He, who had been standing behind Yang Kai. When Shi Tian-He heard this, her tender body trembled violently, and she struggled to walk forward. Yu Dan gently pushed her and gave her an encouraging look, allowing Shi Tian-He to walk in front of Ruo Yun. She knelt down with a thud. She didn't say a word, but her tears kept flowing. And Ruo Yun raised her hand high, a look of resentment on her face, as if she wanted to slap Shi Tian-He, but after trying several times, she couldn't harden her heart. In the end, she stomped her foot and stopped. Taking a deep breath, and Ruo Yun said in a deep voice, Traitorous disciple, do you know your wrongs? Shi Tian-He's face was covered in tears as she nodded, Disciple knows her wrongs. And Ruo Yun said bitterly, I advised you 100 years ago not to marry into the Dong family because of that life-saving grace. There are many ways to repay a debt of gratitude, and there is no need to sacrifice your life's happiness. You didn't listen, and in the end, you ended up like this. Why do you have to humiliate yourself like this? Shi Tian-He kowtowed to the ground and cried, Please punish me, honored master. And Ruo Yun said with a cold face, Don't call me honored master. I didn't have you as my disciple 100 years ago. You and I have already severed our relationship as master and disciple. Today's result is the cause of your actions. Whether it is bitterness or bitterness, you have to bear it. It has nothing to do with me or Ice Heart Valley. Please punish me, honored master. Shi Tian-He begged in grief. And Ruo Yun said angrily, You still dare to call me honored master. Zhang Suning couldn't stand it anymore and stood up. Senior sister, don't be angry. Although Tian-He didn't listen to you back then and disobeyed you, she has suffered a lot now. I believe she won't do that again in the future. Moreover, she risked her life to return to Ice Heart Valley because she heard that the sect was in trouble. With such determination and loyalty, senior sister, can't you forgive her? The other senior sisters and junior sisters also nodded and tried to persuade her. And Ruo Yun listened to them but didn't say a word. Seeing this, Yu Dan also hurried forward and knelt in front of Ruo Yun. Honored master, please forgive junior sister Tian-He this time. Ziyu's tender body also flickered and knelt in front of Ruo Yun. Honored master, junior sister Tian-He already knows her wrongs. Please forgive her. Like Shi Tian-He, the two of them were also Ruo Yun's disciples, so they were naturally qualified to plead for leniency. And Ruo Yun was furious when she saw this. She pointed at Yu Dan and Ziyu and pointed her slender finger at them while gritting her teeth. Good, good, good. You're all grown up and disobedient, yet you still have the face to call me honored master. Yu Dan and Ziyu trembled and said repeatedly, Honored master, please calm down. Disciples dare not. Since you don't dare, then quickly stand up, and Ruo Yun said angrily. Yu Dan and Ziyu looked at each other and said in unison, Honored master, please forgive junior sister Tian-He. You're still bargaining with me? And Ruo Yun was furious. It's done. Frozen Cloud suddenly shouted. As soon as she spoke, everyone immediately quieted down. Bing Yun looked around before casting her gaze on Shi Tian-He, who had been prostrating with her head on the ground, and asked, You're called Shi Tianhe? Shi Tianhe hurriedly turned around and suppressed her sobs, replying, Disciple Shi Tianhe greets ancestral master. Bing Yun nodded gently and pondered for a moment before saying, You disobeyed your honored master 100 years ago and made a big mistake. You were expelled from the sect. Logically speaking, you are no longer a member of my Ice Heart Valley. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with my Ice Heart Valley. Shi Tianhe's body trembled when she heard this and despair filled her heart. Bing Yun changed the topic and said, However, this queen can give you a chance since you are loyal to the sect and risked your life to return and serve it. Shi Tianhe hurriedly said, Please enlighten me, ancestral master. Bing Yun said with a smile, This queen will accept you back into Ice Heart Valley. However, whether you can enter your honored master's tutelage again will depend on your performance in the future. Shi Tianhe suddenly raised her head and looked at Bing Yun with surprise and gratitude. However, she quickly turned her head and looked at Ruo Yun nervously, saying bitterly, Disciple doesn't dare to return to Ice Heart Valley if honored master doesn't agree. Bing Yun said with a smile, Your honored master is my disciple. Since this queen has spoken, how can she dare to disagree? Ruo Yun, what do you think? And Ruo Yun was glanced at by Bing Yun and immediately bowed, Disciple obeys honored master's orders. After saying that, she looked at Shi Tianhe and said, Why are you still kneeling? Quickly thank ancestral master. Shi Tianhe was shocked and hurriedly kowtowed, Thank you for your kindness, ancestral master. Thank you for your kindness, honored master. After thanking him, he stood up. His face was full of joy, but his face was full of tears. And Ruo Yun said angrily, Look at you. Saying so, she threw a brocade handkerchief toward Shi Tianhe. Shi Tianhe took it, but she didn't wipe away her tears. Instead, she gripped it tightly and used her sleeve to wipe away her tears. Ziyu and Yudan, who had stood up again, looked at her and couldn't help but smile. From now on, you'll cultivate by Violet Rain's side. You don't have to worry about the Dong family. When this matter is over, I will seek justice for you. And Ruo Yun said coldly. As soon as she said this, Shi Tianhe knew that her honored master still had her in her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said that she wanted to seek justice for her. She shook her head and said, Honored master, the Dong family is gone, gone. A cold light flashed in Ruo Yun's beautiful eyes and she coldly snorted, It's too easy for them. Since they are gone, they can stay in the valley with peace of mind. If they make a big mistake again, I won't let them off lightly. Shi Tianhe responded respectfully. Congratulations to Senior Bing Yun and Junior Sister In for reuniting with Master and Disciple. Yang Kai, who had been tasting tea for a long time, smiled and cupped his fists when he saw that the dust had settled. Bing Yun smiled and said, This is all thanks to you. Speaking of which, several of the major events in my Ice Heart Valley are related to you. It seems that you and I are really fated. The biggest reason why she was able to escape from the solitary void sealed world and return was because of Yang Kai. Now Ji Yao and Shi Tianhe were able to return because of Yang Kai. If this wasn't fate, then what was it? It's just a coincidence. Yang Kai smiled slightly, but then his expression turned solemn and he said, Senior, Junior Sister Ji Yao and I didn't know much from hearsay before, so we don't know much about Ice Heart Valley's current situation. Can Senior please tell me more about it? Hearing Yang Kai mention business, everyone's expression turned solemn. Bing Yun asked, What do you want to know? Yang Kai said, The strength of Seeking Passion Sect and Ice Heart Valley should be about the same, so how did they force Ice Heart Valley to its current state? Bing Yun sighed and said, The strength of the two sects was indeed about the same, but half a year ago, Seeking Passion Sect's Vice Sect Master suddenly broke through to the Third Order Emperor realm. When he joined forces with Feng Xian, this queen was no match for them. In addition, my Ice Heart Valley has always been isolated and has never had close contact with other sects. Seeking Passion Sect has pulled in a lot of minions, so my Ice Heart Valley couldn't resist them and could only retreat to the valley and activate the sect defending array. Chapter 2632. Seeking Passion Sect's Vice Sect Master? Yang Kai was stunned. A figure quickly appeared in his mind as he asked, Yao Zhua? Bing Yun nodded, Yes, it's him. Ji Yao, who had been silent all this time, asked curiously, You know Yao Zhua? Yang Kai nodded. When I came to Ice Heart Valley last time, I had a lot of dealings with him. The last time he came to Ice Heart Valley, he happened to see the marriage between Seeking Passion Sect and Ice Heart Valley. Seeking Passion Sect's young sect master, Feng Shi, took a fancy to Ziyu and tried every means to get her. Ice Heart Valley was forced to agree to the marriage under pressure. At that time, it was Yao Zhua who brought Feng Shi to Ice Heart Valley to pick up the bride. At that time, Yao Zhua was a second-order Emperor Realm Master while Yang Kai was only in the third-order Dao Source Realm. The difference in strength between them was huge. However, Yao Zhua was still injured by the Emperor Authority bead that Yang Kai gave him with Bing Yun. Sealed inside that Emperor Authority bead was Ice Heart Valley's secret technique, Ice Snow Pear Flower Sword. Later, Yang Kai even snatched Yao Zhua's space ring. Inside that space ring was a betrothal gift prepared by Seeking Passion Sect, which made Yang Kai a windfall at that time. This was only a few years ago, so Yang Kai naturally remembered it clearly. So, when he heard Bing Yun mention Seeking Passion Sect's vice sect master, he immediately remembered. On the other side, Zhang Sun Ying's lips squirmed as she quietly sent a message to Ji Yao, telling her what happened a few years ago. Ji Yao was speechless after hearing this. She suddenly realized that Yang Kai was simply a bandit. A few years ago, in the third-order Dao Source Realm, he snatched the space ring of a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Some time ago, in the ancient wildlands, he even extorted a large amount of wealth from the 4 Saint Masters. This person was born to be a bandit. How did Yao Zhua suddenly break through to the third-order Emperor Realm? Yang Kai frowned slightly. A few years ago, Yao Zhua was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. However, it wasn't that easy to break through and advance. Especially at the level of the Emperor Realm, it was often impossible to break through for thousands of years. It hadn't been that long, so logically speaking, it was impossible for Yao Zhua's cultivation to improve so quickly. Bing Yun shook his head and said, I don't know. Perhaps he has his own fortuitous encounter. Originally, my Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion Sect were indeed evenly matched, but ever since Yao Zhua broke through to the third-order Emperor Realm, this balance was broken. I am no match for Feng Xian and Yao Zhua, so Ice Heart Valley will naturally be suppressed. With the addition of Seeking Passion Sect's minions, Ice Heart Valley seems a little weak. Yang Kai nodded and said, Then what does Senior intend to do? Has he been hiding in the valley all this time? Bing Yun shook his head and said, I don't have any good ideas for the time being. I can only rely on the sect protecting formation to protect it for a while. I'm afraid the sect protecting Grand Array won't be able to last much longer, Yang Kai said in a low voice. What do you mean? Bing Yun was taken aback. Yang Kai said, Previously, junior sister Ji Yao and I met this person outside. According to this person, Seeking Passion Sect has invited a Grandmaster Nan Men to study how to break spirit arrays. He seems to be an array Grandmaster. Has Senior heard of this person? Grandmaster Nan Men. Bing Yun frowned. And Ruo Yun exclaimed, Nan Men de Jun? Sun Yun Xiu and Zhang Sun Ying's pretty faces also turned pale. They seemed to know who this Grandmaster Nan Men was. Bing Yun cast a questioning look at Ruo Yun. And Ruo Yun hurriedly said, Honored Master, this Nan Men de Jun is indeed an array Grandmaster. He is famous in the Northern Territory and has great attainments in spirit arrays. Bing Yun's pretty face also changed and she asked, Who is this person? What is his relationship with Seeking Passion Sect? She had been away from the Northern Territory for too long. She had never heard of the name Nan Men de Jun. And Ruo Yun said, he should have nothing to do with Seeking Passion Sect. As far as this disciple knows, Nan Men de Jun was born in the wilderness. In his early years, he seemed to have obtained a strange book on spirit arrays and learned it himself. He doesn't have any sect background. Moreover, because he suffered in his early years and was bullied, this guy has always been greedy and only recognizes money. As long as there is enough wealth, anyone can invite him. Sun Yun Xiu also nodded and said, It's just that this person has always been elusive. I didn't expect Seeking Passion Sect to find him. It seems that the price they paid is not small. Bing Yun's face also became serious and she asked, Yang Kai, is this information accurate? Yang Kai said, I also heard it from him. Whether it is accurate or not, Senior can ask him yourself. While speaking, he kicked Fang Minghui, who had been lying on the ground, and coldly snorted, Get up, if you pretend to be dead again, I'll make you die for real. Fang Minghui, who seemed to be unconscious, heard this and quickly got up. He cupped his fists with a pale face and said, Greetings, Senior Bing Yun, greetings, Senior Goddesses. This little one is Fang Minghui, a member of Shuangyu City's Fang family. I have nothing to do with Seeking Passion sect. Seniors, please understand. It was unknown when he woke up, but he obviously heard a lot of the previous conversation, so he knew that the one sitting above was Bing Yun. Did I ask you to say this? Did I ask you to say this? Yang Kai went up and punched and kicked him. While beating him, he said, If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll immediately tear you to pieces. Fang Minghui couldn't dodge and took a few hits. He said with a sad face, I'll say whatever master wants me to say. Yang Kai snorted and said, Senior Bing Yun has something to ask you. Answer honestly, or you'll suffer. Yes. Fang Minghui nodded repeatedly. Although he had expected the fate of the other Fang family disciples, at this moment, he didn't even have the slightest thought of revenge. Who told him to be weak? Who told them to take the initiative to get involved in the war between the two sects? Bing Yun looked at Fang Minghui and asked, What's the matter with the Southern Gate Army? Fang Minghui said with a bitter face, Senior, I'm not too clear about this matter. This little one only heard from others that sect master Feng Xian. That old fart invited a grandmaster from the Southern Gate Army to study how to break the spirit array. It will take at least half a month to a month to break the spirit array. When that time comes, the 100,000 disciples outside will rush in and trample Ice Heart Valley to the ground. Is that all you know? Bing Yun frowned. Fang Minghui said, Senior, please understand. My Fang family disciples aren't very strong. Although we joined the Seeking Passion sect in a moment of confusion, we were only responsible for patrolling the periphery. We really don't know any secrets, and we haven't done anything wrong to Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai said, he also said that the Seeking Passion sect issued a recruitment order and promised many benefits to recruit some cultivator to work for them. I already know about this, Bing Yun nodded. Otherwise, how could the Seeking Passion sect have 100,000 disciples? Ice Heart Valley had less than 10,000 disciples, and in the past few years of battles, they had suffered a lot of losses. Now, there were less than 7,000 disciples left. 7,000 against 100,000, this number alone was enough to make anyone despair, not to mention that the Seeking Passion sect had also recruited many masters, including 2 Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters. Once the sect defending array was broken, Ice Heart Valley would be finished. At that time, only a few disciples would be able to escape. The situation was so grim that the faces of everyone in the hall turned gloomy. They thought that with the sect defending array, Seeking Passion sect could only watch helplessly, but now they understood that it was just wishful thinking. Yang Kai thought for a while and said, The root cause of Ice Heart Valley's disaster is still me. If I show up, the reason why Feng Xian did not hesitate to provoke a war between the two sects and disregard the situation in the Northern Territory was to avenge his son, Feng Shi. The one who killed Feng Shi was none other than Yang Kai. Yang Kai felt that if he took the initiative to show up, he should be able to draw the Seeking Passion sect's people away. At that time, Ice Heart Valley's crisis would be resolved. But before he could finish speaking, Bing Yun shook his head. And Ruo Yun, Sun Yun Xiu, Zhang Suning, and the others all tried to dissuade him. Bing Yun said, Although the cause is you, the Seeking Passion sect has been eyeing my Ice Heart Valley for a long time. You also know what the Seeking Passion sect's Seeking Passion Supreme Art is. Many disciples in the Seeking Passion sect cultivate this secret art, while my Ice Heart Valley has many beautiful and talented female disciples who are perfect cultivation furnaces for their secret art. So, even if you really show up, the Seeking Passion sect will not give up easily. The situation has developed to this point, and they are determined to destroy my Ice Heart Valley. Even if you show up, it will be useless. What she said made sense, so Yang Kai could not help but sigh slightly. Bing Yun stood up and said, although my Ice Heart Valley is alone, it won't be easy for the Seeking Passion sect to destroy us. Yang Kai, you don't have to worry. Since you are here, stay for a few days. Ziyu, take your martial uncle Yang to rest. Ziyu responded, then looked at Yang Kai and said, Martial Uncle Yang, please. Yang Kai nodded. He knew that Bing Yun and the others still had things to discuss, so as an outsider, it would be inappropriate for him to stay, so he followed Ziyu out. Walking along the road, the scenery inside Ice Heart Valley was beautiful and pleasing to the eye. After walking for a while, Ziyu suddenly pursed her lips and smiled. A few years ago, you were still my brother, but now you are my martial uncle. Yang Kai was startled and said, if Sister Ziyu doesn't mind, we can talk on our own terms. When the two met a few years ago, Yang Kai did indeed call Ziyu junior sister, but now, Bing Yun's words raised his seniority by a level. However, this was not surprising. Yang Kai and Ji Yao were peers, and Ziyu was Ji Yao's junior, so she naturally had to call Yang Kai martial uncle. Ziyu shook her head and said, that won't do. If Ancestral Founder knows, she will definitely scold me. After a pause, she continued, by the way, I have to thank Martial Uncle Yang for helping me in the Shattered Star Sea. If you hadn't lured away those bad people, Ziyu wouldn't have been able to break through so smoothly. It's just a small matter, don't worry about it, Yang Kai smiled slightly. As the two talked, they came to a small courtyard. The small courtyard was exquisite and elegant, with red plum blossoms standing proudly in the snow and a stone road neatly paved. Martial Uncle Yang, don't be polite in Ice Heart Valley. If you have any instructions, just ask. Ziyu led Yang Kai into the courtyard and said, then you go ahead. I'll help myself. Yang Kai nodded. Ziyu excused herself and left. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around before pushing the door open and entering. He sat cross-legged on the praying mat and began to cultivate. Chapter 2633. Not long after, Lu Xianyun arrived. She and Yang Kai came to the star boundary at the same time. Although they came from different star territories, the two had supported each other for a while in Blue Feather Sect, so they had a brother and sister relationship. They had also gone through life and death together in the solitary void-sealed world, so their relationship was naturally very close. After coming out of the solitary void-sealed world, Lu Xianyun stayed in Ice Heart Valley, which was a good place for her to go. She came to Yang Kai for no other reason than she missed him after not seeing him for a few years. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai learned that she was doing well now and had officially become Bing Yun's disciple, becoming Bing Yun's last disciple. She was definitely qualified. After all, like Yang Kai, she was a cultivator who came from the star territory below. Back then, in the territory of Great Desolate Star, her aptitude was no worse than Yin Lisheng's. The only difference was her background and heritage, so she was weaker than Yin Lisheng. Yin Lisheng could become the legacy disciple of Netherworld Sect's sect master, so Lu Xianyun could naturally do the same. Her cultivation progress had been slow over the years mainly because her life was tough and she didn't have enough cultivation resources. Now that she had become Bing Yun's last disciple, she had abundant cultivation resources and a good master, so her potential had gradually begun to show. In just a few years, she had already broken through to the second-order Dao Source Realm and was on her way to the third-order Dao Source Realm. Although her martial aunt's cultivation was not as good as many of her martial nephews, her future was bright. In Ice Heart Valley, she got along well with many of her sisters, so she had already regarded this place as her home. Knowing this, Yang Kai was relieved. Afterwards, Lu Xianyun asked Yang Kai about what had happened in the past few years. There was nothing much to say. Over the past few years, he had spent most of his time in the Shattered Star Sea. After leaving the Shattered Star Sea, he went to the Eastern Domain's Savage Desolation Ancient Land to look for Xiao Xiao, where he encountered the 4 Saint Venerables. Yang Kai picked some things to talk about, and Lu Xianyun listened with great interest. She realized that no matter when, life in Yang Kai was always so exciting and full of ups and downs. By the way, junior sister, I have something to give you. Yang Kai suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He said. Lu Xianyun asked curiously, what is it? Yang Kai said seriously, relax your body and mind. Don't resist. When Lu Xianyun heard this, she nodded lightly. After taking a deep breath, she relaxed and even closed her eyes. At this moment, she was completely defenseless against Yang Kai. In other words, if Yang Kai wanted to harm her, he could easily kill her. If not for the fact that he trusted Yang Kai completely. She couldn't do that no matter what. Yang Kai searched the small sealed world for a while and soon, flipping his palm, a hazy ball of light appeared on his palm. As soon as this ball of light appeared, it gave off a mysterious aura. And as far as the eye could see, the ball of light seemed to be dotted with stars, like a star field that had been shrunk countless times. Lu Xianyun opened her eyes suspiciously. When she saw the thing in Yang Kai's hand clearly, she was startled again and asked curiously, "Brother Yang, what is this?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "Stars, star sources." Lu Xianyun's tender body shook and she said in amazement, "Stars, star sources?" She came from the territory of the great desolate star, so she naturally knew what stars, star sources were. It was the foundation of a star. Such a vibrant star, star sources only had one complete cultivation star. It could only be born after hundreds of millions of years, and without a star's star sources, the stars would become dead stars. In the territory of the great desolate star, only by refining the star sources of a cultivation star could one become a star master. But how could it be so simple to become a star master? Even a third-order origin king would not necessarily be able to safely refine a star's star sources. In the territory of countless great desolate stars, it was unknown how many origin kings had died trying to refine stars' star sources. Back then, in the entire territory of the great desolate star, there were only a few star masters, and Yin Lusheng was one of them. Lu Xianyun also wanted to refine a star's star sources in the territory of the great desolate star to become a star master, but unfortunately, in the territory of the great desolate star, everything was decided by the Netherworld sect, so she had no way to refine one. Later, when she arrived in the star boundary, she learned that stars' star sources were extremely rare in the star boundary, and it was difficult for ordinary people to even see one. She thought that she would never be able to have any interaction with the star sources of stars in her life, but now one appeared in front of her. This was obtained from the shattered star sea? Lu Xianyun asked in a trembling voice. Yang Kai nodded. In the shattered star sea, he had obtained a lot of benefits, such as comprehending the flowing time great emperor, obtaining the phoenix true fire and the mountains and rivers bell, and witnessing the battle between the two great emperors, red dust and heaven-devouring great emperor. This star's star sources was also one of them. No, this thing is too precious, I can't accept it. Lu Xianyun quickly shook her head and waved her hand to refuse. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Why can't you accept it? It's just a star's star sources. You and I have known each other for a long time, and now that Big Brother's cultivation has reached a certain level, do you still want to refuse such a rare gift?" Although Lu Xianyun was tempted, she still shook her head firmly and said, "Brother Yang, if you had given me something else, junior sister would never have refused, but this star's star sources? I can't accept it. You should refine it yourself. As long as you can refine it, your cultivation in the future will be twice the result with half the effort. I heard that a cultivator who has refined star's star sources is extremely sensitive to the world principles. Naturally, I know this. But I have long since become a star master, don't you know?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. When he first met Lu Xianyun in the Starlight Corridor, he had already revealed his star master physique, so he already had a complete star's star sources in his body. A large part of the reason why his cultivation speed was so fast over the years was because of this. Lu Xianyun said, "I know Big Brother has one, but you can refine a second one. Although the effect won't be as good as the first, it will definitely be helpful to you." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Since I've decided to give it to you, I won't take it back. Besides, I have a lot of star sources." "A lot?" Lu Xianyun was stunned, a look of disbelief on her face. She knew that Yang Kai had gone to the Shattered Star Sea and had also heard Ziyu mention that there seemed to be a sea of sources in the Shattered Star Sea, where many people had obtained complete star sources. However, those who obtained the most were only 3 or 4. Yang Kai said that he had a lot of star sources, undoubtedly to make her feel better. How could she know that Yang Kai had not obtained just 3 or 4 star sources, but as many as 30 to 40? The complete star sources stored in the small sealed world were still there, and as for what to do with them, Yang Kai had his own plans, so giving Lu Xianyun one was not a big deal. Take it. As Yang Kai spoke, he directly pushed the mass of star sources in his hand towards Lu Xianyun and activated the star refining art. Without giving her any time to react, the mass of star sources merged into her body. Lu Xianyun snorted, a look of discomfort appearing on her face. Star sources were not so easy to refine. In the shattered star sea, the cultivator who had seized star sources would snatch them first and seal them in their body temporarily, suppressing them with their own cultivation. After returning, they would slowly refine them. As for whether they would succeed in refining them, no one could say for sure. Perhaps during the refining process, they would suffer a backlash from the star sources, triggering world principles and causing their bodies to explode. I'll teach you a secret art. Listen carefully. With the help of this secret art, refining star sources will be twice the result with half the effort, and there won't be any danger, Yang Kai said solemnly. At this point, Lu Xianyun knew that it was useless to refuse, so she immediately sat up and listened carefully. Yang Kai passed on the star refining art and told Lu Xianyun not to leak this secret art. Lu Xianyun obeyed. After spending most of the day, Lu Xianyun memorized the star refining art before getting up and saying, "Brother Yang, I'll go back and refine star sources first. If you need anything here, just say the word. There are disciples standing guard outside the courtyard." "I know you can go," Yang Kai smiled slightly. After sending Lu Xianyun away, Yang Kai returned to his room, sat down cross-legged, took out some source crystals, and began cultivating. On the 3rd day, he suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Someone come." Soon, light footsteps sounded and the door was pushed open. A beautiful female disciple asked respectfully, "Martial Uncle Yang, what can I do for you?" Yang Kai said, "I'm going to see Senior Bing Yun." "Martial Uncle Yang, please come with me," the disciple immediately responded and led the way. For the current Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai was not only a guest, but also a close friend. The higher-ups had already ordered that no matter what Yang Kai wanted, the disciples had to do it. Now, he didn't even need to report in advance if he wanted to see Bing Yun. Soon, under the guidance of the female disciple, Yang Kai arrived in front of a palace. Just as he stood still, Bing Yun's voice came from inside the palace. "Yang Kai, you're here? Come in and talk." Obviously, she had already found out. The female disciple gestured with her hand. Yang Kai nodded and stepped in. This palace should be where Bing Yun usually cultivated in seclusion. The decorations inside were not luxurious, but rather simple. When Yang Kai walked in, he happened to see Bing Yun walking out of the room with Ji Yao following closely behind her. When their eyes met, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel guilty. He forced a smile at Ji Yao, but Ji Yao's expression was neither cold nor hot. He couldn't tell what she was feeling. "Greetings, Senior." Yang Kai cupped his fists and bowed to Bing Yun. Bing Yun smiled slightly and said, "Sit down and talk." She turned and ordered Ji Yao, serve tea." Ji Yao received the order and immediately prepared. Yang Kai sat down, but his expression was quite uncomfortable. He didn't expect Ji Yao to be here, but on second thought, the master and disciple hadn't seen each other for thousands of years. Now that they met again, it was natural for Ji Yao to follow Bing Yun to show filial piety. In a short while, 2 cups of steaming hot tea were prepared. Ji Yao first served a cup to Bing Yun, then came to Yang Kai's side and put down the teacup, saying, "Brother Yang, have some tea." "Thank you for your trouble." Yang Kai nodded. Right now, he really didn't know what Ji Yao was thinking, whether she would settle accounts with him or not. In any case, from Ji Yao's facial expression, he couldn't see any trace of it. She treated Kai Yang as if he was a stranger, without the warmth of the past. Chapter 2634. I've been busy dealing with the enemy these past few days, so I haven't had the time to visit you. Have you gotten used to living in the valley? Bingyun asked. I've gotten used to it. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Ice Heart Valley has many outstanding people and beautiful scenery. How could I not get used to it? That's good. Bingyun smiled slightly before suddenly saying solemnly, but you won't be able to stay here for long. In 2 days I will personally send you out of here. Yang Kai was startled and asked, Senior is planning to fight to the death with Seeking Passion sect? Bingyun nodded and said, Others are already attacking us, so my Ice Heart Valley can only face them head-on. Do you have a chance of winning? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Bingyun shook her head and said, No, but it won't be easy for them to destroy my Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai, speaking of which, I have one more request. Yang Kai said solemnly, Senior, please speak your mind. Bingyun sighed and said, Ice Heart Valley was founded by me. Although it is now in danger, I hope to leave some foundation behind. When I send you off, I hope you can take some disciples with you and take them away from the Northern Territory. No matter where you settle them, you must tell them not to try to fight a hopeless battle. They are not allowed to return to the Northern Territory before their wings are fully grown. Even if they want to take revenge, they must have full confidence. If they don't, then they can live peacefully. Yang Kai's heart sank when he heard this. He knew that Bingyun was making arrangements for her funeral. It seemed that she was determined to live and die with Ice Heart Valley. When the time comes, those disciples will be led by Ziyu. Yang Kai, you and Ziyu are familiar with each other. I'll leave them to you. Bingyun looked at Yang Kai with a serious face. Yang Kai frowned and said, Senior, the situation isn't that serious, right? Bingyun shook his head. 7,000 against 100,000, my Ice Heart Valley has no chance of winning. Ji Yao, who was standing behind Bingyun, suddenly said, Brother Yang, can you invite those existences in the Eastern Territory? If we can invite them, we don't need too many, just 2 or 3. Yang Kai shook his head and said, Distant water can't quench a present thirst. Who were the existences Ji Yao was referring to? Yang Kai was naturally clear. They were none other than the great gods from the savage, desolate ancient land. There was no need for the Wan Feng and the others to appear. They only needed to send out a few Monster King. That would be enough to shake up the situation. However, those fellows were all in the ancient lands of the Eastern Territory. They were too far away from here. If they waited for Yang Kai to bring back reinforcements from the ancient wildlands, Ice Heart Valley would likely have already been overrun. What's more, they were from the monster race, divine spirits. If they rashly interfered in the affairs of human sects, they might anger the great emperors. Last time, when the Luan Feng accompanied Yang Kai to the Netherworld sect, she didn't dare to act rashly. It was the other party who took the initiative to provoke her. That was why she killed Zhou Yong. Although the existences in the savage, desolate ancient land were powerful, once they came out, there were still many taboos. Ji Yao obviously knew this. She asked this because she had a glimmer of hope. At this moment, she heard Yang Kai's answer. She couldn't help but sigh. Yang Kai pondered and said, Senior, I've been thinking about this for a while now. Over the past 2 days, I've been thinking about it carefully. The reason Ice Heart Valley is in such a precarious situation is because they invited a Grandmaster to break the Spirit Array. Bingyun nodded and said, Yes, the Southern Gate Army does have some ability. My Ice Heart Valley's sect defending Grand Array has begun to show some signs of weakness. If they are given 10 days to half a month, they might really be able to break the Spirit Array. Yang Kai grinned and said, What if they don't have 10 days to half a month? Bingyun was taken aback and asked, What do you mean? Yang Kai said, Here's what I think. Didn't the Seeking Passion sect send out a recruitment order? Maybe I can pretend to submit to the Seeking Passion sect and infiltrate their inner circle. Then I can find an opportunity to kill the Southern Gate Army. How can that be? Bingyun was shocked and said, I know you are proficient in the Tao of space, but now, Ice Heart Valley is surrounded by powerful enemies. Who knows how many of them are in the Emperor realm alone? Once you fail, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape. Also, don't forget, the elders of Seeking Passion sect definitely know about your appearance. If you rush to join them, you'll just be walking right into their trap. No, no, this is my Ice Heart Valley's business. How can I let you take such a risk? Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, Senior doesn't need to worry about my appearance. As long as I don't meet Feng Xian or Yao Zhua, I believe no one will recognize me. Bing Yun frowned slightly and asked, What kind of shape-shifting secret technique do you cultivate? Yang Kai shook his head and said, No. Ji Yao suddenly said, Brother, do you mean to ask martial niece Tian He to help? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile and said, Yes. Ji Yao thought for a while and nodded. Brother, if this is your plan, it is feasible. Bing Yun looked confused and asked, Tianhe? The disciple who came back with you a few days ago? She is only in the third order Dao source realm. Even if she helps, how can she help you? Ji Yao pursed her lips and smiled. Honored master, although martial niece Tianhe's cultivation is not high enough, she has one ability. What ability? Ji Yao replied. Her disguise technique is extremely brilliant. Last time in Peace City, she stood in front of me and I didn't notice any flaws. If Brother Yang hadn't reminded me, I'm afraid this disciple would have been deceived by her. Bing Yun was surprised and asked, She has such an ability? If even Ji Yao couldn't find any flaws, any other second-order Emperor Realm Master wouldn't be able to find any flaws either. This disguise technique was enough to show how brilliant she was. Yang Kai smiled and said, With martial niece Tianhe's help, even if I go to Seeking Passion Sect, it is unlikely that I will be recognized. As long as I go deep into their territory and find an opportunity to kill the Southern Gate Army or kidnap them, no one will be able to break the spirit array. Bing Yun's eyes lit up when she heard this, but she soon shook her head and smiled bitterly. It still won't work. Even if you kill the Southern Gate Army, the result will be the same. This time, it was Yang Kai and Ji Yao's turn to be stunned. Bing Yun sighed and said, Although my Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array is powerful, it consumes too much energy when it is activated. Even without the Southern Gate Army, we will only last 2 months. After 2 months, the spirit array will still break. At that time, the situation won't change. Yang Kai said in relief, So it's because of this. Senior, you don't have to worry. I have some source crystals on hand, enough for Ice Heart Valley to use for a long time. Also, 2 months is enough for me to go back to the Eastern Territory and ask for help. As long as he could buy some time, he could go back to the Eastern Territory and bring back the Monster King. At that time, not to mention 100,000 people from Seeking Passion Sect, even if there were 200,000 or 300,000, they would just be a mob. Who are you going to look for in the Eastern Territory? Bing Yun asked curiously. Junior sister Yao knows. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Ji Yao rolled her eyes and quietly sent a message to Bing Yun. Bing Yun was shocked when she heard this and said in amazement, Yang Kai, you can actually ask them to help? It's just a small matter, they should help. Yang Kai smiled confidently, and before Bing Yun could object he said, Then it's settled. There's no time to lose, I'll go find Marshal niece Tianhe now. Ice Heart Valley's mess was caused by him, so he couldn't stay out of it no matter what. These days, he had been thinking about how to help Ice Heart Valley resolve this disaster, and now he finally had a plan. Brother Yang, wait, count me in, Ji Yao hurriedly shouted. You. Yang Kai turned his head in amazement and waved his hand. No, no, I can do this alone. It'll be more troublesome if I go with you. Ji Yao said, This is my Ice Heart Valley's business. How can I let you take the risk alone? I have to go with you. After saying so, before Yang Kai could refuse again, she suddenly sent a message to him. Brother Yang, if you dare to say no again, I'll tell Honored Master that you molested me. Yang Kai's face turned black and he instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly swallowed the words he was about to say and changed his mind. Of course it's best if junior sister Yao goes with me, ha. Bing Yun could see that he didn't mean what he said. She didn't know what Ji Yao said to him that made his attitude change so drastically. But since things had already gotten to this point, she couldn't stop him. Indeed, as Yang Kai said, if everything went smoothly, Ice Heart Valley could avoid the fate of destruction. She had to make plans for the 7,000 disciples of the sect. Since you insist, then call Tianhe over. Let me see how good her disguise technique is first before making a decision. Ji Yao nodded. I'll ask eldest senior sister to bring her over. Saying so, she took out her communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it. Yang Kai also returned to his chair and sat down with a bitter expression on his face. The tea in his mouth tasted bitter. He quietly glanced at Ji Yao a few times, but found that she looked as if nothing had happened. It was as if she didn't say those words just now. Not long after, Ruo Yun's voice sounded outside the hall. After being summoned by Bing Yun, she walked in with Shi Tianhe. After greeting her, Ruo Yun said, "Honored master, why did you call me over?" Bing Yun said, "It's nothing to do with you. I just want Tian He to do something." Shi Tianhe heard this and quickly said, "Please tell me, ancestral founder. Disciple will do her best to accomplish it." Bing Yun smiled, "Don't be nervous. I just heard that your disguise technique is extremely brilliant. I want to see if it's really that amazing." Shi Tianhe said respectfully, "It's just a small trick. I'm afraid it won't enter ancestral founder's eyes." And Ruo Yun stared at her and said, "Since ancestral founder wants to see it, you can show it to him." Shi Tianhe answered honestly, "Then this disciple will embarrass herself." Yang Kai called out to her, "Tianhe, help me disguise myself." Shi Tianhe looked at Bing Yun with an inquiring gaze. After Bing Yun nodded, she came to Yang Kai and stood in front of him, saying softly, "Martial Uncle Yang, I'm sorry to offend you." Saying so, she waved her hand and took out some random things and placed them on the table next to Yang Kai. Everyone looked at them carefully and found that these things were all like rouge and mud. There was nothing special about them, and they didn't give off any energy fluctuations. Shi Tianhe first looked carefully at Yang Kai's face, and a thoughtful look appeared on her face. After a long time, she suddenly took a deep breath and her hands flew. She took those materials and rubbed them all over Yang Kai's face. At the same time, she used exquisite techniques to dissolve those materials. Chapter 2635. In front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai's appearance quickly underwent an earth-shaking change. Originally, he could be considered to be handsome, unrestrained, and spirited. However, with Shi Tianhe's disguise technique, his appearance had actually become extremely ordinary, and it caused Ruo Yun and the others to open their eyes wide and click their tongues in wonder. If this kind of change didn't happen right under their noses, no one would dare to believe that a mere disguise technique could achieve this. In less than half an hour, Shi Tianhe finally finished wiping Kai Yang's face. Carefully examining him, she nodded her head and said, "Done." She retreated a few steps, while Ruo Yun and Ji Yao came closer to observe him closely, but they were shocked to find that they couldn't see any flaws. It was as if this ordinary-looking man in front of them was born with such an appearance. The only thing that didn't change was Yang Kai's aura. However, in Seeking Passion Sect, there weren't many people who had met him face to face. Feng Xian and Yao Zhuo could be considered to have met him face to face, but as long as he didn't show his aura in front of them, they probably wouldn't notice anything. Bing Yun's beautiful eyes lit up as she said, "What a marvelous skill. Tianhe, your disguise technique is quite impressive." Even she praised it so much, showing how amazing Shi Tianhe's skill was. And Ruo Yun asked curiously, "Tianhe, who did you learn this from? Does Peaceful City's Dong family have such means?" Shi Tianhe was her disciple, but she had never taught Shi Tianhe these things. It was obvious that Shi Tianhe had only learned these things after she had gone to Peaceful City. However, how could a mere Dong clan possess such a wondrous technique? Shi Tianhe shook her head and said, "This disguise technique didn't come from the Dong family. This disciple learned it from a strange person." A strange person? And Ruo Yun was stunned. Shi Tianhe showed a look of reminiscence. She said, "That was almost 60 years ago. A beggar came to Peaceful City. He was disheveled and disheveled. One day, he was beaten up and fell in front of the Dong family's gate. A disciple came back from an errand and saw him. He asked someone to help him to the woodshed. Later, before he left, he specially came to look for this disciple and taught this disguise technique to this disciple as a thank you gift. At that time, this disciple didn't take it seriously. Later, when I was bored and messed around, I discovered the brilliance of this disguise technique." Beggar. And Ruo Yun and Ji Yao looked at each other and felt that it was quite inconceivable. That's not a beggar. He should be an expert. Bing Yun's beautiful eyes flashed. Tianhe, you were able to obtain this opportunity. Good people are rewarded with good fortune. And Ruo Yun and Ji Yao both nodded. If that person was really an ordinary beggar, how could he have such a miraculous disguise technique? It was obvious that he was some powerful expert playing around. Some experts were just so eccentric. Instead of living a good life, they loved to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. What a pity! Bing Yun sighed again. What's a pity, master? And Ruo Yun asked suspiciously. Bing Yun said that expert might be using this method to find his successor. Unfortunately, Tianhe might not meet his requirements. That's why he didn't pass on his legacy. Instead, he only taught her the disguise technique as a thank you gift. And Ruo Yun nodded in realization. It's indeed a pity. If she could really obtain that expert's legacy, perhaps sure Tianhe would be like Ziyu now and be in the emperor realm. The Dong clan wouldn't have been exterminated. That beggar. Does he have the head of a dog, the eyes of a mouse, and a mouth full of yellow teeth? Yang Kai listened for a while and suddenly asked. Sure Tianhe said in surprise, Martial Uncle Yang knows that expert? More or less. Yang Kai nodded with a dark expression. To be able to sublimate a simple appearance-changing technique to such a degree, and to also be a beggar with a repulsive head and rat eyes, Kai Yang already had an idea of who this person was. This miraculous technique came from that person. It made sense for it to have such a miraculous effect. Seeing that Yang Kai wasn't going to elaborate on that expert, Bing Yun didn't ask. She just nodded and said, this disguise technique is indeed amazing. Even this queen might be deceived if she didn't check carefully. Yang Kai smiled and said, then this plan will work. Bing Yun was still worried, but there are many powerful enemies outside. If you fail, how will you escape? Why don't you let Tianhe disguise this queen? This queen will have a better chance of success. Yang Kai quickly shook his head and said, that probably won't work. Senior, you are a third-order Emperor Realm Master. If you really accept the recruitment token, I'm afraid that Feng Xian and Yao Zhuo will immediately be alerted. When the two of them come to investigate, you will definitely be exposed. I'm different. I'm only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. My cultivation isn't high or low. Once I join them, not only will I be put in an important position, but I won't alert too many people either. Senior doesn't need to say anything more. This matter is settled. You don't have to worry about my safety. If things really go south, I will immediately escape. Bing Yun sighed. She knew that Yang Kai had already made up his mind, so she couldn't persuade him anymore. She just said gratefully, then you must be careful. Yang Kai nodded and said, there is one more thing I need Senior's help with. Speak. I need a lot of space spirit crystals. It would be best if there are space spirit jades. Bing Yun nodded, I'll have someone check the storehouse. If there are any space spirit crystals and space spirit jades, I'll bring them to you. Whether it was space spirit crystals or space spirit jades, they were in high demand in the entire star boundary because these two things were the main materials for refining storage artifacts. Space rings and space bracelets were all refined from these two things. In comparison, space spirit jades were of a higher grade than space spirit crystals. Although Bing Yun didn't know what Yang Kai needed space spirit crystals and space spirit jades for, she didn't ask much and just readily agreed. Tian He, help your martial aunt Ji Yao disguise her appearance. Yang Kai said to Shi Tian He before turning to Ji Yao and saying, Junior sister Yao, I'll go and prepare first. We'll set off tonight. Ji Yao glanced at him and nodded lightly without any suspicion. Yang Kai's figure flickered and he immediately left the hall. After leaving the hall, he didn't return to his small courtyard. Instead, he rushed out of Ice Heart Valley. Not long after, he arrived at the edge of the sect defending array, which was also the place where he entered with Ji Yao. Who is it? When Zhang Suning, who was guarding this place, saw Yang Kai arrive, she immediately rushed out from her hiding place and stared at Yang Kai with a cold expression. The other disciples also rushed out and surrounded Yang Kai. Junior sister Zhang Sun. Yang Kai grinned at Zhang Suning. It's me, don't be nervous. Your brother Yang? Zhang Sunying's beautiful brow furrowed slightly as she asked in surprise, how did you become like this? When she suddenly saw a strange man appear here, she was really shocked. She thought that Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array had been unknowingly broken. Otherwise, how could such a flaw appear? But now, when she heard his voice, Zhang Suning knew that the person in front of her was Yang Kai. However, his face had changed so much that she didn't dare to recognize him. I was ordered by Senior Bing Yun to go out and do something. Please open the spirit array for a moment. Yang Kai pointed to the spirit array and said, Okay, wait a moment. Zhang Suning didn't refuse, nor did she confirm with Bing Yun, because Bing Yun had said before that Yang Kai was a friend of Ice Heart Valley. She would do anything for him without any need to report. Saying so, she took out a token and held it in her hand, carefully observing the situation outside. After confirming that there was no one nearby, she held the token and waved it at the light curtain of the spirit array. A ray of light shot out, and a hole immediately appeared in the closed spirit array. Yang Kai's figure flickered and he left the spirit array. At the same time, he sent a message, I will be back in 2 to 3 days at the earliest and 5 to 6 days at the earliest. I will have to trouble junior sister Zhang Sun to open the spirit array. No problem. Zhang Suning quickly responded. After confirming that Yang Kai had left, she closed the spirit array. Why did Martial Uncle Yang go out now? And why did he change his appearance? Yudan stepped forward and asked curiously. Zhang Suning shook her head and said, I will report it to Honored Master. Previously, when Yang Kai wanted to leave, she didn't report it to Honored Master because Bing Yun had sent the message. Now that Yang Kai had left, she needed to inform Bing Yun. She immediately took out her communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it. In the hall, Bing Yun quickly sensed something and took out her communication artifact. When she saw the message inside, she immediately smiled bitterly. Below, Jiao was still sitting there with Shi Tianhe in disguise. She was waiting for night to fall to go to Ice Moon City with Yang Kai to receive the recruitment order, but she didn't expect that Yang Kai would leave her behind and act alone. Bing Yun didn't know how to explain this to Jiao. But she could also see that Yang Kai did this deliberately. She didn't know what happened between her third disciple and Yang Kai that made Yang Kai somewhat afraid of her. Ice Moon City was originally the foundation of Ice Heart Valley. It was also a hub for Ice Heart Valley to exchange materials and collect information from all sides. Most of the industries in the city were owned by Ice Heart Valley. But since half a year ago, not a single Ice Heart Valley disciple could be seen in Ice Moon City. Seeking Passion sect came here with invincible force, seized Ice Moon City, and used it as a stronghold to recruit talents. They were waiting for the right time to deal a fatal blow to Ice Heart Valley and completely destroy them. Most of the industries in the city that belonged to Ice Heart Valley were now in a mess. The materials inside had long been looted, and most of the shops were in ruins. At this moment, in front of a hall in Ice Moon City, there was a horizontal plaque with 3 words written on it. Recruitment Hall. It was the place where Seeking Passion sect recruited talents. Since Seeking Passion sect issued a recruitment order and promised countless benefits, many cultivators had come to work for them. Otherwise, even a top force like Seeking Passion sect wouldn't be able to gather 100,000 cultivators. Among these people, there were many who lacked cultivation materials or had ulterior motives from the Emperor realm. They were moved by the various benefits promised by Seeking Passion sect and stayed here to work for them. Chapter 2636. In front of the recruitment hall, an ordinary-looking young man was walking leisurely. Although this young man looked ordinary, he was dressed like a human. He wore a jade robe and held a folding fan in his hand. The northern territory was freezing cold, but he was actually waving the folding fan as he walked, giving off an air of elegance and elegance. When the cultivator walking on the street saw this, they all shook their heads in disdain. This young man was naturally Yang Kai. After leaving Ice Heart Valley, he carefully made his way to Ice Moon City without alerting anyone. After asking a little about the recruitment area, he came to the recruitment hall. The folding fan in his hand was also an artifact, a Dao Source grade high-rank artifact. Yang Kai didn't know who left it behind after his death, But in any case, he had killed many powerful enemies in the past few years and obtained a lot of trophies. Now, this folding fan came in handy. Outside the recruitment hall, there were 2 Seeking Passion sect disciples guarding it. Their strength wasn't high, only in the First Order Dao Source realm. However, in this place, no one would dare to make trouble for the Seeking Passion sect, so their cultivation didn't matter. Their main purpose was to guard the door and report. Seeing Yang Kai swagger over, the 2 guards glanced at each other, both of them revealing looks of disdain. Although their cultivations weren't very high, they were still disciples of Seeking Passion sect, so their status was still there. Yang Kai's appearance made them wonder which family's young master he was from. Wearing such a flashy outfit, it was as if he really thought he was some big shot. If he was really handsome, this appearance would be fine, but he was extremely ordinary. The jade robe and the beautiful jade folding fan didn't match him at all, so it was natural that he would be disliked. "Stop. What do you want?" One of the guards stretched out his hand. He blocked Yang Kai's path and asked indifferently. Yang Kai looked up at the plaque and closed the folding fan in his hand. He patted his palm and said, "This is the recruitment hall. Why do you think this young master is here?" The guard frowned and asked, "Are you here to accept the recruitment order?" "That's right." Yang Kai smiled. With a schwa sound, he opened his folding fan and waved it a few times in a contented manner, looking like a child who could be taught. Since they were here to accept the recruitment order and work for the Seeking Passion sect, the 2 guards weren't qualified to stop them. The one who spoke earlier nodded gently and said, "Go straight in, then turn left and find a few deacons." Yang Kai nodded slightly and strode in. He listened to the guard's words. He walked straight ahead, turned left, and entered a hall. Unexpectedly, there were many people waiting in line inside the hall. Behind the tables, the Seeking Passion sect's deacons were asking the cultivator who had come to seek refuge with the Seeking Passion sect for their name and origin. If he felt that there was no problem, then they would register and issue a recruitment notice. With the recruitment token in hand, it meant that they belonged to the Seeking Passion sect for the time being. Once Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array was destroyed, they would be rewarded accordingly. As for the cultivator with a clean background who had accepted the recruitment order, the Seeking Passion sect's disciples would lead them away and arrange things for them. Behind the tables, there was a long line. This made Yang Kai frown slightly. So many people had come to accept the Seeking Passion sect's recruitment order, which wasn't good news for Ice Heart Valley. He stood on the spot and observed for a while. He had an idea of the process, so he didn't hesitate any longer. He identified a table and walked straight forward. As he walked, he waved the folding fan in his hand from side to side impolitely. He scolded, "Get out of the way, get out of the way. A good dog doesn't block the way." Yang Kai's arrogant and lawless appearance made people who didn't know better think that he was some kind of master of the Seeking Passion sect. The cultivator who was in line cried out in pain after being hit by the folding fan, and the line quickly fell into chaos. Everyone glared at Yang Kai, but they didn't know the depth of the other party's strength, so they didn't dare to say anything. Yang Kai sneered, not putting these people in his eyes at all. They came here to join the Seeking Passion sect and become enemies with Ice Heart Valley. Once the war started, they would become enemies. Yang Kai naturally didn't need to give them any face. The strength of the folding fan in his hand was enough to make the cultivator feel pain for 10 days to half a month. Behind the table, a deacon of the Seeking Passion sect saw Yang Kai act so arrogantly and didn't put the Seeking Passion sect in his eyes at all. He immediately became angry and coldly snorted, "Junior, don't make noise." That's right. This person is too rude. Deacon Master, teach him a lesson. It hurts. This brat actually hit people at will. Deacon Master, you have to uphold justice for us. Don't let him go. The group of cultivator who had been hit shouted all at once. Noisy! Yang Kai's face turned cold as he slammed his palm into the crowd. In an instant, his emperor chi surged and principles gathered around his body, causing the entire hall to buzz. The Emperor Realm! Heavens, it's the Emperor Realm! The cultivator who had been shouting all this time suddenly panicked. Even the deacons of the Seeking Passion sect who were in charge of the hall changed their expressions drastically. Although they were deacons of the Seeking Passion sect, they were only in the third order Dao Source realm. In the face of the Emperor realm, they really didn't have the power to resist. Kong. Under this palm, dozens of cultivators were sent flying, all of them coughing up blood midair and falling to the ground in embarrassment. However, what made everyone feel relieved was that although the power of this palm was strong, it didn't take anyone's life. It was just that the injuries they suffered would take at least 10 days to heal. If you keep talking, I'll take your dog lives. Yang Kai coldly snorted, acting arrogant as if the heavens were his number 2. No one dared to make a sound. For a moment, the hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Schwa. A figure suddenly shot out from the inner hall and stood in front of the few tables. As soon as this person appeared, the Seeking Passion sect deacons, who were on tenterhooks and didn't even dare to breathe loudly, acted as if they had seen their savior. Their eyes lit up as they hurriedly cupped their fists and greeted, "Greetings, Elder Sun. Elder Sun, it's Elder Sun Ping. It's really Elder Sun Ping. That brat is in trouble now." Elder Sun Ping is a second-order Emperor Realm Master. He's definitely not his opponent. Daring to behave atrociously in the Seeking Passion sect's territory, this brat should take a piss and look at himself in the mirror. Hearing everyone's discussion, Yang Kai looked at the master who had suddenly appeared. The newcomer was an old man with white hair and a white beard. His aura was as deep as the sea, giving people a great sense of pressure. His face was thin, but his eyes were as bright as the sun, piercing one's soul. Elder Sun? Yang Kai raised his brow. He wasn't familiar with the Emperor realm of the Seeking Passion sect, only knowing Feng Xian and Yao Zhua. This was the first time he had seen this Elder Sunday. However, the other party's cultivation was indeed at the second-order Emperor realm, so his status in the Seeking Passion sect wasn't low. "Young man, you have a bad temper." Contrary to everyone's expectations, Sun Ping didn't cause trouble for Yang Kai after he appeared. Instead, he spoke with a smile. Yang Kai snorted, "They were too noisy. This young master just wanted to teach them a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, his attitude changed. He cupped his fists and laughed. "I didn't want to disturb Elder Sunday. This is truly a sin. Acting like a master in front of the weak and acting like a grandson in front of the strong." This was how Yang Kai was acting right now. Everyone in the hall despised him, but because of his cultivation in the Emperor realm, they didn't dare to show it. It was simply too depressing. It's fine. Sun Ping smiled and said, "Since you've come to my recruitment hall, are you here to receive a recruitment notice?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Naturally, I heard that the Seeking Passion sect is looking for talented people, so this young master came here. Elder Sun won't be unwelcome, right?" "Of course not." Sun Ping stroked his beard and said with a smile, "This sect welcomes young talents like your excellency very much." "That's good," Yang Kai smiled meaningfully. "However," Sun Ping changed the topic and narrowed his eyes, "I'll say this first. If you want to receive a recruitment notice, you must have a clean background. My Seeking Passion sect doesn't need people of unknown origins, especially those with your excellency's cultivation. So, I hope that your excellency can answer a few questions from this old master. If it was the Emperor realm or below, it wouldn't matter even if one's origin was a little vague, but if it was the Emperor realm, one must have a clean background. This was to avoid being a spy from Ice Heart Valley. This was also a rule." "I understand this." Yang Kai smiled slightly without the slightest panic and said, "I just don't know what Elder Sun wants to ask." Sun Ping said, "Where is your excellency from? What is your excellency's name? Who is your excellency's master?" Yang Kai said frankly, "My name is Xiao Bai Yi, from the Southern Territory's Azure Sun Temple. My master is Elder Gao Shui Ting." Although he said so, Yang Kai thought in his heart, Xiao Bai, I'm just borrowing your identity. Don't come looking for me in the future." He had thought about this identity a long time ago, so he didn't hesitate to answer now. Azure Sun Temple. Sun Ping was shocked when he heard this. Although the Southern Territory was far from the Northern Territory, he had heard of Azure Sun Temple. After all, Azure Sun Temple's status in the Southern Territory was the same as Seeking Passion sect's status in the Northern Territory. They were both top sects. As a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, he appeared in Ice Moon City in the Northern Territory. This was really incomprehensible. Sun Ping frowned and said, "This old master has also heard of your noble sect, but why are you here?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "I just broke through the Emperor realm not long ago. My honored master told me to travel more, so I have been traveling the star boundary recently. When I passed by here, I heard about your noble sect in Ice Heart Valley, so I came to take a look." "So that's how it is." Sun Ping didn't doubt him. It was normal for a young talent like Yang Kai to travel the star boundary and broaden his horizons. Sun Ping himself had done this before, but he had never been to the Southern Territory, only the Northern Territory and the Eastern Territory, so there was no flaw in his story. After pondering for a while, Sun Ping raised his head and said, "With young Master Zhao's age and cultivation, even in Azure Sun Temple, you must be a core disciple, right? I wonder if young Master Zhao has something to prove his identity?" "Something to prove my identity?" Yang Kai thought for a while before suddenly reaching out and taking out a token. He threw it to Sun Ping and said, "This thing is enough to prove my identity." Chapter 2637. It was a token, a golden token. At a glance, one could tell that it had an extraordinary origin. Sun Ping took the token and stroked it for a while, then smiled and said, "I've heard that there are 4 grades of tokens, namely the iron token, the bronze token, the silver token, and the gold token. Only the core disciples have the gold token, so this is the Azure Sun Gold token." The token was made of a special material and was not fake. Ping could still see this. Naturally, Yang Kai's golden token was not a fake. Gao Shueting had personally given it to him back then. Although Azure Sun Temple had never asked Yang Kai to join them, giving him an Azure Sun golden token was enough to make him an in-name disciple of the temple. The reason why he chose to impersonate Xiao Baiyi was because he had the Azure Sun golden token. Wrong. Yang Kai smiled slightly and corrected, "Our temple's tokens are not 4th grade, but 5th grade." "5th grade?" Ping raised his brow. Yang Kai said, "The elders have jade tokens." "So that's how it is." Ping nodded lightly. He didn't know whether to believe it or not. After all, he didn't know much about Azure Sun Temple, but seeing Yang Kai's serious expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. For a moment, he couldn't help but hesitate. It was definitely good news for someone from the Emperor realm to join Seeking Passion sect. Maybe he could be of great help in the war, but the key was that he couldn't be sure whether Yang Kai's origin was clean or not. If he refused, Ping would be reluctant, and the world would laugh at Seeking Passion sect for being timid. After thinking for a while, Ping suddenly turned to a young disciple and said something. The young disciple heard this. He immediately stood up. He cupped his fist to Yang Kai and said, "Chao Su greets brother." Yang Kai squinted at him but ignored him. He didn't know what orders Sun Ping gave him to stand up. Chao Su continued, "When the Shattered Star Sea opened a few years ago, I was lucky enough to enter it and met several young talents from the Southern Territory." Yang Kai's heart jumped when he heard this. He pretended to be Xiao Baiyi mainly because no one would recognize him. Furthermore, he had the Azure Sun golden token in his hands. It could be said that his plan was foolproof. But now, he heard from this guy named Chao Su that he had also been to the Shattered Star Sea and even met some cultivator from the Southern Territory. If he recognized Xiao Baiyi, then Yang Kai's identity as an imposter would be exposed. Yang Kai felt nervous in his heart, but on the surface, he remained calm as he looked at him and said, "This Xiao has also been to the Shattered Star Sea, but I have never seen your excellency." Chao Su smiled wryly and said, "My cultivation base is low. I'm afraid that Brother Xiao wouldn't take a fancy to that place, so he naturally hasn't seen it." "Never seen it before." Yang Kai was suddenly emboldened and said, "Is that so? But since you've jumped out now, what advice do you have for me?" Chao Su hurriedly said, "You flatter me. Although I have never seen friends from the Azure Sun Temple, I have seen several other people from the Southern Territory. This was especially true for one of them, a Hellguard. I have a deep impression of him. Since Brother Xiao is from the Southern Territory, you must know him." Hellguard. Young Kai nodded slightly. The Hellguard of the heavenly martial Holy Land, born with a yin and yang dual body, was extremely fierce, so he naturally had a deep impression of him. Ignoring Chao Su, Yang Kai turned his head to look at Sun Ping, who had been sizing him up, and stretched out his hand in front of himself. In an instant, an image of a person emerged. Yang Kai said, "Elder Sunday. You asked Chao Su to ask this just to confirm my identity. Now you can ask him whether this image is Hellguard or not." Sun Ping immediately turned his head to look at Chao Su, who gently nodded to confirm. Sun Ping laughed. It seems that young Master Xiao is really a disciple of the Azure Sun Temple. Being able to condense the image of a cultivator from the Southern Territory and having the gold token of the Azure Sun Temple in his hand, there was really nothing to doubt. Yang Kai smiled and said, "So, can I stay?" Sun Ping's smile faded as he said solemnly, "One last question." Yang Kai said angrily, "You're so annoying. This young master is here to help your seeking passion sect, not to be tortured by you. Elder Sun, what is your intention for making things difficult for this young master time and time again? Although the seeking passion sect is amazing, my Azure Sun Temple is not necessarily afraid of you." He used the tiger skin as a banner and flew into a rage on the spot, making the cultivator next to him dumbfounded. He thought to himself that this was indeed a disciple of a great sect, not showing the slightest fear in their home ground. If it were them, they wouldn't have such courage. Sun Ping, however, said with a smile, "Young Master Xiao, please calm down, don't be angry. If you have something to say, let's talk it out." Yang Kai bared his teeth and said, "Old man, one last question. If you don't stop nagging, this young master will leave immediately." "Definitely the last one," Sun Ping said seriously. Yang Kai said with a look of displeasure, "Ask away." Sun Ping said, "Young Master Xiao is from Azure Sun Temple, so you shouldn't be lacking in cultivation materials. I wonder why you accepted my Seeking Passion Sect's recruitment order?" Yang Kai smiled proudly and waved the folding fan in his hand again, saying slowly, "This young master naturally doesn't lack cultivation materials. To be honest, this young master doesn't care about the many benefits your noble sect has promised. But..." Speaking up to here, Kai Yong suddenly began to laugh mischievously. That smile was extremely wretched, like a fox that had stolen a chicken. "However, what?" Sun Ping asked. Yang Kai looked around and whispered to Sun Ping, "Elder Sun, this young master is very interested in the beautiful women of Ice Heart Valley, but I wonder if after this battle is over, can your noble sect allow me to pick a few of your Ice Heart Valley's disciples to serve as maids?" Sun Ping smiled knowingly and nodded, "So young Master Xiao has such plans." Hearing Yang Kai say that he wanted Ice Heart Valley's disciples, Sun Ping felt relieved. After all, it would be strange if someone from the Emperor realm didn't have any needs when accepting a recruitment order. This young Master Xiao in front of him was interested in beauties. "Everyone loves beauties," Yang Kai said with a smile. Sun Ping stroked his beard and nodded, "This is no problem. If we really defeat Ice Heart Valley with young Master Xiao's cultivation and strength, you will naturally be able to get some Ice Heart Valley disciples. Presumably, Sect Master will not refuse, so this old master will agree to young Master Xiao's request. How about 10? Yang Kai raised his brow. Sun Ping couldn't help laughing. Young Master Xiao's appetite is too big, right? Ice Heart Valley only has 7,000 disciples now, while my Seeking Passion sect has an army of 100,000. Even if we distribute them, young Master Xiao won't be able to get 10. 8, Yang Kai bargained. 2 at most, Sun Ping said honestly. Yang Kai stomped his feet. Isn't your sect too stingy? Sun Ping shook his head. It's not that our sect is stingy, but there are too many wolves and too little meat. Yang Kai sighed. Elder Sun, this young master won't hide it from you. This young master's life has been hard. In fact, this young master already had a fiancée in the temple, but my fiancée was domineering, arrogant, and ugly, so I fled to the Southern Territory and came to the Eastern Territory to gain experience. My fiancée is difficult to deal with, so I can find a few pretty maids, right? Elder Sun, please give me a few more on account of how hard I've been living. In the hall, There was a burst of laughter as everyone took pleasure in Yang Kai's misfortune. Even Sun Ping couldn't help but laugh. However, he wasn't in the mood to listen to Yang Kai's nonsense and just waved his hand. Chao Su, take young Master Xiao to Elder Feng Qi and let him arrange a task for him. Chao Su responded and gestured with his hand. Young Master Xiao, please. Yang Kai didn't leave and continued to shout, Elder Sun, let's talk about the conditions again. Ping didn't pay any attention to him. His figure flashed and disappeared. Kai Yang let out a sigh, his face filled with displeasure as he walked out. Wherever he went, everyone would step back to avoid him. After leaving the recruitment hall, Kai Yang still had a sullen look on his face. Chao Su didn't bother him and just led the way in front of him. Soon they were out of Ice Moon City. Where are we going? After a while, Yang Kai suddenly asked. Chao Su replied, to find Elder Feng Qi he will arrange a task for you. Elder Feng Qi? Yang Kai raised his brow and said, I heard that your noble sect master also has this surname. This Elder Feng Qi. Chao Su smiled and said, Elder Feng Qi is the sect master's cousin, so although his cultivation is only at the First Order Emperor realm, his status in the sect is only below the sect master and vice-sect master. He is now in charge of besieging Ice Heart Valley. I see. Yang Kai nodded and said, then what about your noble sect master and vice-sect master? This is this young master's first time here, so perhaps it would be rude for me to pay them a visit. A hint of disdain flashed across Chao Su's eyes as he thought to himself, the sect master and vice-sect master aren't people you can just pay a visit to. However, he quickly restrained himself and replied, the sect master is in Ice Moon City, and the vice-sect master is also in Ice Moon City. If that's the case, then next time. There will always be a chance to meet. Yang Kai smiled and didn't force the issue. Soon, the two arrived at a mountain valley less than 300 kilometers away from Ice Heart Valley. There were many wooden houses built in this mountain valley, and many cultivators were going in and out of them. There were also many people flying around in the sky, making it look quite lively. Yang Kai glanced around and his heart sank. With so many cultivators gathered here, once Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array was broken, the 7,000 disciples of Ice Heart Valley would be powerless to resist. Chao Su brought Yang Kai to a relatively tall wooden house and said respectfully, Elder Feng, disciple Chao Su requests an audience. Come in. A voice immediately came from inside. Chao Su nodded slightly to Yang Kai before leading him in. After entering the house, Yang Kai immediately saw a huge array plate placed in the middle of the room. The array plate was like a projection, flashing with light and a clear outline of the terrain. Yang Kai glanced at it and was shocked. He immediately recognized that the outline of the terrain was Ice Heart Valley. He didn't know what this array plate was, but it had such a magical effect. At this time, a middle-aged old man was whispering something to another person. When that person received the order, he quickly turned around and left in a hurry. After that person left, the elderly man stared at the array plate in front of him for a while and suddenly sneered. Chapter 2638. Feng Qi sneered for a while before raising his head to look at Yang Kai and asking Chao Su, another one from the Emperor Realm? Since Chao Su had personally led him here, he must be from the Emperor Realm. Yes. Chao Su replied respectfully. Good, very good. Feng Qi laughed and nodded gently to Yang Kai, cupping his fists and asking, how should I address you, friend? Although he looked much older than Yang Kai, on the path of martial Dao, those who were stronger. Since Yang Kai was from the Emperor Realm, he was qualified to speak to him as an equal. Xiao Bai greets Elder Feng. Yang Kai also smiled, not lacking in manners. So it's Brother Xiao. Feng Qi raised his brow and asked, where is Brother Xiao from? Yang Kai replied, Southern Territory, Azure Sun Temple. People from the southern region? Feng Qi couldn't help but furrow his brow. During this time, many Emperor Realm Masters had accepted the Seeking Passion Sect's invitation, but none of them were cultivators from other domains. Yang Kai was the first. He cast an inquiring look at Chao Su, who hurriedly said, rest assured, Elder Feng, young Master Zhao's identity has been confirmed by Elder Sunday. There is no problem. Feng Qi nodded and said, Elder Sun Ping is a careful and cautious person. Since he said there is no problem, there must be no problem. Brother Xiao, you came at the right time. I happen to be short of some people and need you to help. Yang Kai waved his folding fan and said, Elder Feng, since this Xiao has accepted the recruitment order, I will naturally obey. Come here and take a look. Feng Qi waved his hand and pointed at the array plate to Yang Kai. Yang Kai hurriedly took a few steps forward and put his folding fan behind his neck. He looked at the array plate in front of him. On the array plate, there was a clear outline of the array plate. The outline of Ice Heart Valley's terrain was clearly outlined, and outside of this outline, there were countless flashing lights that surrounded Ice Heart Valley like an iron bucket. Although he didn't understand, Yang Kai was more or less aware of Ice Heart Valley's current crisis. This Heaven Hook formation disc was personally set up by Grandmaster Nen Men to make it easier for me to stay here and plan my strategies. It saves us a lot of trouble. Feng Qi's words were full of admiration for Master Nen Men. Yang Kai also praised, Grandmaster Nen Men is indeed a master of array formations. His work is amazing. Feng Qi smiled lightly and pointed to a certain place. Young Master Xiao, this old master hopes that you can stay here and guard the array flags arranged by Grandmaster Nen Men to prevent Ice Heart Valley from acting desperate and causing trouble. Yang Kai raised his head and asked, That's not a problem, but is my task just to guard the array flag over there? Feng Qi said solemnly, This is a matter of great importance. Once the formation flags are broken, we'll be able to destroy them. The arrangement of the spirit array would be hindered, and Ice Heart Valley would have a chance to breathe, so it was necessary for the Emperor Realm to personally oversee it. However, under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any problems. Ice Heart Valley has not made any moves so far, but young Master Xiao must not act carelessly. I understand. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Feng Qi nodded. In addition, this old master will assign 500 people to follow young Master Zhao's orders. Wait until Grandmaster Nen Men is ready. Young Master Xiao will be responsible for leading 500 people to activate the array flags and coordinate with the other array flags. We will definitely be able to break Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array in one fell swoop. At that time, we will charge straight in and flatten Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, Elder Feng's request will not be a problem. Good. Feng Qi was very satisfied with Yang Kai's attitude and nodded. Chao Su, you are more familiar with the surrounding terrain, so take young Master Xiao there. The 500 people will be there soon. Chao Su received the order and immediately led Yang Kai out. The two flew all the way and soon arrived at the location designated by Feng Qi. Looking around, there were less than 100 people guarding a huge array flag. The array flag was arranged in the void and hidden, but when Yang Kai scanned it with his divine sense, he could still find some clues. When Chao Su and Yang Kai arrived, they immediately alarmed the 100 people below, and they all looked up. Chao Su glanced around and shouted, Who's in charge here? A middle-aged man walked out and cupped his fists. Brother Chao, it's me. Chao Su looked at him and nodded. So it's junior brother Huahan. He undoubtedly recognized this Seeking Passion sect disciple. Brother Chao, this is... Huahan looked at Yang Kai curiously and asked. Chao Su said loudly, This is Xiao Bai Yi, a core disciple of the Southern Territory's Azure Sun Temple. Young Master Xiao has now accepted my Seeking Passion sect's recruitment order. Under the orders of Elder Feng, he will be stationed here from today onwards. I hope everyone will listen to his orders. When they heard that Yang Kai was actually from the Southern Territory's Azure Sun Temple, everyone couldn't help showing a very curious look, but no one dared to say anything and just cupped their fists in acknowledgement. In addition, Elder Feng will dispatch another 400 people to be under young Master Zhao's command. When Ice Heart Valley is destroyed, they will be rewarded according to their contributions. When they heard that there would be rewards, many people below became excited, but Huahan and the other Seeking Passion sect disciples looked calm. They knew that once Ice Heart Valley was destroyed, most of the benefits would flow to their Seeking Passion sect, while the rest would be rewarded to outsiders. Young Master Xiao, I'll go back first. I'll leave this place to you. Chao Su cupped his fist to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded indifferently, with the demeanor of a master from the Emperor realm. Chao Su didn't say anything and just turned around and left. After he left, Yang Kai swept his eyes over the 100 people below and said lightly, "This young master's origins are clear to all of you, and you've also heard about this young master's mission. In the future, I'll have to ask for everyone's cooperation, otherwise, if something goes wrong here, no one will be able to bear the responsibility." Hua Han cupped his fists and said, "Young Master Shao is right. Since this is Elder Feng's order, we will naturally obey." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Very good, now listen to my orders." As soon as these words came out, the 100 people's expressions became serious. Yang Kai said, "Go find some trees and build a wooden house for this young master." He stretched out his hand and pointed at a flat area. The 100 people below were all stunned. When they saw Yang Kai's serious look, they didn't know what he was going to do, but now that they heard him say that he was going to build a wooden house, everyone's expression became strange, especially Hua Han and the other Seeking Passion sect disciples. They were Seeking Passion sect disciples. When had they ever been ordered around like this? What's more, Yang Kai was just an outsider from the Emperor realm, so what qualifications did he have to be so arrogant? What? Did this young master not make himself clear? Or are you deaf? Yang Kai coldly snorted and released his emperor pressure from the Emperor realm, immediately making the 100 people's expressions difficult. Someone immediately cupped his fists and said, "Yes, young Master Shao." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately rushed out. The person who spoke was not a Seeking Passion sect disciple, but someone who had received the recruitment order, so he didn't have the guts to challenge Yang Kai. There were many people like him. More than 90 of the 100 people left, and soon only 5 or 6 people, including Hua Han, remained. These 5 or 6 people were obviously Seeking Passion sect disciples, and because of their status, they were unwilling to submit to Yang Kai's tyrannical authority. Yang Kai coldly snorted again, and his emperor chi surged, gradually increasing his pressure as he said indifferently, "This young master won't show mercy to those who don't listen to my orders. Let's see how long you can last." Hua Han's expression became difficult as his face flushed red. "You're abusing your power for personal gain. I will report this matter to Elder Feng." "Report?" Yang Kai sneered. "Since Elder Feng Qi entrusted this young master to guard this place, then everyone here must listen to my orders. This is the first time this young master has arrived, yet you dared to openly disobey his first order. Even if I kill you as a warning to others, Elder Feng won't blame me." "You dare?" Hua Han was furious. "Let's see if I dare or not." Yang Kai raised his brow and increased his pressure by a few degrees. Asterisk pu piu piu piu. Asterisk the remaining Seeking Passion sect disciples couldn't bear it any longer and each of them coughed up blood, their bones creaking as if they would break at any moment. This gave Hua Han and the others a fright. They thought that Yang Kai would give them some face because of their status as Seeking Passion sect disciples, but who would have thought that this guy would be so ferocious as to put them in their place? However, as Yang Kai had said, even if this matter was reported to Elder Feng wouldn't help them openly. Now that many from the Emperor realm had accepted the recruitment order, if all the Seeking Passion sect disciples were so unruly and disobedient, how could they guard so many array flags? Now that the Seeking Passion sect wanted to borrow the strength of many from the Emperor realm, they would not be displeased. Not only would Elder Feng not help them, but he might even punish them to appease them. At most, he would settle accounts with Yang Kai after the battle was over. "Young Master Shao, please stop." Hua Han's body trembled as he couldn't bear the pressure from the Emperor realm. His body kept shrinking as if he was about to kneel on the ground. At this time, he no longer dared to resist, and a trace of panic finally appeared on his face. If he was really forced to kneel, he would lose all his face. "Then, will you obey my orders?" Yang Kai asked coldly. Yes, we will obey." Hua Han and the others answered without hesitation. "What a bitch! You'll only be obedient after you suffer a little." Yang Kai coldly snorted and withdrew his pressure. Hua Han and the others immediately fell to the ground as if they had lost all their strength, their clothes soaked in sweat. "Get the hell out of here!" If the wooden house isn't finished in 1 hour, you're all dead, Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. Hua Han and the others immediately got up and ran out. The efficiency of more than 100 cultivators was not fake. In less than an hour, an exquisite wooden house was built on the flat ground. After Kai Yang looked around, he felt very satisfied. Giving a few words of praise to everyone, he walked into the room, closed the door, and sat down to meditate. However, after today's events, most of the 100 or so people did not have a good impression of Yang Kai, especially Hua Han and the others. All of them stared at the wooden house with resentment, thinking that once Yang Kai lost his value, they would call the sect's elders to help them vent their anger. Chapter 2639. Half a day later, the other 400 cultivators also arrived and joined Yang Kai's subordinates to await his orders. Yang Kai walked out of the wooden house, glanced at them, reprimanded them a few times, then turned around and walked back into the wooden house. After entering the wooden house, Yang Kai could not help but fall into contemplation. Yang Kai's main purpose in coming here, impersonating Xiao Bai, was to find the Southern Gate Army. Once he found them, he would kill them if he could, capture them if he couldn't, but he never expected that he would be assigned the task of guarding the array flag and be trapped in place. Since he had to guard the array flags, he naturally could not run around. What's more, he did not even know where the Southern Gate Army was. For a moment, Yang Kai could not help but feel anxious. Looking at the Seeking Passion sect's array flags and array discs, it would not take long for them to break through Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array. If they were too late, there would be nothing they could do. Considering all this, a look of determination flashed across Yang Kai's face as he pushed open the door and walked out. The 500 cultivator were now scattered around the array flags, sitting cross-legged in meditation. As soon as they saw Yang Kai appear, they stood up one after another, not knowing what order he had. But Yang Kai did not even look at them and just turned around and walked out. "Young Master Xiao?" A clear voice rang out. It was Hua Han, who had cupped his fists and shouted. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai frowned, looking quite unhappy. "Where is young Master Xiao going?" Hua Han asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, "Where this young master goes is none of your business." Hua Han looked annoyed. However, he said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, "Young Master Xiao is wrong. Since Elder Feng wants you to guard this place and guard the array flags, then young Master Xiao should naturally obey the order. I'm afraid Elder Feng will be unhappy if he finds out that you left your post without a reason. If something happens here, who can bear the responsibility?" "It's calm here, what can happen?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Hua Han smiled slightly and said, "Who knows? I also said what if—" Yang Kai said, "I'm just going for a walk. I'll be back soon." Hua Han said, "Leaving for even a moment is also leaving your post without permission. If young Master Xiao insists, then I will have to report this matter." Previously, Yang Kai had made him suffer, and he still bore a grudge. Now that he had the opportunity, he naturally wanted to make things difficult for Yang Kai. Moreover, the Seeking Passion sect's disciples were stationed here not only to assist the people from the Emperor realm who had accepted the recruitment order to guard the array flags, but also to monitor the people from the Emperor realm. After all, one may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. Who knew if these people from the Emperor realm were reliable, or if the loyalty of his own disciples was more reassuring? Therefore, every person from the Emperor realm who had accepted the recruitment order had a disciple from the Seeking Passion sect. Although there weren't many of them, Feng Qi needed these disciples to keep those from the Emperor realm in check. Looking at Hua Han's serious and complacent expression, Yang Kai felt sick of it. He also knew that the other party was taking revenge on him. However, since Hua Han had said so, he couldn't force him. If he really attracted Feng Qi's attention, he was afraid that he would be watched even more closely. If you don't want to look, then don't look. It's not a big deal. Yang Kai curled his lips and chuckled, then turned around and returned to the wooden house, closing the door behind him. Hua Han stood in place with a happy smile on his face. Soon night fell. Yang Kai, who was thinking of countermeasures, suddenly heard whispers coming from outside. After listening carefully for a while, Yang Kai's face suddenly darkened. The 500 cultivators outside were whispering about nothing else. It was actually him. Did you hear? Although our Master Zhao's background is not small, he is a henpecked husband. This matter has already spread. I heard that his fiancée is so ugly that people can't bear to look at her directly. Moreover, she has a bad temper. This Master Zhao couldn't stand being tormented by his fiancée in the Azure Sun Temple, so he ran to the Northern Territory. Haha, I thought he had some great ability, but it turns out that he is afraid of women. Really? There's such a thing? He said it himself in the recruitment hall. How can it be fake? Many people were there at the time. The way I see it, this senior Zhao has probably never seen a beautiful woman in his life, so he came here to accept the recruitment order, hoping to pick up a few beautiful women after flattening Ice Heart Valley. So what if he brings them back? With a fierce wife at home, I'm afraid he doesn't have the guts to be presumptuous. He can only look. How pitiful! Speaking of which, he is still in the Emperor realm. What a disgrace to men. He didn't know which bastard spread the news for a while, but now it seemed to have caused a lot of trouble and the whole city knew about it. Yang Kai had just casually mentioned it in the recruitment hall, but who would have thought that this matter would be dug up and made fun of? Needless to say, it was definitely that bastard Hua Han's doing. Although it was not true, being talked about like this behind his back, especially by his subordinate in name, Yang Kai was still annoyed and couldn't help but snort. Hearing this, the discussion outside came to an abrupt end, but after everyone glanced at each other, they couldn't help curling their lips and sneering. Getting angry out of humiliation, Hua Han stared in the direction of the wooden house and sneered softly. For 2 days, Yang Kai stayed in the wooden house as Hua Han's obstruction and surveillance forced him to make other plans. Yang Kai, who had the Space Divine technique, really wanted to leave, but how could a trivial third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator detect it? However, this place was deep in enemy territory, so Yang Kai could only act cautiously. On the 3rd day, Yang Kai, who was meditating in the wooden house, suddenly heard footsteps coming from outside, followed by Chao Su's voice. Young Master Zhao, Chao Su requests an audience. Yang Kai frowned, not knowing why Chao Su had come again. Ever since Chao Su led him here a few days ago, he hadn't shown up again, but he did not expect to see him again today. Feeling suspicious, he opened the door and walked out, fanning himself with his folding fan. Before he could steady himself, a cold snort came from the opposite side, which seemed to contain great anger. An aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas rushed towards him. Yang Kai's expression changed. Taking a few steps back, he opened his eyes wide and looked forward. In front of him, Chao Su was standing there with a dry smile on his face, and beside him, there was a woman dressed in white as snow. Just by looking at this woman's figure, one could tell that she was quite curvaceous. Her exquisite figure made one's imagination run wild. But looking at her face, it made people lose their appetite. This woman's face was full of freckles, which were unevenly distributed on that face, single eyelids, small eyes, a flat nose, a big mouth, although her eyes were bright. But with such a dignified appearance, even if her eyes were bright, they would become as sharp as a knife, making people shudder. This woman's appearance was so ugly that it could not be described with words. It was unknown how she had offended the heavens to be given such a punishment. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out. He exclaimed in shock. You couldn't say a word for a long time. Wow, you actually came here, you made this lady look for you. The ugly woman immediately gnashed her teeth, her eyes showing a fierce light, as if she wanted to peel off Yang Kai's skin and eat Yang Kai's flesh. Yang Kai was sweating profusely. He wiped his hands and said, You? Why are you here? He didn't expect that the person in front of him would come here. Although the woman in front of him was ugly and unfamiliar, Yang Kai recognized her at a glance. Jiao. It wasn't that Yang Kai's eyesight was good, but the moment they met, Jiao immediately released her aura. Yang Kai and Jiao had been together for a long time, so he was naturally familiar with her aura. Jiao's current appearance was obviously a disguise given to her by Shi Tianhe. There was no trace of her original appearance. A few days ago, he had run out of Ice Heart Valley alone because he didn't want Jiao to be involved in his plans, but now she had come to him under Kai Su's lead. What's going on? Young Kai was shocked and secretly glanced at Kai Su, who let out a hollow laugh and said, "Young Master Xiao, this young lady said she has an engagement with you and came here specifically to find you, so, please forgive her, young Master Xiao." Kai Su's voice was extremely dry, and he seemed very helpless. Engagement? Yang Kai's face was filled with black lines. The 500 cultivators who were meditating nearby also looked over curiously, but when they saw Ji Yao's current appearance, their faces changed, and those with poor psychological endurance turned around and vomited. Too ugly, too ugly. No wonder Master Xiao fled the southern territory. If I had such a fiancé, I would also flee. Poor, really pitiful. He is in the Emperor realm, how did he end up with such a woman? A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. If he married such a woman, he might as well die. There were many discussions, and most of the cultivators sympathized with Yang Kai from the bottom of their hearts. After all, he was in the Emperor realm, so what kind of beauty couldn't he have? Yet he had such a fiancé. Who could bear it? This Zun Rong, even if he turned off the lights, he would still have a psychological shadow. On the other hand, Hua Han and the other Seeking Passion sect disciples couldn't help but gloat, waiting for a good show. What's wrong? Ji Yao took a step forward, and the aura around her was oppressive. You dare not acknowledge the parent's order and the matchmaker's words? Although this young lady's appearance is a bit ordinary, there are many people who want to marry me. If you dare not acknowledge today, I will immediately break your legs. Ordinary appearance. Kai Su's heart skipped a beat, thinking that this girl really dared to say that. Her appearance was simply a waste of the word, ordinary. You've got the wrong person, I don't know you. Hurry up and leave. Yang Kai covered his face with his hands, not daring to look at Ji Yao. At the same time, he quietly transmitted his voice to Ji Yao. Why did you come here? This place is dangerous, hurry up and go back. Ji Yao hysterically shouted, surnamed Xiao, don't be so shameless. If it weren't for the sect master's order, do you think this young lady would be willing to marry you? At the same time, she transmitted her voice, you dared to leave me behind and run away. Previously in the ancient lands, you repeatedly deceived me and took advantage of me. Do you think this matter is over? How do you know my surname is Xiao? You also know what happened before. I was forced into a corner. Yang Kai transmitted his voice while panicking. That marriage doesn't count, it doesn't count. From now on, you and I will not interfere with each other's business. We won't contact each other for the rest of our lives. Chapter 2640. The news of your family having a fierce wife has spread like wildfire these past few days. The entire Ice Moon City knows about it. If not for that, I wouldn't have known that you are pretending to be Xiao Baiyi. Rest assured, my background is also perfectly fabricated. Seeking Passion sect won't be able to find out. Jiao quickly replied and shouted angrily, Xiao Baiyi, do you still have a conscience? If I hadn't taken care of you back then, you would have been fed to wild beasts in the wilderness. Now, after taking advantage of me, you want to abandon me. Taking advantage. The 500 cultivators suddenly pricked up their ears, all of them looking at Yang Kai in awe. They couldn't help but admire him. With such an ugly woman, no one would dare to accept her, but Yang Kai actually had the guts to take advantage of her. His taste was a bit too heavy. The noise here not only made the nearby 500 cultivators watch with great interest, but it also alarmed the cultivators guarding the other array flags in the distance. For a time, many people looked over. After a little inquiry, they knew that a fierce fiancé named Xiao Baiyi had come to visit. The news of Xiao Baiyi having a fierce wife had spread like wildfire these past few days, so everyone was watching the fun happily, wondering how Yang Kai would end up. Taking advantage. Yang Kai was sweating profusely, his face full of guilt and uneasiness. Everyone looked at his face and felt that it was true, making them admire him even more. Don't think I don't know what you want to do by coming to Seeking Passion sect to accept the recruitment order. You just want to take a few beautiful Ice Heart Valley disciples back with you. Let me tell you, you are delusional. If you dare take one, I will kill her. If you dare take two, I will kill both. Even your manhood will be cut off." The 500 cultivators burst into laughter. Although Ji Yao's current appearance was really not worthy of compliments, these words were really explosive. Sure enough, she was incomparably valiant. If it was an ordinary woman, who would dare to say these things? Especially Huahan, who was watching from the side and laughing, hoping that Yang Kai would be as unlucky as possible. "It's over, it's over." Yang Kai hurriedly transmitted his voice. Others didn't know what Ji Yao looked like. However, he clearly understood that it was really difficult for such a beautiful and cold woman to say such words. He sighed in his heart and continued to transmit his voice. "All right, since you've already made a fuss, then cooperate with me. Later, find a chance to fight with me." Ji Yao's heart stirred. He quickly replied, "All right." "Vulgar." Yang Kai cried out bitterly, pointing his finger at Ji Yao, a look of agony on his face as he shouted, "I, Xiao Bai, have lived a carefree life. How did I end up with such a vulgar woman like you? The heavens are blind, the heavens are blind." Ji Yao said furiously, "You still dare to despise this young lady?" While talking, his figure flashed as he rushed over. He waved his hands and scratched at Yang Kai. As he did so, he cursed endlessly. Everyone's faces were filled with fear. Yang Kai blocked left and right, but he was powerless, and after a short while, his clothes were torn apart by Ji Yao's claws. "Hiss! This woman is actually from the Emperor realm? Master Xiao is from the Emperor realm, but he is not her opponent at all. It can be seen that this woman's cultivation is higher than Master Xiao's. I heard that Master Xiao is from Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. Where does this woman come from?" Previously, everyone was just watching the show and didn't put Ji Yao in their eyes, but now that Ji Yao made a move, her cultivation from the Emperor realm was exposed, making everyone tremble in fear. A shrew was not scary, a shrew with strength was. "Enough!" Yang Kai shouted angrily, pushing his Emperor Qi and pushing Ji Yao away, his eyes flashing fiercely. "Don't touch this young master again, or don't blame this young master for being impolite." Ji Yao was stunned for a moment, as if she had not expected that Yang Kai would dare to attack her, but soon she shouted hysterically, "Xiao Bai, if you dare attack me, this young lady will kill you." Saying so, she flipped her hand and summoned a long sword, sweeping it towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't dodge in time and his clothes were cut open, almost ripping his stomach open. "Bitch, you court death." Yang Kai's anger soared to the heavens as he clapped his hands together and pushed his Emperor Qi, sending a massive palm print towards Ji Yao. Hong Hong Hong. An Emperor Realm Master's attack was quite imposing, causing the expressions of many cultivators to change drastically. However, Ji Yao, who bore the brunt of this attack, easily broke Yang Kai's killing move with a single slash of her sword. She then raised her sword and surrounded Yang Kai in a flash. They're fighting, they're really fighting. This is a battle of life and death. How can two people who are engaged fight to this point? Master Zhao's temper isn't very good, and that woman is even more unreasonable. When they were watching the show earlier, the 500 cultivators were watching with great interest, but when they saw Yang Kai and Ji Yao really fighting, they were uneasy, not knowing if they would be affected. Huahan, on the other hand, was beaming with joy, secretly cheering for Ji Yao in his heart, wishing that Ji Yao would stab Yang Kai to death with her sword. Chao Su, on the other hand, was drenched in cold sweat. He hesitated for a while before hurriedly rushing towards Feng Qi's direction. Now that the two great emperors were fighting, it was no longer something he could interfere with. He could only report this matter to Feng Qi and ask him to decide how to deal with it. In the sky, Yang Kai and Ji Yao were locked in a fierce battle, looking like they had a deep hatred for each other. As they fought, the two of them also cursed each other. For a while, the two of them fought here and there. It was a fiery battle. Many cultivators from the Emperor realm below were looking up, but they had no relationship with Yang Kai and Ji Yao, so they naturally wouldn't meddle in other people's business. After asking around a little, they knew what was going on and couldn't help but laugh. After fighting for a while, the battlefield had already shifted. At this moment, a voice came from below. "Young Master Xiao, what are you doing?" Kai Yang glanced down and saw that it was Feng Qi who had rushed over, his face filled with anger. Why would Yang Kai care about him? He only cared about fighting with Ji Yao as he rushed in a certain direction. Where is the South Gate army? Ji Yao understood and asked while releasing her killer move. I've secretly come out a few times these few days. Although I didn't dare to investigate deeply, the South Gate army is definitely here. As for the exact location, I'm not too sure. You and I should pay more attention. What characteristics does he have? Ji Yao asked. I've never seen him before, nor do I know him. However, he's a formation master. Since he's in charge of breaking the formation, there must be experts protecting him. Let's see how many cultivators from the Emperor realm are together. Okay. Ji Yao replied while releasing her divine perception to search around. Feng Qi's face couldn't help but turn cold when he didn't get a response from Yang Kai. Elder Feng, that's where Grandmaster Nan Gate is now. We can't let them get any closer, or else they'll disturb Grandmaster Nan Gate, Chao Su hurriedly reminded when he saw the direction Yang Kai and Ji Yao were moving. There's no need for you to say that. These two are now fighting for real. I'm afraid they won't stop until one of them is dead. Feng Qi's face was gloomy. Feng Qi's face darkened as he said in annoyance, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have let you bring that woman over no matter what. Chao Su smiled bitterly. Who knew that woman would be so unreasonable? There's no time to lose. Hurry up and stop them, Feng Qi said and immediately flew towards Yang Kai and Ji Yao. Over there. At this moment, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He quietly winked at Ji Yao and said, there's a second-order Emperor Realm Master and two first-order Emperor Realm Masters over there. They should be the ones protecting the Southern Gate army. The two of them looked at each other and both of them rushed over, their moves still ferociously smashing towards each other. Not long after, the two arrived at the location they had previously scouted. Glancing around, Yang Kai saw a burly middle-aged man setting up an array flag. Beside him were three people from the Emperor Realm. One of them was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, while the other two were first-order Emperor Realm Masters. The Southern Gate Army. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at the burly man setting up the array flag. Who dares to act so presumptuously? Leave this place immediately. The three second-order Emperor Realm Masters from the Emperor Realm raised their heads and shouted coldly. Yang Kai shouted at Ji Yao. Ji Yao saw an opportunity and slapped her palm towards Yang Kai. The power of this palm caused the wind to change color as it directly hit Yang Kai's chest. With a cry, Yang Kai opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell from the sky like a meteor. Looking at the direction he was falling, it turned out that he was falling towards the Southern Gate army. At the same time, Ji Yao's eyes flashed fiercely as she shouted, Xiao Bai Yi, today, this will be your burial ground. While shouting and yelling, he flew down. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he wanted to kill them all. Ji Yao arrived first, landing on the ground just a hair's breadth away from Yang Kai. However, when they approached the crowd, the two of them turned around and flew forward. Ji Yao no longer held back her strength and swept out her sword, causing the world to tremble. A second-order Emperor Realm Master. The faces of the three people guarding the Southern Gate army changed slightly. As they shouted, the second-order Emperor Realm Master also took action and intercepted Ji Yao. Yang Kai, on the other hand, ignored them and rushed straight towards the Southern Gate army. His expression was cold, and his vitality was soaring. He did not look injured at all. Although the Southern Gate army's array Grandmaster was a first-order Emperor Realm Master, his cultivation was not weak. Although the Southern Gate army was startled by Yang Kai's aggressive charge, they didn't panic. Instead, they just retreated a few steps and coldly glared at him. Little thief, how dare you attack the Southern Gate Grandmaster? One of the first-order Emperor Realm Masters shouted as he stood up to meet Yang Kai. Roll, roll, roll. Yang Kai shouted angrily as he flicked his finger, sending a moon blade forward. When the first-order Emperor Realm Master saw the moon blade approaching, he coldly snorted and pushed his Emperor Qi to defend himself, but he didn't know how strange and lethal this moon blade was. As soon as his Emperor Qi came into contact with the moon blade, it instantly collapsed, scaring the First Order Emperor Realm Master out of his wits. He hurriedly summoned a defensive artifact in front of him. However, he missed this opportunity as Yang Kai arrived in front of him and slapped his palm towards his head. With a bang, the First Order Emperor Realm Master did not even have time to react before his head was smashed, his brain splattering all over the ground. Chapter 2641. In just one exchange, a Seeking Passion sect elder from the Emperor Realm was smashed in the head and died on the spot. This brutal scene made the nearby cultivator exclaim in disbelief. That was the Emperor Realm's elder. How could he be killed with a single slap? How could this guy named Xiao Bai be so strong? After succeeding in one move, Yang Kai sent out another moonblade towards another First Order Emperor Realm Master while grabbing towards the South Gate army. "It's you, you little beast." The First Order Emperor Realm Master didn't show any fear when he saw his companion die. Instead, his eyes flashed, as if he had discovered an incredible secret. He reached out to grab Yang Kai and his cultivation sword. Soon, he broke through his limits and reached a height that made others despair. Third Order Emperor Realm? Yang Kai's eyes widened. After realizing this person's cultivation, he exclaimed, "Feng Xian, you were hiding here." He had received news before that Feng Xian was in Ice Moon City, but now he knew that Feng Xian wasn't in Ice Moon City at all. Instead, he had been guarding the Southern Gate army and had even disguised his appearance and concealed his cultivation fluctuations, pretending to be an ordinary First Order Emperor Realm Master. As the Seeking Passion sect master, he must have the corresponding secret technique to do this. He must have done this to guard against Bing Yun, but he did not expect that Yang Kai would appear when Bing Yun was not on guard. It could be said that he had unintentionally planted a willow. A few years ago, Feng Xian's soul descended into the Shattered Star Sea and used his son Feng Shi's body to fight with Yang Kai. Although he was defeated in the end, even his son was killed. But after that battle, he remembered Yang Kai's various divine technique in his heart. Now, as soon as the moonblade appeared, Feng Xian recognized Yang Kai's identity. "It's too late to know now. This king knew that you had a close relationship with Ice Heart Valley, but I didn't expect you to walk right into my trap. You can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. Little beast, die." Feng Xian sneered. When he circulated his Emperor Qi, the principles of the Tao around him formed chains of Emperor Qi and wrapped around Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. He had no choice but to withdraw his hand from the South Gate army. His expression became solemn as he quickly formed hand seals, chanting, "Flowing time Great Emperor's withering glory, shuttle, dream." Seal. Yang Kai's palm. Flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. Feng Xian was shocked as he felt the great power contained in this divine ability. Even a Third Order Emperor Realm Master like him couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. Furthermore, in front of this divine ability, he suddenly had a very strange feeling. Everything in the surroundings seemed to come to a halt. Time principles. Feng Xian's face sank. Back in the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai had used the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. It was precisely this divine ability that caused his soul to descend and his body to be defeated. His son was killed, so Feng Xian had been investigating the origins and mysteries of this divine technique for the past few years. His hard work paid off. He had finally found out the truth. The Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal was a unique divine technique of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. Once used, not only could the Flowing Time Great Emperor wither, but it also involved the time principles. It was a powerful secret technique that could make all the great emperors jealous. Now, Yang Kai was using the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal again, and he was undoubtedly more proficient than he was a few years ago. Feng Xian was shrouded by the time principles and was stunned for a moment. But at this moment, Kai Yang had already flashed past him. Like a tiger descending a mountain, he pounced in front of the Southern Gate army. The Southern Gate army hurriedly retreated in horror, and at the same time, their Emperor Qi surged as they tried to resist. But he was just a First Order Emperor Realm Master like Yang Kai, so how could he resist? Before he could even summon his Emperor artifact, Yang Kai had already grabbed him by the neck. In the next moment, a ferocious tsunami-like force invaded his body, rampaging through his meridians and flesh. The Southern Gate Army commander let out a muffled groan as his face turned pale and sweat dripped from his forehead. "Don't force me to kill you. You are an array grandmaster, and it's not easy for you to have such attainments." Yang Kai couldn't help but coldly snort when he saw that the Southern Gate Army still wanted to resist. The Southern Gate Army sighed dejectedly and scattered his Emperor Qi, allowing Yang Kai to lift him up. At that moment, a light cracking sound rang out. Yang Kai looked back and saw that Feng Xian, who was affected by the time principle, had broken free. The power of the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal had been expelled from his body before it had a chance to take effect. As expected of a sect master, "You're really amazing." Yang Kai couldn't help but praise. Although the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal was extraordinary, Yang Kai's cultivation was too low compared to Feng Xian's. It was lucky that it could trap him for a while. Xiao 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 xiao. From all directions, figures rose into the air one after another as Emperor Qi fluctuations spread out. It was the Seeking Passion sect and the Emperor Realm cultivators who had temporarily surrendered to the Seeking Passion sect. They sensed that something was wrong and rushed over to help. Looking at the number of people, there were at least 30 of them. 30 cultivators from the Emperor Realm was an extremely terrifying force. Although it wasn't as strong as the 32 Monster King or the 8 Great Saint Envoys of the ancient wildlands, it was still extremely shocking that a single sect could gather so many cultivators from the Emperor Realm. "Yao, we've succeeded. Hurry up and retreat." Yang Kai shouted as he called out to Ji Yao, who was fighting the Second-Order Emperor Realm Master. He didn't want to be entangled in this battle. Since he had captured the Southern Gate Army, it was better to leave first. Ji Yao nodded lightly and swung her ice snow pear blossom sword. Pear blossoms bloomed, causing the Seeking Passion sect's Second-Order Emperor Realm Master to panic. Ji Yao took the opportunity to escape and flew towards Yang Kai. "You want to leave? Since you're here, don't even think about leaving." Feng Xian erupted like a volcano. Filled with monstrous anger, he circulated the Seeking Passion Supreme art to its limit. In an instant, a mysterious aura enveloped the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In this aura, everyone's 7 emotions and 6 desires seemed to be infinitely magnified. Their minds were shaken, making it impossible for them to guard their hearts. This was the terrifying part of the Seeking Passion Supreme art. Once it was used, it could provoke the 7 emotions and 6 desires hidden in the heart of the enemy. In a life or death battle, the enemy would be suppressed by it. The slightest mistake would result in death. Circulating the Seeking Passion Supreme art, Feng Xian opened his hand and grabbed a spear in the air. When he poured his blood qi and emperor qi into it, the sound of wind and thunder immediately rang out from the spear. "Go!" Feng Xian shouted and threw the spear in his hand at Yang Kai. Kacha. The spear turned into a bolt of purple lightning, as if it wanted to destroy everything, soaring through the 9 heavens like a dragon. The relic of the Seeking Passion Great Emperors, the Wind Thunder Divine Spear. Many people in the Emperor Realm were shocked when they saw this scene. There were also some knowledgeable people who recognized the origin of this spear. It was rumored that the Seeking Passion sect was founded by one of the great emperors. The Seeking Passion Supreme art was the secret art that the great emperors cultivated. It was because of this supreme secret art that the Seeking Passion Supreme art was able to ascend to the position of great emperors. After the Seeking Passion great emperors passed away, in addition to leaving behind the Seeking Passion Supreme art, there were naturally other relics left behind by them. And this Wind Thunder Divine Spear was the natal emperor artifact of the Seeking Passion great emperors. Its power was limitless and its lethality was immense. To deal with Yang Kai, a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, Feng Xian even used the Wind Thunder Divine Spear, which showed how determined he was to kill Yang Kai. Being locked onto by the Wind Thunder Divine Spear's aura, Yang Kai's face changed as he felt a sense of crisis he had never felt before, as if he would die in the next moment. Ji Yao's face also turned slightly pale. At the critical moment, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and a small ancient bell suddenly appeared in front of him. This small bell seemed to have been around for a long time. There were many mysterious patterns engraved on the bell. It grew as the wind blew and suddenly became as big as a house, blocking Yang Kai and Jiao behind it. The Mountains and Rivers Bell. As soon as this exotic treasure appeared, a world-suppressing aura rippled out. Many cultivators from the Emperor realm who were rushing over here inexplicably felt their breaths quicken. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on their chests, making them feel suffocated. The power of the Mountains and Rivers Bell instantly leaked out. But this was not the end. Yang Kai suddenly slapped the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk, the sound of the bell rang out, piercing straight into the 9 heavens, and the suppressive force suddenly increased several times. At this moment, countless cultivators standing in the air suddenly fell down like dumplings, unable to stabilize their bodies. Only the Emperor Realm Masters were barely able to resist the suppressive force. What the hell is this? Feng Xian was shocked. Even as powerful as he was, after hearing the sound of the bell, his blood tumbled and he almost staggered. It was clear how powerful this exotic treasure was. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk, another loud noise rang out. This time, the Wind Thunder Divine Spear collided with the Mountains and Rivers Bell. When the two collided, the Wind Thunder Divine Spear suddenly revealed its true form, but its brilliance dimmed a little and it was directly sent flying. On the other hand, the Mountains and Rivers Bell, which was suspended in the void, was as steady as a mountain and did not move at all. But Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, he was really injured, unlike when Jiao was acting and he had bitten his tongue and spat out blood. Although the Mountains and Rivers Bell was an exotic treasure, now that it had been subdued by Yang Kai, it was closely related to Yang Kai. The Mountains and Rivers Bell itself was not afraid of the power of the Wind Thunder Divine Spear, but a part of the power of the collision was transferred to its owner, Yang Kai. As a relic of the great emperors, its power was really extraordinary. Let's retreat. Yang Kai shouted in a low voice as he put away the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Space principles lingered around him as he wrapped Jiao and the Southern Gate army and disappeared. In the wilderness, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone had a dazed look on their faces. The Emperor Realm Masters who had originally planned to rush over to help also froze in their tracks, no longer making any moves. Although the previous battle had been short, the earth-shattering shockwaves clearly showed how intense it was. No one could have imagined that a trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master could actually exchange blows with a master like Feng Xian and escape unscathed. Where did he go? Where is that little brat? Who the hell is he? Questions popped up in the hearts of the masters from the Emperor realm, but no one could answer them. Perhaps the Seeking Passion sect knew the identity of that person, but at this time, no one dared to ask. Feng Xian's face was ashen, as if his parents had died. Wouldn't it be asking for trouble if they tried to provoke him at this time? Chapter 2642. The Space Divine Technique. That's the Space Divine Technique. Suddenly, someone shouted in a low voice. His voice wasn't loud, but it quickly spread throughout the wilderness. Many people from the Emperor realm paled. The Space Divine Technique was a strange technique. In the entire star boundary, there were very few people who could master it, and rumor had it that the one who was most proficient in the Tao of Space was the one from the Eastern Territories' Spirit Beast Island. But that person was a powerful Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. But now, there was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master who had mastered the Space Divine Technique to such an extent. It was simply a divine skill that made people envious. That bell is probably the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Someone recognized the origin of the bell. The Mountains and Rivers Bell? The Yuan Ding, the relic of the great emperors? Yes, it really is the Mountains and Rivers Bell. I've heard from my disciples that the Mountains and Rivers Bell was born in the Shattered Star Sea, but I don't know where it is. Now it seems that someone has subdued the Mountains and Rivers Bell and brought it out of the Shattered Star Sea. Hiss. Mastering the Tao of Space and subduing the Mountains and Rivers Bell, what a great fortune. Who the hell is that person? Just as everyone was wondering, the pale-faced Feng Xian suddenly roared towards the sky. Yang Kai, this king will kill you. Yang Kai, isn't that the person Seeking Passion sect has been looking for? I heard that he has a close relationship with Ice Heart Valley. Because of this, Seeking Passion sect attacked Ice Heart Valley in order to force Bing Yun to reveal Yang Kai's origins. So that boy is Yang Kai. Regardless of whether Yang Kai was famous before or not, after today he was famous. He killed a Seeking Passion sect elder in front of Seeking Passion sect's sect master Feng Xian. He abducted the Southern Gate army and escaped unscathed. Not everyone had this ability. The news that Yang Kai possessed the Space Divine Technique and the Mountains and Rivers Bell naturally spread. It wouldn't be long before Yang Kai's name would spread throughout the entire Northern Territory. The Space Divine Technique was a matter of personal comprehension. Even if he captured Yang Kai, he probably wouldn't be able to learn it. However, the Mountains and Rivers Bell was a relic left behind by the great emperors of the Yuan Cauldron. Rumor had it that it was a primordial treasure brought out from the savage, desolate ancient lands, which made countless people jealous. During the War of Emperors, even existences like the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and the Great Emperors had to kill Yuan Ding at the cost of getting injured. It was all because they were afraid of the Mountains and Rivers Bell in his hand. This was a treasure that even the number one person in the star boundary feared. If he could obtain it, wouldn't he be able to soar to the heavens? From Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai and Ji Yao returned. As soon as Zhang Sun Ying sensed the fluctuations of the array, she immediately flashed out. Glancing nervously at Ji Yao and Yang Kai, she saw blood at the corner of Yang Kai's mouth. She was shocked. "Brother Yang, you're injured." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "It's fine." Zhang Sun Ying said, "You're finally back. Honored Master has been worried about you for the past few days." If he wasn't afraid of alerting the enemy, Honored Master would have taken action himself. As she spoke, Zhang Sun Ying suddenly glanced curiously at the Southern Gate army in Yang Kai's hand. She asked, "Who is this person?" Ji Yao said, "The Southern Gate army." Zhang Sun Ying was surprised, but immediately overjoyed. "Did you succeed?" A few days ago, she didn't know why Yang Kai went out, but after Ji Yao went out, she knew that Yang Kai was going to deal with the Southern Gate army. Now that the Southern Gate army had been captured, it was undoubtedly a success. Yang Kai nodded and pushed the Southern Gate army forward. "I'll leave them to you. Whether you kill them or keep them is up to Senior Bing Yun. I'll go heal first." After saying that, he turned to look at Ji Yao and said, "Junior Sister Yao, come find me tomorrow. I have something I need your help with." Ji Yao didn't ask what it was and just gently nodded. Yang Kai's figure flashed and disappeared. As for the captured Southern Gate army, although their cultivations had been sealed, they did not show the slightest sign of panic. Instead, they displayed the demeanor of a grandmaster as they looked around and said, "Ice Heart Valley, this king had long since intended to pay a visit, but he did not expect to do so as a prisoner." Zhang Sun Ying and Ji Yao looked at each other. The former stretched out her hand and said, "Grandmaster Southern Gate, please. I'll take you to see Honored Master." The Southern Gate army smiled and said, "Thank you for your trouble." Yang Kai's calm appearance caused many of Ice Heart Valley's female disciples to look at him in a new light. Although the culprit behind Ice Heart Valley's crisis was this man, in the end, there was no enmity between the Southern Gate army and Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai was simply taking the other party's money to solve their problems. Now that they had been captured, Ice Heart Valley's crisis had been resolved. There was no need to make things difficult for them. In the small courtyard's room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and took a few healing spirit pills while silently circulating his secret art. After a night, Yang Kai was full of energy and no trace of injury could be seen. The next morning, Yang Kai pushed open the door and walked out. Ji Yao was already waiting outside. Yang Kai glanced at her and said, "I want to see Senior Bing Yun." "Come with me," Ji Yao responded. While leading the way, she took out her communication artifact and sent a message to Bing Yun. Not long after, the two of them arrived at Bing Yun's residence. After meeting, Bing Yun couldn't help but express her gratitude. This time, if it weren't for Yang Kai personally taking action, even she wouldn't have been able to capture the Southern Gate army so easily. Although her cultivation wasn't bad, some things couldn't be done just because of it. Senior, what are you going to do with the Southern Gate Army? Yang Kai asked. Bing Yun said, tell him that my Ice Heart Valley won't make things difficult for him, but he can't be an enemy of Ice Heart Valley in this life. He can be considered a guest now. After the war is over, he will be sent away. Yang Kai nodded lightly and said, Senior is very kind. If it were him, he would definitely make the Southern Gate Army suffer a little. Even if he didn't kill them, he would torture them to vent the anger in his heart. Bing Yun smiled and said, after all, he is a Generations Array Grandmaster. In the future, Ice Heart Valley may need his help. If we can form a good relationship with him, we should form a good relationship with him. Speaking of which, he isn't targeting my Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai stopped talking about the Southern Gate Army and asked, have you prepared the things I asked Senior to prepare? Hearing this, Bing Yun immediately threw a space ring to Yang Kai and said, everything is in there. Take a look and see if it's enough. Yang Kai caught it, scanned it with his divine sense, and nodded, it's enough. Bing Yun asked curiously, why do you need so many space spirit crystals and space spirit jades? As far as I know, these things can only be used to refine space rings. Could it be that you also know how to refine artifacts? Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, I don't know how to refine artifacts, but these things have a great use in addition to refining space rings. Bing Yun thought for a moment and suddenly said, a space array? Yang Kai nodded and said, I want to arrange a space array in Ice Heart Valley. I don't know if Senior has a suitable place in mind, preferably a well-guarded and hidden place. Bing Yun asked curiously, where do you want to go? Ice Heart Valley has a space array that can lead to most places in the Northern Territory. Although it has been closed recently, it can still be opened. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I need to arrange one myself. Seeing his insistence, Bing Yun pondered for a moment and said, how about the Ice Lake Restricted Area? Yang Kai raised his brow and said, the place where Ziyu was imprisoned? That's a good place. Bing Yun said, then let's choose there. Yang Kai frowned and said, but isn't that Ice Heart Valley's restricted area? Bing Yun smiled and said, it used to be a restricted area, but since you took the bead from there, that place is no longer a restricted area. Yang Kai was stunned and smiled awkwardly. A few years ago, when he came to Ice Heart Valley, he took the bead of winter from the restricted area. It was because of this opportunity that Yang Kai was able to comprehend the flowing time Great Emperor's divine technique in the Shattered Star Sea and comprehend the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. In the past, Ice Heart Valley turned that place into a restricted area because of the bead of winter, but without the bead of winter, it was no longer a restricted area. A space array isn't so easy to arrange. Yang Kai, are you also proficient in spirit arrays? Bing Yun asked curiously. Yang Kai shook his head, I only know how to arrange this spirit array. It was taught to me by an expert by chance. As he spoke, a woman in black appeared in Yang Kai's mind. Yang Inflammation. Yang Kai had not seen her for many years in the star boundary, but he had never heard of a master named Yang Inflammation, and there was also no news of Lin Yun, who was taken away by her. After sorting out his thoughts, Yang Kai got up and said, there's no time to lose. I'll go arrange it now. Junior sister Yao, come with me. Bing Yun ordered, Yao, follow Yang Kai. If you have any requests, don't hesitate to fulfill them. Ji Yao nodded. The two immediately walked out of the hall and headed to the former restricted area of Ice Heart Valley. Soon they arrived. This was a small island in the middle of a lake. When Yang Kai came last time, this place was extremely cold because of the bead of winter, but now, it was no different from the rest of Ice Heart Valley. The altar in the middle of the island still existed, and the bead of winter was originally placed on it. Yang Kai scanned the island with his divine sense and carefully checked the surrounding terrain. He said with satisfaction, this place is good. We'll do it here. Saying so, he waved his hand and countless materials flew out, including a large number of space spirit crystals and space spirit jades. Yang Kai had arranged space arrays many times. When he was in Heng Luo Star Field, the space arrays he arranged could connect the entire Heng Luo Star Field, making it very convenient for the cultivator to travel between the various cultivation stars. One had to know that before Yang Kai arranged those space arrays, if a cultivator in Hengluo star field wanted to go from one cultivation star to another, they might have to drift in the vast territory of the star field for several months or even a year. But with Yang Kai's methods, they only needed to use the space arrays to reach their destination in an instant, saving them a lot of time and avoiding the dangers along the way. It could be said that Yang Kai's contribution to Hengluo star field was unprecedented, if not unsurpassed in the future. Before him, no one had ever been able to reach this point. After not arranging space arrays for many years, Yang Kai inevitably felt a little rusty, but he still had his foundation, so he only needed a moment to prepare before starting. Chapter 2643. The method of arranging space arrays was taught to him by Yang Yen, so Yang Kai had long since become familiar with it. If it were any other array master, even someone like the South Gate Army would have had to spend 3 to 5 months to set it up. This was because this involved the laws and mysteries of space, so the person setting up the array formation had to go through detailed deductions before they could set it up. However, Yang Kai was different. He was proficient in space principles and had extremely high attainments in the Tao of space, so arranging such a space array gave him a unique advantage. Under Ji Yao's attention, it only took half a day for the prototype of an embodiment to take shape. Pieces of space spirit crystal and space spirit jade were smelted by Yang Kai and placed on top of the array, gradually perfecting it. A day later, Yang Kai finished correcting the last of the rough edges and breathed a sigh of relief. "It's done." Although Ji Yao asked in a flat tone, there was an unconcealable shock in her beautiful eyes. Even if one hadn't eaten pork, they had at least seen a pig run, right? Space arrays were one of the most difficult arrays to arrange. It was said that arranging one required a lot of manpower, money, and energy, and in the entire star boundary, only a few people had the ability to arrange one. But when it came to Yang Kai, it only took him a day to set up a space array in the Ice Lake restricted area, appearing in front of Ji Yao. "It's done." Yang Kai nodded affirmatively and observed the space array for a while, sizing up his masterpiece with satisfaction. Although he hadn't arranged such a thing for many years, he could still pick it up easily. It seemed that some things couldn't be forgotten once they were learned. The space array in front of him was about 100 square meters. It could only be regarded as a small or medium-sized space array, capable of transporting no more than 10 people at a time. The array base was buried deep underground, and the array plate was engraved with countless mysterious runes. The array gate was as white as jade and seemed to lead to the 9 nether void. Above the array base, there were hundreds of grooves for embedding source crystals. Only by embedding source crystals could this space array be activated. "Where does it lead to?" Ji Yao asked curiously. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled. "It doesn't lead anywhere. It is now an independent space array." "Independent?" Ji Yao was stunned. "Then what's the use of it?" Space magic circles always needed to be connected to each other in order to be effective. If a cultivator wanted to go from one place to another through a space magic circle, the cultivator would have to use a space magic circle. Therefore, these two places must have the existence of a space array. Only by connecting the two space nodes could the teleportation effect be realized. A standalone space array was completely useless. "It's useless now, but it will be useful in a few days." Yang Kai grinned. Ji Yao didn't know what Yang Kai was up to, but she could see his mysterious appearance. They could only hold back their questions. "Take me to your Ice Heart Valley space array. Teleport me to the place closest to the Eastern Territory. I want to make a trip to the ancient lands." Yang Kai turned to look at Ji Yao. Ji Yao's beautiful eyes flashed when she heard this. She gently nodded and said, "Come with me." She naturally knew what Yang Kai was going to do in the ancient lands. He was going to ask for reinforcements. Now that Seeking Passion sect had a strong army, there were as many as 30 to 40 cultivators in the Emperor Realm alone, and there were even 2 third-order Emperor Realm masters. Ice Heart Valley's current strength was not enough to resist them. If they really fought, not many people from Ice Heart Valley would survive. However, if Yang Kai could ask for reinforcements from the ancient lands, the situation would be different. Ji Yao had seen the power of the Monster King and the Saint Envoy with her own eyes. None of them were inferior to Feng Xian. Along the way, Yang Kai said, I won't be going to Senior Bing Yun to say goodbye. Help me tell her that I'll definitely be back in a month or 2 months at most. Your Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array should be able to last until then. Okay, Ji Yao nodded gently. Also, Yang Kai said as he took out a jade slip. Using his divine sense, he engraved some information into it and tossed it to Ji Yao. Take this and teach it to the disciples of Ice Heart Valley. Have them practice it well during this time. Ji Yao took it curiously and glanced at it casually. Her tender body trembled as she asked, What kind of spirit array is this? What was recorded in the jade slip was not a powerful divine technique or secret technique, but a set of mysterious spirit arrays. Ji Yao was also a powerful second-order Emperor Realm Master, so she had a lot of experience, so she could see the power of this spirit array at a glance. With the help of this spirit array, the strength of Ice Heart Valley's disciples would increase by several times. The 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array. Yang Kai replied, It used to be the sect guarding array of the Eastern Territories Black Tortoise sect. The 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array was taught to him by Maplewood City's Qin Chaoyang. At that time, Maplewood City was besieged by the demonic Qi, and Maplewood City managed to gather 7 Dao Source Realm Masters to form the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array to investigate, but they were almost wiped out. It wasn't that the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array was weak, but that the people who formed it were not strong enough. One had to know that the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array was the sect guarding array of the Eastern Territories Black Tortoise sect. Once 7 people formed the Spirit Array, they could both attack and defend, and their defensive power would definitely increase exponentially. Unfortunately, Black Tortoise sect had somehow offended the divine spirit, Shihua. As a result, Shihua came knocking on their door. Black Tortoise sect used all of their strength, but they were unable to resist and were tragically wiped out. The ancestor of Maplewood City's Qin family was a master of Black Tortoise sect. After Black Tortoise sect was wiped out, he drifted to the Southern Territory and settled down in Maplewood City. Unfortunately, the Qin family was getting worse and worse with each generation. In the current era, even a Dao Source Realm Master had become a rarity. As for the Emperor Artifact Myriad's sword, no one could control it. If we really go to war with Seeking Passion sect, with this spirit array, Ice Heart Valley's disciples will be able to reduce the casualties. Yang Kai sighed softly. Seeking Passion sect had 100,000 disciples. Although their origins were complicated and they were not on the same side as Seeking Passion sect, their numbers were still there. Resisting them with only 7,000 Ice Heart Valley disciples would be like striking a stone with an egg. This 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array was definitely a life-saving spirit array for Ice Heart Valley's disciples. On behalf of all my sisters from Ice Heart Valley, Ji Yao thanks Big Brother, Ji Yao suddenly said with a serious expression. Yang Kai had been busy helping Ice Heart Valley all this time, and Ji Yao had seen it all. Now that he had gifted her this mysterious spirit array, it was truly a great kindness. In this world, there were many people who would add flowers to a brocade, but how many would send charcoal in snowy weather? Yang Kai chuckled and said, I have a deep relationship with Senior Bing Yun, so this is nothing. As long as junior sister Yao doesn't tease me in the future, I'll be fine. Ji Yao blushed slightly when she heard this. She naturally knew what Yang Kai was talking about. However, when she thought of how she had kneeled in front of him naked and allowed him to look at her body from head to toe, and even massaged his back, Ji Yao felt a little ashamed. She didn't know how she had been so muddle-headed at that time. Yang Kai was clearly a man, so how could she have mistaken him for her honored master? This was a stain on her life, a stain that could never be erased. Along the way, the two of them soon arrived in front of Ice Heart Valley's space array. This space array was one-way. In other words, one could only leave and not enter. Normally, the arrays in a sect were unidirectional. This was to prevent enemies from being teleported into the sect through the array. However, now that Ice Heart Valley was on the verge of falling out with Seeking Passion sect, Bing Yun had even closed this one-way space array just in case. With Ji Yao's help, It was naturally not difficult to reopen the space array. Soon, the space array was reopened. After installing enough source crystals, Yang Kai stepped on it and disappeared with a flash of light. Ji Yao watched silently for a while before her tender body flickered, and she hurriedly went to find Bing Yun. She wanted to give the 7 points black tortoise array to Bing Yun and teach it to all the disciples. In a city near the border of the Northern Territory, Yang Kai leisurely appeared. Without stopping, he left the main hall and asked someone for directions. Then, he directly flew in the direction of the Eastern Territory. Although this was the border of the Northern Territory, it took Yang Kai 5 days to completely leave the territory. 20 days later, Yang Kai finally arrived at Desolate City next to the ancient wildlands. At this time, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. If he had known this would happen, he would have handed over his communication bead or communication artifact to Luan Feng and the others. With a way to contact them, he could have asked Luan Feng to come out and pick him up. Now, if he wanted to enter the ancient wildlands again, he would have to go through a lot of trouble. Yang Kai pushed open the door of a small courtyard and swept it with his divine sense. Sensing a familiar aura inside, he couldn't help but relax. He was really afraid that his master wouldn't be here at this time, which would be troublesome. "Old Ban!" Yang Kai shouted into the house. Soon, Old Ban's figure appeared in front of Yang Kai. Seeing that it was Yang Kai, Old Ban smiled and said, "So it's young Master Yang. Didn't young Master Yang leave Desolate City? Why you back?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "I want to enter the ancient wildlands again. I hope Old Ban can help me. This is the reward." Saying so, he flicked a space ring over. Old Ban casually took it back and smiled. If young Master Yang wants to enter the ancient wildlands, this old man will not refuse. There's no need for a reward. Last time, when he was captured by the Netherworld sect, it was thanks to Yang Kai that he was rescued. Now, he naturally couldn't accept Yang Kai's payment. Yang Kai didn't insist and simply said, "Then, many thanks, Old Ban." Old Ban said, "Young Master Yang, please wait a moment. I'll settle Lil Ling down." As he spoke, a 7 or 8-year-old little girl ran out of the house. It was Old Ban's granddaughter, Lil Ling. The last time Yang Kai saw her, she was still ill. Now, she seemed to have recovered, but her face was sallow and emaciated. It seemed that she had lost some of her yuan qi. Is Grandpa leaving again? Although Lil Ling was young, she was very sensible. She stared at Yang Kai with her big black eyes, then turned to Old Ban and asked. Old Ban stroked Lil Linger's head and said, "Grandpa is going out for a while. I'll be back soon. Lil Ling, be good at home and don't run around." Lil Ling understands. "Grandpa, be careful on the way," the little girl said seriously. Old Ban looked relieved and said, "Young Master Yang, let's go." Chapter 2644. Yang Kai didn't move. He looked at Di Ling Yen for a moment before asking, "Old Ban, is it safe for a little girl like her to stay here alone?" The Desolate City was a chaotic place with no one to maintain order. Fights often broke out, and Di Ling Yen was only 7 or 8 years old. If she were to get involved in any danger, she wouldn't have the ability to protect herself. Old Ban didn't answer, but Di Ling Yen said, "I won't cause trouble for Grandpa." Old Ban smiled. Di Ling Yen is very sensible. She won't go out if I'm not around. Yang Kai shook his head. This wasn't a matter of going out or not. If someone wanted to harm Di Ling Yen, it was useless to hide at home. He didn't know how Di Ling Yen had grown up safely these past few years. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "Old Ban, have you ever thought of sending her to a sect to cultivate?" Old Ban smiled bitterly. "I've thought about it, but this old man has no way to send her to any sect. It's better to keep her by my side and teach her. Those famous sects aren't so easy to enter. How about I send her to a sect?" Yang Kai turned his head and said, "Treat it as a reward for leading the way for me." Old Ban was startled, then immediately became overjoyed. "Young Master Yang, are you serious?" Yang Kai smiled. "Why don't you ask me where I'll send her?" Old Ban said, "Since young Master Yang is willing to help, the sect won't be bad." Yang Kai was from the Emperor realm. Old Ban had seen his strength with his own eyes. Since he's already opened his mouth, there's no way he's going to send Di Ling Yen to some unknown sect. For him, this was a wish, but for Di Ling Yen, it was also an opportunity. Di Ling Yen, kneel down and thank young Master Yang. Old Ban looked at Di Ling Yen with a happy expression. Di Ling Yen didn't kneel. She just looked at Yang Kai curiously, her big eyes blinking. Her long eyelashes trembled as she asked, Di Ling Yen wants to ask something, is that okay? Yang Kai was amused by her appearance. He didn't expect such a young little girl to have such strong opinions. He crouched down to her level and nodded, what do you want to ask? Di Ling Yen tilted her head and thought for a moment, will I be separated from Grandpa? Yang nodded, yes, the place I'm sending you is only for girls. Men are not allowed to stay there. Di Ling Yen immediately shook her head like a rattle drum. Then I won't go, I want to accompany Grandpa. Old Ban stomped his foot anxiously. You little girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Young Master Yang wants to send you to Cultivate, that's your good fortune. You're still making excuses. Di Ling Yan's voice was firm, separate from Grandpa. I won't go. Old Ban was angry and anxious, but his heart was filled with relief. He looked at Yang Kai pleadingly, afraid that Yang Kai would refuse this good thing. Simple, naive, cute, and sensible. Di Ling Yen is not bad. Yang Kai smiled and nodded, earnestly asking, Xiao Ling, do you still remember when grandfather was taken away last time? Hearing this, Di Ling Yan's expression changed. She clearly remembered what happened last time, and a look of panic appeared in her eyes. If Di Ling Yan doesn't agree, are you going to take Grandpa away too? If that's the case, then Di Ling Yan will go with you. Don't take my grandpa. Yang Kai laughed. I won't take your grandpa, but if he is taken once, there will be a second time, a third time. Do you want to protect Grandpa? Di Ling Yan looked up at Old Ban and nodded heavily. Yes, I want to beat those bad people away and not let them bully Grandpa. Yang Kai said, that's good. If you want to beat those bad people away, then you need to be strong. You need to cultivate and enter a powerful sect. Come with me, I will give you the ability to protect Grandpa. Di Ling Yan pursed her lips, her face full of embarrassment. Yang Kai continued, as for your grandpa, you don't have to worry. Grandpa will come with us. Although he can't always be by your side like before, as long as you miss him, you can go and see him at any time. Really? Di Ling Yan's eyes lit up with surprise. Pinky promise? Yang Kai smiled slightly and gave Di Ling Yan a pinky finger. Di Ling Yan glanced at him and said crisply, pinky promises are for children, I won't pinky promise with you. Yang Kai's face darkened, thinking that this girl was too precocious. Could it be that she was from a poor family? Di Ling Yan said, but Di Ling Yan believes in you. Saying so, she knelt down in front of Yang Kai and kowtowed. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and lifted her up. Don't kowtow to me, I'm just leading you to a sect. When you get there and see Honored Master, it won't be too late to cow. Turning his head, Yang Kai said to Old Ban, Old Ban, you should also pack up. Don't come back to Desolate City in the future. Good. Young Master Yang, please wait a moment. Old Ban was overjoyed. Although he had been staying in Desolate City for a long time and relied on leading people to make a living, if Di Ling Yan really had a bright future, he naturally wouldn't stay in this place where dragons and snakes mix together. He was old and only had the cultivation of the First Order Dao Source Realm. If he didn't earn source crystals here as a guide, he wouldn't be able to make a living. Old Ban went into the house to pack up. Di Ling Yan looked up at Yang Kai and said, Grandpa calls you Young Master Yang. Can Di Ling Yan call you Big Brother Yang? Di Ling Yan can call me whatever you want. Yang Kai patted her little head. Big Brother Yang, where is Di Ling Yan going? Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai replied, don't worry, there are many beautiful big sisters there. They are all very gentle and kind. Di Ling Yan will be taken care of by them there. Are there children like me? There should be. Yang Kai wasn't sure, but Ice Heart Valley had always accepted orphans as disciples, so there should be young disciples in the valley. Bringing Di Ling Yan to Ice Heart Valley was Yang Kai's idea on the spur of the moment. He had entered the ancient lands twice with the help of Old Ban. This time, Old Ban didn't ask for a reward. Giving Di Ling Yen a bright future could be considered returning the favor. Not long after, Old Ban finished packing up and came out of the house, cupping his fists and saying, "Young Master Yang, everything is ready." "Then let's go," Yang Kai said, then picked up Di Ling Yen and put her on his neck. Di Ling Yen was obviously startled and quickly hugged Yang Kai's head with both hands. But after all, she was still a child and soon recovered and giggled. "How can this be?" On the contrary, Old Ban looked terrified. "Young Master Yang, I can take care of Di Ling Yen. She can't ride on your neck, it's too presumptuous." Yang Kai waved his hand. "It's fine. Moreover, the ancient land's passageway is extremely dangerous. With me protecting her, she won't be in danger." Hearing him say that, Old Ban gave up trying to persuade him because Yang Kai was telling the truth. The ancient land's passageway was dangerous, and having the Emperor Realm's protection was better than him looking after her. He could only cup his fists gratefully. "Many thanks, young Master Yang." On the road, Yang Kai briefly introduced Ice Heart Valley and his arrangements for Di Ling Yen to Old Ban. Old Ban didn't refuse. He had heard of Ice Heart Valley's name even in the Eastern Territory and knew that it was one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. It was definitely a great opportunity for Di Ling Yen to join Ice Heart Valley. In the past, this was something he didn't even dare to think about, but now, it was happening. He didn't know what the relationship between Yang Kai and Ice Heart Valley was, but since Yang Kai had boasted, he could definitely believe him. For a moment, Old Ban couldn't help but cry. He hadn't expected happiness to come so suddenly. Di Ling Yen will join Ice Heart Valley. In the future, Old Ban, you can find a job in Ice Moon City. When the little girl misses you, she can come and see you. I'll follow young Master Yang's arrangements. Old Ban raised his sleeve and wiped the corners of his eyes. The ancient land's passageway was still shrouded in strange fog, with gales, lightning, and souls roaming freely. However, with Old Ban leading the way, they didn't encounter too much danger. It took about 10 days for the trio to pass through the ancient land's passageway and officially enter the ancient lands. The surrounding wild force seemed to corrode any living creature. Yang Kai carried Di Ling Yen and told Old Ban not to go too far before flying straight into the depths of the ancient lands. Old Ban trembled with fear along the way. Although he had entered and exited the ancient lands passageway countless times, this was the first time he had stepped into the ancient lands. After all, the ancient lands were too dangerous, and with his cultivation, there was no chance of survival. However, Yang Kai seemed to be very familiar with the ancient lands. Entering the ancient lands was like walking in his own backyard, and he couldn't help but admire him. He had doubts in his heart because Yang Kai had clearly said that he would take Di Ling Yen to join Ice Heart Valley. Ice Heart Valley was in the Northern Territory, while Yang Kai had entered the ancient lands. The two places were completely opposite, so he didn't know what Yang Kai planned to do. Along the way, Di Ling Yen experienced the joy of flying for the first time. From time to time, she would giggle. Old Ban panicked and repeatedly told her not to laugh so loudly, lest they attract the attention of the ancient lands monster race. However, what he feared would happen. Less than half a day after entering the ancient lands, a demonic chi suddenly rose up in front of them, followed by a group of fierce monster race cultivators. The monster race leader exuded an aura comparable to that of the Emperor Realm. "Monster Commander!" Old Ban's face turned pale, and his clothes were instantly soaked with sweat. He didn't expect that the first monster race cultivator he encountered in the ancient lands would be a monster commander, and one that led a group of monster soldiers and monster generals. "I'm dead." Although Yang Kai had the cultivation of the Emperor Realm, these monster race cultivators weren't weak either. If they really fought, Yang Kai's chances of survival were slim. "Audacious human, how dare you run amok in my ancient lands? Quickly report your name and we'll give you a quick death." The leading demon commander opened his mouth and roared, causing the group of demon soldiers and demon generals under him to roar as if they had been injected with chicken blood. For a moment, the group of demon clan members were like a group of demons dancing wildly. The scene was extremely terrifying. Old Ban trembled all over and almost fainted. Di Lingyan also nervously grabbed Yang Kai's hair, her face pale. Yang Kai, however, remained as still as a mountain and coldly stared at the monster commander. When the demon commander saw how excited his subordinates were, he couldn't help but flaunt his prowess. He wanted to show off his might and shouted, "Little human, are you scared silly?" Before he could finish his words, his whole body suddenly quivered, his eyes widening as he carefully examined Kai Yang's face. A moment later, his face changed greatly, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He hurriedly waved to his subordinates and shouted, "All of you, shut up! Disperse! Disperse! Disperse!" Chapter 2645. The Fiend Commander suddenly looked as if he had encountered a snake or scorpion. He was terrified, causing the other Fiend soldiers and generals to be dumbfounded. "I didn't know Master was coming. This little demon had eyes but failed to see and offended you. Please forgive me, Master," the demon commander said while trembling with fear. Large beads of sweat dripped down his forehead, and his mind was in a daze. "You're not that stupid after all." Yang Kai snorted lightly as he led Old Ban and Xiao Ling straight past the group of monster race cultivators. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't intend to make things difficult for him, the Fiend Commander heaved a sigh of relief. After Yang Kai's figure disappeared from sight, one of the Fiend generals asked curiously, "Master, who is that man? Why is the Master so respectful to him?" The Fiend soldiers couldn't understand. The savage wildlands was a paradise for the savage survivors. Here, the Fiend race was the most powerful force. Why would the Fiend Commander Master be so afraid of a human? The Fiend Commander's expression changed, but he didn't answer. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "This person is not to be provoked. All of you remember this. The next time you meet him, get as far away as possible. If you provoke him, even the Monster King Master won't be able to protect you." What? The Fiend soldiers were shocked. They were even more curious about Yang Kai's identity. They didn't know what kind of ability he had to make the Monster King Master so helpless. No, this matter must be reported to the Monster King Master as soon as possible." The Fiend Commander muttered to himself for a while before his figure flickered, and he turned into a cloud of black gas and rushed in a certain direction. Yang Kai's sudden appearance here was a big deal for the entire savage wildlands. Since he had encountered him, he had to report it. Otherwise, if the Monster King found out and blamed him, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Yang Kai continued to fly through the forest. Di Ling was ignorant and didn't understand the meaning of the scene just now, but Old Ban was shocked by Yang Kai, a powerful Fiend commander leading so many Fiend soldiers and generals. They were all so respectful to Yang Kai. What was going on? Old Ban wanted to ask more questions, but he felt that his relationship with Yang Kai wasn't good enough to get to the bottom of it. So he could only keep his questions to himself. After flying for a while, suddenly, Kai Yang's brow furrowed as he stopped and looked back. "What's the matter?" Old Ban asked curiously. "There's a powerful guy coming over. I wonder what he's here for." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "What a powerful fellow." Old Ban's heart skipped a beat. That said Fiend. He was. To him to be. This was a middle-aged man, dressed in green, with an aquiline nose. His eyes were as sharp as knives and his aura as deep as the sea made it difficult to breathe. It really is the Monster King. Old Ban's face turned pale. Although he had never seen the Monster King before, he could recognize that the man in front of him was the Monster King of the ancient wildlands. It was rumored that only a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master could become the Monster King of the ancient wildlands. In other words, the middle-aged man in front of him was a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. Such an existence could kill him and Di Ling, 1,000 times over with a casual breath. It really is young Master Yang. The middle-aged man didn't show any hostility when he saw Yang Kai. Instead, he was overjoyed. As if he had just reunited with an old friend, he cupped his fists and said, "Old Dog Master's Monster King, Ing Fei, greets young Master Yang." "So, it's Ing Fei, Monster King?" Yang Kai nodded lightly, his expression indifferent. The Monster King in front of him looked familiar. He should have seen him near the blood door last time. Now that he introduced himself, Yang Kai knew that he was called Ing Fei. Old dog. Old Ban's eyes widened as his face turned sluggish. He was almost petrified. Although the division of forces in the ancient wildlands was unknown to most people. Even Old Ban didn't know much about it, but he had heard of Old Dog. He was an ancient divine spirit. It turned out that there really were divine spirits in the ancient wildlands, and the monster king in front of him was a subordinate of Old Dog divine spirit. I heard that we saw young Master Yang just now, so I thought we were seeing things. I didn't expect it to really be young Master Yang, Ing Fei said with a smile. Yang Kai said, I wonder why the monster king has chased us all the way here. Ing Fei hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare to say that I have something to teach you, but where is young Master Yang going? Do you need this one's help? Yang Kai shook his head, No need, I'm just going to find the Phoenix Lady. I have something to discuss with her. You're looking for the Phoenix Master. Ing Fei smiled and said, This place is quite far from Senior Luan Feng's Phoenix Gathering Palace. Although the monster kings and monster commanders in the ancient land know young Master Yang's appearance and don't dare to offend you, there are still many monster race experts who have eyes but fail to see. It wouldn't be good if they offend young Master Yang. How about this? If young Master Yang doesn't mind, how about this? This one doesn't dare to boast, but in terms of speed, I'm not inferior to others. Ever since Yang Kai had caused havoc in the ancient wildlands, the remaining 3 Saint Masters had instructed the Monster King and Saint Envoys to not be rude to Yang Kai in the future. The 32 Monster King and 8 Saint Envoys had also participated in the battle that day, so how could they not know about Yang Kai's identity and the relationship between him and the descendant of Tianxing? Even without the Saint Master's instructions, they knew what to do. After returning to their respective territories, they summoned their monster commanders and monster generals and released Yang Kai's image, solemnly warning them. This was also why the monster commander had been able to recognize Yang Kai and had been so terrified. Although he didn't know who Yang Kai was, he knew that this human was an existence that the monster king and master had taken special care of, so naturally, he didn't dare to offend him. Yang Kai took a deep look at Ing Fei, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. Seeing Ing Fei's enthusiasm, how could Yang Kai not know what he was thinking? After all, in this world, only he had a close relationship with Zhang Ruoxi. Zhang Ruoxi was a descendant of Tianxing and was in charge of the Blood Door Forbidden Area, which contained countless divine spirit sources. Zhang Ruoxi had now entered the Blood Door and couldn't be found, but Yang Kai was right in front of him. If he could establish a good relationship with Yang Kai, Ing Fei might have a chance to obtain a suitable divine spirit source from the descendant of Tianxing and awaken his ancestral bloodline to become a divine spirit. Very well, then I'll have to trouble Monster King Ing Fei, Yang Kai nodded. Ing Fei was overjoyed and said, It's no trouble at all, it's Ing Fei's honor to be able to serve young Master Yang. Once he finished speaking, he turned around and green light shone brightly. The cry of an eagle rang out, and a gigantic eagle that was more than 100 feet long and covered in green light appeared on the spot. When the eagle flapped its wings, a monstrous gust of wind was stirred up. Big bird, Xiao Ling, who was riding on Yang Kai's neck, saw Ing Fei reveal his true form and clapped her hands happily, as if she had seen something new. Yang Kai chuckled and said, If Xiao Ling likes it, then let's ride on this big bird. Xiao Ling's eyes lit up and she was overjoyed. Yang Kai's figure flickered and landed on the bird's back. Ing Fei's body was huge, and its back was flat and spacious. Even if 20 to 30 people sat on it, it wouldn't feel crowded. The feathers on its neck were smooth and soft, making sitting on it feel like sitting on a velvet blanket, very comfortable. Grandpa, come on up, this big bird is so comfortable, even more comfortable than our bed. Xiao Ling climbed down from Yang Kai's neck and stood on the bird's back, greeting Old Ban. Old Ban broke out in cold sweat and scolded, Don't talk nonsense. The little girl didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, but he knew how powerful the Monster King was. This was an existence that could kill him with a single breath. Normally, he wouldn't even be able to see it, but now he had to sit on its back? Old Ban was terrified and hesitated, not knowing what to do. He could only look at Yang Kai for help. Yang Kai smiled and said, "The Monster King is so kind. Old Ban, come on up as well." The giant eagle also spoke at this time, "Don't worry, old sir. This king will protect you." When Old Ban heard this, he nervously cupped his fists and said, "Then, this old man will offend you." As he spoke, he carefully climbed onto the bird's back. Deep in his heart, he felt extremely unreal. He had been muddle-headed all his life, and now he was lucky enough to sit on the back of a monster king. "Everyone, sit tight," Ing Fei reminded them. With a flap of his wings, his huge body suddenly turned into a blue light and rushed into the depths of the ancient land. The surrounding scenery quickly passed by, causing Xiaoling to shout excitedly. Although the speed was fast, there was a demonic chi on Ing Fei's back that turned into a protective barrier. The wind was blocked, and Yang Kai and the others were not disturbed at all. Perhaps it was a deliberate show of strength, but the eagle's speed was not only fast, but also very stable. They didn't feel any inclination or bump along the way, as if they were standing on flat ground. In less than an hour, the Luanfeng's Feng Luo Palace appeared in their sight. Ing Fei led the group to the entrance of the Feng Luo Palace. When Yang Kai and the others got off, he transformed into his human form and cupped his fist to Yang Kai. "Young Master Yang, I was fortunate to not disappoint you. This one will take his leave." He was the Monster King under the Azure Dog. Since they were outside the Feng Luo Palace, he couldn't stay for long. From the beginning to the end, he didn't mention anything else to Yang Kai. It was as if this trip was just to escort Yang Kai. This was where he was smart. He believed that Yang Kai knew why he deliberately tried to befriend him. If he didn't mention it, he might be able to get a good impression from Yang Kai. If he really did mention it, it would be too snobbish. What's more, this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. It wasn't something that could be done just because Yang Kai agreed. Now that the blood door had disappeared without a trace, even if he wanted to obtain the ancestors' divine spirit source, he would have to wait for the blood door to open again. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. "Thank you for your trouble, Monster King. Young Master Yang is too polite." Ing Fei returned the gesture and turned around to return the way he came. Chapter 2646. Young Master Yang, this is... Once the eagle was far away, Old Ban cautiously asked. "Phoenix Luan's palace, Phoenix Luo Palace." Yang Kai replied. "Phoenix Luan." Old Ban's eyes bulged. What he had encountered today was more shocking than anything he had experienced in his life. The fact that he was able to sit on the back of a Yao King was already shocking enough. Now, he was actually in the palace of a holy spirit. If Yang Kai hadn't brought him here, he would never have been able to come here. But Yang Kai not only made the Eagle Monster King a willing mount, but he also knew the way to the Divine Spirit's palace. Old Ban couldn't figure out Yang Kai's identity and origin. Just as he was speaking, the door of the palace suddenly opened and a beautiful woman in a palace robe walked out. She stood in front of Yang Kai and bowed. "This servant greets young Master Yang." Yang Kai glanced at her and smiled. "Tianlong, long time no see." This woman was none other than the maidservant Luan Feng had arranged to serve him when he visited Phoenix Luo Palace last time. Although Yang Kai hadn't had many interactions with her, he was still familiar with her, so seeing her now was no stranger. "It hasn't been long." Tianlong forced a smile and looked up. "May I ask why young Master Yang is here?" Yang Kai said, "I need Madame Feng's help." "Where is she?" Tianlong replied, "Young Master, you came at a bad time. Madame Feng happened to be in seclusion a few days ago." Yang Kai couldn't help but glance at her. He snorted, "Madame Feng is a divine spirit. Her cultivation is blessed by heaven and earth. Why would she be in seclusion? Is she unwilling to see me?" Tianlong hurriedly said, "How could that be? Madame really is in seclusion." Yang Kai ignored her and walked straight into Phoenix Luo Palace. Seeing this, Tianlong hurriedly followed him with small steps. After entering Phoenix Luo Palace, Yang Kai rampaged through the palace. He kept shouting, Madame Feng, Yang Kai is here to see you." Tianlong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She could only follow along and constantly remind him, "Young master, don't make a fuss. If you disturb Madam's cultivation, she will blame me." "Madam Feng, Madam Feng." Yang Kai still ignored her and continued to shout. After a long time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. That figure was graceful and noble, and her aura was profound. Who else could it be but the Luan Feng? However, the Luan Feng was looking at Yang Kai with resentment. It was as if Yang Kai had abandoned her. His eyes were filled with blood and tears as he complained. "Lady Wang." Yang Kai couldn't help grinning when he saw her appear. He stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Yang Kai greets Lady Wang." Tianlong, who was following behind Yang Kai, also stepped forward and helplessly looked at Luan Feng. "Master, this servant, you can leave." The Luan Feng waved her hand. Tianlong received the order and respectfully withdrew. The Luan Feng glanced at Yang Kai with disgust and turned to walk forward. Yang Kai followed with a grin, calling out to Ling and Old Ban as he walked. When they arrived at a large hall, the Luan Feng turned around and sat at the head of the table. She didn't have any intention of greeting Yang Kai and the others. Instead, she picked up a cup of steaming hot tea and sipped it. "Sit, sit." Yang Kai gestured to Old Ban. Old Ban didn't dare to sit. He was already strong enough to stand here. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "This old man will stand." The woman in front of him was the Holy Spirit Luan Feng. Even if she didn't release her monstrous aura, Old Ban still didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of her. He didn't even dare to smile for fear that his image would offend the master. As for Ling, she was tightly held in his hand to prevent the child from rudely bumping into the Luan Feng. Since Old Ban didn't want to sit, Yang Kai didn't force him. He just turned to the Luan Feng with a grin and said, "Madam, you don't seem to be in a good mood." The Luan Feng looked up at him and said in a bad mood, "I was fine, but now I'm in a bad mood." "Why are you here again?" Yang Kai said, "I haven't seen you for a long time and missed you, so I came to see you." The Luan Feng nodded slightly. "Now that you've seen me, please go back." "Don't." Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. "I just arrived and Madam is already driving me away. This is not how you treat a guest. If young master wants to stay for a few days, then this queen can only welcome you. You can stay where you stayed last time. If you need anything, just look for Tianlong." The Luan Feng stood up, unwilling to stay with Yang Kai any longer. "Wait, wait, wait." Yang Kai hurriedly stopped her when he saw she was about to leave. The Luan Feng snorted, "Boy, what is it that you came to see this queen this time? Hurry up and say it. This queen is not in the mood to chat with you." Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. "Madam's eyes are like torches. This junior really does have a small matter that requires Madam's help." "Oh." The Luan Feng suddenly laughed sarcastically. "What in this world can embarrass a character like young Master Yang? Why do you need this queen's help? Last time when you caused a ruckus in the ancient ruins and showed off your power in front of the 32 Monster King and the 8 Saints, I didn't see you like this." Yang Kai awkwardly replied, "That was then, this is now. Wasn't that a misunderstanding?" The Luan Feng snorted. "Even the Holy Spirit was killed and you call it a misunderstanding?" Yang Kai sternly said, "That wasn't me, it was Ruoxi. If you want to blame someone, blame her." The Luan Feng frowned. "This queen doesn't want to court death. Moreover, this queen doesn't owe you anything, so why should I help you again and again? Last time, Yang Kai took her to the Netherworld sect and killed their great elder. Although it was Luan Feng who did it, if it wasn't for Yang Kai, she wouldn't have gone to their sect and acted so atrociously." Not long after that, Yang Kai actually came to visit again. Luan Feng was very worried about him and didn't know what he wanted to do this time. "Madam, why are you acting like an outsider? It's just a small matter for you." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Luan Feng sighed deeply and said, "Tell me, what is it?" Since Yang Kai came to her door, she couldn't refuse. After all, even if she didn't give face to the monk, she still had to give face to the Buddha. Yang Kai had a close relationship with Zhang Ruoxi, so Luan Feng was very wary of Zhang Ruoxi. A descendant of Tian Xing. Yang Kai sternly said, "I want to ask Madame Feng to help me deal with 2 Third Order Emperor Realm Masters." Luan Feng frowned and asked, The Seeking Passion sect master and vice sect master from the Northern Territory. The Seeking Passion sect from the Northern Territory? Luan Feng frowned and said, "That's a big sect. This queen has no grievances with them, so why would I attack them? I don't care. In any case, Madame Feng has to help," Yang Kai said stubbornly. Luan Feng was so angry that she laughed. "Why are you acting like a rascal in front of me? It's them who offended you, not this queen." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Madame Feng only needs to help. 2/3 Order Emperor Realm Masters, she can easily crush them." Luan Feng snorted, "Easy for you to say. Although there are no great emperors sects in the Northern Territory, the great emperors of the Wondrous Pill sect are in the Northern Territory. If this queen attacked a human sect for no reason, how could she get away?" Yang Kai said, "Although the great emperors of the Wondrous Pill sect are in the Northern Territory, they are obsessed with the alchemic Tao. How could they care about such grievances?" Luan Feng shook her head. "They may not care about other things, but if this queen takes action, then that is not necessarily the case. I can't help with this matter." Since Madame Feng says so, then I won't force you," Yang Kai sighed with a helpless look on his face. Luan Feng was stunned and looked at Yang Kai strangely, as if she didn't expect him to be so easy to talk to. But soon, Luan Feng frowned because she felt that Yang Kai definitely wouldn't let this matter go so easily. Perhaps he had some kind of trick up his sleeve. Sure enough, after Yang Kai got up and walked out, he muttered, "Wait for Ruoshi to come out and let her know that her sect has been destroyed. In any case, she will take revenge, so there's no need to rush." "Wait a moment," Luan Feng hurriedly shouted. Yang Kai turned around and asked, "Madame Feng, do you have any other orders?" Luan Feng gritted her teeth and asked, "What did you just say? Tell me in detail." Yang Kai sighed. "Since Madame Feng already heard it, why ask?" Luan Feng quickly asked, "You said that Master's sect was destroyed? What do you mean?" "What else could it mean? Seeking Passion sect wants to destroy Ice Heart Valley, and Ruoshi is from Ice Heart Valley. This junior is alone and wanted to ask Madame Feng for help, but since Madame Feng has some concerns, this junior won't force you." Luan Feng was surprised. "That master is from Ice Heart Valley?" Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect were two of the top sects in the Northern Territory. Now, listening to Yang Kai's words, it seemed that the two sects were at war and Ice Heart Valley's situation was not good. "Yes, didn't I say so?" Yang Kai asked. Luan Feng solemnly asked, "Is she really from Ice Heart Valley? You're not lying to me, right?" Kai Yang replied in all seriousness, "How could it be fake? That crazy woman last time was Ruoshi's martial aunt, Ji Yao. She also took action. You should have noticed the secret art she cultivates, right? It's an orthodox ice attribute secret art." Luan Feng recalled carefully and found that it was indeed as Yang Kai said. Although Ji Yao didn't take action at that time, as a divine spirit, she could naturally feel the ice attribute Emperor Qi in Ji Yao's body. On the other hand, Zhang Ruoshi didn't show any signs of cultivating an ice attribute secret art, but Zhang Ruoshi and Ji Yao seemed to have a close relationship. Luan Feng didn't know whether to believe Yang Kai's words or not. While she was contemplating, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Madame Feng, I will take my leave first. When Ruoshi comes out of the blood door in the future, I will have to trouble you to tell her that her sect has been destroyed and that she should return to the Northern Territory to seek revenge." When Luan Feng heard this, her nose became crooked. If Zhang Ruoshi was really from Ice Heart Valley, then she couldn't tell her this. When the time came and Ruoshi asked how her sect was destroyed, how was Luan Feng supposed to answer? Was she supposed to say that she knew about it but just stood by and watched? "Stop!" Luan Feng saw that Yang Kai was really about to leave and hurriedly shouted. Chapter 2647. Yang Kai turned around again with a grin and looked at Luan Feng. "Madam, do you have any other orders?" Luan Feng gritted her teeth so hard that they almost broke. She said angrily, "I really don't know what this queen owes you." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Madam, you're wrong. Helping others is the foundation of happiness. But is Madam willing to help?" Since she was willing to help, she naturally wouldn't refuse this matter. After all, she wasn't sure if Zhang Ruoxi was from Ice Heart Valley, but she would rather believe it than not. Since Yang Kai mentioned Zhang Ruoxi, Luan Feng had to help him no matter what. She wasn't helping Yang Kai, but the descendant of Tian Xing, whom she was afraid of. Two trivial third-order Emperor Realm Masters, this queen can just send a few monster kings. Why do I need to do it personally? Luan Feng said with a displeased look. Yang Kai raised his brow and said, Madam is wise. Then, I ask Madam to send 7 or 8 monster kings to follow me back to the Northern Territory to eradicate these cowards. He didn't expect Luan Feng to help from the beginning. His original plan was to let Luan Feng send a few monster kings. Now that Luan Feng said so, it was exactly what he wanted. 7 or 8. The Luan Feng rolled her eyes. In your dreams. How many monster kings did she have? Yang Kai asked for 7 or 8 at once. Those who knew would understand that he was going to solve the crisis of Ice Heart Valley, but those who didn't know would think that he was going to conquer the world. 4 or 5 then? Yang Kai grinned. Luan Feng didn't answer. Instead, she showed a thoughtful look. After a while, she said, Since this matter involves the master, it is a matter of the entire ancient lands. This queen can't bear the responsibility alone. How about this? You stay in Phoenix Net Palace for a few days. Within 3 days, this queen will give you a satisfactory answer. Yang Kai heard this and thought for a while. He seemed to have thought of something and smiled. Many thanks, madam. After a pause, Yang Kai said, There is one more thing I need madam's help with. What? The Luan Feng suddenly became vigilant. The more she looked at Yang Kai, the more disgusted she felt. In any case, nothing good would come out of this brat's mouth. Yang Kai said, I want to build a spatial array in Phoenix Net Palace, but I don't know where is a suitable place. Space array? The Luan Feng frowned. You actually know how to set up formations. I know a thing or two. You want to build a space array? Where does it lead to? Luan Feng asked worriedly. Return to Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai answered matter-of-factly, I spent a month on the way here. I can't go back the way I came. I'm afraid there isn't enough time, so I need to build a space array that leads directly to Ice Heart Valley. A spatial array that can cross territory. The Luan Feng was shocked. Can you really do that? One had to know that this was the Eastern Territory while Ice Heart Valley was in the Northern Territory. If Yang Kai wasn't just spouting nonsense, then he really did have the ability to arrange a spatial array that could cross territory. This was an incredible feat currently. All the spatial arrays that could cross territory in the star boundary were extremely ancient and no one could arrange one today. Madam Feng, please wait and see. Yang Kai smiled slightly. The Luan Feng nodded lightly. She said, I'll allow it. Go look for Tianlong. She'll make the arrangements for you. Many thanks, madam. After everything was discussed, the Luan Feng called Tianlong and instructed her to take Yang Kai to the small building where he stayed last time. After returning to the small building, Yang Kai told Old Ban and Ling to rest while he informed Tianlong of his request. Tianlong heard that this was the Luan Feng's idea, so she didn't stop him and personally found a secluded and spacious place for Yang Kai. Next, Yang Kai arranged the space array in that secluded place. It didn't take much time. In less than a day, a brand new space array was completed. After confirming that there were no problems with the space array, Yang Kai returned to his loft to rest. Just as he left, a graceful figure suddenly appeared beside the space array. This figure looked at her in surprise. Tianlong, did he really spend a day arranging this? The Luan Feng asked in disbelief. Tianlong, who was standing to the side, also nodded in shock. This servant saw it with her own eyes. Although this servant was standing far away when young Master Yang was arranging it, this servant saw everything from the beginning to the end. Is it really that amazing? The Luan Feng asked in disbelief. A space array was not so easy to arrange. Not to mention a spatial array that could cross territory. The Luan Feng thought that it would take Yang Kai at least 10 days to half a month to arrange this thing, but who would have thought that he would complete it in a single day? This was simply miraculous. Ice Heart Valley. The Luan Feng muttered and said, Tianlong, I'm going to Ice Heart Valley. You stay here. She wanted to go to Ice Heart Valley for two reasons. Firstly, she wanted to see if this space array was useful. Secondly, she wanted to ask Zhang Ruoxi if she was really from Ice Heart Valley. She always felt that Yang Kai was fooling her. That little brat was full of evil tricks and never had good intentions. Tianlong was shocked and said, "Madam, you can't. Whether this space array is useful or not is still uncertain. If something unexpected happens, if an accident happened during the teleportation process, it would be no laughing matter. If things went wrong, they would be banished to the void forever, unable to find their way out. Even if the Luan Feng was powerful, being banished to the void would not end well." The Luan Feng waved her hand and said, "This queen has her own plans." Saying so, she waved her hand and inserted many high-rank source crystals into the grooves of the array base before standing on top of it. Tianlong waited on tenterhooks. The Luan Feng was also slightly nervous. After all, this was something that Yang Kai had spent less than a day to arrange. Who knew if it was defective or not? But to their surprise, even after waiting for a long time, the space array didn't react in the slightest. "What? You're just bragging." The Luan Feng sneered. After confirming that the space array was completely useless, she walked down from it and returned to the palace with a happy face. She wanted to see what Yang Kai's expression would be when he needed to use this space array and found out that it was defective. For the next few days, Old Ban was trembling with fear, as if he was walking on thin ice. This was the Divine Spirit Palace, and it was thanks to Yang Kai that he was lucky enough to live here once in his life. How could he dare to overstep his boundaries? On the other hand, Shaoling Heir was ignorant and lively by nature. Living in such a luxurious place all of a sudden, she couldn't help but feel curious. The spirit fruits placed on the table were almost all eaten by her. One had to know that these spirit fruits were a specialty of the ancient lands. They were rich in world energy and were extremely rare in the outside world. Anyone who ate them would benefit greatly in their cultivation. Shaoling Heir lived here for 3 days and ate several dozen spirit fruits. Her originally sallow and emaciated body had become tender and supple. Even her yellow hair had become black and shiny. Her whole person was full of spirit. On an early morning 3 days later, an eagle's cry suddenly resounded from outside the Phoenix Gathering Palace. Shortly after, a green light descended from the sky and stood outside the palace. Before he could knock on the door, another figure flew over from another direction and landed not far away from him. The two looked at each other. The former smiled and raised an eyebrow. "Xie Wei." The latter said lightly, "Ying Fei?" Ying Fei looked at Xie Wei curiously. "Why did Brother Xie come to the Phoenix Net Palace? This is not Master Fan Ku's territory." Xie Wei curled his lips. "Aren't you also here? This is also not Old Dog Master's territory." After saying that, the two seemed to realize something and asked in unison, "You came for that matter?" There was no need for an answer. The answer was obvious. Xie Wei was surprised. "You're quite lucky to have such a task fall into your hands. I'm sure the others would be angry to death." Ying Fei smiled. "A few days ago, young Master Yang passed by this king's territory and this king escorted him. When Old Dog Master found out about this, he sent this king to assist young Master Yang. Brother Xie, how did you get this task?" He knew that amongst the demon kings under Fan Wu's command, Xie Wei was absolutely not the strongest, nor was he the one that Fan Wu valued the most. Because Xie Wei's temper was bad and stubborn, and he wasn't likable. But now, Xie Wei had actually stood out from the crowd and seized this wonderful task, and it was truly surprising. He could get this job without shedding a drop of blood mainly because of a chance encounter with Yang Kai a few days ago. What did Xie Wei have? Xie Wei heard this and said, "It's none of your business." Ying Fei almost choked to death and couldn't help but roll his eyes. As the two were talking, there was a sudden clap of thunder and a lightning-like light shot from the distance. The light rushed in front of Xie Wei and Ying Fei and dispersed, revealing an extremely burly figure. "Shi Lei." Xie Wei raised an eyebrow. Ying Fei, on the other hand, couldn't help but laugh. "Brother Shi Lei, how did you end up like this?" The burly figure in front of them was Shi Lei, one of the 32 monster kings. He was originally a monster king under Shi Hua, But after Shihua was extinguished, he went to Luan Feng and was now one of Luan Feng's most capable subordinates. Despite Shi Lei's coarse appearance, his strength was among the top 3 among the 32 demon kings. However, such a powerful demon king was currently covered in wounds and bruises. It was as if he had just fought a great battle with someone, and it was an extremely difficult battle. The monster race had strong bodies and ordinary injuries were nothing to them. They would recover quickly, but Shi Lei's injuries were still there. It was shocking to see how serious his injuries were. Shi Lei heard this and said angrily, "I fought with those bastards. I didn't have a good time, but those bastards can't be much stronger." Although Shi Lei's name didn't have the word ox, his body was a rhinoceros with an ancient bloodline, so he had always called himself Old Ox. Xie Wei and Ying Fei looked at each other and couldn't help but feel a little sad. When they saw Shi Lei's appearance, they immediately understood that if it weren't for their luck and involvement with Yang Kai, they would have to fight with those bastards to get this good job. Chapter 2648. With the strength of those bastard Monster King and Saint Envoys, the one who stood out in the end would definitely not be him. For a moment, whether it was Xie Wei or Eagle Flying, they couldn't help but rejoice. Especially Eagle Flying, he felt that his decision to send Yang Kai a few days ago was right. At this time, Shi Lei also noticed the abnormality. He stared at Eagle Flying and Xie Wei. "You guys aren't injured?" Eagle Flying was happy. "Why would we be injured?" Shi Lei shook his head. "Don't tell me that those guys would give this good job to you guys for no reason." Old Ox also spent a lot of effort to get this opportunity. Eagle Flying said proudly, "Song Master appointed us. How would those bastards dare to have any objections? As for Brother Xie, I don't know." Xie Wei snorted with an unfathomable look, but he didn't explain. Shi Lei said angrily, "There's no justice, there's no justice, there's no justice at all." One had to know that when the news spread a few days ago, the 32 Monster King and 8 Saint Envoys of the ancient land were all excited. Who wouldn't be jealous of that job? Shi Lei had a good fight with them and finally won by force. When it came to Eagle Flying's side, Song Dog Master personally appointed him, which saved him a lot of trouble. In comparison, it would be strange if Shi Lei didn't feel bad. But thinking about it, no matter what the process was, he accepted the job and the result was good. As the 3 were chatting, the palace door opened and a woman in palace clothes walked out. The 3 Monster Kings saw her and cupped their fists. Miss Tianlong. Tianlong's cultivation was not as good as theirs. But she was Luan Feng's confidant. The 3 naturally didn't dare to be rude. Otherwise, if Tianlong casually whispered in Luan Feng's ear, it would be enough to make their lives difficult. "The madam wants you to go in," Tianlong said and led the way. The 3 hurriedly followed. Entering the main hall, they saw Luan Feng sitting at the top, Yang Kai sitting below, and behind them stood an old man and a little girl. The 3 looked straight ahead. They cupped their fists. "This subordinate greets Master Luan Feng." The Luan Feng gently nodded, her face filled with grace as she lightly opened her mouth and said, "You should understand what is going on. I have summoned you this time to accompany young Master Yang to the Northern Territory to resolve the crisis facing Ice Heart Valley. This queen hopes that you will obey young Master Yang's orders. If you dare to oppose him in public, you will be severely punished." The 3 of them quickly shouted, "We will not disappoint you." How would they dare to go against him? Being able to receive such a good job was already a blessing from their ancestors. Even without the Luan Feng's reminder, they would still do their best. After all, it was an opportunity to have a good relationship with Yang Kai. Luan Feng nodded with satisfaction. "Young Master Yang is not an outsider. Please meet him." The 3 turned around and cupped their fists. "Greetings, young Master Yang." Yang Kai smiled. He glanced at the 3 Monster Kings in front of him. His heart was as clear as a mirror. Of the 3 Monster Kings in front of him, he knew the details of 2 of them. Xie Wei was Fan Hua's subordinate, Ying Fei was Song Dog's subordinate, and the last one should be Luan Feng's subordinate. He came here to ask the Luan Feng for help, but he didn't expect that the Luan Feng would transfer a Monster King from each of the other 2 Saint Seniors. Clearly, she wanted to share the risk. He didn't point it out and just said, "There is no need to be polite, I will have to rely on you in the future. The three monster kings were also within Yang Kai's expectations. So he wasn't disappointed. If the Luan Feng really assigned 7 or 8 monster kings to accompany him, it would be a fool's dream. Xie Wei and the others naturally didn't dare and were extremely respectful. Yang Kai got up and said, Madame Feng, since everyone is here, Yang Kai will take his leave. The Luan Feng couldn't wait for him to leave, so she naturally didn't have any intention to keep him. She stood up and said, This queen will see you out. She didn't really want to see him. She mainly wanted to see Yang Kai make a fool of himself. Last time, this brat stole a large amount of wealth from the ancient lands and dragged her down with him in the Netherworld sect. This time, he even had the cheek to come to her for help. The Luan Feng couldn't do anything to Yang Kai, but seeing him make a fool of himself was fine. She had personally tested the so-called transdomain space array, and it was simply trash that couldn't be used. She was looking forward to seeing what kind of expression Yang Kai would have when he discovered this. The group went straight to the space array. When they arrived, Yang Kai instructed them to stand there and then took out a high-rank source crystal and inserted it into the groove of the space array. Madame Feng, farewell. If I have time in the future, this brat will definitely come to visit again. Go, don't waste time. The Luan Feng pursed her lips and smiled as she waved her hand. Yang Kai frowned slightly, feeling that Luan Feng's expression was a bit strange, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Glancing over at Tianlong who was standing next to him, Yang Kai saw that Tianlong was also trying to stifle a laugh. What the hell? Yang Kai was full of doubts, but it wasn't convenient for him to ask, so he simply stood in the middle of the space array and pushed his space principles. The next moment, a burst of light suddenly appeared and enveloped everyone. By the time the light dissipated, everyone had already disappeared. Luan Feng stared at the empty space array in shock, but she wasn't stupid. After recovering from her shock, she immediately grit her teeth and muttered, Boy, you still have a trick up your sleeve. She couldn't activate that space array, but Yang Kai was able to so easily activate it. Obviously, he had placed some kind of barrier around it. In other words, the space array was useful, but apart from Yang Kai, no one else could use it. This made the Luan Feng grit her teeth and instinctively suspect that Yang Kai knew that she would go to Ice Heart Valley to confirm the news, so he had used this trick. It really worked. To the side, Tianlong was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. A space array that had been arranged in less than a day could actually be activated. This was simply a miracle. So what if it worked? Luan Feng coldly snorted, Smash it. Smash it? Tianlong was startled. Smash it? Luan Feng nodded affirmatively. With this thing here, that boy will be able to enter and leave the ancient lands as he pleases in the future. How could there be such a cheap thing in this world? She was afraid of Yang Kai. In order to prevent Yang Kai from harassing them again in the future, it was better to smash this space array. Otherwise, who knew when Yang Kai would suddenly come back? Tianlong no longer hesitated after receiving the order and quickly smashed the space array arranged by Yang Kai into pieces. In Ice Heart Valley, buzzing sounds rang out and the ground shook from time to time. The world energy was in chaos, as if the end of the world was coming. The entire Ice Heart Valley was now in danger. Many disciples were on tenterhooks, but there was a firm look in their eyes. It was a will to live and die with Ice Heart Valley. The light curtain that enveloped Ice Heart Valley had become extremely dim and was shaking from time to time, as if it could no longer hold on. Think of a way. If you don't find a way to stabilize the array, you will die when it is broken. Somewhere in Ice Heart Valley, Jiyao's long sword was pointed at the neck of a man. The sharp sword had already pierced through the man's skin, causing blood to ooze out. With a sword pointed at him and his life in danger, the man didn't panic. He just sighed and said, Now that things have come to this king is powerless to do anything. Although this king was captured by you, the foundation of the breaking array has already been set up. Even without this king presiding over it, the Seeking Passion sect can still display half of its power. If this king hadn't helped you stabilize the array these days, do you think you would have been able to hold on until now? I'm afraid the array would have been broken half a month ago. This man was none other than the Southern Gate Army member who was captured by Yang Kai that day. After being captured by Yang Kai, Bing Yun didn't make things difficult for him. He just told him that he would let him go after the battle. The Southern Gate Army member also knew how to repay kindness. During the days he lived in Ice Heart Valley, he wholeheartedly helped Ice Heart Valley stabilize the sect defending array. He was right. Although he was captured by Yang Kai more than a month ago, at that time, the many array flags he had arranged had already begun to resonate with each other, and the foundation to break the array was almost complete. Even without him, the Seeking Passion sect would still be able to display half of its power. If the Southern Gate Army hadn't taken the initiative to help Ice Heart Valley stabilize the sect defending array, how could they have held on until today? He was the one in charge of breaking the array, and he was also the one in charge of stabilizing the array. It couldn't be said that he was capricious. It was just that the Southern Gate Army had been paid to do so. Now, they were simply repaying kindness. However, this was already the limit. The Southern Gate Army member had profound attainments in spirit arrays. At a glance, he could see that Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array would be broken in less than an hour. Enough nonsense. If you dare to say that there's no other way, I'll kill you right now. Ji Yao shouted angrily. The Southern Gate Army member glanced at her indifferently and said, "If I were you, I would take advantage of the fact that the array hasn't been broken to evacuate the disciples. Otherwise, it will be too late. You court death." Ji Yao flew into a rage and stabbed the long sword in her hand. "Yao, don't be rude." At that moment, Bing Yun rushed over from somewhere and shouted. In the past few days, Bing Yun had left Ice Heart Valley many times to harass the other side. She didn't want to kill many people, but she just wanted to interfere with the speed of the other side breaking the array. Unfortunately, every time she went out, she was entangled by Feng Xian. Recently, if she hadn't reacted quickly, she wouldn't have been able to escape. If they really fought, she would be on par with Feng Xian. She might even have the upper hand, but she couldn't withstand the other side's overwhelming numbers. Valley Master Bing Yun. The Southern Gate Army member was quite respectful to Bing Yun. Seeing her arrive, he cupped his fists and saluted. "Grandmaster Nan Men doesn't need to be so polite." Bing Yun showed a worried look and said, "Is there really no other way?" The Southern Gate Army member shook his head and said, "Breaking the array is inevitable. It will take at least half an hour, and at most 2 hours. Valley Master Bing Yun should make plans early." Bing Yun was indifferent for a while. She knew that since the Southern Gate Army member had said so, there was no hope of saving Ice Heart Valley. Unfortunately, Yang Kai hadn't returned yet. If he had, perhaps he would have brought some hope to Ice Heart Valley. However, when Yang Kai left, he said that he would return in 1 to 2 months. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to make it in time. Chapter 2649. Yun, Xiao, Tao, Bing Yun called out softly, sounding a little tired. "Disciple is here." And Ruo Yun, Sun Yun Xiao, and Ji Yao stepped forward together. The three of them were Bing Yun's first 3 disciples, and they were also the only 3 second-order Emperor Realm Masters in Ice Heart Valley. "Let the disciples leave through the space array. I'll stay and delay them for a while." The 3 disciples looked at each other, and in the end, Ruo Yun replied, "Honored Master, it's not that we don't want to follow your orders, but I'm afraid no one is willing to leave." More than half of the remaining 7,000 disciples of Ice Heart Valley were orphans. They had been brought back to Ice Heart Valley from a young age and were carefully nurtured. To them, Ice Heart Valley was their home, their roots. Now that their home was in trouble, who would be willing to leave? It could be said that in the entire Northern Territory, or even the entire Star Boundary, there were very few sects that could compare to Ice Heart Valley in terms of cohesion. A few days ago, Ruo Yun and the others had made arrangements to send some disciples out of Ice Heart Valley in advance, but after asking, none of the disciples were willing to drag out an ignoble existence. All of them said that they wanted to live or die with the sect. Even if they don't want to leave, they have to leave. Save as many as you can. Bing Yun ordered sternly, "Go and make arrangements now. Take the disciples you like and leave the Northern Territory." The 3 women were indifferent, but they didn't move. The Southern Gate army watched from the side and felt emotional. He secretly regretted making things difficult for this group of women for some wealth. Now that the sect defending array was broken, he had to bear the biggest responsibility. "What are you waiting for?" Bing Yun saw that they weren't moving. She couldn't help but scold them. Seeing that their honored master was angry, the three women instinctively trembled. At that moment, a crisp cracking sound rang out as the light curtain covering Ice Heart Valley's spirit array suddenly shattered like a broken piece of porcelain. The last thin layer of protection was torn, and Ice Heart Valley was completely exposed. "The array is broken." The Southern Gate army's expression changed. Bing Yun and the others also had cold looks on their pretty faces. "Bing Yun, this Feng is here." Suddenly, someone shouted from outside. Gusts of wind whistled from all directions as powerful divine senses swept across Ice Heart Valley. Soon, the sounds of battle reached everyone's ears. Ice Heart Valley's disciples had encountered foreign invaders. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, Bing Yun and the others were surrounded by more than 20 people. And these 20-odd people all exuded the aura of the Emperor Realm. Their leaders, Feng Xian and Yao Zhuo, were both third-order Emperor Realm Masters. Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array is only SOSO. Feng Xianling stood in the air and looked down at Bing Yun and the others. A smug and disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Bing Yun's face sank. Her beautiful eyes swept over the people of the Emperor Realm one by one, although many of them looked at her calmly. But even more people's eyes flickered, as if they had done something wrong. Ice Heart Valley had been in the Northern Territory for many years and had never had a bad relationship with any sect. On the contrary, many female disciples had been married off. Bing Yun had set a rule that the married disciples would no longer have any relationship with Ice Heart Valley. But rules were rules after all, and this was something that could not be changed. In other words, after so many years, Bing Yun more or less had some relationship with the various sects in the Northern Territory. In every era, some outstanding disciples would marry into these sects. But now, the masters of so many sects had actually followed Feng Xian and broken through Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array. They had even surrounded Bing Yun and the others. Such an act was truly chilling. Now, facing Bing Yun's scorching gaze, these people couldn't help but feel a little guilty. "Valley Master Chen, my Ice Heart Valley has no grievances with your Tsangla Valley. On the contrary, 100 years ago, when Valley Master Chen was poisoned by flame poison, it was this queen who helped you detoxify it. Does Valley Master Chen want to make things difficult for my Ice Heart Valley today?" And Ruo Yun's beautiful eyes were cold as she looked at an elderly man. The elderly man's face turned red and he avoided her gaze, not saying a word. And Ruo Yun then looked at another woman dressed like a married woman and said, "When Elder you came to Ice Heart Valley as a guest in the past, she called us Big Sister and Little Sister very affectionately. This queen is quite surprised that you came uninvited today." When the woman called Elder you heard this, she forced a smile and said, "Younger sister, and don't blame Elder sister. Elder sister has her own difficulties and has no other choice. Besides, Sect Master Feng didn't want to make things difficult for your Ice Heart Valley. He just wanted to inquire about a person's origin. Wouldn't it be fine if your Ice Heart Valley told him? Younger sister, and how about this? You tell Sect Master Feng what he wants to know now. Elder sister will speak on your behalf and he won't make things difficult for you." And Ruo Yun sneered, "This queen appreciates Elder Yu's good intentions." Elder Yu's brows furrowed and he said, "Younger sister, and why bother? Don't talk too much. Being friends with you in the past, it was this consort who was blind. I actually couldn't tell that you were an ungrateful villain." These words were ruthless, causing Elder Yu's face to turn red, and she shouted angrily, "You really don't know how to appreciate kindness, treating others' good intentions as ill intent. Younger sister, and if you continue to be stubborn, you won't have a good end today." After being scolded by Ruo Yun, the woman couldn't help but become angry out of shame. She shouted in a deep voice, "Today, Sect Master Feng has come with supreme power. Younger sister and had best adapt to the circumstances." Feng Xian laughed and clapped his hands. He looked down and sneered, Bing Yun, when you protected my son's murderer, did you ever think that today would come? But it's too late to regret now. Since this king has come, he won't let you have a good time. He seemed to be confident in his victory, so he wasn't in a hurry to attack Bing Yun and the others. He just flaunted his power and enjoyed the pleasure of controlling the overall situation. Sect Master Feng. Nangate Dejun frowned and shouted from the side, cupping his fists slightly. Before he could say anything, Feng Xian interrupted him and glanced at him indifferently. So Grandmaster Nangate is also here. Nangate Dejun thought to himself, aren't you talking nonsense? That day, he was kidnapped right in front of Feng Xian, so where else could he be? Feng Xian said, today, we were able to break the spirit array thanks to Grandmaster Nangate. Grandmaster, please stand a little further away. Otherwise, if you are accidentally injured, this king is afraid he will feel apologetic. After this sect master destroys Ice Heart Valley, he will need Grandmaster's help. When Nangate Dejun heard this, he frowned and sighed, no longer saying anything. He also knew that his words carried little weight. Although he was an array Grandmaster and others had to beg him for help, there was no lack of people in this world who would burn the bridge after crossing the river. He felt that he didn't have enough face to make Feng Xian listen to his advice. So, he simply shut his mouth, lest he really draw fire to himself. Brother Yao, join forces with this king. First, we will kill Bing Yun, then destroy Ice Heart Valley. Feng Xian enjoyed the despair of Ice Heart Valley's people for a while, feeling extremely happy in his heart. Only then did he let out a shout, his murderous intent surging. Yao Zhua, who had been standing to the side silently, took a step forward when he heard this, and the powerful aura of a third-order Emperor Realm Master burst out. Although his aura wasn't as rich and pure as that of a veteran master like Feng Xian, there was no doubt that he was a third-order master. In the end, he had just broken through. A long saber suddenly appeared in his hand, and with a flash of light, it seemed to break through the sky as it slashed towards Bing Yun. At the same time, Feng Xian also summoned the relic of the Wenqing Great Emperors, the Wind Thunder Divine Spear. The sound of wind and thunder reverberated from the divine spear as it turned into a bolt of lightning and shot towards Bing Yun. When the two third-order Great Emperors joined forces, Bing Yun's face suddenly became extremely solemn. These days, she had fought with these two guys many times. In a one-on-one battle, she wasn't afraid of either of them. She was even confident that she could kill Yao Zhuo within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, but she was powerless in the face of the two of them working together. So, she tapped her foot lightly and retreated. Form the array. And Ruo Yun shouted at the right time. In the next moment, the six from the Emperor Realm from Ice Heart Valley flew to Bing Yun's side and spread out in a mysterious formation. When they circulated their Emperor Qi, the power of the seven suddenly resonated. For a moment, the sand and stones on the ground were blown away, and the sun and moon dimmed. Vaguely, it seemed like a behemoth was suddenly born, raising its head and roaring angrily. Asterisk dang dang. Asterisk after the two shockwaves, Yao Zhuo's eyes widened in shock as he retreated a dozen steps, the blood in his chest roiling. Feng Xian's figure also swayed as he staggered back a few steps. The Wind Thunder Divine Spear that he had thrown out was actually blocked by a mysterious force. What's going on? What's going on? Is Bing Yun so powerful? The group of spectators from the Emperor Realm were all dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Although Bing Yun's strength was obvious to all, no one present would believe that she could block the joint attack of Feng Xian and Yao Zhuo by herself and even force them to retreat. But the truth was right in front of them, so it was hard for them to doubt it. No, it's not Bing Yun's power. Spirit Array? What kind of spirit array is this? The Black Tortoise Phantom, this spirit array, is incredible. After the light dissipated, the scene on the ground gradually became clear. After everyone saw it, they suddenly realized how Bing Yun forced the two third-order Emperor Realm Masters to retreat. At this moment, Bing Yun and the other 6 disciples had formed a mysterious spirit array. This spirit array connected the 7 people's Emperor Qis tightly, and the energy visible to the naked eye condensed into a huge black tortoise phantom. Bing Yun was hiding in the head of the black tortoise phantom, while Ruo Yun and Sun Yun Xiu were on its shoulders. Ji Yao and another elder from the Emperor realm were standing on its feet, with one on its back and one on its tail. The black tortoise phantom looked down on the crowd, as if it could hold back 10,000 enemies alone. The 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array. Chapter 2650. Before Yang Kai left more than a month ago, he had taught the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array to Ji Yao. Over the past month, every disciple of Ice Heart Valley had been practicing this spirit array. Bing Yun and the others had also been practicing for a while. This was the sect guarding spirit array of Black Tortoise Sect. It was a secret technique that had extremely strong defensive capabilities. Now, 7 people from the Emperor Realm had joined forces to form this spirit array, and with a third-order Emperor Realm Master like Bing Yun taking the lead, it was not an exaggeration to say that this spirit array was impregnable. Although Bing Yun and the others did not doubt the power of this 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array, this was the first time they had used it, so they did not know how powerful it was. Seeing that they had easily forced back Feng Xian and Yao Zhua, they were overjoyed and excited. They knew that if it were not for this peerless spirit array left behind by Yang Kai, Ice Heart Valley would have been finished today. Although the sect defending array had been broken, with this 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array, the 7,000 disciples might be able to reduce the number of casualties. Some might even be able to escape and leave behind an inheritance for the sect. Bastard! Compared to the amazement of Ice Heart Valley's disciples, Feng Xian was furious. His Seeking Passion sect and Ice Heart Valley were both top sects in the Northern Territory, so they knew each other very well. He had never heard of this wonderful spirit array before, so he did not know where Bing Yun had obtained it. His complacent attack had suddenly turned into a bubble, and his mood had become extremely bad. Disciples, listen to my orders. Follow me and open a bloody path. Bing Yun shouted coldly. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. What are you all standing there for? Kill them. Feng Xian shouted angrily. Seeing that he and Yao Zhua could not take advantage of this situation, he could only take a step back. He had to use human wave tactics. This spirit array was indeed mysterious and unparalleled. However, Feng Xian could also see that Bing Yun and the others had not cultivated this spirit array for long and were not very proficient. In other words, they could not display the full power of this spirit array. Therefore, even if they formed a spirit array, the amplification was limited. On their side, there were more than 20 people from the Emperor Realm working together. It might not be impossible to stop them. Hearing Feng Xian's order, all the masters from the Emperor Realm wore solemn expressions as they pushed their Emperor Qis and summoned their Emperor artifacts, bombarding Bing Yun and the others. For a time, the energy of heaven and earth was in chaos, the void was torn apart, the universe was turned upside down, and the earth was shaking nonstop. Nearly 30 people from the Emperor Realm were fighting here. This kind of battle was extremely rare, and it was hard for ordinary people to see it. Various Emperor artifacts of different shapes and sizes displayed great power, turning into one attack after another that bombarded the Black Tortoise Phantom. However, this Black Tortoise Phantom was also extremely powerful. No matter how it was bombarded, it was unable to withstand the attacks. They were all safe and sound. The soldiers of the Southgate Army watched from the side with bright eyes. After a long while, he suddenly came to his senses and cried out, Black Tortoise 7 points formation. As expected of a generation's array master, his eyesight was indeed extraordinary. Although it was also the first time he had seen this array formation, he still recognized the origin of this array formation based on his own experience and knowledge. It's actually the Black Tortoise sect's secret array formation. The Southgate Army was extremely excited. As the saying goes, every profession has its own specialization. He had a very deep understanding of array formations, and his love for this world's strange array formations was like a pervert's love for beauties. He had once entered an ancient array formation without hesitation in order to study it. In the end, it took him 3 years to crack it. At that time, he had narrowly escaped death and almost lost his life. He had once read about the Black Tortoise 7 points formation in an ancient book and knew that it was a secret array of the Eastern Territory's Black Tortoise sect. Unfortunately, when the Black Tortoise sect was destroyed, this array formation had been lost. According to the ancient book, this array formation was comprehended by the Black Tortoise Divine Spirit by observing the posture of the Black Tortoise Divine Spirit. The Black Tortoise Divine Spirit was a peak existence, so how could the array formation comprehended by observing its majestic posture be bad? The Southgate Army was excited to see this and naturally studied it for a while, but unfortunately, they couldn't find the method to arrange this array formation. They never thought that they would see this lost array formation in Ice Heart Valley today. This trip was not made in vain, it was not made in vain. The Southgate Army's eyes lit up, completely forgetting that this was a life and death battle. Instead, they were studying it with great interest. Looking at the way they were staring, it was as if they couldn't wait to rush to the front to study it. However, although he was excited, he knew that if he really rushed forward, he would be caught in the crossfire with his cultivation. He wouldn't even know how he died. On the other side, the people from Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect fought fiercely. Although there were more than 20 people from the Emperor Realm from Seeking Passion sect joining forces, and they far surpassed Ice Heart Valley in both numbers and cultivation, they were still unable to break through the defenses of the Black Tortoise 7 Points formation. All the attacks were blocked by Bing Yun and the others. On the contrary, Bing Yun and the others would occasionally use their killing moves, causing the Seeking Passion sect's people to break out in cold sweat as they struggled to cope with the attacks. In particular, the ice concept and ice principles that shrouded the surroundings made it difficult for them to circulate their strength. As time passed, the more the Seeking Passion sect's people fought, the more frightened they became. If this continued, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to break through the array formation's defenses even if they exhausted their strength. When that time came, they could only wait to be slaughtered. After all, Bing Yun and the others were defending instead of attacking, and with the assistance of the Spirit Array, they consumed much less energy than the Seeking Passion sect's people. Many people panicked and their attacks were no longer as ferocious as before. Seemingly aware of this, Feng Xian, who was like an erupting volcano, suddenly shouted, "Bing Yun, you can put up a desperate struggle, but this king wants to see how your 7,000 disciples from Ice Heart Valley will resist. Another 10 people from the Emperor Realm from my sect have attacked your Ice Heart Valley. I'm afraid that blood is flowing like a river in your Ice Heart Valley right now, right?" There were more than 20 people from the Emperor Realm on the Seeking Passion sect's side. There were more than 30 people from the Seeking Passion sect, and only about a third of them were from the Seeking Passion sect. The rest were helpers recruited by the Seeking Passion sect. Before coming here, 10 people from the Emperor Realm had been ordered to lead people to kill Ice Heart Valley's disciples. With the remaining strength of Ice Heart Valley, it was impossible for them to resist. Sure enough, when Feng Xian's words came out, the faces of Ice Heart Valley's people changed. Bing Yun gritted her teeth and shouted, "Let's go!" Saying so, she led her disciples to break out of the encirclement. Feng Xian's face turned ruthless. The Wind Thunder Divine Spear in his hand slammed down as he shouted, "Wishful thinking! Bing Yun, you can only watch helplessly as Ice Heart Valley is flattened by this king and tremble in despair. When the 10 people from the Emperor Realm under this king's command return, it will be the time of your death." Yao Zhua, who had been silent all this time, was extremely arrogant at this moment. He sneered, "This is the fate of those who oppose my Seeking Passion sect." These words had a profound meaning, causing those from the Emperor Realm who did not belong to the Seeking Passion sect to keep quiet out of fear. They all decided that after this battle, they would have to surrender to the Seeking Passion sect. Otherwise, no matter how big the Northern Territory was in the future, they would not have a foothold. 10 people from the Emperor Realm? At this moment, a lazy voice suddenly sounded. When this voice reached the ears of the people from Ice Heart Valley, they could not help but feel happy. They all raised their eyes and looked towards the source of the voice. Ji Yao was even more surprised and called out, "Brother Yang." Feng Xian was even more furious as he shouted, "Little bastard." He recognized that this voice belonged to Yang Kai, who had killed his son. More than a month ago, he had met Yang Kai outside Ice Heart Valley, so how could he forget? Suddenly, Feng Xian turned his head and glared at Yang Kai with murderous intent, as if there was no one else present. Are they the 10 people from the Emperor realm you mentioned? This young master has brought them over for you, so there's no need to be polite. From the void, Yang Kai slowly walked over, not showing the slightest nervousness. Instead, he was taking a leisurely stroll, and when his figure appeared, he waved his hand. Asterisk walala. Asterisk corpses suddenly fell from the sky and fell to the ground. These corpses were either rich or noble, and at a glance, one could tell that they were people who had been in high positions for a long time. But now, they were all lifeless, with a fatal wound on each of their bodies that was bleeding profusely. Ah, it's Zhonglu Valley's great elder Feng Ziping. 100 Refinement Temples Lu Rui. 9-star sect's sect master. Exclamations rang out as the people from the Emperor realm who were besieging Bing Yun and the others glanced at the corpses and exclaimed, because they knew these people and were familiar with their names. Just a while ago, they had separated from them. They had followed Feng Xian here to block Bing Yun while the rest led the army of 100,000 to attack Ice Heart Valley. But now they were all corpses. Everyone counted 10 people from the Emperor realm, not one more, not one less. In other words, all the people who had separated from them were dead. For a moment, more than 20 people from the Emperor realm sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling cold all over their bodies. Their hands and feet turned cold, and a chill suddenly spread from their tailbones to the top of their heads. Everyone stopped attacking and looked at the 10 corpses in disbelief. How long had it been? How could they all be dead? How could Ice Heart Valley still have such a powerful force? Compared with the horror of Seeking Passion Sect's people, Ice Heart Valley's people were pleasantly surprised. Especially Bing Yun and Ji Yao, the two of them knew what Yang Kai's plan was. Now that they saw the 10 corpses, they immediately understood that Yang Kai must have brought some incredible helpers. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to achieve this silently. Yang Kai. Bing Yun's lips trembled as she looked at Yang Kai standing there, not knowing what to say. Yang Kai nodded to Bing Yun and said, I came back late. You're not late. It's good that you're back, Bing Yun slowly shook her head. She knew that since Yang Kai had returned, Ice Heart Valley could be saved. Sect Master Feng, long time no see, Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the ashen-faced Feng Xian with a grin. Little beast. Feng Xian gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. He shouted, with your ability, how could you possibly kill them? This. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said mysteriously, I can't tell you. Evil beast, hand over your life. At that moment, Yao Zhuo suddenly roared as his emperor qi surged. His long saber tore through the air and slashed towards Yang Kai with astonishing power. Chapter 2651. Last time, he brought Feng Shi to Ice Heart Valley to pick up the bride, but in the end, he suffered a big loss at the hands of Yang Kai. Not only was he beaten up by Yang Kai using the Emperor Authority bead, but his space ring containing the betrothal gifts was also snatched away. At that time, Yang Kai was only in the Third Order Dao Source realm. This was a great humiliation, and now that he had met his enemy, it was natural for him to be enraged. Yao Zhuo's strength was already extraordinary, and now that he had broken through to the Third Order Emperor realm, his attacks were even more majestic, as if they could tear the world apart. An ordinary First Order Emperor Realm Master was no match for him, and when he swung his saber, he would most likely die on the spot. Yang Kai, be careful. Brother Yang, be careful. Bing Yun, Ji Yao, and the others all cried out in alarm and worry. On the other hand, Yang Kai stood there motionless, as if he hadn't reacted yet. He didn't even show any intention of dodging. This scene made Bing Yun and the others even more nervous. Yao Zhuo was overjoyed and increased the strength in his hand, causing a dazzling saber light to shine. At that moment, everyone's vision blurred as an unpredictable figure brushed past Yao Zhuo, turned into a wisp of blue smoke, and appeared behind him. At the same time, Yao Zhuo, who was rushing towards Yang Kai aggressively, froze in place, as if he had been hit by a body immobilization technique. The Emperor artifact saber in his hand suddenly shattered, and his Third Order Emperor realm aura rapidly withered like a punctured balloon. Asterisk poo. Asterisk inexplicably, Yao Zhuo coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turning as white as paper, and his body tottering. What? Everyone from Seeking Passion sect was shocked, and their eyes filled with horror. They all stared at the wisp of blue smoke behind Yao Zhua. The wisp of blue smoke slowly stretched out. A figure gradually appeared, and at this moment, this figure, who had jumped out of nowhere, stood behind Yao Zhua with a leisurely expression, holding something in his hand. Asterisk dong dong. Dong dong. Asterisk a series of thumping sounds came from that object, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. He trembled with fear. They could clearly see that the thing in this person's hand was none other than a beating heart that was still emitting warmth. The heart was about the size of a fist, and the thick blood vessels were clearly visible. Every time it beat, dark red blood would flow out from the heart. Gulp, swallowing sounds rang out, and everyone's eyes naturally focused on Yao Zhua's back. Just a single glance was enough to make their faces turn ashen and their bodies tremble. Because at the center of Yao Zhua's back, a hole had appeared at some unknown time. That hole went straight through Yao Zhua's body, and from his back, he could see the scenery in front of him. And in that chest, the place where the heart should have been was actually empty. The matter in front of them was already very obvious. Yao Zhua's heart was actually grabbed out by this middle-aged man in a green robe. What kind of method was this? After all, Yao Zhua was now a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Who is this person? Is there such a person in the Northern Territory? Questions popped up in everyone's hearts one after another, but they couldn't find an answer. Monster King. Feng Xian suddenly shouted, as if he had recognized something. At the same time, Yao Zhua lowered his head with difficulty and glanced at the hole in his chest. Blood drained from his face as he turned back and said in a trembling voice, "Sect Master, save me." Fortunately, he was strong enough, otherwise, he would have died immediately after his heart was pulled out. If Feng Xian could help him get his heart back, and with some healing pills, he might be able to come back to life. So, Yao Zhua used his great cultivation to seal the circulation of his blood and anxiously asked for help. Your sect master is already a clay bodhisattva crossing the river. He can't even save himself, so how could he have the time to save you? Yang Kai sneered and flicked his finger, sending a moon blade towards Yao Zhua. If it were any other time, even if Yao Zhua couldn't dodge such an attack, he would definitely have a way to resolve it. But now, most of his cultivation was used to suppress his injuries, so how could he have any spare energy to dodge and resolve it? With a swish, the moon blade struck and directly cut Yao Zhua in half. Yao Zhua's broken body fell from the sky and fell to the ground, turning into a pile of meat paste. A third-order Emperor Realm Master had been killed so easily. Everyone from Seeking Passion sect was silent out of fear, their eyes filled with horror. Asterisk poo. Asterisk Ying Fei crushed the heart in his hand and swept his hawk-like gaze across the Seeking Passion sect's crowd, asking, "Young Master Yang, are these the people?" Yang Kai nodded, and the corner of Ying Fei's mouth twitched as he said indifferently, "Young Master Yang, how should we deal with them?" Yang Kai snorted, "What else can we do? Naturally we'll kill them all." Ying Fei nodded, and in the next moment, his figure suddenly turned into a wisp of blue light and rushed directly into the camp of the 20 or so Seeking Passion sect masters from the Emperor Realm, moving back and forth leisurely as if there was no one there. Everyone panicked and used all kinds of methods to dodge and resist. Feng Xian was even more furious, and his Wind Thunder Divine Spear transformed into the power of wind and thunder and shot towards Ying Fei. Among everyone present, only his cultivation was comparable to Ying Fei's, so he might be able to resist for a bit. However, Ying Fei's true form was that of a giant eagle, so he was naturally fast. Ying Fei seemed to be deliberately creating panic, so he didn't come into direct contact with Feng Xian. He just swayed back and forth in the crowd a few times before suddenly flashing back. Asterisk poo pew pew. Asterisk a few muffled sounds rang out as several Emperor Realm Masters from the Emperor Realm coughed up blood. When the others looked over, they saw that there was a hole in each of their chests, and the place where their hearts should have been was empty. This scene was exactly the same as what Yao Zhua had encountered before. Looking at Ying Fei's big hand again, sure enough, that hand was holding a few hearts that were still beating. They were of different sizes and were still beating. He clenched his fist and crushed the hearts into pieces. When the injured Emperor Realm Masters saw this, Their faces instantly turned ashen, and their bodies swayed as they fell from the sky. Although they could hold on for a while with their cultivation, their hearts had been dug out, so no matter how hard they tried, they would only be able to struggle at death's door. Sooner or later, they would die. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 Emperor Realm Masters from the Emperor Realm had been killed, and panic suddenly spread in the Seeking Passion sect's camp. The remaining Emperor Realm Masters looked at Ying Fei as if he was an evil demon. They didn't have the courage to fight him, and all they wanted was to leave this place as soon as possible. On the other hand, the morale of Ice Heart Valley's disciples was greatly boosted, and the previous worry and determination in their beautiful eyes were replaced with a dazzling luster. A trivial monster king dares to be presumptuous in front of this king? Feng Xian was furious. Sensing that the morale of his own camp was unstable, he naturally wanted to salvage the situation. Things had already reached this point, and either his Seeking Passion sect or Ice Heart Valley had to die. There was no other choice. The originally complacent encirclement and suppression plan was now full of twists and turns because of the sudden appearance of the Monster King. Feng Xian naturally hated him to the bone and wanted to kill him to stabilize the morale of his people. If one Monster King isn't enough, what about 2? A muffled, thunderous voice rang out, followed by a bolt of lightning that turned into a burly figure standing side by side with Ying Fei. Shilei. If 2 isn't enough, then 3. Another figure strolled over and stood beside Ying Fei and Shilei. The 3 Monster Kings had gathered, and at this moment, they no longer hid their strength. Monster Qi rolled around their bodies as if it was about to break through the 9 heavens. Sensing the strength of these 3, the remaining members of the Seeking Passion sect from the Emperor Realm trembled in an instant. Even Feng Xian's face paled, his eyes filled with disbelief. One had to know that although the Monster King's cultivation was similar to that of a third-order Emperor Realm Master, due to the sensitivity of his race's identity, he rarely moved around the human world. Under normal circumstances, he would hide deep in the mountains and forests, ruling over his own territory. Of course, there were also some powerful monster race members who sought refuge in human sects and became elders or protectors. But that was only a small minority. Feng Xian had never thought that there would be 3 Monster Kings in this world gathered together, and all of them were targeting his Seeking Passion sect. At this moment, Feng Xian ate the bitter pill. If it was just 1 Monster King, he would still have the heart to fight, but 3 had appeared at the same time. Even if Yao Zhuo came back from the dead, the Seeking Passion sect would definitely be no match for them. 3 Monster Kings? Where did Brother Yang find them? He has been missing all this time. Could it be that he went to get reinforcements? I thought he saw that our Ice Heart Valley was in danger and ran away alone. How shameful! We're saved. Those from Bingyun Valley who didn't know the truth of the Emperor Realm were overjoyed and looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of gratitude. Now, they finally understood why Yang Kai could kill 10 people from the Emperor Realm at once. With 3 Monster Kings by his side, 10 people from the Emperor Realm were nothing. How is it going? Yang Kai asked after seeing Shilei and Xie Wei come over together. Xie Wei replied, Brother Shilei and I joined forces to kill more than 10,000 people. There is still a lot of trash left, but the people's hearts have already scattered. More than 10,000. All of a sudden, everyone from the Seeking Passion sect staggered. They didn't doubt Xie Wei's words. It wasn't difficult for 2 third-order Emperor Realm Masters to kill more than 10,000 people. After all, those people weren't from the Emperor Realm, so no one could stop them. With more than 10,000 people dead at once, all the sects would suffer heavy losses. This didn't include the people from the Emperor Realm who died. After this battle, Yuan Qi in the Northern Territory would suffer heavy losses. However, what they were most concerned about was their own fate. Previously, they had aggressively attacked other sects and thought that victory was in their hands, but in the blink of an eye, the situation was reversed. Now they were meat on the chopping block. Senior Bing Yun, leave this to us. Senior should take these junior sisters to the valley to have a look. Yang Kai turned to Bing Yun and said. Bing Yun pondered for a moment, but didn't refuse and nodded, okay. Although the outcome of this battle was already decided and Ice Heart Valley was destined to win, An army of 100,000 was no laughing matter. With just 7,000 disciples, Ice Heart Valley was unlikely to be able to resist such a force. Fortunately, the two monster kings had taken action before this, causing the enemy's morale to falter, minimizing Ice Heart Valley's losses. They were going there now to clean up the mess and preserve Ice Heart Valley's yuan qi as much as possible. Chapter 2652. Seeing that Bing Yun and the others were about to leave, Tsang Le Valley's Chen Guzhang opened his mouth, wanting to say something but hesitated. Looking at his difficult expression, it seemed he wanted to admit defeat, but when he thought of his previous actions, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He knew that things had reached this point, and it was useless for him to say anything. For a moment, regret filled his heart. If he had known that Ice Heart Valley could pull in such strong reinforcements, how could he have gotten involved with Seeking Passion Sect? Now, not only was Seeking Passion Sect in danger, even his Tsang Le Valley might not be able to protect itself. With a thin face, he couldn't open his mouth, but someone else did. Elder sister, and please don't go. I ask elder sister to spare junior sister this time. Junior sister was really wrong this time, please let me go. It was Elder Yu, who was dressed like a married woman, who shouted in panic. Previously, when many Seeking Passion Sect masters arrived, she and Enruo Yun had a very unpleasant exchange. She even said that Enruo Yun didn't know how to appreciate kindness, and that if she didn't wake up, she would definitely not have a good end today. She even said that she was willing to follow Seeking Passion Sect's lead. But who would have thought that in less than a stick of incense, the situation would change? It had to be said that this Elder Yu's face was thick enough. As soon as she said this, many people cast contemptuous looks at her. But on second thought, losing face was better than losing life. If she could save her life by saying a few words, what harm was there in putting down her face? Unfortunately, Enruo Yun was destined to not pay attention to a petty person like her who changed the rudder according to the wind. In the past, this Elder Yu had come to Ice Heart Valley many times as a guest and had a good relationship with Enruo Yun. Today, she had come here together with Seeking Passion Sect. They were enemies who would not rest until one of them was dead. So, even though she heard her words, Enruo Yun didn't pay her any attention. She didn't even bother to say a word to her. She just quickly rushed into the valley under Bing Yun's lead. Elder sister, and Elder Yu's face was ashen as she screamed, but it was useless. Seeing that it was useless to plead with Enruo Yun, Elder Yu suddenly turned her gaze back to Yang Kai and squeezed out a smile. This little brother, this mistress is not a member of Seeking Passion Sect. This mistress made a mistake this time and really should not have become an enemy of Ice Heart Valley. However, this mistress now understands and also repents. I ask little brother to be magnanimous. This concubine is willing to pay any price to bypass this concubine. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes flickered with a watery luster. Her red lips lightly pursed, giving off a pitiful appearance. She could see it too. These three monster kings had suddenly arrived. They all seemed to listen to Yang Kai's instructions, so as long as he could convince Yang Kai, he would be able to save his life this time. Her real age was definitely not young, but she was skilled in maintaining her appearance. Just by looking at her appearance, she was only around 30 years old. She was full of charm. At this moment, she deliberately put on this soft and weak appearance, which was very charming and made people want to eat her. Yang Kai sneered, "That bitch wants to eat young grass. How hateful! Kill her for me, lest she tarnish this young master's eyes." As soon as he said this, Elder Yu's pretty face changed greatly. She did not expect Yang Kai to have such a heart of iron blood and be so ruthless. With a scream, she pushed all her strength to retreat, wanting to escape from this place. But even though she was fast, Ying Fei was even faster. With a flash of blue light, Ying Fei had already appeared in front of her. Using his fingers as a blade, he ruthlessly stabbed towards her chest. The protective Emperor Qi of a First-Order Emperor Realm Master burst like a bubble under Ying Fei's attack. Ying Fei's sharp fingers pierced into Elder Yu's chest like a sharp sword, and with a vicious tug, a red heart was pulled out. Ying Fei sent out another palm strike, directly knocking Elder Yu to the ground and killing her on the spot. Kill! At this time, there was no need for Yang Kai to give any further orders. The two monster kings, Shi Lei and Xie Wei, roared and rushed into the Seeking Passion sect's camp. Ying Fei also turned back, turning into a blue light as he flew back and forth. The three top monster kings were like tigers in a flock of sheep. In an instant, they killed everyone from the Seeking Passion sect. Everyone was thrown off their feet. Wherever they went, no one was able to resist, and no one was able to escape. In front of Ying Fei, who was known for his speed, escaping was just a pipe dream. Mutilated corpses fell from the sky one after another, blood blooming like flowers. Amidst the beauty, there was a murderous intent. In less than 10 breaths of time, 14 to 15 people from the Emperor realm had died. Whether it was intentional or not, everyone else died except for Feng Xian, who was unscathed. The three monster kings did not seem to have attacked him at all. While the three monster kings were slaughtering, Feng Xian did not have any intention of stopping them. He just stood in midair, watching coldly. After everyone else died, Feng Xian sighed softly. His face seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. Seeking Passion sect had fallen. The Seeking Passion sect, which had stood tall in the northern territory for tens of thousands of years and had been passed down by the great emperors of the Seeking Passion sect, had fallen. Not at the hands of Ice Heart Valley, but at the hands of a young man in the First Order Emperor realm. Feng Xian still could not figure out who this young man was. Why was he so similar to the nemesis of Seeking Passion sect? Back then, when he appeared in Ice Heart Valley, the marriage alliance between Seeking Passion sect and Ice Heart Valley fell through. Later, Yang Kai's son was killed by him, and now, even the entire sect had failed miserably. He's the last one. Who's up? Shi Lei stared at Feng Xian and asked indifferently. As the monster kings of the ancient wildlands, Shi Lei and the others had the right to be proud. Previously, the three of them had joined forces to kill the enemy because the other side had more people. Now that there was only one left, there was naturally no need for them to work together. However, it was troublesome as to who would be the one to kill this person. The three monster kings knew that this was an opportunity to show their faces in front of Yang Kai, so they naturally did not want to give this opportunity to others. I'll do it. Xie Wei immediately replied. As he pushed his monster chi, the phantom of a huge scorpion appeared behind him. The scorpion's tail flickered and flickered with a green light. At a glance, it was obvious that it was a highly poisonous creature. Why should you do it? Ying Fei looked at him with an unhappy expression. Do you want to do it? Xie Wei curled his lips and snorted coldly. Why not? Ying Fei raised his brow and took a step forward, ready to take action at any time. This king will do it. Shi Lei grinned meaningfully, revealing his fox tail. Nonsense. Ying Fei and Xie Wei glared at him at the same time. At that moment, Feng Xian, who had been silent all this time, glared at them and suddenly released an astonishing light. His powerful Third Order Emperor realm cultivation erupted and poured into the wind Thunder Divine Spear in his hand. This relic of the great emperors suddenly shook violently and turned into a purple thunderbolt. Little beast, die! Feng Xian roared. His figure flickered as he wrapped himself in the purple thunderbolt and rushed in front of Yang Kai. Shi Lei and the others did not have time to argue. The moment Feng Xian suddenly attacked, the three of them had already made their move. Ying Fei was the fastest and rushed straight towards Feng Xian. As an eagle's cry rang out, his hands turned into eagle claws that filled the sky, as if he could seal the world. Meanwhile, Xie Wei and Shi Lei were wrapped in their demonic qi and attacked Feng Xian from both sides. They did not hold back at all. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a loud bang rang out as Emperor Qi and demonic qi surged. The purple thunderbolt was filled with a will to destroy everything. It tore through space and collided with the three monster kings in an instant. With a muffled groan, Ying Fei's figure was knocked back. After he staggered to his feet, his hands were covered in blood. Even his 5 fingers were a little twisted and scorched, as if he had been struck by lightning. Xie Wei also spat out a mouthful of blood. The giant scorpion phantom behind him suddenly collapsed. His face was pale, as if he had suffered a serious injury. Shi Lei, who was the strongest, was also sent flying 1,000 meters away. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize his body, his face filled with shock. The three monster kings had joined forces, but they were all injured by Feng Xian alone. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk as if it was the final radiance of the setting sun, the purple thunderbolt flickered a few times before suddenly collapsing. Feng Xian stood less than 10 meters in front of Yang Kai in a daze, holding the wind thunder divine spear in his hand and glaring at him with gritted teeth. But at this moment, this 10 meters distance was like a heavenly moat, blocking Feng Xian's path, making it impossible for him to cross. Yang Kai did not move, but his eyes were cold. Little beast! This king will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Feng Xian grinned as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. As he spoke, his third-order Emperor realm aura rapidly weakened. Even his black hair turned white in the blink of an eye. Although Feng Xian had injured 3 monster kings by himself, Shi Lei and the others were not to be trifled with. They had not only blocked Feng Xian's life-risking attack, but they had also left a fatal wound on him. Let's see if you have the chance to become a ghost. Yang Kai sneered. He stretched out his hand and a black banner appeared in his palm. The black banner was filled with yin qi, and from time to time, it would emit cries of ghosts and howls of wolves. The Netherworld Purgatory Banner. The relic of the Netherworld sect's elder Hua Fei Qin. This was an emperor artifact, the Netherworld Purgatory Banner. It could devour 10,000 souls, and its power was unfathomable. Holding the Netherworld Purgatory Banner, Yang Kai snorted, "After you die, this young master will collect your soul into the banner." Tsk, a third-order Emperor realm soul should be enough to be the main soul. Asterisk poo. Asterisk hearing this, Feng Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone could not hold it in and vomited blood. The blood was mixed with pieces of his internal organs. With such an evil artifact, even if he died, he would not have the chance to become a ghost. In the end, he would only be collected into this evil artifact by Yang Kai and become a puppet. It seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. After spitting out that mouthful of blood, Feng Xian's eyes became dim and the vitality in his body quickly dissipated. His body swayed and fell from the sky. Yang Kai looked at him coldly. He did not really collect Feng Xian's soul into the Netherworld Purgatory Banner. After all, he had not refined this thing before and did not know how to do so. Before Feng Xian's body hit the ground, Yang Kai had already sent out a palm strike. When his Emperor Qi erupted, Feng Xian exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Yang Kai stretched out his hand again and summoned the Wind Thunder Divine Spear back to his hand. This guy is so strong. At this time, Ying Fei and the others gradually came over and looked down with some lingering fear on their faces. It's not him that's strong, it's this thing. Yang Kai played with the Wind Thunder Divine Spear for a while before stuffing it into his space ring. Chapter 2653. The Wind Thunder Divine Spear was a relic left behind by the great emperors of Seeking Passion, so it was naturally extraordinary. However, Yang Kai had countless rare treasures on him now, so he didn't really care about it. He would just put it away and see if he could give it away in the future. Go help Ice Heart Valley deal with this mess. Yang Kai turned his head and said to the 3 monster kings. The 3 monster kings didn't say a word and left in a flash. Inside Ice Heart Valley, fluctuations of various sizes could be heard from time to time, mixed with screams. However, most of the sounds were men's, so it should be the sound of enemies being killed. Looking around, there were more than 30 corpses of the Emperor Realm's masters on the ground. No one would have thought that these people, who were still alive and kicking just a stick of incense worth of time ago, would die in just that short time. Yang Kai collected their space rings one by one. Young Master Yang, Young Master Yang. At that moment, a shout came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and said indifferently, "What's wrong? Grandmaster Nan Men has enjoyed a good show and hasn't left yet. Don't tell me you still want to stay as a guest in Ice Heart Valley? Ice Heart Valley has never welcomed men, so Southern Gate Army should leave as soon as possible." The Southern Gate Army had been watching from the sidelines. Neither Ice Heart Valley nor Seeking Passion sect had any intention of making things difficult for him, so he was safe and sound. Hearing the warning in Yang Kai's words, he just smiled meaningfully and said, "Young Master Yang, aren't you also a man?" Yang Kai sneered, "How can you compare to this young master?" The Southern Gate Army didn't care about such shameless boasting. He didn't have the arrogance of a legendary array master. After all, from Ice Heart Valley's point of view, he really couldn't compare with Yang Kai. The reason Ice Heart Valley could survive was all because of Yang Kai's contribution. For a sect, this was like giving a new lease on life. He just rubbed his hands and said, "Young Master Yang, this one wants to ask you something." No comment. Yang Kai coldly snorted, not interested in talking to him at all. Although the Southern Gate Army was a generation array master, Yang Kai's ability wasn't bad either. He was an Emperor Realm alchemist, so there was no need for him to lower his status and give others face. Especially Ice Heart Valley's crisis. Yang Kai was already lucky that he didn't kill him, yet he still wanted to ask for more information. "Young Master Yang, don't be so unreasonable." Southgate Dajuan laughed dryly. "Young Master Yang Kai didn't Yang, Young Master, Yang, and Young Master. Yang, God sect of God, and Yang. Yang, S Yang Yangs. His sharp eyes glared at the Southern Gate Army's army as he said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect you to speak so rashly at your age. Be careful of your words." Shi Lei and the other two monster kings were brought out by him from the ancient wildlands. Although there weren't many of them, if the news of the three monster kings coming out of seclusion were to spread, it would arouse the disgust of the human race's masters, especially those from the ancient wildlands. Suspicious people might wonder if the monster race in the ancient wildlands couldn't bear the loneliness and came out to harm the human race's sex. If such a thing really happened, it would be troublesome for Yang Kai. So they really came from that place? The Southern Gate Army's army turned a deaf ear to Yang Kai's threat. Instead, his eyes lit up as he cupped his fists and said, "Young Master Yang, rest assured. Only the heavens and earth know about this. This one will never spread it to the outside world." Humph. Yang Kai looked at him unhappily, wondering if he should kill him to silence him. The Southern Gate Army's army seemed to be rash, but in fact his heart was as clear as a mirror. As soon as Yang Kai's murderous intent appeared, he sensed it and hurriedly said, "Young Master Yang, please calm down. This one is only interested in the many ancient restrictions and natural spirit arrays hidden in that place. In the past, I went in and out several times to study them, but unfortunately, my strength was too low and I didn't dare to go too deep. I couldn't help but sigh and sigh. This one sees that young Master Yang's relationship with the three Master Masters seems to be unusual. Could young Master Yang please? What are you talking about? This young master doesn't understand. Don't mention this again." Yang Kai rudely interrupted him. The Southern Gate Army's army had spoken until now, so Yang Kai understood what he meant. He wanted to borrow Yang Kai's strength to form a good relationship with Shi Lei and the others, so that he could enter the ancient wildlands in the future to study the ancient restrictions and spirit arrays. He was a generation's array grandmaster. He wasn't interested in other things, but he was very interested in anything related to spirit arrays. The Southern Gate Army's army opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he sighed heavily and comforted himself in his heart that there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Changing the topic, he said, "Since young Master Yang doesn't want to talk more about this matter, then this one will speak without thinking. However, there is another matter I would like young Master Yang to enlighten me about, and it is related to the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array." Yang Kai couldn't help but be surprised. "You know about the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array?" Bing Yun and the others had formed the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array here before, so the Southern Gate Army naturally saw it clearly. Yang Kai didn't expect that Yang Kai's eyesight would be so good. He was actually able to recognize the Black Tortoise Spirit Array that had been kept secret for tens of thousands of years. It seemed that this array grandmaster's reputation was well-deserved. In other words, even if he was really a fame-seeking spirit array, he wouldn't be able to break Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array. Young Master Yang must be joking. This is what this one does. The Southern Gate Army laughed meaningfully. If I can't recognize such a famous spirit array in front of me, then wouldn't this one be blind? What about the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array? Do you want to learn how to arrange it? Yang Kai looked at him with interest. The Southern Gate Army rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly, "If there is a chance, naturally I want to study it." Humph. Yang Kai sneered, "Don't even think about it." The Southern Gate Army was stunned and asked, "Why?" "No reason, just don't think about it." Yang Kai waved his hand. The Southern Gate Army said angrily, "Young Master Yang, don't be so full of yourself. Senior Bing Yun is a kind person. I believe that as long as I show full sincerity, she won't necessarily refuse me." Before, the Southern Gate Army had spoken nicely to Yang Kai mainly because he felt guilty and wanted something from Yang Kai. But now, he just wanted to study the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array and was actually rejected by Yang Kai. This was too much. The 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array was arranged by Ice Heart Valley's people. He found Yang Kai just to ask Yang Kai to help him put in a few good words. It would have been fine if Yang Kai didn't help, but why did Yang Kai reject him and even tell him to forget about it in the future? A peerless spirit array that had been lost for tens of thousands of years suddenly appeared in front of him. How could he just forget about it? If he didn't obtain the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array, how could he have the heart to study spirit arrays in the future? "Yo, you're throwing a tantrum." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. This one won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to find Senior Bing Yun." The Southern Gate Army flicked his sleeves and turned to leave unhappily. Yang Kai sneered, Go. Don't come back and beg me." The Southern Gate Army wanted to retort that only a ghost would beg you, but when he thought about the ancient wild land, he restrained himself. He was also obsessed with the barriers and spirit arrays in the ancient wild land. If he could get Yang Kai to say a few good words, he wouldn't have to worry about the monster race in the ancient wild land finding trouble with him. He could study them to his heart's content and maybe make another breakthrough in the Spirit Array Dao. However, this young man wasn't easy to talk to, which gave the Southern Gate Army a headache. After the Southern Gate Army left, Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate the situation in Ice Heart Valley. The result of the battle was no different from what he expected. More than 30 Seeking Passion sect disciples from the Emperor Realm had been wiped out. Previously, Shi Lei and Xia Wei had joined forces and killed more than 10,000 people. Although there were many people left, they were like a group of dragons without a leader and were scattered like sand. Then, many of Ice Heart Valley's higher-ups arrived, so the battle was naturally one-sided. At this moment, Ice Heart Valley was already cleaning up the mess, and it wouldn't be long before the dust settled. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he flew towards the Ice Lake restricted area. Along the way, he naturally killed many people, leaving behind a trail of corpses. A moment later, he appeared in the Ice Lake restricted area where Ice Heart Valley used to be. Looking around, he whistled softly. 2 figures, one old and one young, walked out from a hidden rockery nearby. When they saw Yang Kai, they immediately greeted him with joy. This old and young pair were naturally Old Ban and his granddaughter who had come to Ice Heart Valley with Yang Kai. ****. A strange noise rang out as a swarm of about 100 black insects flew towards Yang Kai right after these 2 figures. Soul-devouring demon insects. Yang Kai took out the insect enslavement bracelet and stored the soul-devouring demon insects inside before looking at Old Ban and Xiaoling with a smile. "No one found this place, right?" Old Ban shook his head. "No, it was all thanks to young Master Yang's careful arrangements." As he spoke, he glanced at the insect enslavement bracelet in Yang Kai's hand and a faint look of horror appeared on his face. Although he didn't know what those black bugs were, every single one of them gave him a sense of fear and trepidation. Old Ban also knew that since Yang Kai had left those insects to protect him and his granddaughter, he was naturally confident in their strength. With the soul-devouring demon insects guarding them, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be worried. With more than 100 insects gathered together, they could even fight against a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, not to mention now that the Seeking Passion sect's disciples in the Emperor Realm were all dead. Even if someone happened to find Old Ban and his granddaughter and wanted to harm them, they would only end up being killed by the soul-devouring demon insects. Young Master Yang, the fight outside is fierce. Don't you want to help? Xiao Linger and I can just hide there, there's no need to worry too much. Old Ban glanced at Ice Heart Valley with some worry. Although he had been hiding in the rockery, he could still hear the noise and shouting outside, so he naturally knew that there was a great battle going on here. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. No, it's almost done. The dust will settle soon. Lowering his head, he smiled and patted Xiao Linger's head. Do you like this place? This will be your sect from now on. Xiao Linger blinked and said crisply, I like it, but it's a little cold. Yang Kai smiled. This is Ice Heart Valley, so it's normal to be cold. You'll get used to it slowly. Chapter 2654. Half of the entire northern territory was covered in ice and snow, but not all of it. However, Ice Heart Valley's inheritance was ice attribute secret arts, so when Bing Yun founded Ice Heart Valley, she naturally chose a place with extreme cold. Although Xiaoling had also started cultivating, she was still young and weak, so it was normal for her to feel cold. Young Master Yang? Old Ban asked nervously, can the little girl really enter Ice Heart Valley? Although he could see that the relationship between Yang Kai and Ice Heart Valley was not ordinary, otherwise, he wouldn't have come directly through the space array. This matter was related to Xiaoling's future, so he naturally couldn't care less. Don't worry, entering Ice Heart Valley is absolutely not a problem, but how much she can achieve in the future will depend on her own efforts and luck. Yang Kai smiled slightly. I don't ask for great achievements, just a safe life for the little girl. Old Ban sighed sincerely, feeling a little happy after receiving a positive answer from Yang Kai. Back in the desolate city, where dragons and snakes mixed together, every time he led someone into the ancient land's passageway, Old Ban would worry about the safety of the little girl, but if he didn't lead the way, they wouldn't be able to establish a foothold there. Now, as long as the little girl could enter Ice Heart Valley, he would no longer have to live in fear. Not far from Ice Heart Valley is Ice Moon City, which is Ice Heart Valley's property. While waiting for the battle to end, Yang Kai chatted with Old Ban. He told him about Ice Heart Valley's situation. After learning that Ice Moon City was not far from Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai was relieved. This way, if Xiao Ling missed him in the future, or if he wanted to see her, it wouldn't be too troublesome. As long as he could find a job in Ice Moon City and maintain his life, he wouldn't have to worry about Xiao Ling. The two chatted casually. The commotion outside became quieter and quieter, and in the end, no sounds of fighting could be heard, only the cheers of women could be heard. It was obvious that Ice Heart Valley had won a great victory, which was why the disciples were so happy. 7,000 against 100,000, and the final victory was simply a miracle. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A series of strange noises rang out from all directions as swarms of black insects rushed into the Ice Lake Island from various locations in Ice Heart Valley. Seeing this, Yang Kai took out the insect enslavement bracelet. He stored the soul-devouring demon bugs into his bracelet. The soul-devouring demon insect's contribution in today's battle was not small. When Yang Kai returned to Ice Heart Valley, he had released all his soul-devouring demon insects and ordered them to slaughter the enemy. With the soul-devouring demon bug's current strength, it would not be able to help Yang Kai deal with an intense battle. But for a large-scale massacre like this, it was the most convenient method. Without the Emperor Realm's 100,000 troops, the Emperor Realm's army was gone. No one could stop the soul-devouring demon insect's slaughter. Wherever the insect cloud passed, the Seeking Passion Sect's army would fall like straw. With the soul-devouring demon insects, the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array, and the assistance of the Emperor Realm and the 3 Monster Kings, Ice Heart Valley's victory was a foregone conclusion. Young Master Yang, Young Master Yang. At that moment, a person's shout rang out from not far away. Young Master Yang, someone is looking for you. Old Ban glanced in the direction of the voice. Ignore him. Yang Kai curled his lips and continued talking to Old Ban. Old Ban observed Yang Kai's expression. Although he did not know why Yang Kai did not want to see that person, he tactfully did not ask. After a while, the Southern Gate army finally discovered Yang Kai's figure. Overjoyed, they hurriedly rushed over and cupped their fists. Young Master Yang, so you were here. Fortunately, Yang Kai had killed some enemies along the way, allowing many of Ice Heart Valley's female disciples to discover his tracks. Otherwise, the Southern Gate Army would not have been able to find this place. The Southern Gate Army had asked many people and followed the tracks to this place. When they saw that Yang Kai was here, they were overjoyed. This place was originally the Ice Lake restricted area. It was hidden and ordinary people would not be able to find it. The Southern Gate Army's previous indignant attitude was swept away. Instead, they became arrogant and respectful. If someone who did not know the truth saw this, they would think that this guy was a flatterer. He did not have the demeanor of a grandmaster at all. His moral integrity had been shattered. "Young Master Yang, you really hid it from me. If I had known that the spirit array was created by young Master Yang, I would not have bothered Senior Bing Yun." The Southern Gate Army's face was full of smiles, but in fact his heart was bitter. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty, it was simply a complex feeling. After parting with Yang Kai, he went to find Bing Yun to inquire about the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array. However, at that time, Bing Yun was commanding the battle, so it was not convenient for him to disturb her. He waited until the dust had settled before he dared to approach her. After asking, the Southern Gate Army was stunned. It turned out that Ice Heart Valley's 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array was passed down by Yang Kai more than a month ago. It was not something that belonged to Ice Heart Valley. Bing Yun also clearly told the Southern Gate Army that it was not convenient for Ice Heart Valley to communicate with him about the Spirit Array. If he wanted to know the details, he could only ask Yang Kai. The Southern Gate Army was dumbfounded. He also realized what Yang Kai's last words meant when he parted with Yang Kai. At that time, he snorted and did not take it seriously. It turned out that Yang Kai had already dug a big hole and was waiting for him to jump into it. For a moment, the Southern Gate Army's army was regretful and angry. He was a Generations Array Grandmaster. Although he did not have a big background, he was still a respected existence. Even Third Order Emperor Realm Sect Masters had to be respectful when they saw him. After all, which sect did not have a sect protecting array? Which sect did not need to arrange a spirit array? Now, if he went back and begged Yang Kai for a spirit array, wouldn't he be slapping his own face? He had already been slapped once in the ancient wildlands. Wouldn't he be slapping the left side of his face now? How could he be so cheap? The Southern Gate Army despised himself in his heart. After thinking about it for a while, he really could not do anything. Even if he was humiliating himself, he was also unable to cut off the allure of this peerless treasure. In his heart, he secretly decided that no matter how hard Kai Yang tried to make things difficult for him, he would bite the bullet and swallow it into his stomach. He would force Kai Yang to show him the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array. "Are we familiar with each other?" Yang Kai glanced at him with an indifferent expression. The Southern Gate Army's army laughed dryly and said, "The first time, the second time, the second time. The third time is a walk in the park." "No need." Yang Kai put on a fake smile and said, "Grandmaster Nanman's fame is in the Star Boundary, a Spirit Array Grandmaster. This young master is insignificant and cannot compare to you." The Southern Gate Army's face turned bitter and he said, "Young Master Yang, you're too serious. This one has only done some research on spirit arrays. How could I dare call myself a Spirit Array Grandmaster? Young Master Yang, you're flattering me to death." If it were anyone else who praised him like this, he would have accepted it without hesitation. But in front of Yang Kai, he could not be unyielding. After eating someone's food, one's mouth should be closed, and one's hands should be soft. They hadn't even eaten anything yet they were already inferior to Kai Yang. Yang Kai ignored him. He just chatted with Old Ban. Old Ban did not know what was going on. However, he could also see that this Grandmaster Nanmen had something to ask of Yang Kai, so it was naturally inappropriate for him to intervene. He simply didn't have the qualifications to do so, so he simply pretended to be ignorant and asked Yang Kai questions. Kai Yang's arrogance really made the Southern Gate Army's anger not light, but he could only suppress this anger in his heart. Laughing dryly, he stood to the side, hoping that his sincerity would be able to move metal and stone. When Yang Kai changed his mind, After listening for a while, the Southern Gate Army's army suddenly looked down at Pippa and asked kindly, "Little girl, what's your name?" Di Ling Yen glanced at him and replied in a crisp voice. The Southern Gate Army smiled and said, "Little girl is smart and cute, and her eyes are simple. It is fate that we met. Come, this king will give you a little thing." As he spoke, an item suddenly appeared in the hand of the South Gate Dajuan. It looked like a jade pendant, but the pendant was not jade in color. Instead, it was pale yellow in color. It was unknown what material it was made of. Taking it out, he hung it around Di Ling's neck without hesitation. Yang Kai glanced at it and raised his eyebrows. Old Ban, who was talking to Yang Kai, was shocked and said, "Grandmaster, you can't accept such a precious gift. The little girl is ashamed to accept it." Although he did not recognize what the jade pendant was, he knew that the other party would not go easy on him. The Southern Gate Army chuckled and said, "Old Master is too serious. Since you know Yang Kai, you are my friend. This is the first time we met, so I didn't prepare anything. Please accept this small gift as a token of my respect." Old Ban opened his mouth, but did not know how to refuse. He could only look at Yang Kai for help. The other party did not know him, so there was no reason for him to suddenly give something to Pippa. He was just trying to curry favor with Yang Kai. Only Yang Kai could handle this matter. Yang Kai said lightly, "Grandmaster Nen Men is so bold. You gave away an array plate just like that." The Southern Gate Army's eyes lit up. Young Master Yang saw through it. He was afraid that Yang Kai did not know the value of this thing, so he wanted to say a few words. Who knew that he had underestimated Yang Kai's eyesight? "What, an array plate?" Old Ban was taken aback and looked a little frightened. If it really was an array plate, then this gift was too great. A formation plate was sealed with a formation. When facing an enemy, one only needed to take out the plate to easily set up a large formation. The reason Old Ban had heard of formation plates was because he had been in the savage, desolate, ancient land for a long time and had come into contact with many people. Naturally, his knowledge wasn't lacking. "It's just a small thing. I refined it in my spare time. It is useless in my hands, so please don't refuse it." The Southern Gate Army chuckled. Yang Kai did not speak. He just reached out and touched the array plate. He nodded and said, "Not bad. It should be able to trap 1 or 2 people in the Third Order Dao Source realm. Anyone below the Third Order realm will be killed." This time, it was the Southern Gate Army's turn to be surprised. He said in surprise, "Young Master Yang has good eyesight." Old Ban, who was listening from the side, sucked in a breath of cold air and cried out, "Anyone below the Third Order realm will be killed." Chapter 2655. This array plate was of little value to Yang Kai. Even to the Southern Gate Army, it was something that could be casually refined, so it wasn't too valuable. However, it was different for Old Ban and Ling. Old Ban was only in the First Order Dao Source realm, so how could he not be shocked when he saw a formation plate that could trap even the Third Order Dao Source realm? In other words, this formation plate was enough to kill him 1,000 times over. What's more, this formation plate was made by the South Gate Army, so it was definitely the best of the best. It was enough to protect Ling for a long time as she grew up. Old Ban couldn't help but feel terrified. He didn't want to accept such a valuable gift, especially since Yang Kai and Grandmaster Nen Men weren't on good terms, so he couldn't accept it. But before he could refuse, Yang Kai put down the jade pendant and said, "Since it's for Ling, then accept it." The South Gate Army was overjoyed when he heard this. He knew that his strategy had succeeded and couldn't help but chuckle. With a complicated expression, Old Ban cupped his fists and said, "This old man thanks the Grandmaster on behalf of Ling. You're welcome. If you need any help in the future, don't hesitate to ask." The South Gate Army was in a good mood and took on the responsibility. In any case, Old Ban looked like an honest person. Whether or not he would be thick-skinned enough to ask him for help in the future was another matter altogether. Even if that day came, the First Order Dao Source realm would be a piece of cake for him, so he might as well leave a good impression on Yang Kai. As it turned out, his approach was indeed effective. Yang Kai restrained his indifference and nodded slightly. "Grandmaster Nen Men is considerate." The South Gate Army laughed heartily. Young Master Yang is too kind. He was slightly relieved. However, he knew that it wasn't the right time to push too much, so he simply didn't mention the 7 Points Black Tortoise Formation and the savage desolate ancient lands. He just stood to the side and waited quietly. In any case, there was still plenty of time in the future, so he wasn't afraid of not finding an opportunity. Looking left and right, the Southgate Army's eyes were suddenly attracted by a formation array. This was an island on the ice lake. The space array that Yang Kai had previously arranged was located here. When the Southgate Army first arrived, they only cared about Yang Kai's attitude and didn't see anything else. Now that they were relaxed, they could see the extraordinariness of this array at a glance. He let out a soft cry of surprise and walked towards the space array with great interest. He circled around the space array and sized it up. A moment later, the Southgate Army seemed to have discovered something incredible. All of a sudden, they cried out in alarm, and their eyes shone with a shocking light. He directly pounced on the array and reached out to touch here and there. After a while, he said in horror, "A spatial array that crosses territory." He didn't know how he saw this, but he was able to determine that this was a territory-crossing space array. In an instant, the Southgate Army's faces turned red. That was a sign of extreme excitement. The light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter as he began to study it with extreme concentration. At this moment, for the Southgate Army, this spatial array that crosses territory was the only thing left in the entire world. There was nothing else that could disturb him. As time passed, he would frown from time to time, as if he had encountered some difficult problem, but he would also smile from time to time. He would even laugh sinisterly like a lunatic. A spatial array that crosses territory was rare in the entire star boundary. They were all treasures left behind from ancient times, and these spatial arrays were all controlled by the sects established by the great emperors. It could even be said that in the entire Northern Territory, there was not a single spatial array that crossed territory. It could be said that spatial arrays that crossed territory were extremely precious in the star boundary. Even if the Southgate Army had some fame, they couldn't find one to study. The Southgate Army never expected that he would be able to see one in Ice Heart Valley. This was his luck, and also his opportunity. If he could crack the secrets of this spatial array that crossed territory, with his ability, he might be able to replicate it. At that time, it would be a blessing to the entire star boundary, and the Southgate Army's name would resound throughout the entire star boundary. Fame didn't matter. The main thing was that if he could make another breakthrough with the help of this ancient array, he could die without regrets. For people like the Southgate Army, a spatial array that crossed territory was more attractive than anything else. Wonderful, wonderful! After a long time, the Southgate Army slowly stood up and praised. Although it was unknown what he saw, the admiration on his face was obvious. Raising his head, he looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Young Master Yang, you are familiar with Ice Heart Valley. Do you know who arranged this thing?" "What's wrong?" Yang Kai asked curiously. The Southgate Army pondered for a moment before explaining, "This one is certain that this is a spatial array that crosses territory. The design of this array is extremely exquisite and rare, but what?" Yang Kai frowned. "But why does this technique feel a little awkward? That's not right. To be able to arrange such an exquisite spirit array, this person's attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays are definitely not low, at least several levels higher than this one's, but why does it feel like this one isn't very skilled?" The Southgate Army didn't know whether he was explaining to Yang Kai or talking to himself, but after a while, he shook his head and said, "I don't understand, I really don't understand." It was no wonder he couldn't figure it out. Although he had good eyesight and recognized that this was a spatial array that crossed territory, he probably couldn't have imagined that this array was created by Yang Kai. What he said wasn't wrong. The concept of this spirit array was indeed exquisite and rarely seen in this world. Because the concept and method of arranging this spirit array came from Yang Yen, the person who arranged it was Yang Kai. Yang Kai wasn't proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays and only knew how to arrange this one spirit array, so he was somewhat unfamiliar with the details. The reason was that when Yang Kai arranged the array, he knew how it looked, but he didn't know why. He just followed the instructions of Yang Yen and didn't have his own understanding of the Tao of spirit arrays. What I don't understand the most is that this array doesn't seem to have been passed down from ancient times, but seems to have been arranged recently. The South Gate army frowned, then laughed and said, "Maybe I'm wrong." Even he didn't quite believe this judgment. As everyone knew, the method of arranging a spatial array that crossed territory had long been lost. Now, who had the ability to arrange such a spatial array that crossed territory? Grandmaster Southgate really has good eyesight. At that moment, a voice called out. Everyone turned their heads and saw a group of beautiful women with different temperaments walking over. They were none other than Ice Heart Valley's disciples from the Emperor realm. Leading them was naturally Bing Yun. Yang Kai, Southgate Army, and the others hurriedly saluted. Although Old Ban had never seen Bing Yun before, after hearing Yang Kai's greeting, how could he not know that this beautiful woman in front of him was Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master? He immediately pulled Ling to greet her in fear. A strange light flashed in Bing Yun's eyes. She didn't know why Yang Kai had brought an old man here, but she didn't ask. She just stretched out her hand and lifted Old Ban up, saying, "No need to be so polite." Glancing at Ling Bing Yun smiled and said, "What a clever little girl. Yang Kai, where did you kidnap her from?" Yang Kai smiled and explained the origins of Old Ban and Ling before asking, "Senior, I want Ling to join Ice Heart Valley to cultivate. I wonder if it's convenient?" Bing Yun nodded and said, "It's not inconvenient at all. There are many disciples of her age in Ice Heart Valley. She can cultivate with them in the future." Old Ban was overjoyed and said excitedly, "Quick, Ling, quickly greet the Valley Master." Saying so, he pushed the little girl. The little girl was quick-witted and immediately knelt down, saying crisply, "Ling greets the Valley Master and all the seniors." Sure enough, she's a clever little girl. A strange light flashed in Bing Yun's eyes as he reached out and pulled her up, turning back and saying, "Arrange a place for her." Zhang Sun Ying stepped forward and whispered a few words to Di Ling, only to see Di Ling constantly nodding. After a while Ling turned back and said, "Grandpa, take care of yourself. When Ling has time, she will come to see you." Old Ban's eyes were wet as he suppressed the reluctance in his heart and waved his hand. "Go, Grandpa will live in Ice Moon City in the future. Cultivate well and don't let the seniors worry." Ling was pulled away by Zhang Sun Ying and gradually walked away, looking back 3 times with each step. Old Ban should be happy that Ling can join Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai comforted from the side. "I'm happy. This old man is just too happy." Old Ban raised his sleeve and wiped the corners of his eyes. Although he felt that with Yang Kai's guarantee, it shouldn't be difficult for the little girl to join Ice Heart Valley, now that his wish was fulfilled so easily, he was moved to tears. "Senior Bing Yun, when you arrived earlier, what did you mean by those words?" The Southern Gate Army had been waiting for a long time, and now that they finally had time, they hurriedly asked, could it be that this territory-crossing space array was really arranged recently? "You'll have to ask Yang Kai about this." Bing Yun smiled slightly and looked to the side meaningfully. "What?" The Southern Gate Army was shocked. They looked at Bing Yun, then at Yang Kai, and asked suspiciously, "Senior means that this space array was arranged by young Master Yang? Senior Bing Yun isn't joking, right?" Bing Yun said, "In any case, my Ice Heart Valley didn't have such a thing before. More than a month ago, Yang Kai asked me for a lot of space spirit crystals and space spirit jades, and then we had one." Her words were very clear. With Bing Yun's identity and status, she wouldn't make such a joke. The Southern Gate Army's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Yang Kai with burning eyes. After a long time, he excitedly said, "Young Master Yang? No, Grandmaster Yang. Please accept this one's respect, Grandmaster." As he spoke, he really bowed to the ground with a respectful attitude. If the Southern Gate Army had to please Yang Kai because of all kinds of selfish motives before, then they were truly convinced now. Being able to arrange a territory-crossing space array, Yang Kai's attainments in spirit arrays were definitely not something they could compare with. Chapter 2656. There were 3,000 ways to achieve the Great Tao, and those who reached the top were the first. Southgate Dejun mistakenly thought that Yang Kai was some great hidden master and was full of admiration for him. Grandmaster Yang, you're really good at hiding yourself. I hope Grandmaster Yang can forgive me for my previous rudeness. Southgate Dejun smiled bitterly and was sincerely convinced. Yang Kai blushed slightly, but he was too lazy to explain too much to him. He just said, "This space array was indeed arranged by me, but it's not what you think." Grandmaster Yang is too modest. It was this one who displayed his slight skill in front of an expert. Yang Kai shook his head and ignored him. He turned to look at Bing Yun and asked, "Senior, how are the casualties?" Bing Yun sighed slightly and said, "Thousands of disciples died, and more than half were injured. Although the loss is not small, it is still a fortunate outcome. It is all thanks to you and the three Monster King." Although Yang Kai did not participate in the battle, the soul-devouring demon insects he released made a great contribution. If it were not for the soul-devouring demon insects, Ice Heart Valley's casualties would be at least several times higher. After all, the number of enemies was too large. With the Emperor Realm and the three Monster King on Ice Heart Valley's side, it was impossible to kill them all. But the soul-devouring demon insects were different. Wherever the insect cloud passed, Seeking Passion Sect's people would fall. It could be said that they were a large-scale killing machine. What about Seeking Passion Sect? Yang Kai asked again. Half of the 100,000 people died, 20 to 30,000 escaped, and the rest surrendered. Yang Kai nodded when he heard this. This result was within his expectations. However, from now on, the behemoth that was the Seeking Passion Sect had completely declined. Everyone in the sect, from the sect master down to the sect master. The sect master of the Emperor Realm was almost completely wiped out. Even if there were masters left to guard the sect, they would not be able to do much. What is Senior's plan next? Bing Yun said, "First, settle the injured disciples. The sect defending array also needs to be repaired. As for those who surrendered, it will be difficult to deal with them. There were 20 to 30,000 cultivator who surrendered. Killing all of them would cause bad consequences, but letting them go would make Ice Heart Valley seem easy to bully." That was why Bing Yun was so hesitant. After all, only a small number of these people were from Seeking Passion Sect, while the rest had been recruited by Seeking Passion Sect recently. They didn't have any deep hatred for Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, "The death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment can't be avoided. We can let them go, but we must let them suffer a little." Bing Yun nodded and said, "I think so too." While the two of them were talking, Southgate Dajuan suddenly said, "Senior Bing Yun wants to repair the sect protection array. This humble one can help." Bing Yun smiled and said, "That's exactly what I was thinking. I'm just afraid that Grandmaster Nanmen won't agree." How could we not be willing? The Southern Gate army was overjoyed. As they spoke, they glanced at the space array. How could Yang Kai not know what he was thinking? As long as you can repair Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array, you can study this territory crossing space array however you want. In any case, this thing was set up by him using the space divine technique. No matter how thorough the research of the Southgate army was, they would never be able to do anything about it. It could not be replicated either. Yang Kai wasn't afraid that he would steal it. The Southgate army's eyes lit up when they heard this. They quickly cupped their hands and said, "Thank you, Grandmaster Yang." He really thought that Yang Kai was an even better array formation master than himself. "Senior, I want to go to the Seeking Passion Sect." Yang Kai's face suddenly turned solemn as a faint murderous intent lingered around his body. Hearing this, Bing Yun understood. She nodded and said, "Then let Yao accompany you." Yang Kai looked at Ji Yao, who was standing behind Bing Yun, and nodded in agreement. Without any delay, he took Ji Yao and flew out of the small island on the ice lake. After calling out to Shi Lei and the other two Monster King, they left Ice Heart Valley. "Young Master Yang, where are we going?" Shi Lei was a straightforward person. Sensing Yang Kai's murderous intent, he knew that he was going to cause trouble, so he couldn't help but ask. "Seeking Passion Sect." Yang Kai replied. Shi Lei and the others understood and didn't say anything else. They just followed behind Ji Yao. This time, Ice Heart Valley's matter was more or less related to Yang Kai. In the final analysis, it was Yang Kai who had caused the trouble. If he hadn't killed Feng Shi in the Shattered Star Sea, Ice Heart Valley wouldn't have been besieged. Now that the Seeking Passion sect's upper echelons had suffered, Yang Kai obviously didn't intend to let it go so easily. Since the enmity had already been formed, it was natural to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. What's more, Seeking Passion sect had stood tall in the Northern Territory for tens of thousands of years, so there must be a lot of good things stored in the sect. How could Yang Kai miss this opportunity? Not long after, the group arrived at Ice Moon City. Previously, Ice Moon City had been occupied by Seeking Passion sect, but after today's battle, Seeking Passion sect's troops had been utterly defeated. Ice Moon City had become even more desolate, and the streets that used to be bustling with activity were now empty. They went straight into the city lord's mansion, found the space array, and set up the source crystals. After activating it, their figures disappeared. Clear Inquiry Mountain Range was the foundation of Seeking Passion sect. It was rumored that the great emperors of Seeking Passion sect had started from scratch here and established such a huge sect. It was also here that they comprehended the great Tao and became great emperors. A sect that had existed for tens of thousands of years naturally had extraordinary heritage. The rolling mountains, rugged rocks, and clear waters were a place where outstanding people lived. There were countless peaks in Clear Inquiry Mountain Range, and the world energy here was extremely rich. Unlike Ice Heart Valley, which was built in a world of ice and snow, Clear Inquiry Mountain Range's climate was suitable, with birds chirping and flowers blooming everywhere. A day later, when Yang Kai arrived with the Monster King and Ji Yao, they found that Seeking Passion sect's gate was wide open. Not only was the spirit array not activated, but there were also no disciples guarding the gate. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the entire Seeking Passion sect was like a ghost town, without a single living person. They sure ran fast. Shilei obviously also noticed this and couldn't help but mutter. Even if Feng Xian had taken away a lot of disciples and elders, he would definitely have left some people behind to guard the sect. But now, the entire Seeking Passion sect was nowhere to be seen. Undoubtedly, the cultivators who escaped from Ice Heart Valley had spread the news. As a result, the remaining disciples of Seeking Passion sect had abandoned their ancestral home. They had gone to avoid disaster. In other words, Seeking Passion sect had been completely wiped out since yesterday. Looking up at the gate, Yang Kai saw the white jade plaque with the words Seeking Passion sect, shining brightly, as if someone had cleaned it all year round. Yang Kai raised his hand and struck. The plaque was smashed to pieces. After greeting the others, Yang Kai walked straight inside. Along the way, Yang Kai didn't see the slightest sign of life. All the pavilions he passed were in a mess, probably because the disciples of Seeking Passion sect had taken some valuable things with them when they fled. In any case, along the way, not only did Yang Kai not see anyone, but he also didn't see anything valuable. The only thing left was this huge foundation. This place is not bad. The world energy here is rich, so there should be a good earth vein here. Shilei looked around. Yang Kai shook his head. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "This is a sect with the inheritance of the great emperors, and the founders were the great emperors themselves. If the place was bad, how could they take a fancy to it? There is probably no place better than this in the entire Northern Territory." What a pity, what a pity. They provoked someone they shouldn't have. A foundation of 10,000 years is ruined just like that, Ing Fei sighed. Xie Wei rolled his eyes. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "Young Master Yang, why don't you take over this place? Why don't you take over this place and establish your own sect? In any case, this place is now ownerless, so it would be a pity to waste it." As soon as the statement came out, Shilei and Ing Fei were both stunned. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't have the qualifications to establish a sect. After all, he was an Emperor Realm Master, so he naturally had the qualifications and a ready-made location. Moreover, with such a good environment, there was really no better place to establish a sect than here. It was just that the two Monster Kings didn't know what Xie Wei was thinking or why he suddenly made such a suggestion. However, the two of them weren't idiots. After thinking for a moment, Their eyes lit up as they understood Xie Wei's plan. Ying Fei also smiled and said, Brother Xie's suggestion is good. If young Master Yang establishes a sect here, please reward him with a guardian elder or something. Shi Lei also grinned and said, Count Old Ox in. Hearing this, Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at them, secretly laughing in his heart. He understood that the three of them didn't want to return to the ancient lands and only wanted to follow him. He didn't have the face to recruit the three monster kings, but Zhang Ruoxi did. She had an ulterior motive. Yang Kai understood in his heart, but he didn't point it out. He just said, Aren't you afraid that the Saint Seniors will settle accounts with me? I don't have the guts to poach them. How could that be? Xie Wei smiled. The Saint Seniors aren't stingy people. Young Master Yang can talk to them when the time comes and they will naturally agree. That's right, that's right. The Saint Venerables are very reasonable. Ying Fei chimed in. If an ordinary person wanted to poach them, the Saint Seniors wouldn't know if they were reasonable or not. In any case, Yang Kai would definitely have no problem talking to them. We'll see, Yang Kai pondered for a moment, but didn't give a definite answer. The three Monster Kings' eyes lit up when they heard this. They secretly felt that this matter was very promising and became excited. Xie Wei's sudden proposal also made Yang Kai quite interested. As they said, this place was excellent and ready-made. Even if Yang Kai didn't want it, it wouldn't be long before it was occupied by another great force. After all, this was a place that Yang Kai had conquered. Although there wasn't a single living person here, the current empty situation was all thanks to him. Since this was a territory that he had conquered, there was no reason to give it away. What's more, Yang Kai felt that he had been wandering in the star boundary for so many years without a stable place to go. It didn't matter when he was alone, but if he brought his family and friends from Shadowed Star here in the future, where would they go? There was also Chi Yu, Ghost Ancestor, and the others. He couldn't let them stay in Thousand Leaves sect forever, right? Preparing a place to settle down early would make it convenient for them to stay and cultivate. Therefore, Xie Wei's unintentional words did indeed make Yang Kai feel very tempted. However, he also knew that establishing a sect was not so simple. It was a complete coincidence that he was able to successfully establish High Heaven sect on Shadowed Star back then. Now, if he wanted to establish a foothold in the star boundary, he would need to consider everything carefully. Chapter 2657. Seeking Passion Sect's foundation was vast, so it took Yang Kai, Ji Yao, and the others 2 days to wander around this place before they finally managed to explore most of this huge foundation. The more he looked around, the more satisfied Yang Kai was with this place. Previously, when he said that this place might have the richest world energy in the Northern Territory, it was only because of the great reputation of the Seeking Passion Sect's great emperors, but now it seemed that he was right. Because the cultivation environment here was much better than that of the Azure Sun Temple. The Azure Sun Temple was also a top sect, and in terms of status and strength, it was almost the same as the Seeking Passion sect, but in terms of cultivation environment, it was slightly inferior. Perhaps only the sects founded by the great emperors could compete with the Seeking Passion sect. With such a foundation, so many ready-made buildings, and the heritage left behind by the Seeking Passion sect for tens of thousands of years, Yang Kai was more and more reluctant to hand over this place, so he secretly calculated in his heart. Although they had been to many places, they didn't find anything valuable. In the end, under the leadership of Ji Yao, the group arrived at a towering mountain peak. Ji Yao had visited the Seeking Passion sect several times in the early years with Bing Yun, so she knew that this mountain peak was the most confidential place of the Seeking Passion sect. If the Seeking Passion sect had a storehouse to store their wealth, then this storehouse must be hidden on this mountain peak. When Yang Kai and the others arrived, they saw a light curtain enveloping the mountain peak, which looked extremely strong. Obviously, it was because a barrier had been activated. This made Yang Kai's eyes light up, and instead of being surprised, he was happy. The light curtain was intact, which meant that no one had broken through it since it was activated. If there really was something good inside, then that was. It was definitely still inside. It was unlikely that the Seeking Passion sect's disciples would take it away. After stopping the Monster King from trying to break through the barrier with brute force, Yang Kai rummaged through his space ring and found several extremely extraordinary tokens, then immediately poured his Emperor Qi into them one by one. After a short while, a light flashed from one of the tokens and shot into the light curtain, instantly splitting it open. These tokens. Yang Kai had found all of them from the space ring of the Seeking Passion sect's high-level cultivator, especially the token that could open the restriction. It should be Feng Xian's sect master's token. Let's go in and see if there's anything good inside. Yang Kai was excited and walked in first. There was a palace at the top of the mountain. It was built with a majestic aura, looking extraordinary. The few of them entered the palace and saw that the decorations were simple and unadorned. It seemed that the furniture was old, and the traces of the flowing time great emperor were obvious. After scanning the area with his divine sense, Yang Kai didn't find anything out of the ordinary. He pondered for a moment and said, "Let's split up and search. If there's anything suspicious, let me know." Sir. The three Monster King immediately split up. Ji Yao didn't leave. She just followed behind Yang Kai and wandered around. "Are you really going to establish a sect here?" After walking for a while, Ji Yao suddenly asked. The three Monster Kings were straightforward and open-minded people. Therefore, they didn't pay much attention to Yang Kai's expression over the past few days. Ji Yao, on the other hand, had been silently observing Yang Kai and found that he was really tempted to establish a sect here. "I have a little idea." Yang Kai looked back at Ji Yao and grinned. "What's wrong?" Ji Yao shook her head gently. "Nothing. It's just that if you want to establish a sect here, it's a good choice." "You also think it's a good choice?" Ji Yao said, "Seeking Passion sect and my Ice Heart Valley are both in the Northern Territory. If you can take root here, you can help Ice Heart Valley. Moreover, you have the qualifications." Yang Kai was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. However, Ji Yao knew that Yang Kai, a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, wasn't someone ordinary people could compare to. Even if she were to fight him alone, she definitely wouldn't be his opponent. In this world, only Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters could fight him. If even he wasn't qualified to establish a sect, then most sects in this world weren't qualified to exist. Yang Kai smiled and said, "I think so too, but I don't have a complete plan yet. There will be a lot of trouble if I really want to implement it." Ji Yao smiled faintly and said, "That's not a problem. When the time comes, just tell Honored Master and she will help you. Ice Heart Valley will also lend you a hand." Yang Kai nodded and said, "This matter isn't urgent. I'm just thinking about it. If that day really comes, I will definitely ask Senior Bing Yun to come out and give me some pointers." Ji Yao nodded, a trace of expectation growing in her heart. Yang Kai had a close relationship with Ice Heart Valley and had a deep relationship with her honored master Bing Yun. Once he really took root in Seeking Passion sect, he could really support Ice Heart Valley. At that time, with two behemoths here, who would dare to provoke them? Ice Heart Valley definitely wouldn't be besieged this time. The reason why Ice Heart Valley suffered such a disaster this time was mainly because they had been too conservative and had too little communication with the outside world. Their relationship with the outside sects was too shallow. But you have to think carefully about the name of this sect. You can't keep using Seeking Passion sect's name, right? Ji Yao reminded. Yang Kai smiled slightly and nodded, "I have my own plans." He already had a name for the sect in mind. At that moment, an eagle's cry suddenly came from a certain direction. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in that direction, saying, "Ying Fei seems to have found something. Let's go and take a look." Ji Yao nodded and followed. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a precipice. This precipice stood on top of a mountain peak and looked unremarkable, but Ying Fei's eyes were burning as he looked at it with interest. From time to time, he would even reach out and pat here and there, touching there. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, Ying Fei hurriedly said, "Young Master Yang, there's something strange here." Yang Kai glanced at the cliff in front of him and released his divine sense to investigate it. He nodded and said, "Sure enough, there's something strange here." At first glance, this cliff looked inconspicuous, but in fact, it was shrouded in a very clever barrier, making it impossible for anyone to discover it inadvertently. If Yang Kai were here, he might have overlooked it carelessly, but Ying Fei's true form was a giant eagle. Not only was he fast, but his eyesight was also good, so he immediately saw what was wrong. I wonder if those tokens can open this barrier, Ying Fei said with some concern. We'll know when we try. Yang Kai smiled slightly and took out the tokens he plundered from Seeking Passion Sect's elders again, testing them one by one. While he was busy, Shi Lei and Xie Wei also heard the commotion and rushed over. After asking about the situation, they both had a look of interest on their faces. They secretly felt that this should be the Seeking Passion Sect's storehouse or the location of their hidden treasures. A top sect with tens of thousands of years of inheritance would naturally have a lot of wealth stored here. It turned out that the tokens Yang Kai had plundered were really useful. He didn't know which token had a miraculous effect, but just like how it had opened the mountain's barrier before, after a flash of light, the precipice in front of him rumbled and opened, revealing a dark passage that led straight to the belly of the mountain. Immediately afterward, a light suddenly appeared in the passage. This light was like a prairie fire. More and more light bloomed, extending all the way down, illuminating the passage. Let's go! Yang Kai called out, carefully looking around while taking the lead. The others naturally hurriedly followed. After entering the passage, the cliff closed again, but with the illumination of the surrounding light, the passage was still very bright. After walking all the way down for an unknown amount of time, the path ahead suddenly opened up and a huge underground cave appeared in front of everyone's eyes. After seeing the situation inside the cave, Xie Wei sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help but exclaim, "Sure enough, it's a storehouse for treasures." Not only him, but the other two Monster King and even Yang Kai couldn't remain calm. On the other hand, Ji Yao's expression remained the same, as if she didn't care about money at all. After all, she cultivated an ice attribute secret art, so her heart was as clear as ice. Even if the sky collapsed, she wouldn't be shocked. Inside the rock cave, there were piles of source crystals like small hills. Low-grade source crystals, mid-grade source crystals, high-grade source crystals, there were all kinds of source crystals. It was impossible to tell how many there were. At first glance, Yang Kai was almost dazzled by the light refracted by the source crystals. Although he had taken advantage of the situation in the savage desolate ancient land and obtained hundreds of millions of source crystals, the source crystals in front of him were definitely not cheap. They were even more than what he had obtained in the savage desolate ancient land. After all, this was the accumulation of the Seeking Passion sect over tens of thousands of years. It was indeed not something an ordinary sect could compare with. Since Yang Kai had already decided to establish a sect here, the more resources he had, the better. When he had the ability to bring his family and friends from Shadowed Star to this place, he would at least be able to provide them with cultivation resources. After the origin crystals, there was a wooden shelf. On the wooden shelf, countless boxes were placed. There were wooden boxes, jade boxes, gold boxes, and so on. Kai Yang brought everyone to a wooden shelf and casually picked up a few things to examine. He discovered that the contents of this box were similar to what he had guessed. They were all rare and precious herbs, each of them incomparably precious and full of medicinal age. The Monster King wasn't interested in these herbs because the savage desolate ancient land was rich in spirit grasses and medicines. If there was a place to find the best spirit herbs in this world, the savage desolate ancient land would definitely be one of them. So, they just took a few glances and didn't pay any more attention. There were also many wooden shelves on the other side, but instead of boxes, they were filled with jade bottles. After Yang Kai checked, he found that these bottles were filled with refined spirit pills of different grades. However, they were all needed for a cultivator's cultivation. There were tens of thousands of jade bottles. Further down, there were all kinds of ancient books, including many secrets of the Seeking Passion sect. These things made Yang Kai's eyes light up, because these were all treasures left behind by the Seeking Passion sect over tens of thousands of years. When he established a sect in the future, his disciples would all be able to use these treasures. In the depths of the grotto, there were a large number of artifacts. The lowest grade of these artifacts was Dao Source grade, and there were even hundreds of Emperor artifacts. With so many artifacts placed in one place, the energy fluctuations emanating from them were truly frightening. Chapter 2658. Along the way, Yang Kai could be considered a knowledgeable person, but he was still shocked by the wealth of the Seeking Passion sect. And such a large fortune would belong to him from today onwards. This was truly a windfall from the sky. There's more over there. Ji Yao suddenly pointed. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed and saw 3 stone platforms in the deepest part of the grotto. Each stone platform was shrouded in a light barrier, and a box was placed on each of them. The fact that they were so carefully preserved showed that the things on these 3 stone platforms were absolutely extraordinary. Yang Kai walked over in high spirits, took out the token that opened the storehouse before, and waved it casually on one of the stone platforms. With a flash of light, the light barrier opened. Yang Kai directly picked up a long box placed on the stone platform. Let's see what kind of treasure it is. The 3 monster kings gathered together and looked at it with great interest. Everyone was curious, and the monster kings were no exception. Yang Kai weighed the long box in his hand with a strange expression and said, "It seems to be empty." "No way." Ying Fei was stunned. Xie Wei and Shi Lei also looked unwilling to believe it, but they also knew that Yang Kai had no reason to lie in front of them. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Kai opened the long box in his hand. Sure enough, it was empty. Why would an empty box be placed here so openly? Ying Fei said angrily, somewhat disappointed. Yang Kai glanced at the length of the empty box and suddenly thought of something. He took out something from his space ring. Then he placed it in the box, which fit perfectly. This is the Emperor artifact that Feng Xian used before? Xie Wei raised his brow as he recognized the Emperor artifact Yang Kai took out. Yang Kai nodded and said, "The Wind Thunder Divine Spear. It is said to be a relic of the Seeking Passion Great Emperors." So that's how it is. In that case, this Wind Thunder Divine Spear was originally enshrined here and would only be taken out when Feng Xian needed it. Xie Wei suddenly understood. It should be. After all, this is an artifact left behind by our ancestor. Even if Feng Xian is the Seeking Passion sect's sect master, he can't carry this Emperor artifact with him at all times. Yang Kai nodded and put away the box. Now, it was certain that the Wind Thunder Divine Spear was originally placed in this empty box. As for the remaining 2 items, since they were also placed here solemnly, their value would definitely not be much lower than the Wind Thunder Divine Spear. Yang Kai was also curious about what was in the remaining 2 boxes, so he didn't hesitate. He immediately activated the restrictions on the 2 stone platforms and picked up a box to take a look. Ying Fei was quick to pick up the other box. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said with bright eyes, "This is..." As soon as he opened the box in his hand, an extremely pure world energy rippled out, resonating with the Emperor Qi in his body. It was as if this pure spiritual energy was very beneficial to cultivation. Source crystals. Xie Wei continued. But soon his expression changed. "No, it's a top-rank source crystal." Top-rank source crystal? Shi Lei's eyes also widened as he looked at the box in Yang Kai's hand. Even Ji Yao, who had been calm all this time, couldn't help but take a look. It really is a top-rank source crystal. Yang Kai grinned and reached out to take out a thumb-sized, crystal-clear object from the box. This source crystal was 1 size smaller than a high-rank source crystal, but the world energy stored inside was incomparable to a high-rank source crystal. In the entire star boundary, once a cultivator cultivated to the level of the Emperor realm, low-rank source crystals and even mid-rank source crystals would not be of much use. Generally, a cultivator in the Emperor realm would use a high-rank source crystal to cultivate, and some transactions of valuable items would also use high-rank source crystals as a medium. But above high-rank source crystals, there was an even better existence called the top-rank source crystal. Compared to high-rank source crystals, top-rank source crystals were simply rare and extremely difficult to find. Often, even in 100 source crystal loads, one might not necessarily find 1 or 2. Every top-rank source crystal was formed by seizing the good fortune of heaven and earth. It was rumored that top-rank source crystals had many uses, but the most useful for a cultivator was to break through the shackles. If a cultivator encountered a bottleneck in their cultivation, top-rank source crystals would be the best auxiliary external force. Moreover, they would not have any hidden dangers like taking some special pills. In the star boundary, countless Emperor Realm Masters had cultivated for thousands of years, only to find themselves stuck at a bottleneck, unable to make any progress. Since ancient times, countless cultivators had been searching for this legendary top-rank source crystal, hoping to reach a higher level of enlightenment. However, how could it be so easy to find a top-rank source crystal? Those cultivators who had painstakingly searched for it were destined to be in vain. Now, there was a box of top-rank source crystals in the Seeking Passion sect's storehouse, and there were quite a few of them. There were as many as 7 of them neatly placed in the box. Good stuff, but it's a pity." Shi Lei praised while shaking his head. The other 2 Monster King heard this and also nodded. It is indeed a pity. Although top-rank source crystals were of great use to a cultivator's breakthrough, the 3 of them were already Monster King-level existences. In other words, they were comparable to third-order Emperor Realm Masters. Therefore, although this top-rank source crystal was good, it was of little value to them. If they wanted to make further progress, they could only pin their hopes on the divine spirit source and the bloodline of their ancestors. If not for this reason, with their strength and identity, how could they be willing to follow Yang Kai's orders? Yang Kai also understood why they felt pity, but he did not point it out. He casually put away the box and looked at Ing Fei. "What is that box of yours?" Ing Fei said with a gloomy face, "A secret art." Saying so, he handed the box to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and glanced at it. His face instantly became dignified and he whispered, "Seeking Passion Supreme Art." This was the foundation of the Seeking Passion sect. It was also a peerless secret art created by the Seeking Passion Great Emperors. Cultivating this secret art, the deeper one's emotions were, the faster one's cultivation speed would be. But for those who were implanted with this secret art, it was a disaster. Because once one was affected by the Seeking Passion Supreme Art, they would never be able to extricate themselves. Not only would their cultivation be unable to progress, but they would also be obedient to the cultivator. Back then, Feng Shi had taken a fancy to Ziyu from Ice Heart Valley, and although he genuinely liked her, his main purpose was to use Ziyu to fall in love with her. Once the marriage between the 2 families was successful, it was likely that Ziyu would become Feng Shi's exclusive property and would never be able to touch the mysteries of the Emperor realm. This Seeking Passion Supreme art was both good and evil. Although it was a peerless secret art, Yang Kai scoffed at it. He always felt that this secret art relied too much on external forces and could not allow one to pry into the Great Tao. He did not know how the Seeking Passion Great Emperors were able to become supreme. Casually putting away the secret art, Yang Kai turned around and said, "See if there's anything you need. Take whatever you want." The 3 Monster Kings looked at each other and chuckled. They cupped their fists and said, "Then we won't be polite." After entering a treasure mountain, there was naturally no reason for them to return empty-handed. Many of the treasures here were quite tempting, even to the 3 Monster Kings. The 3 immediately dispersed. Obviously, they already had a target in mind. Yang Kai then looked at Ji Yao and said, "You go and look for something too." Ji Yao shook her head and said, "No need. This time, Ice Heart Valley was able to get out of this predicament all thanks to you. How can we take your things?" "Do as you wish." Yang Kai knew that with her temper, since she said that she would not take anything, it would be useless to persuade her. So, he did not waste his breath. While wandering around the storehouse, he waved his hand and collected all the tens of thousands of years of Seeking Passion sex accumulation into the small sealed world. After a short while, more than half of the treasures in the storehouse were gone. At this time, the 3 Monster Kings also returned. Yang Kai glanced at them and saw that they did not take many things. Each of them took some jade bottles containing pills and an emperor artifact each. No one in the monster race could perform alchemy, so although the ancient wildlands was rich in spirit grasses and medicines, the monster race in the ancient wildlands could not use them perfectly. Basically, the monster race directly swallowed them, which greatly wasted the medicinal efficacy of the herbs. Now that there were so many pills here, the 3 Monster Kings naturally took some. After all, there was no harm in being prepared. As for the Emperor artifacts, they naturally took one each and held it in their hands, grinning from ear to ear. Is this enough? Yang Kai asked with a smile. There are a lot of good things here. It's enough, it's enough. Ying Fei nodded repeatedly. Although there are a lot of good things, there aren't many that are useful to us. This is enough. Xie Wei and Shi Lei also nodded, expressing their agreement. Yang Kai did not say anything more and just continued to collect the treasures. After a stick of incense worth of time, the huge underground grotto became empty. Countless treasures were moved into the small sealed world by Yang Kai. With these things as a foundation, if Yang Kai really wanted to establish a sect in the future, resources would definitely not be a problem. I suddenly thought of something. Ji Yao frowned slightly. Yao Zhuo being able to break through to the Third Order Emperor realm might be due to the top-rank source crystal. Yang Kai nodded after hearing this. That makes sense. Yao Zhuo was previously a Second Order Emperor realm master, so it did not make sense for him to suddenly break through. If he had to find a reason, the top-rank source crystal was the most suspicious. Ji Yao smiled again and said, "It's meaningless to think about this now. He's already dead anyway." "Let's go," Yang Kai called out and took the lead to return along the original path. After leaving the storehouse, the cliff closed again. Yang Kai took out the token and activated the barrier again. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai said, "I'm going to set up a space array here. You can do as you please." The three Monster King nodded slightly after hearing this and dispersed. Ji Yao asked, "Are you going to connect Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion Sect?" Yang Kai nodded. If we connect them, it will be convenient for us to communicate in the future." Since he had plans to take root here, he naturally had to interact more with Ice Heart Valley. Now that he had set up a space array in Ice Heart Valley, he could directly connect them if he set up another one here. In the past, Yang Kai did not have a fixed residence, so he did not think much about this, but now that he had some plans, this arrangement was essential.